The deceptive sorcerer. Instantaneous shield, blink to distance. A greasy spell sprawled across the ground. 5 grand fireballs splattering the face, a symbol of knowledge and artillery. The authentic sorcerer. Bloodthirsty frenzy, a body of iron. Charging forth upon foes, Waaaaaaaagh, wielding a Warhammer to crush the heads of adversaries. This is a tale of a melee sorcerer smashing the world to pieces. Chapter 1. The Call in the Darkness. Hammer, get some rest early. Understood. Drive carefully on the way back. See you tomorrow. Shi Jingqiu waved goodbye, watching as his colleague's vehicle vanished from sight before turning to ascend the stairs. The evening's gathering was exceedingly enjoyable. He had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol and had dominated the karaoke for quite some time. Now his steps were somewhat unsteady, caught in a state of mild inebriation. After returning home and freshening up, Shi Jingqiu habitually picked up his phone to pass the time. This was his newly purchased smartphone, crafted by a leading domestic manufacturer. Despite the trade conflicts of recent years and a certain president's relentless global advertising, what could have been a significant crisis instead solidified its prominence through sheer strength, garnering global attention. Seizing the moment, the manufacturer swiftly released this flagship phone equipped with a brand new operating system, which sold over 10 million units upon its launch, achieving both fame and fortune. Shi Jingqiu was among the first to acquire it. Despite minor flaws, the user experience was remarkably pleasant, with performance metrics surpassing those of foreign premium brands. His fingers glided across the screen, occasionally flipping through books, checking the news, or clicking on a few humorous videos, emitting silly chuckles and occasionally rolling over on the bed like a lazy fish. Unbeknownst to him, the effects of alcohol and drowsiness began to envelop him, and he drifted into slumber while still clutching his phone. In the midst of his dreams, Shi Jingqiu twitched, reaching out only to grasp at emptiness. As he turned, a sensation of falling overwhelmed him, and he instinctively thought, "Oh no, I'm about to tumble off the bed." Thud. In the next moment, Shi Jingqiu felt himself plunge into water, the liquid invading his nostrils, causing an uncomfortable choking sensation, and just as he opened his mouth, water rushed down his throat. The agony of asphyxiation abruptly jolted him from his half-conscious state. He flailed in a panic, but his head throbbed, as if struck by a brick. His entire body ached, as if he had tumbled down several flights of stairs. What is happening? How could I fall into water from the 23rd floor? An overwhelming terror washed over him. But fortunately, Shi Jingqiu had learned to swim and possessed commendable swimming skills. The instinct for survival compelled him to force his eyes open. The underwater expanse was pitch black, revealing nothing. He vigorously propelled his limbs, using hands and feet alike, and by instinct he swam upward. With a splash, Shi Jingqiu emerged from the water surface, realizing he was not far from the shore. He swam desperately toward the bank, expending his last ounce of strength to crawl onto the land. With his lower body still submerged, he lay back on the ground, expelling a mouthful of murky water, greedily inhaling the air, lacking even the strength to rise. The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. This was the only thought occupying Shi Jingqiu's mind at that moment, and only now did he have the capacity to ponder the events that had transpired. Surrounding him was an eerie silence, the night profound, with only a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, allowing him to discern that he had crawled up from a wide river, the ground beneath him a patch of grass-covered riverbank. Gazing into the distance, he faintly perceived a city, twinkling with scattered lights. What on earth is this place? Shi Jingqiu's mind was in disarray, his eyes wide with confusion, convinced he was still dreaming. A cool river breeze swept past, and a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. He raised his hand to touch it and found it stained with crimson blood, causing him to wince in pain. His head was injured, explaining the discomfort. Suddenly, Shi Jingqiu's gaze fell upon his right hand, and he froze. As a man over 30 and perpetually single, he would unmistakably recognize his own wife. The calluses on his hands, the distinctive pattern of lines on his palm, and the scar from an old injury on his index finger, all were conspicuously absent. Under the dim moonlight, although the hand before him appeared long and well-proportioned, with calluses indicative of long-term grasping of an object, Shi Jingqiu immediately concluded, "This is not my hand." In a state of panic, he fumbled over his damp body, quickly realizing that not only was his hand foreign to him, but his entire body was as well. I took a nap. How did I end up in a different body? Before Shi Jingqiu could comprehend the situation, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his mind, as if an axe had cleaved it open, violently cramming an overwhelming influx of foreign memories into his consciousness. These memories were chaotic, seemingly belonging to another person's life, intertwining with his own recollections. His mind felt like a boiling cauldron, attempting to forcibly blend two entirely disparate existences. The harrowing pain compelled him to clutch his head in anguish, and before long, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Shi Jingqiu vaguely heard a low, slick murmur. The voice seemed to emanate from nowhere, whispering in his ear, reminiscent of the most disgusting and filthy presence imaginable, evoking nausea. It was akin to the shrill sound of metal scraping against glass, producing a maddening, unsettling resonance that stirred the deepest malice and insanity within him. This indescribable whisper was akin to a call from the abyss. He attempted to cover his ears but could not locate them. The sound penetrated deep into his soul, and despite not comprehending its meaning, he was irresistibly drawn in after hearing only a few phrases. His spirit plunged into the abyss of pain, yearning to uncover the source of that call. Suddenly, a tremor shook him, and both his reason and intuition screamed that he could no longer endure the sound. Ha ha! That low voice amplified exponentially, erupting into a frenzied laughter, causing the entire world to tremble violently, inflicting such agony upon Shi Jingqiu that he fell on the brink of madness, nearly collapsing. In the darkness, monstrous, grotesque mouths emerged, the laughter emanating from these gaping maws. Each one was lined with jagged, serrated teeth, from which oozed a viscous black liquid that rapidly writhed and expanded, forming hundreds upon thousands of greasy tentacles that surged toward him. This dreadful nightmare seemed poised to conclude in tragedy when suddenly, a burst of red light shone forth from an unknown source. 8 petal-like rays of crimson swiftly danced, forming a spherical space that enveloped Shi Jingqiu. The petal sanctuary appeared fragile, yet it was in truth indestructible, instantly blocking all incoming black tendrils, resembling a rocky outcrop amidst a colossal black wave, seemingly insignificant yet utterly unshakable. This layer of crimson light not only safeguards Shi Jingqiu, but also effectively isolates the seductive whispers from the outside, alleviating the torment and madness of malevolent thoughts. Countless tendrils lashed out for an indeterminate duration, emitting waves of frenzied sounds, ultimately retreating reluctantly into the shadows. The 8 petals diminished, coalescing into a radiant sphere, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a petite crimson flower in full bloom, composed of petals of varying sizes. The core of the blossom emanated a golden glow, rendering the entire ensemble reminiscent of a luminous sun, exuding an abstract allure. This pattern seems oddly familiar. As Shi Jingqiu pondered, the darkness suddenly receded like an ebbing tide, and the light burst forth, awakening him from this prolonged and oppressive nightmare. He abruptly sat up, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! The blinding light pierced his eyes, prompting Shi Jingqiu to raise his hand to shield them. After a moment of adjustment, he lowered his hand and beheld a golden sun rising from the distant horizon, its rays shimmering upon the river's surface. Daylight has arrived, he murmured, only to be momentarily taken aback. This phrase had been uttered in a language that was both familiar and foreign to him. He had never learned this tongue, yet it flowed from him effortlessly. He recognized it as Orin, the official language of the Orin Empire, tinged with a hint of accent from the Longzhen Duchy. A torrent of fragmented memories surged within his mind, chaotic and incomplete, yet thankfully devoid of the excruciating pain that had plagued him prior to his unconsciousness. After several minutes, Shi Jingqiu exhaled deeply. He had come to realize that he had inexplicably traversed into another world, one that was no longer Earth. He could not fathom the reasons behind his translocation. He was merely an ordinary office worker employed at a provincial library, earning a modest salary that had never been delayed. He maintained harmonious relations with his colleagues and lived a life free from conflict. In his 30s, unmarried and a confirmed bachelor, he had chosen this path for himself. Marriage held no allure for him. After all, how could a girlfriend compare to the joys of gaming? After work, he immersed himself in games and various hobbies, relishing a contented life. How, then, had he found himself in this predicament? Shi Jingqiu was utterly disinclined to have crossed over, especially to a perilous world. From those disjointed memories emerged a cacophony of information. The civilization of this world bore a long and intricate history, showcasing a level of productivity that was not negligible. Certain aspects bore semblance to Earth, and in some respects, even surpassed it. Yet, the disparities between the two were far more pronounced. The most significant difference lay in the existence of numerous supernatural phenomena and formidable individuals that dictated the course of civilization, known as the Transcendents. As the name implies, these beings possessed powers that transcended the ordinary and constituted the ruling class of this world. Only a select few could ascend to become Transcendents. Ordinary individuals seeking to transcend their class could pay to enter a Transcendent Academy, where they might have a slim chance of promotion. However, the probabilities were exceedingly low, and tuition fees were exorbitantly high. This body was named Lan, hailing from small locale known as Eagle Marshtown, and had previously been a student at a Transcendent Academy. Over the past 3 years, Lan had achieved little in his studies, remaining an ordinary individual to this day. Due to the steep tuition fees, his father, Bade, was reluctant to continue supporting his education and hoped that his son would return to their hometown to inherit the family grain mill. Lan vehemently rejected this proposition. Following a heated argument with his father, Lan returned alone to Longzan City, renting a modest apartment outside the academy, intent on securing a respectable job to fund his own tuition. However, calamity struck just half a month into his stay. Within Lan's memories, the most abundant content pertained to life in Longzan. What shocked Shi Jingchuai the most was the undeniable existence of deities within this world. Each god had their respective church on Earth, playing an exceedingly vital role throughout history, influencing the upper echelons of all nations while penetrating the very fabric of everyday life. Nearly everyone was compelled to worship a particular deity or multiple deities. Those who did not believe were deemed wicked and were met with hostility. As an atheist, Shi Jingchuai found himself at a loss on how to confront this revelation. He yearned to return to Earth, yet felt utterly adrift, even unclear on how he had arrived here. Sigh. Shi Jingchuai sighed, pondering another matter. Having occupied another's body in this new realm, was his physical form on Earth now lifeless? Tomorrow morning, when everyone realizes I've not shown up for work and cannot be reached, they will undoubtedly soon discover my corpse at home, hopefully before it begins to decay. Thoughts of his parents flooded his mind, filling him with profound sorrow. His eyes reddened, yet he consoled himself. Fortunately, I am not an only child. My elder sister and younger brother will be there to accompany my parents. After a lengthy pause, Shi Jingchuai's emotions gradually stabilized. The sunlight intensified, and his throat felt parched. Though his body still ached, the discomfort had lessened considerably, save for a lingering dull pain at the back of his head. Gritting his teeth, he rose and sought a shallower stretch of the river, bending down to cup his hands and drink a few mouthfuls of water, finally quenching his thirst and splashing his face, which revitalized his spirits. As he wiped the water from his face, the crystalline river reflected an unfamiliar visage, causing Shi Jingchuai to halt in his tracks. What the hell? Upon recognizing the face, he could not help but utter an expletive. Judging by outward appearances, the owner of this countenance appeared to be under 20, with youthful features and short black hair. His pallor, a result of blood loss, rendered him somewhat wan, yet his thick brows and large eyes, coupled with a straight nose and well-proportioned features, lent him an air of striking handsomeness, albeit with a hint of delicacy. The sole flaw was his vacant gaze, which projected a sense of lethargy. This is excessively handsome. Out of a mix of envy and admiration, Shi Jingchuai instinctively mumbled, his eyes lighting up as he straightened his posture. So I am this dashing, haha. He regarded the river as a mirror, striking various poses, meticulously scrutinizing the face that was even more attractive than before, nodding in satisfaction. Although he had been unwillingly thrust into this new existence, finding himself inhabiting the body of a handsome youth was a stroke of fortune. It was certainly preferable to becoming a woman or some grotesque being from an alien race. This world was not solely populated by humans. Lan's memories reveal the existence of at least dozens of non-human races. From this moment forth, I am Lan. If I were to return to Earth now, I could easily make a living based on my looks, haha. Rich ladies' playthings should be readily obtainable by the dozen. If I wish to retain my dignity, I could always become a cross-dressing streamer or create transformation videos for Bilibili, both of which hold great potential. This appearance bears some resemblance to that foreign actor named Lee Pace, albeit a touch leaner and shorter. However, that chap seems to be bisexual. Ugh, never mind. As Lan indulged in whimsical thoughts, attempting to find humor in his predicament, a sudden flash of red light caught his eye. He noticed his reflection in the river, his eyes aglow with an abstract pattern emerging within the pupils. This pattern comprised 8 red petals, resembling a blooming flower, with a core of golden light, subtly inscribed with delicate characters. Lan felt a momentary daze. Isn't this the very thing from my earlier nightmare? Could it be more than just a dream? The pattern within his pupils manifested for merely a few fleeting seconds before vanishing. Subsequently, a translucent interface emerged within RS field of vision, appearing ethereal and instilling considerable fear in him, leading him to believe he was experiencing a hallucination brought on by excessive fatigue. He raised his hand and waved it before him several times, turning his head from side to side. He soon realized that this interface seemed to be rooted in his mind, or perhaps residing upon his retina, proving impossible to dismiss or shake off. It persisted even when he closed his eyes. Most crucially, he was exceedingly familiar with this interface. Isn't this the startup screen of my mobile phone? Chapter 2, Supervision. Rain steadied his mind and finally recognized the 8-petal flower emblem before him. It was indeed the logo of a domestic smartphone company, albeit with some discrepancies. The original emblem featured petals arranged on one side, displaying a half-blooming flower in a semicircular formation, whereas the image before him depicted a complete flower encircled with a mysterious golden core at its center, exuding a striking three-dimensionality. Perhaps the phenomenon of his transmigration had caused some mutation, preventing him from recognizing it in his dreams. A mix of astonishment and fear washed over Rain as he scratched his head in confusion, pondering how this phone had accompanied him through the transition, and how it had found its way into his mind. Had the phone come to life, or had he transformed into its spirit? He observed the red flower emblem on the interface, which was slowly rotating, clearly still in the process of booting up. Such a slow startup, Rain muttered, only to soon realize that as the phone powered on, it seemed to be consuming his own energy, leaving him increasingly fatigued and drained. He hastily found a dry spot to sit, and after a few minutes, at long last, the phone successfully booted up, revealing its operating interface. To Rain's astonishment, this interface was entirely different. The original rectangular layout had transformed into a circular one, resembling a grand turntable, with the 8-petal flower at the center, surrounded by dozens of icons that radiated outward in concentric circles, resembling a distorted eye. Some of these icons were familiar, while others were strikingly alien. How was he to operate this? Just as he contemplated how to proceed without using his fingers, he noticed that by concentrating his attention on a particular icon, it would slightly enlarge and brighten, becoming more prominent. Instead of hastily selecting an icon, he decided to survey the options available. Whether due to the randomness of the mutation or some other reason, each icon bore a bizarre design, resembling both illustrations and characters, progressively more abstract than the last, devoid of any labels typical of standard smartphone applications, rendering them difficult to discern. For instance, an icon resembling a camera was square-shaped, yet at its center was not a lens, but rather a peculiar eye emitting an inexplicable glow. Another icon appeared to be a microphone, but atop it sprouted a deformed pointed ear, encircled by several curling wave lines, the meaning of which eluded him. Rain could only speculate that each icon represented a function or application, all of which could be utilized without an internet connection. The applications that typically required online access, such as WeChat, browsers, email, and news clients, had completely vanished. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to use this extraordinary phone to connect with Earth. But it now seemed merely a distant dream. What vexed Rain the most was that the majority of the icons were in a gray state. Even when he focused his thoughts on them, they remained unresponsive, clearly unable to be activated. Were they inoperable due to insufficient battery? He speculated, noticing that the small red flower, his chosen name for it, was encircled by a ring divided into even segments. Upon counting, he found precisely 100 segments. At this moment, starting from the 12 o'clock position and moving clockwise, only 7 segments were illuminated, accompanied by a battery icon displaying a glaring red number, 7. This, he deduced, indicated the phone's battery life, with each small segment representing a unit of power. Gazing at the mere 7 segments left, a wave of insecurity washed over him. In modern society, a phone's battery life was akin to a second lifeline. Anxiety set in below 20, and one teetered on the brink of despair below 10. Moreover, this mutated phone was seemingly bonded to him, and Rain could scarcely fathom the consequences should the battery reach 0. Would it shut down? Or would he cease to exist as well? Never mind, he thought, I shall first explore what this device can do. Currently, the only icons he could activate were the camera, calculator, clock, and a few others. Focusing his thoughts on the camera icon, he wished to open it. Instantly, the camera with its uncanny eye magnified before him. In the next moment, the world through Rain's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. Everything became remarkably clearer, as if a layer of mist had been wiped from a window or a thin veil of mosaic had been removed. Every detail sprang into focus, colors vibrant and seemingly alive. It was morning, and sunlight poured from the sky, revealing countless minute droplets of water rising from the river's surface, akin to dancing dust. Beneath the water, numerous fish and shrimp glided through swaying aquatic vegetation, every scale distinctly visible. Turning his gaze elsewhere, Rain discovered he could see far into the distance. Across the riverbank, a tree situated 200 to 300 meters away appeared magnified 100-fold, as though it were right before him, allowing him to discern every branch upon it. My heavens! Rain gasped, taken aback by this extraordinary vision. He knew the phone utilized the most advanced camera technology globally, yet he had not anticipated that, after mutation, it would replace his own eyesight, enhancing it beyond measure. Furthermore, his vision possessed a distance-measuring function. For instance, the exact distance to that tree was 267 meters, precise to 3 decimal places, with a number fluctuating as his gaze shifted. Additionally, his vision could zoom in. When he concentrated, he could even observe the veins and patterns on the leaves of the tree across the river. And, astonishingly, this was not even its limit. Filled with curiosity, Rain scanned his surroundings, soon discovering another capability, brightness adjustment. Even in shadowy corners, he could see clearly, as if equipped with night vision. The world starkly contrasting in black and white. However, the X-ray vision he had fantasized about so many times was conspicuously absent, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He longed to continue exploring, but suddenly, a beep echoed in his mind, snapping him back to reality. He noticed that the battery had dropped a segment, now at 6. The power drained so quickly. How had so little time passed? As Rain sought to find a way to deactivate the camera, he realized that the mere thought of it had already exited the supervision mode. He explored several other activatable functions, but after prolonged attempts yielded no discernible changes. He surmised he had either not discovered the correct usage or lacked the suitable environment, and the battery continued to dwindle, compelling him to shut down the device. With the decreasing battery, Rain felt increasingly fatigued, and thus refrained from further experimentation. As he diverted his attention for just a few moments, the phone interface minimized into a small red flower, shifting to the upper left corner, resting at the periphery of his vision without disrupting his regular sight. This was its standby state, quite intelligent indeed. With this mutated phone, Rain felt a modicum of reassurance, understanding that it would serve as his greatest ally in surviving in this unfamiliar world. After resting by the river for over half an hour, he regained some strength, but his stomach growled in hunger, signaling that he could no longer linger. He gazed toward the distant city, filled with exotic charm, which was none other than the city of Longshan from his memories. Adjusting his half-dry, half-wet clothes, he took a deep breath and strode away from the riverbank, leaving behind a trail of shallow footprints. Chapter 3. Longshan. Navigating through the riverside thicket, a broad road emerged before him. Rain recalled this route as one of the main pathways into the city. A few kilometers to the north lay Longshan. The sky had fully brightened, and farmers were seen driving horse-drawn carts laden with fresh vegetables and food destined for the city market. Likewise, there were other travelers like Rain, all hurrying along in pursuit of their livelihoods. As he walked along the road, Ryan became aware of his remarkable physical condition. His stamina was notably superior, at least far better than in his previous life. It seemed that the past 3 years at the academy had not been devoid of benefits. Whether it was the boon of his transmigration or simply his robust physique, the wound on the back of his head inflicted by an attack appeared to be healing rapidly, causing him no pain whatsoever. Were it not for the faint throb he could feel upon touch, Ryan would have questioned whether the wound had completely mended. While walking, Ryan's gaze swept over a small red flower, which instantly magnified before him into an operational interface. A brief glance revealed a change. His energy level had increased by 1 notch. To his delight, he realized that physical recovery equated to recharging. This discovery filled Ryan with joy, alleviating his fear of running out of energy. It seemed that the healthier his body, the higher his energy levels would rise. Yet, he pondered this notion, finding it somewhat illogical. Based on his current physical state, even at full recovery, his energy could only reach around 10. How could it possibly reach 100%? And what transformations would occur once his energy was fully charged? A plethora of questions awaited exploration. Lost in thought, a commotion arose behind him. Turning around, Ryan spotted a black automobile speeding down the road, seemingly in haste to enter the city, with the driver incessantly honking the horn to urge the carts and pedestrians obstructing the way to clear. Flanking the vehicle were 4 attendants, clad in light armor with long swords at their waists, expertly maintaining a safe distance on horseback to avoid collisions while remaining close enough to protect their master within the carriage. The road became chaotic as farmers hurriedly pulled their carts to the side, and people stepped aside to make way. Ryan quickly moved aside as well. Soon, the automobile whizzed past him, kicking up a cloud of dust, with the cavalry following suit, leaving a series of hoof prints imprinted on the ground. Watching these individuals depart, Ryan experienced a peculiar sensation. He knew that this world possessed a commendable level of industrial advancement, particularly in the application of steam machinery, perhaps even surpassing Earth. Yet witnessing a car pass by, accompanied by several horsemen, felt disconcertingly out of place. To put in terms from his previous life, the aesthetic was decidedly mismatched. As the automobile passed, he took a moment to observe it. Its exterior bore a resemblance to vehicles from Earth, albeit with slight variances in detail. The windows were ornately adorned, obscured by drapes, rendering the interior structure invisible. The white steam, billowing from the rear, emitted no discernible odor, resembling water vapor, as it was powered by a steam engine. The ability to manufacture steam-powered automobiles to such a degree, coupled with their considerable speed, was indeed remarkable. In Ryan's memory, he had never ridden in a car, for they were among the most high-end mechanical products, exceedingly expensive, accessible only to nobles, affluent merchants, or extraordinary beings. Ordinary folk might never have the chance to ride in one throughout their lives. Although he could not discern the occupants of the vehicle, he surmised they were surely of elevated status. As he approached the city, the road widened and the number of pedestrians increased. The farmlands stretched endlessly to either side, where many farmers toiled diligently. This area was already the outskirts of Long's Inn, featuring factories, plantations, ranches, and private estates belonging to the nobility. Soon, a sprawling city emerged on the horizon. From a distance, a multitude of buildings formed an expansive urban landscape, with structures growing taller as one near the city center. Though lacking the towering skyscrapers exceeding 100 meters found in Earth's metropolises, the vibrancy of this city was in no way diminished, and its population was exceedingly dense. This was Long's Inn City, one of the Empire's most prosperous urban centers, boasting a resident population of over 1 million. Lacking city walls, Long's Inn possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Ryan quickly noted that every few hundred meters, a prominent stone tower rose, standing 30 to 40 meters tall, resembling a battlement. Weapons were mounted atop these towers, concealed beneath waterproof tarpaulins, rendering their contents invisible. Ryan was aware that beneath the tarpaulin lay steam crossbows, powerful weapons reputed to have a range of 500 paces, serving as the city's guardians. Though there were no walls, the main thoroughfare into the city featured checkpoints. With dawn having broken not long ago, the influx of entrants was manageable. The guard stationed at the checkpoints did not meticulously inspect every cart or individual, but occasionally halted a few to ask questions before allowing them to pass. Ryan, accustomed to traveling in and out of the city and harboring no fears, approached with a composed demeanor. Suddenly, a fully armed guard obstructed his path, scrutinizing him intently. Ryan quickly realized that his clothes were still damp and wrinkled, inadvertently drawing the guard's attention. "Sir, I set out before dawn and, unable to see, accidentally fell into the river," Ryan promptly explained, producing a white card from his pocket and offering it forth. On his return journey, he had checked his belongings. Apart from his clothing, he carried nothing of value, only a key and this peculiar card. The card was roughly the size of an identification card, composed of a remarkably sturdy material, resistant to damage, featuring a black and white portrait of Ryan along with brief identifying information. Most importantly, one side of the card bore dozens of small holes, allowing it to be read by a large, intricate machine that could authenticate its validity through these apertures. The card was issued by the Academy, serving as a pass for entering and exiting its premises. Academy passes were considered valuable items, typically unattainable by the general populace, symbolizing one's status, thus granting access in many locations. As anticipated, upon seeing the card, the guard's vigilance waned, confirming that the likeness on the card was indeed Ryan. The guard promptly stepped aside. Ryan tucked the card away and proceeded into the city. The main thoroughfare within the city was remarkably wide, accommodating several carts side by side. Gaslight lamps illuminated the path at intervals, while carts and automobiles traversed the center, leaving pedestrians to navigate the sidewalks on either side. The cobblestone street bustled with traffic, the buildings flanking it closely packed, primarily constructed of stone with wooden accents and a smattering of bricks. Most structures were 2 to 3 stories tall, with the tallest reaching 5 or 6, their rooftops adorned with red tiles, displaying a coherent architectural style. The street was alive with a diverse array of individuals: postal workers, homemakers shopping for groceries, apprentices laboring away, cart drivers laden with goods, and playful children. The buildings lining the street included both humble abodes and numerous shops. A variety of establishments flourished: clothing stores, restaurants, grocery shops, blacksmiths, bookstores, markets, taverns, inns, and newsstands, all contributing to the vibrant atmosphere of city life. As he wandered through the exotic city, Ryan's curiosity piqued, prompting him to observe his surroundings. He found himself reminiscing about the cities of medieval Europe. Yet, the distinctions were stark. First and foremost, the sanitation here was commendable, with well-designed drainage systems lining the streets, and the ground paved with smooth stones, ensuring no muddy quagmires formed during rainfall. Unlike the Europeans who would indiscriminately empty chamber pots onto the streets, creating an unbearable stench, even in Paris. Often hailed as the center of Europe, one could unwittingly find themselves drenched by a deluge from above. Furthermore, the architectural style diverged significantly from that of medieval Europe. Ryan, lacking expertise in architectural history, could not pinpoint the exact differences. However, subjectively, the buildings in Long's exuded a grander air, favoring large stone blocks as their primary material, intricately carved with decorative motifs and embellished with various statues, striving to create spacious and luminous structures that imparted a sense of solemnity. This architectural style bore a strikingly strong religious undertone, reminiscent of Baroque designs, yet more akin to the grandeur of ancient Greek architecture. Suddenly, a waft of enticing aromas drifted from a nearby eatery, causing an involuntary grumble in his stomach that interrupted Rain's contemplations. He patted his empty pockets, cursing under his breath. Damn it, to kill someone and then have to search the corpse. My money has been taken. This debt will be settled eventually. Swallowing hard, Rain quickened his pace back to his apartment. He recalled that his former self had hidden a sum of money within the crevices of the apartment walls. Remnants from time past. Although meager, it was sufficient to sustain him for a while. His apartment was located in the Los district, not far from where he stood. The residents of Los were ordinary citizens, living in conditions slightly better than those in slums, and the affordable rent made it feasible for him. After a brief walk, Rain finally arrived at the base of his apartment building. Entering through the main door, he ascended to the third floor and retrieved his key to unlock the door at the end of the corridor. The room was modestly sized and simply furnished, featuring only a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a wardrobe against the wall, alongside a rudimentary bathroom. Rain discarded his damp, uncomfortable clothes into the bathroom and grabbed a bag of bread he had purchased the previous day, devouring it hungrily. He had never felt such hunger before, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Gnawing on the cold, hard bread, washed down with a glass of water, Rain voraciously consumed the entire bag. This bread was meant to last him 3 breakfasts, yet he still felt only partially satiated, as if he could consume even more. At least his hunger had subsided, and his strength was gradually returning. Having alleviated his hunger, Rain finally shed his last pair of shorts and entered the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. After drying off with a towel, he emerged feeling rejuvenated. Approaching the wardrobe, he intended to change into clean attire when he noticed a half-length mirror affixed to the wardrobe door, which clearly reflected his current appearance. He paused, observing himself intently. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his physique was slightly lean yet remarkably proportionate, with well-defined muscle contours, a testament to 3 years of training at the academy. Most importantly, he possessed a robust constitution. As he glanced down, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, the imperfections marred his skin, bruises of varying hues painting a distressing picture, reminiscent of a recent beating, which explained the pain he had felt upon his arrival in this world. As for the injury at the back of his head, he retrieved a small mirror from his desk and held it up to the full-length mirror, finally catching sight of the wound. It had healed significantly, revealing a gruesome indentation, circular in shape, with stark contrasting skin around the edges, a clear indication of a heavy blow delivered by a blunt object. Rain set down the mirror, a shadow of despair clouding his eyes, for he understood all too well the circumstances surrounding it. Chapter 4. The Death of Rain. Dressed in clean clothes, Rain sat at his desk, a contemplative expression etched on his face. He meticulously reflected on the chain of events leading to his demise. Despite the fragmented nature of his memories, lacking numerous details, he was acutely aware of the 2 principal culprits responsible for it all. One was his former classmate from the academy, a young man named Ramsey, who had once been a close friend but ultimately turned executioner against him. The other was a true extraordinary being named Esberg, the mastermind behind his murder. Ray knew little about Esberg. He only understood that his extraordinary profession might be that of a ranger or a shadow warrior, both of which shared commonalities at lower tiers. Without engaging in combat or witnessing it firsthand, outsiders would struggle to accurately identify his vocation. Esberg was a master swordsman, teaching at a renowned swordsmanship academy in Long's City. Rain had some innate talent for swordplay, having trained under the academy's instructors for 3 years, placing him in the upper echelon among his peers. Yet, when faced with Esberg, he was utterly incapable of parrying even a single strike. His acquaintance with Esberg was facilitated by Ramsey. Half a month prior, after a falling out with his father, Rain had returned to Long's Inn, seeking employment. However, Besides a modicum of swordsmanship and literacy, he possessed little else in terms of skills, and he was averse to menial jobs such as laborers or couriers. Consequently, he faced numerous rejections. It was then that he encountered Ramsey outside the academy, and trusting their friendship, he confided in him about his difficulties. The following day, Ramsey proactively introduced Rain to a position as an assistant to Esper at the Maloney Swordsmanship Academy. Maloney's Swordsmanship Academy was one of the city's most prestigious, and even as an assistant, the remuneration was substantial, several times that of an ordinary laborer, and quite respectable. Without hesitation, Rain accepted the offer, feeling immense gratitude towards Ramsey. Thereafter, Rain officially commenced his work at the academy, establishing himself due to his commendable swordsmanship. Esper was pleased with him and would occasionally offer personal guidance. Ramsey, also an assistant to Esper, worked alongside him, and their camaraderie deepened, with Rain confiding in him as a confidant, sharing everything. Until yesterday, before the end of the workday, Ramsey mysteriously informed Rain that Esper had a significant task for them, instructing them to meet at a tavern on Perfume Street after dark. Rain, without further thought, arrived punctually at the tavern, and subsequently followed Ramsey to a strange carriage parked behind it. The carriage windows were shrouded in black cloth, obscuring the outside world. Inside, Ramsey donned 2 sets of fine leather armor and handed Rain a long sword, evidently premeditated. Though puzzled, Rain refrained from questioning further. The carriage traversed the city for an extended period, and Rain lost track of their destination until it finally halted in a secluded alley. Upon disembarking, Rain spotted Esper waiting for them, clad in black leather armor, with a long and short weapon at his waist and a black scarf concealing half his face. He stood motionless in the shadows, nearly undetectable until he revealed himself. Esper then began outlining their mission. At that moment, Rain finally grasped the gravity of their undertaking. Esper intended to commit murder within the confines of a home, targeting a family residing in the adjacent house. Rain could not fathom why Esper had included him in this grim affair. Fear and resistance flooded his mind. However, Esper offered no opportunity for refusal, instructing Ramsey to keep watch at the alley's mouth while commanding Rain to accompany him inside to carry out the deed. Desperate to flee, yet acutely aware that voicing his desire to withdraw would mark him as Esper's first target, Rain steeled himself and entered alongside him. The ensuing bloodshed inflicted profound psychological trauma upon Rain. Esper's target was a wealthy mechanic, a non-superordinary individual, but he was accompanied by 2 ordinary guards who were utterly defenseless against the formidable, extraordinary being. In mere minutes, Esper slaughtered the entire family, including the mechanic, his wife, 2 children, and nearly all the servants and guards, leaving a scene of utter carnage. Only 1 guard was spared, rendered incapable of movement, and instructed by Esper to have Rain execute him. After much internal turmoil and struggle, in a desperate bid for survival, Rain ultimately plunged his sword into the guard's heart. Following this, Esper beckoned Ramsey to join them, and they methodically searched the mechanic's home, amassing a substantial fortune. Their expertise was evident, as they unearthed numerous concealed valuables, clearly indicating that this was not their first foray into such nefarious deeds. Rain, still reeling from the shock of his inaugural murder, did not partake in the looting. Esper led the way back to the carriage, this time intending for all 3 of them to return together. During the journey back, Rain remained silent. Ramsey continued to console him, assuring him that once these matters were resolved, he would receive his share sufficient to cover his tuition at the academy, with plenty left over to lead a respectable life. As Ramsey spoke, Iceberg stood nearby, casting an imposing shadow that weighed heavily on Rain. Rain did not respond immediately, his mind teetering on the brink of paralysis as he hazily recalled the tavern from earlier, changed his clothes, and departed. On his solitary journey back to the apartment, the gravity of the situation began to dawn on him. The evening's actions had been a trap. Iceberg and Ramsey sought to ensnare him, to draw him into their fold. Should he acquiesce, he would spiral into moral decay, with even graver tribulations awaiting him in the future. Rain resolved at once to report them. Although he had been compelled to slay a guard, it was an act of necessity, even if faced with trial. His guilt would be mitigated compared to the dire consequences of committing further atrocities leading to execution. Moreover, turning an iceberg would serve as a commendable deed, enough to offset his crime. Thus, Rain set his course towards the Church of Justice. However, scarcely had he traversed a short distance when, at a street corner, he caught sight of Iceberg in the distance, sending a jolt of terror through him. As he turned to flee, he was struck down. When he regained consciousness, it was to the harsh reality of being beaten. He found himself with a bag over his head, rendering him blind, his mouth gagged, left only to hear Ramsey's frenzied curses, followed by hours of relentless assault, during which he lost consciousness several times. His final memory was a crushing blow to the back of his head, the most lethal of strikes. When Rain surfaced, once more into consciousness, he found himself in a river, his body intact, yet the essence of his soul no longer belonged to the former Rain. Reflecting on these events, he could not help but sigh. His predecessor had been too young, merely 19, naive to the malice of human nature, lacking the experience to navigate such treachery. Reporting Iceberg had been the right course, yet his epiphany had come too late. He ought to have feigned interest in the riches, initially accepting Ramsey's invitation. His hesitance had bred suspicion in Iceberg and Ramsey, who followed him discreetly after he left the tavern, while the former Rain had been oblivious. When he diverted towards the Church of Justice, Iceberg quickly discerned his intent, ensuring no opportunity would be afforded. Had he returned to the apartment first, even with Ramsey monitoring him, the daylight would have offered some protection against foul play. In truth, even if Rain successfully reported Iceberg's crimes, he would not escape unscathed. Individuals of Iceberg's caliber and the implications of his actions suggested a formidable organization lurked in the shadows. Even if Rain could mitigate his transgressions and evade judgment, he would ultimately be unable to escape retribution. He had learned the harsh lessons of youth. His innocence had proved perilous. He whispered to himself, contemplating vengeance as a means of recompense for the life he now inhabited. The former Rain had perished, yet the current incarnation must persist. He had not yet devised a plan for retribution, but surrendering to despair was not an option. Fleeing to a distant place to survive was unfathomable. For now, his greatest advantage lay in the fact that Ramsey and Iceberg were unaware of his survival, his enemies in the light, while he remained cloaked in shadow. Though Ramsey was aware of the apartment's location, he would not risk returning to inspect it. Having committed murder and disposed of the body, such actions would surely raise suspicion. Under normal circumstances, Rain's corpse would be discovered in the river, reported to the town hall, prompting an investigation by the sheriff that would ultimately lead to a dead end due to lack of evidence. Alternatively, his body might never be found, leading to his disappearance. He would live alone in Longzan, with only the Swordsmanship Academy as his connection to the world. If Ramsey refrained from reporting to the town hall, it would not be until the next month, during rent collection, that the landlord would discover Rain's absence. If he were Ramsey, he certainly would not hastily notify the authorities. The longer time passed, the more advantageous it would be for him. Rain assessed the situation. There was still over half a month until the next rent was due, at which point the landlord would finally report the tenant's disappearance, prompting the sheriff to visit the Swordsmanship Academy for inquiries. In this intervening period, neither Iceberg nor Ramsey would suspect he still lived. Nonetheless, he could not remain in the apartment. Otherwise, after half a month, if no one investigated the academy, Ramsey would inevitably return to the apartment, discovering him alive and inviting death upon himself once more. He needed to maintain the guise of being missing, lurking in the shadows for the opportune moment to exact revenge. Rain swiftly clarified his thoughts and decided to vacate the apartment immediately. However, there was one final task to accomplish before his departure. He moved his desk to reveal the wall behind it, pried loose a brick, and retrieved an envelope hidden within. This method of concealing money was exceedingly cliched. Had Ramsey searched the apartment, it would have taken less than a minute to uncover. Rain chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned the desk to its original position and emptied the contents of the envelope. The sum was modest, a small stack of bills accompanied by a handful of coins. The currency system in the Orianth Empire was intricate, comprising both printed paper notes and 3 types of metallic coins. The coins included copper liras, silver crowns, and gold shields, while paper notes were equivalent to copper liras, referred to as copper dollars. A 1 copper dollar bill equated to 1 copper lira, with additional denominations of 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 copper dollars. 1 silver crown was worth 20 copper dollars, and 50 silver crowns equated to 1 gold shield. In other words, 1 gold shield could be exchanged for 1,000 copper dollars. In daily life, people predominantly utilize copper dollar bills and copper liras, occasionally employing silver crowns, reserving gold shields for substantial transactions, such as the tuition fees for the Academy of the Extraordinary, which amounted to 20 gold shields annually. For common families, this sum was a staggering amount. Even in Longzan, few could afford such exorbitant tuition fees. Rain counted carefully 6 100 copper dollar bills and 5 50 copper dollar bills, complemented by several smaller denominations and a few silver and copper coins. This totaled just over 1,000 copper dollars, enough to exchange for a gold shield. With a small remainder, he rubbed his fingers over the thin bills, feeling the intricate patterns, the pale green paper exuding the scent of ink, quite pleasant. The clinking of the silver and copper coins produced a delightful chime, though the scent and sound were slightly different from those of his past life. They evoked a deeply familiar sensation. The bills and coins bore the likenesses of various figures, some robust middle-aged men, wise elders, and even one notably youthful visage. Rain did not recognize any of them, yet each face appeared strikingly familiar. This was the sum he had saved over the past 3 years, not considerable, equating to the wages of a laborer for 2 months, yet sufficient to sustain him in Long Zan for a time. He secured the money, tucking it away in a hidden pocket. Donning a sun hat retrieved from his wardrobe, he erased any traces of his return, stuffing the damp clothes he had just worn into a bag, and seizing a moment when the streets were quiet, he lowered his head and departed the apartment. Chapter 5. The Holy Swordsman. Safely out of the apartment, Rain walked several blocks before discarding the bag in a roadside trash bin. Continuing onward, he entered a bus station, and shortly thereafter, a bus arrived, halting at the curb. The vehicle exhaled a plume of white smoke from its rear. Its design bore resemblance to the buses of Earth, albeit larger and more rudimentary, with 2 levels, lacking glass windows and air conditioning, capable of seating over 100 passengers when full. Rain squeezed onto the bus and retrieved a copper coin from his pocket, which he handed over to the ticket collector. The ticket collector was a middle-aged woman who tore off a ticket and handed it back to him. Her gaze lingered on Rain's face for a moment, and her previously expressionless visage blossomed into a smile. "Young man, there are seats available in the back. Please go on in." "Thank you," Rain replied with a slight nod, pulling his sun hat down a tad further. As he squeezed into the rear of the bus, he mused that sometimes being overly handsome was not advantageous, as it drew unwanted attention when one sought to remain inconspicuous. It seemed prudent to employ some form of disguise to avoid being too conspicuous. Just as Rain settled into his seat, the driver rang the large bell at the front, emitting a series of clangs to alert pedestrians to clear the way. The bus shook and began to move, gradually picking up speed. It traveled eastward toward Rienflar, the most impoverished district of Long Zan, derogatorily referred to by the citizens as a slum. In its early days, the residents of the Rain district were primarily rural folk who had migrated to the city in search of work, unable to afford the exorbitant rents. They labored in factories by day and could only retreat to the city's most remote corners at night, eventually giving rise to the slum. In any realm, destitute areas invariably nurture a breeding ground for crime. Rain is the largest district in Long Zan, situated to the east and occupying nearly 1/3 of the city. Yet it boasts the worst public safety record. It is a melting pot of vagrants, gang members, delinquents, and countless impoverished souls, with numerous dangerous individuals lurking in the shadows. Homicides occur almost daily, not to mention the myriad illicit transactions that unfold in secrecy. Those of even modest means would not consider residing in Rienflar. This was precisely Rain's intention. He wished to remain unrecognized by former classmates and friends, lest word reach Ramsey. Those admitted to the academy typically possessed adequate financial means and seldom ventured into perilous slums. He planned to stay in Rienflar for a while, which would facilitate his future endeavors. His gaze swept across the bus. Given that it was not peak hours, the vehicle was not full, and the passengers were mostly clad in simple, indeed shabby attire. Each individual bore a profound sense of exhaustion, their faces numb as they sat there, seemingly tormented by a life devoid of hope, struggling to survive. Rain withdrew his gaze, leaning back against the rusted seat, squinting his eyes to rest. Before long, the bus entered the Rain district. The scenery outside gradually morphed into monotony. The roads narrowed, houses grew denser, and the streets erupted with commotion as various vendors crowded the thoroughfares, vociferously peddling their wares: bread, cigarettes, fruits, beer, newspapers, and a plethora of commonplace goods. Homeless individuals were ubiquitous in the corners of the streets, some begging with tattered clothing, while others lay still on the ground like corpses, ignored by the passers-by. The driver incessantly rang the bell, urging the congested pedestrians to clear the path. Even seated within the bus, the stench wafting from the streets was occasionally overwhelming, emanating from the gutters, a nauseating odor that could provoke revulsion. Yet the passengers were long accustomed to it, not a single complaint escaping their lips. Rain did not ride to the final stop. He alighted midway. As soon as he stepped off the bus, a gaggle of ragged children swarmed around him, their faces gaunt, eyes glimmering with desire and cunning. Rain felt no surge of sympathy. Few of these begging children were innocent. Many were likely pickpockets in disguise. He discreetly pressed down on the money hidden close to his body, quickening his pace to escape the throng of children before they fully encircled him. He navigated the streets cautiously, intent on locating a modest inn to serve as his temporary refuge. Walking through the streets of the Rain district, Rain's most striking impression was the sheer number of people. They were everywhere. This reminded him of videos he had previously watched online depicting slums in India, similarly teeming with individuals and scrutinized by countless malevolent gazes, instilling a sense of unease. Yet even in this alternate world, Rain was significantly better than the Indian slums. At the very least, in terms of filth, it only fell short in chaos and deprivation, lacking the overwhelming squalor. Suddenly, an open space appeared at the upcoming intersection. It was a small square, dominated by a towering church on one side. The church, while not grand in scale, featured 2 rows of towering circular columns lining its facade, with walls and a dome constructed from stone, imparting a sense of weight and epic significance. This was a church of the Church of Justice, and such edifices were plentiful in Longzan, each responsible for its designated area. It was no wonder that people hesitated to approach the square, Rain realized. The Empire supported 3 officially sanctioned Orthodox churches, and the Church of Justice was among them, although its followers were not the most numerous. This deity commanded a unique reverence and fear. People often chose to avoid dealings with its church unless absolutely necessary. The divine responsibilities of the justice god, TimeTravel, encompassed justice, order, law, fairness, and protection, with many of his followers engaged in judicial and law enforcement roles. Typically, those associated with the Church of Justice were either victims or the judged. Neither circumstance boded well, prompting a natural aversion among the populace. Besides the Church of Justice, the Empire recognized 2 other Orthodox churches, the Church of Knowledge and Magic of the Goddess of Magic, and the Earth Church of the Earth Mother, collectively known as the Triune Churches. The majority of the Empire's citizens adhered to one of these 3 deities. Rain's family were devotees of the Goddess of Magic. He recalled his mother, Melinda, as a devout follower who would pray to the goddess before meals, at bedtime, or whenever a moment of leisure permitted. She served as a teacher at the local church school and acted as a missionary, disseminating the goddess's enlightening wisdom to her students. However, Rain's prior devotion to the goddess seemed lackluster. He had prayed infrequently, perhaps once every 10 days or so. As he passed the square, Rain cast a glance toward the church. Just as he intended to avert his gaze, a resounding chime erupted from the church's steeple, ringing out far and wide. Concurrently, a squad of guards clad in gleaming silver armor emerged from the church's main entrance, descending the stone steps with a rhythmic clatter, gathering in the square. Such a commotion instantly halted the pedestrians on the street, drawing them toward the square. What was occurring? Rain, standing among the throng, shared their curiosity as he observed the unfolding scene. The crowd at the square thickened rapidly, and soon it became a crush of bodies, leaving Rain no option but to join the ranks of onlookers. The armored guards spread out in the center of the square, their armor glistening, swords planted on the cobblestones, hands resting upon the hilts, motionless as if they were statues, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Rain was only a few steps away from the guards and seized the opportunity to scrutinize them. The armor they donned was a full suit of exquisite craftsmanship, forged from solid metal plates and assembled from numerous components, including breastplates, shoulder guards, arm guards, gloves, greaves, and battle boots. The elbows and knees were interconnected with intricate fastenings, and accompanied by a nearly fully enclosed helmet, featuring a T-shaped slit at the front. The overall weight of the armor was astonishingly burdensome, akin to a can of iron. Such heavy armor would render most individuals incapable of even walking. Yet these guards moved with remarkable ease, standing effortlessly. This detail imbued Rain with a sense of formidable power, and he suddenly recalled that these guards were the holy sword attendants of the Church of Justice. The Church of Justice possessed an exceptionally powerful extraordinary profession known as the Holy Swordsman, typically clad in heavy armor, skilled in swordsmanship and the manipulation of mental prowess. Every sanctified knight is meticulously nurtured from a young age by the Church, serving as the most devoted adherents of the God of Justice. They execute the divine edicts of the God of Justice, uphold order, and safeguard the law and fairness, acting as the earthly emissaries of the God of Justice. Prior to their ascension as sanctified knights, these individuals are referred to as sanctified squires. The sanctified squires remain ordinary individuals, yet after extensive training, they possess powers that surpass those of common folk, serving either as preparatory agents for the sanctified knights or as lifelong guardians of the Church. Suddenly, a resounding chime emanates from the cathedral, heralding the emergence of a group of figures. Leading them is a tall, middle-aged man, clad in full armor, with a flowing white cloak billowing behind him. yet devoid of a helmet, allowing his visage to be clearly discerned. His countenance is resolute, his gaze sharp, adorned with a mane of short brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He possesses a robust physique, striding with a steady and powerful gait, exuding an air of dignified authority that compels all who behold him to think of him as a trustworthy and dependable individual. In his grasp, he wields a sword, longer and broader than a conventional longsword, yet not a two-handed sword, allowing for versatile handling with either one or both hands. Noted the emblem etched upon his breastplate, a golden balance scale, with a sword piercing its center, its tip poised downward, resting atop a tome of law. This is the sacred emblem of the god of justice. Ren recognized this insignia at once, having encountered it before. The crowd called out the name of the middle-aged man, Lord Dumpus. The sanctified knights truly command respect. Indeed, Lord Dumpus is no ordinary sanctified knight. It is said that he has already ascended to the mid-tier of power and may soon be elevated and reassigned. Following Dumpus are two guards who bear a black platform. This platform, forged from metal and only half the height of a person, features a central indentation, stained with dark crimson splotches resembling spattered blood. The appearance of this ominous black structure incites gasps of alarm from the townsfolk. Someone nearby, trembling with fear, whispers, "The guillotine, the trial ceremony. Has someone fallen from grace? Or has a curse manifested?" Soon, the answer becomes apparent. A wan and listless man is escorted forth by the guards, bound by a silver chain that tightly constricts his upper body, his hands shackled behind him, and his feet encumbered by manacles. As he struggles to descend the steps before the cathedral, Ruiz, a citizen among the crowd, recognizes the man ensnared in chains. The man named Ruiz, previously dazed and confused, suddenly jolts to awareness upon hearing his name, exclaiming, "Release me. What do you intend to do?" Chapter 6, The Blood Soul Curse. Ruiz fights desperately against his captors, yet they hold him firmly, rendering him immobile. The black guillotine is set down in the center of the square, and Ruiz is thrust before it. Terror-stricken, he casts a pleading glance at Dumpus, entreating, "Lord Dumpus, you have apprehended the wrong man. I was merely ill, but I am well now. I have not fallen from grace. Please, release me." Dumpus remains unmoved, calmly observing as Ruiz is pressed against the guillotine, his neck fitting precisely into the indentation, exposed and vulnerable. "By the goddess above, I can prove my innocence. Release me." Ruiz cries out in fear, tears and snot streaming down his face. He turns to the onlookers, calling out the names of familiar friends and neighbors, hoping for their intercession, yet he is met only with cold indifference, no voice raised in his defense. In despair, Ruiz gazes once more at Dumpus, his eyes filled with hatred. "I was merely unwell, on the verge of recovery, yet you bring me here, claiming the need to judge me, while calling yourselves followers of the God of justice. Is this justice? My family depends on my earnings to survive. If I perish, who will provide for my wife and 3 children? Do you wish to witness their slow starvation? Bah, why treat me thus?" At this juncture, blood wells from Ruiz's eyes, mingling with his tears, creating a frightful spectacle. He begins to vehemently curse Dumpus, denounce the church, and ultimately directs his ire towards the gathered citizens, wishing ill upon all. The vast square is filled solely with Ruiz's anguished voice echoing in the air. Amidst the crowd, Ren observes the unfolding scene with a tumult of emotions. Yet, not a soul dares to speak in defense of Ruiz. This is not apathy, nor a refusal to aid the dying, but rather a grim acceptance of the grim reality. From Ruiz's condition, any discerning individual would recognize that he is in the throes of a curse, having already succumbed to his downfall. This curse, known as the Blood Soul Curse, resides within the very essence of every human soul in this world, a perpetual nightmare that haunts their hearts. According to legends, thousands of years ago, historians traced its origins to approximately 4,000 years past, at the twilight of the previous epoch. Humanity, for reasons unknown, had provoked a terrifying ancient abyssal deity, and as a consequence, their entire race was cursed, a blight that endures to this day. This dreadful entity is known as Yuxathorn, an ancient being from the depths, whose existence spans countless eons. Throughout the annals of civilization, Yuxathorn has borne innumerable names. Various races have referred to it as the Demon of Demons, the Whisperer, the Source of Fear, the Master of the Abyss, the Demon of 1,000 Throats, and the Unnameable God, while humanity commonly designates it as the Dark Lord. As the foremost of the 4 abyssal deities, the Dark Lord's curse is inescapable. The Blood Soul Curse lies dormant within the souls of humanity, appearing benign on the surface. However, When individuals find themselves in weakened states or face setbacks that trigger emotional turmoil, the curse seizes the opportunity to manifest, whispering insidious incantations that drive one toward madness and the loss of reason. Thus, the Blood Soul Curse is also known as the Dark Lordess Whisper. Those who succumb to its allure and fall from grace can no longer be deemed human, but are instead labeled as the fallen. Their souls become tainted by the malevolent energies from the abyss, and even in death, their spirits are condemned to descend into the depths, enslaved to the dark deity, eternally devoid of redemption. When the Blood Soul Curse manifests, it draws forth the darkest malice from within the human heart, compelling individuals to commit the most frenzied and horrifying acts. To avert greater calamity, the only course of action is to eliminate the fallen. Millennia ago, humanity possessed great strength and longevity, comparable to that of elves and dwarves, residing in settlements in remote locales. However, following the onset of the curse, humanity began to turn upon itself, and within a mere century, the population plummeted to a mere tenth of its former size. Most alarmingly, the Blood Soul Curse is transmissible through bloodlines. With the birth of each infant, the curse is already inscribed upon their soul. The will of the newborn is feeble, rendering them exceptionally susceptible to becoming the fallen. Even if they manage to survive to adulthood, their bodies remain frail. Thus, the curse perpetuates through generations, and after several cycles, human lifespans have drastically shortened, with few individuals surviving past 70 years. Furthermore, humanity has lost its formidable gifts, with their bodies rapidly degenerating, and their sensitivity to various supernatural forces diminished. No matter how hard they strive, they remain inferior to other races, and the emergence of formidable champions has become a rarity. From the conclusion of the previous epoch to the dawn of the next, a millennium-long dark age ensued, with humanity teetering on the brink of extinction. During this dark period, humanity sought various means to combat the Blood Soul Curse. Ultimately, a discovery was made. The consumption of a herb known as soul-eater grass could counteract the curse, diminishing the likelihood of its manifestation. However, the soul-eater grass is itself a highly toxic plant, its venom directly affecting the soul, requiring only a minuscule quantity to avoid fatality. Yet the suffering it inflicts is akin to torture. While the soul-eater grass cannot abolish the Blood Soul Curse, it has prevented the continued degeneration of humanity, averting total annihilation. After millennia of conflict and struggle, humanity has ultimately persevered. In the aftermath, humans have turned adversity into fortune. The prolonged torment of souls, lasting nearly 1,000 years, has endowed humanity with the extraordinary ability to merge with other souls, thus acquiring the unique powers of various beasts, anomalies, magical creatures, insects, and even demons. Every living being in the world possessing a soul can be claimed by humanity and cultivated to grow stronger. Through the method of soul fusion, humans have pioneered numerous extraordinary professions. Approximately 3,000 years ago, the first transcendent being emerged in the world, a sorcerer who wielded the power of souls. And 2 centuries later, a group of sun knights, devoted to the worship of the sun god Gion, established the first human nation, the Kingdom of Ramon, on the continent of Black Ephedrine. Thus, the world of Hellenes ushered in a new era for humanity, which has endured for 528 years to this day. Nevertheless, regardless of the magnificent civilizations humanity has created, the formidable foes it has vanquished, or the vast and prosperous territories it has governed, the Blood Soul Curse remains unbroken, an affliction that clings like a malignant growth. In every nation, city, and settlement inhabited by humans, individuals daily succumb to the curse, transforming into frenzied fallen beings, spawning countless tragedies. The Blood Soul Curse is an indelible nightmare that haunts the hearts of the people. Rain recalled the dreadful nightmare he experienced during his unconsciousness, a chill of fear gripping him. At that moment, he had been in a state of utmost vulnerability. Had it not been for the protection of his phone, he would surely have descended into madness. The unfortunate Ruiz, however, was far less fortunate. He claimed to have merely fallen ill and asserted that he had recovered. Yet no one believed him. The weak and ailing are the most susceptible to the onset of the curse, with nearly half of the fallen being patients. And among the remaining, 60% are the elderly, who, due to their frail constitution and weakened will, are easily overtaken by the curse. Consequently, there are seldom any elderly among humans, as they seldom live beyond 70, succumbing to their downfall before that age. Your wife and children are already dead, Dumpos suddenly declared, his voice reverberating throughout the square for all to hear. Ruiz's exclamations of anger were silenced, and Dumpo's continued, "You personally killed your wife last night, and your 3 children were also choked to death by your hands. Do you remember?" "I do not," Ruiz instinctively retorted, yet as if recalling some horrifying truth. A look of regret and anguish crossed his face. Gradually, his expression contorted, his eyes filled with a strange darkness, emanating a chilling aura. "Ha ha ha!" A fit of maniacal laughter erupted from Ruiz, a sound that was profoundly unsettling, causing a sensation of dizziness in those who heard it. "Silence, demon!" Dumpo's voice rang in the ears of the crowd, imbued with an unusual power that stirred their spirits and restored their composure. On the guillotine, Ruiz desperately attempted to speak. Yet no sound escaped his lips, as though he were a drowning man. His body suddenly exuded a faint black mist, his limbs contorting and swelling unnaturally, flesh and bone twisting into a horrid mass, striving to break free. Strange characters materialized upon the silver chains binding him, ensnaring Ruiz tightly, like an invisible prison that also shackled the dark mist surrounding him, preventing any escape. The onlookers gazed in terror at this scene, instinctively retreating a few steps. This was Rain's first encounter with a fallen being in the throes of madness, and he wished to observe more closely. Thus, he activated his camera. As the view shifted, every detail became vividly apparent. To Rain's astonishment, he discovered his vision extended far beyond mere enhanced sight. Before him, the heads of everyone around him appeared ethereal, allowing him to see through their skulls and flesh to their innermost being, where a hazy light resided. Instinctively, Rain speculated, "Is this the human soul?" He surveyed the crowd, affirming the accuracy of his hypothesis, marveling, "I can actually see souls directly." Upon closer inspection, he noted the uniqueness of each individual soul. The most conspicuous difference lay in the colors of the souls: red, white, yellow, green, blue, each hue ever-changing, seemingly influenced by the emotions of their bearers. Additionally, the sizes of the souls varied. Larger souls conveyed a sense of strength, while smaller ones exuded weakness. This distinction was evident among the Holy Sword attendants in the square, whose souls were significantly more robust than those of the surrounding citizens, with their dimensions at least 50% larger and far more solid. Most citizens possessed relatively frail souls, a few of which appeared damaged, flickering like a candle's flame in the wind, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Finally, Rain's gaze settled upon Dumpo's in the square, and he was instantly taken aback. Dumpo's soul was overwhelmingly powerful, even when compared to the Holy Sword attendants. It surpassed them vastly in both size and quality. Ordinary individuals were no match for Dumpo's, their disparity akin to that of a firefly to the full moon. Dumpo's soul radiated as a sphere of white light, exuding a resolute will and a tranquil depth akin to a serene lake. Moreover, Dumpo's soul possessed an internal structure, resembling layers of an onion, with 5 distinct layers from outside to inside, each layer more potent than the last, with soul power surging within. At the core of the innermost layer, Rain glimpsed 3 peculiar abstract patterns. Each pattern was unique, with 2 large and 1 small, possessing distinct characteristics akin to different souls. Yet these 3 souls were intertwined. This must represent the elements within the soul, each element signifying a specific ability. Rain felt a surge of understanding and delight. He recognized that the ability to perceive souls directly was unparalleled, particularly for those who derived strength from soul fusion. Then, Rain turned his attention back to Ruiz on the guillotine. Ruiz's soul was equally distinct, a mass of inky blackness, resembling smoke, seemingly emanating from his head, with the black mist visibly observable even to the naked eye. The dark soul continuously swelled, twisted, and writhed, extending tangled tendrils outward, as if it were a living entity. At the center of the soul, a pair of crimson eyes flickered, spinning rapidly in an unsettling manner. One glance at Ruiz's soul sent a wave of madness and malevolence coursing through Rain, nearly overwhelming his senses. The souls of the fallen truly were terrifying. Even a mere glance posed a danger. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Dumpo stepped forward, drawing forth his sword, its silver blade glinting ominously, wide and inscribed with characters on both sides. His lips moved, seemingly uttering an incantation that caused the characters on the sword to glow even brighter. In the name of Tyrael, I, Dumpo's Beal, hereby pronounce your death sentence. May your soul escape the abyss, find self-redemption, and return to the divine realm. Dumpo's proclaimed the sentence aloud, lifting the silver sword high above his head. Rain initially wished to turn away to avoid witnessing this gruesome scene. For someone like him, who had lived in a peaceful society in his previous life, the shock of witnessing an execution at such close quarters was overwhelming. However, he noticed that everyone around him was utterly transfixed by the guillotine. Adults, youths, women, and children alike wore expressions of eager anticipation, their eyes shimmering with fervor, as if they were reveling in a captivating theatrical performance. Their souls began to shift towards red, a sign of heightened emotion. Rain's heart sank as he realized that observing others being executed was a mundane form of entertainment for the people of this world. To avert his gaze would mark him as peculiar. Thus, he could only widen his eyes and watch as the silver glimmer flashed. And Dumpo's sword descended with an incomprehensible swiftness. Ruiz's head fell to the ground, blood spraying forth, staining the black guillotine in a fresh crimson hue. The headless corpse continued to writhe, and after several moments, it finally ceased its movements, reverting to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. The terrifying aura that enveloped it quickly dissipated. The onlookers let out a collective sigh of satisfaction, then, in silence, shook their heads and slowly dispersed. Rain stood there, frozen in place, as if paralyzed by the sight of the beheading. Indeed, he was somewhat shaken. Witnessing a living man lose his head before his very eyes was a jarring spectacle that left him feeling both nauseated and oddly intrigued. However, what astounded him the most was that after Ruiz's head was severed, he observed a sphere of black light emanating from the decapitated head. Presumably, it was Ruiz's soul. Initially, it floated upward, but then it suddenly veered towards him, rushing like a moth to a flame. Before he could react, in the blink of an eye, the black light surged into his eyes and vanished without a trace. Rain's entire body stiffened, nearly terrified to death. Ruiz was a fallen one, his soul tainted by malevolent energy, surely not a benign entity. Logically, he ought to have plunged into the abyss, becoming a pawn of the abyssal dark gods. Yet now, it had entered his own mind. What could that portend? What if someone discovered this? That holy swordsman, Dimpus, was still present. Rain trembled with fear for quite some time, too apprehensive to make any move, anxious that Dimpus might sense something amiss and deliver a swift strike. Thankfully, Dimpus seemed oblivious to the soul's presence. He instructed the guards to incinerate the corpse, then sheathed his bloodless silver sword and returned to the church. It was only after the majority of the crowd had dispersed that Rain finally exhaled, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily inspected his body, immediately noticing something unusual. On the ethereal interface, the battery life of his phone had inexplicably surged by 8 bars, reaching a total of 16, while a peculiar force surged within him, infusing him with boundless energy. His entire body felt both itchy and swollen. An overwhelming urge to release this pin-up power surged within him. Rain felt a mix of astonishment and elation as he began to piece together the situation. Could it be that I can absorb other souls to recharge? Chapter 7. The Basil Hotel. Rain hurriedly departed, only exhaling once the church was out of sight. He rolled up his sleeves to inspect his arms. A bruise from a prior beating, which had been quite pronounced when he had looked in the mirror at the apartment, was now faint to the point of almost disappearing. At that moment, every place on his body that bore scars felt a warm current coursing through it, his muscles slightly sore yet invigorated, as if swarms of ants were crawling within, both soothing and pleasurable. Even the spot on the back of his head, where he had been struck, felt the same. Pressing it with his hand elicited no pain. Rain finally understood why he had been so ruthlessly beaten by Ramsey, sustaining grave injuries, and yet managed to recover so swiftly after being submerged in the river. It was all thanks to the phone's ability to absorb souls. Just moments ago, he had absorbed Ruiz's soul, and during his transit last night, he had absorbed the essence of his predecessor, the soul of the previous Rain. Without the contribution of the predecessor, the current Rain could not have resurrected. Contemplating this, Rain's emotions became tumultuous. Not only had he occupied another's body, but he had also appropriated their soul, transforming it into sustenance for his own recovery. I shall personally avenge you, Rain silently vowed. Aside from the surge in battery life and near-complete healing of his injuries, the phone's interface had also activated 2 or 3 additional icons. However, with so many people on the street, Rain refrained from immediately investigating the functions of these icons and continued searching for a place to stay. As he walked, he discreetly activated the camera, observing the individuals crossing his path. Under the gaze of his peculiar eyes, the souls of each person became starkly visible. Rain discovered that the vast majority of people's souls were remarkably similar, at least in terms of strength, with minimal variation among ordinary individuals. After quietly observing hundreds of people, he gradually discerned certain patterns. The color of a soul reflected a person's emotional state. When individuals were relaxed and calm, exhibiting minimal emotional fluctuation. Their souls appeared pale white. However, during moments of agitation, such as anger or fury, the color would shift to red, growing deeper with the intensity of their emotions. Conversely, during times of sorrow or grief, souls would turn blue. Green indicated joy and delight, while yellow represented concern or affection. Pain and fear manifested as black, disdain and dissatisfaction as pink, and numbness and lethargy as gray. Yet, the colors of souls were not always pure and singular. Emotions constantly shifted, often blending two or more colors together, resembling a mixture of paint, if an individual was situated at a distance. Rain found it difficult to immediately discern their emotional fluctuations based solely on the color of their soul. Only when within 10 paces, with his focus honed on a specific target, could he intuitively sense the fluctuations of his soul, empathizing with the emotions of that individual. As Rain observed the people of the Rain District, he noted that their souls predominantly exhibited shades of gray, interspersed with flecks of blue or pink, with very few souls displaying green or white hues. He sighed quietly. It was evident. How could those living in the slums possibly maintain a positive outlook? Few would find satisfaction in their circumstances. The colors were merely the external manifestation of a soul. The true essence lay within. Rain discerned a peculiar entity lurking within the depths of each person's soul. This entity resembled a symbol, minuscule in size, easily overlooked if one did not scrutinize closely. Composed of red and black, it twisted and writhed, exuding a foul aura as it swam through the souls of all individuals. Rain was intimately familiar with this aura. It bore a striking resemblance to the essence emanating from Ruiz, both clearly originating from the same source. The Blood Soul Curse. Rain immediately recognized it. This malevolent entity nestled within each person's soul could only be the Blood Soul Curse. Does the Blood Soul Curse within my own soul mirror that of everyone else? Rain could not be certain, as he could not see the state of his own soul. Although he had heard the whispers of the Dark Lord in his nightmares last night, confirming the presence of a curse, his soul was a fusion of two entities and influenced by the anomalous phone, leaving him uncertain of potential discrepancies. Aside from the Blood Soul Curse, the vast majority of souls exhibited a simplistic form, easily discerned by Rain, indicating they were ordinary individuals. Only a scant few possessed souls that were both powerful and distinct. The souls of these individuals resembled that of the holy swordsman Dempus, more solid and layered, with not only the Blood Soul Curse present at their core, but other foreign entities as well. These entities varied from abstract symbols to representations of various creatures, each unique. Rain understood these entities to be the elements of the soul. Each element within a soul represented a specific ability, and those who possessed elements were extraordinary beings. For instance, Rain observed a robust man who towered above the average person, clad in light armor, donning knee-high combat boots, and carrying a round iron shield strapped to his back, with a sword partially concealed between the shield and his back, the hilt revealing its formidable weight. As he strode down the street, his heavy footsteps resonated with a dull thud, yet his pace remained swift, causing pedestrians to hastily step aside, wary of being struck. It was evident to anyone that he was an extraordinary being. As Rain scrutinized this extraordinary individual's soul, it was several times more potent than that of an ordinary person, layered in 3 tiers, with 2 elements residing deep within. Out of curiosity, he discreetly quickened his pace to follow, concentrating on the soul before him. The details of the 2 elements magnified in his vision. One resembled a white tricolor symbol, while the other took the form of a gray stone talisman. Rain was unaware of the names of these 2 elements, yet the visceral sensations emanating from them illuminated their functions in his mind. The white symbol signifies pure strength, granting the bearer immense power that far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. The gray stone talisman enhances the resilience of one's skin, fortifying the body and enabling it to withstand common injuries, thereby augmenting overall resistance. This individual is an Iron Guardian, which explains his armor-clad appearance. Although Ren's knowledge of extraordinary professions is limited, he understands that Iron Guardians are among the most prevalent of such vocations. Renowned for their defensive capabilities, while their raw strength may not rival that of a Berserker, they maintain a harmonious balance between offense and defense, exhibiting enduring stamina and unwavering will. Adaptable to various combat environments, many nobles and merchant guilds favor hiring Iron Guardians as bodyguards, even training them themselves, thus rendering them highly sought after. Their notable drawback lies in their slower speed, though this is relative to other extraordinary professions. To an ordinary observer, this Iron Guardian appears to stride with remarkable swiftness, covering great distances with each step, leaving others trailing behind in mere moments. Rin had no intention of pursuing further. Yet he observed the guardian entering a tavern on the roadside. This tavern is quite substantial, occupying a prime position on the street, nearly at the heart of the Lion District. It boasts 3 stories and a vast courtyard at the rear. Even from a distance, the raucous sounds emanating from the tavern's hall are unmistakable. The Basilisk Inn. After observing for a moment, Rin noticed the flow of patrons entering and exiting, a significant number of whom were extraordinary individuals. He counted 3 within a brief span. This piqued his curiosity. It was still morning, well before lunchtime, yet the tavern buzzed with activity, suggesting it was no ordinary establishment. Upon entering through the main door, a strong scent of alcohol enveloped him. The spacious hall contained numerous tables, half of which were occupied by patrons indulging in hearty libations and loud banter, hardly noticing anyone's arrival. Gathered around the tables, the patrons were not merely drinking, but engaged in a card game. It's my turn to play, haha, you're doomed this round. Fireball obliterate you. What kind of absurd luck is this hand? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. The cacophony of voices rose and fell, each player clutching their cards with an expression of intense focus and vibrant emotion. Some celebrated their good fortune with hearty gulps of beer, while others cursed their losses. Some were visibly distressed, contemplating their ill luck, and onlookers joined in the ruckus. A few attendants navigated the hall with trays of drinks, contributing to the incessant clamor throughout the inn. However, not everyone was focused on the cards. Many sat with friends, drinking and conversing, seemingly exchanging information. Rin found this scene astonishing. It diverged greatly from his expectations, and he soon recalled that they were playing a game known as spirit cards. This game had enjoyed popularity within the Empire for many years, initially devised as a simulation of combat among extraordinary practitioners called spirit sorcerers. Over time, the game's popularity expanded, drawing in numerous players, and the Alchemy Society, recognizing a lucrative opportunity, refined the rules and officially released various card sets. Enthusiasts would spend money to collect these cards and engage in tabletop battles with friends. Spirit cards are not merely a pastime for ordinary folk. Many nobles and extraordinary individuals find great delight in the game. Wealthy enthusiasts have even established clubs to host regular competitions, categorized by scale, where victors are awarded not only monetary prizes, but also prestigious titles, garnering much admiration. The game's immense popularity has even given rise to a profession centered around it, known as card players. Rin had never played spirit cards himself, having only observed classmates engaged in the game. Due to the costliness of the cards and the challenge of collecting them, participating in a match typically requires each player to possess at least a set of 60 cards. The price of these cards varies significantly based on their quality. The most basic common cards may cost just a few copper pieces, while the rarest legendary cards are said to be worth thousands of gold shields, a staggering amount. Navigating past the group of early morning card players, Rin approached the inn's counter. Before he could utter a word, a deep voice resonated from behind the counter, clearly audible even amidst the din of the hall. Young lad, are you here to stay or to play cards? A welcoming face emerged from behind the counter, its age indiscernible, largely obscured by a thick, red beard. The prominent nose and deeply set brown eyes, coupled with bushy eyebrows and a strikingly shaved red mohawk, created quite the visage. Rin nearly stifled a chuckle at the sight of the mohawk, but refrained from laughing outright, for this was a dwarf. The counter was only half his height, allowing Rin to see the dwarf fully. Despite the dwarf's stature reaching only to Rin's chest, his muscular build was formidable, with arms thicker than Rin's thighs, a broad waist, and a robust physique resembling a large barrel, likely weighing twice Rin's own. In a confrontation, Rin could only foresee a beating. Dwarves, not cursed like humans, are endowed with natural strength. Rin discreetly probed the dwarf's soul and found it distinct from that of a human, yet markedly stronger than that of an ordinary, extraordinary individual. He was surprised to encounter a dwarf in the Lion District, for while dwarves are not uncommon in the Empire, especially in larger cities near mountains or coasts where many have settled and established various businesses, they typically reside in the more affluent Honeyton District or the Silver Star District, home to the Academy of the Extraordinary, rarely venturing out. Boss, what is the price for your cheapest room? Hey, inquired. Upon hearing Ren's question, the dwarf's smile diminished slightly. His gaze swept over Ron, noting that he entered empty-handed, without even a piece of luggage, muttering to himself. Scratching his head, the dwarf replied, "We have a shared room available in the back for 2, quite affordable at just 8 copper pieces per day. But I reckon you wouldn't want to share, so a room on the 2nd floor would suit you better. It's 12 copper pieces a day, and if you stay long-term, I could offer you a discount." Hey, nut it. Recognizing the dwarf's keen insight, he indeed preferred not to share a room. "How long do I need to stay to qualify for a discount?" "At least half a month," the dwarf replied, taking a hearty swig from a mug, the beer and foam dampening his beard, which he casually wiped with his hand before continuing. "If you stay for half a month, I'll charge you only 150 copper pieces, and you'll receive a complimentary breakfast each day." Rin hesitated to respond immediately. As the dwarf lifted his mug, an object at his waist caught Rin's attention. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared to be a gun. Firearms do exist in this world. Known for their formidable power, with a specific name called soul guns, considered a rare weapon. The design of a soul gun closely resembles that of a handgun from Earth, yet with significant differences. While both operate on similar principles of lethality, soul guns utilize special ammunition, requiring the wielder to possess soul power or other supernatural abilities to fire. Each shot depletes the shooter's soul energy, making widespread use of the soul gun impractical. In the hands of an ordinary person, it would be less effective than a dagger. In fact, a novel extraordinary profession has emerged in the Empire known as gunmen, who predominantly employ soul guns as their primary weapon, gaining considerable popularity. Dwarves have a long-standing history with soul guns, and their legendary marksmanship is widely recognized. However, Rin had never heard of an ordinary person wielding a soul gun. In other words, gunpowder does not yet exist in this world. Could this be possible? Rin suppressed his lingering doubts, choosing not to linger on the dwarf soul gun, and nodded, "Then I'll stay for half a month." In addition to its reasonable prices, this inn boasts another advantage: its proximity to the Church of Justice. Should any fallen souls require judgment, the chime of the bell would alert them, allowing for timely arrival to collect their spirits. The deposit is set at 200 copper lisos, refundable in part or whole. The dwarf, having clinched the deal, felt his spirits lift and took another swig of beer. In the eyes of Rain, the dwarf's soul shifted from a pristine white to a pale green hue, prompting a subtle smile from him. He retrieved 2 100 copper bills from his pocket and handed them over. The dwarf flipped open a ledger on the counter, preparing to record the transaction. "My name is Rain." He introduced himself, prompting the dwarf, with a haphazard scrawl, to respond, "I am Zoltan, the proprietor of this establishment. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out, or have one of the staff relay your message." With that, Zoltan tossed the ledger beneath the counter and produced a set of keys, leading Rain up the adjacent staircase. The second floor housed a dozen or so rooms, most of which were occupied. Rain chose a room on the street side, simply furnished and reminiscent of the apartment he had previously occupied. Fortunately, the flooring provided decent sound insulation, muting the raucous noises from the lobby below. Zoltan handed Rain the room key and, before departing, inquired Rain, "Do you play cards?" Taken aback, Rain replied, "Not really, why do you ask?" "What a pity," Zoltan lamented, shaking his head, his rooster-like hairstyle bobbing in the process. "Many guests come here specifically for card games. It has garnered a bit of a reputation in the Rain District, and it may soon evolve into a card-playing club. If you ever wish to partake, just let me know. I possess a complete deck, including several rare cards, all at very reasonable prices." Realizing that the dwarf proprietor was a seasoned card player who ran a dual business of hospitality and card trading, Rain politely declined, stating, "I will consider it, but my mind is not currently attuned to games." Zoltan remained silent as he returned to the bustling lobby. Rain secured his door and lay back on the bed, promptly activating his phone to check the 2 newly activated icons. The first icon resembled a plant, composed of several leaves and a main stem. Yet where one might expect a flower, there was instead a grotesque head. This visage bore a distorted face, abstract and unsettling, leaving one to question whether it represented a monster or some other creature. Rain recalled that this software was initially intended for plant identification. How had it morphed into this? After exploring the icon for a moment without discernible function, he closed it. Perhaps it was some sort of compendium. He then opened the second icon, which appeared far more straightforward, resembling a 3-dimensional bullet. Upon activation, a list of options materialized before him, each represented by smaller icons. As he beheld these miniature images, Rain nearly leapt from the bed, for he recognized them all too well. This was a gun disassembly game he had downloaded, a niche mobile game from abroad. It had garnered a small player base. Rain had taken an interest due to his mechanical studies at university. Although he did not pursue a career in that field after graduation, his fascination with machinery persisted, leading him to explore numerous games themed around mechanics, this being one of them. The game's mechanics were simple. It provided 3-dimensional images of hundreds of firearms, challenging players to disassemble them in the correct sequence, transforming them into a pile of parts, and then reassembling them, all while timing the process to compete with others. The game featured an extensive array of weaponry, including handguns, rifles, and submachine guns, even some heavy artillery. Opening the top option, Rain was greeted by the three-dimensional schematic of a handgun. As his gaze shifted, the handgun slowly rotated before rapidly disassembling into a heap of components in less than 30 seconds. Rather than reassembling it immediately, he scrutinized the parts, magnifying them to reveal their specifications and materials. If he so desired, he could maintain the parts in their disassembled state, using them as a reference to fabricate a real component. Upon counting, he found only a little over 20 firearm schematics, all of which he had encountered in the game. He had only recently begun playing and had yet to unlock all the three-dimensional designs. He likely had not even attained a tenth of the total, which was quite unfortunate. However, it was still sufficient. Rain pondered the existence of gunpowder in this world, whether it could be utilized, and if bullets could be manufactured. If not, all this would be for naught. Even 1,000 firearm schematics would be rendered useless. Furthermore, he believed that even if firearms could be produced, they would merely serve as transitional weapons. The world of Alieners was rife with supernatural forces, and the efficacy of firearms had its limits, being external tools. They could not compare to harnessing innate power. Ultimately, he sought to cultivate his own strength. Nonetheless, should he be able to create a firearm, it would suffice for exacting revenge on Ramsey and Esberg. Ramsey was an ordinary man, easily felled by a single shot. Esberg might pose more of a challenge, being a low-tier extraordinary, but firearms could still inflict fatal damage upon him, as long as the opportunity arose for a stealthy ambush. Rain had little doubt that Esberg would withstand the assault. He promptly rose and descended to the lobby, where Zoltan was seated behind the counter, counting a stack of cards. "Boss, could I have a glass of Lava Fortress Stout?" Rain asked as he settled before the counter, producing a copper liso to order the cheapest drink. Zoltan carefully tucked away the cards, twisted the tap on the barrel behind him, and poured a generous glass of stout, placing it before Rain and collecting the copper coin in the process. The cool beer invigorated Rain, prompting a contented belch. "This is quite good. Is it genuinely brewed from the rye of Lava Fortress?" he inquired. Lava Fortress was a renowned dwarven stronghold nestled within the World Mountains, far removed from the Empire. Zoltan chuckled without responding. Rain, sensing the dwarf's reticence, chose not to press further, engaging in casual conversation while sipping his drink. However, after a while, he realized the dialogue was faltering. There was a distinct lack of common ground between them. Zoltan's discourse invariably circled back to the universal card game, bordering on obsession, as he boasted of his skills and fervently extended invitations to play, even offering to sell him a starter deck at a discount. Cards, Rain silently berated. What a nuisance. He hastily finished the last of his beer and directly inquired, "Zoltan, do you know of any nearby establishments selling alchemical materials? Ideally, a place with a comprehensive selection, as I wish to procure some supplies." "Young man, are you an alchemist or merely an apprentice?" Zoltan scrutinized Rain with a skeptical glare. Alchemy was not an extraordinary profession. Ordinary individuals could practice it, yet remained an enigmatic vocation. Alchemy had diverse applications, from crafting weaponry and potions to enchanting. And many formal alchemists were extraordinary beings affiliated with the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association was the most prestigious power within the Empire, a force few dared to challenge. "Neither. Really, I just wished to buy some materials for personal use." Rain had no understanding of alchemy. He had once contemplated studying it at the academy, but had failed even a most basic entrance exam, thus never qualifying as an alchemical apprentice. Zoltan pondered for a moment before whispering, "Tell me what materials you seek, and I assure you, they will be cheaper than what the Alchemist Association offers. However, you must keep this discreet." Rain was somewhat taken aback. Zoltan's words implied that he was likely an alchemist himself, possibly running an underground business. "I need a variety of materials, some of which I can't even name. Could you at least let me have a look?" Rain possesses an understanding of the methods for producing gunpowder and the requisite materials. However, he remains oblivious to their nomenclature in the realm of Alieners and realizes he must acquire them physically to establish the corresponding terms. Very well. Zoltan summoned a companion and relayed a few directives before addressing Rain. "Follow me." Chapter 9. The Alchemical Chamber. Traversing the corridor adjacent to the hall, the two arrived at the courtyard behind the inn. This single-story courtyard primarily housed guest rooms, with the remaining sections utilized as a kitchen and storage area. Rain refrained from wandering aimlessly and followed Zoltan into a particular courtyard, which, judging by the decor, appeared to be Zoltan's personal dwelling, meticulously maintained yet devoid of other dwarves. Zoltan unlocked a room with a key, revealing a space cluttered with numerous items, resembling a storeroom. Rain observed as Zoltan pushed aside a cabinet against the wall, unveiling a staircase leading downward. "Come down," the dwarf instructed without further elaboration, leading the way down the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, Rain followed suit. The staircase was brief, quickly culminating in a spacious underground chamber. Several gas lamps ignited, illuminating the area, and Rain was taken aback. It was far larger than he had anticipated. Nearly 100 square meters in area, with a height of 3 meters, devoid of any cramped or oppressive atmosphere. Certainly not deserving of the title basement. However, his attention was immediately captured by the surrounding mechanical apparatus. In the center of the chamber stood a machine resembling a lathe, robust and somewhat antiquated in appearance, yet impeccably maintained. The various gears and flywheels gleamed with oil, not a hint of rust to be found. This machine was connected to a towering boiler, evidently powered by steam. A steam lathe? Rain recognized it at once, yet felt something was amiss. The contraption was intricate, not merely a singular lathe, but seemingly a multifaceted machine capable of cutting, forging, milling, grinding, and extruding, akin to a makeshift universal lathe. Surrounding it were numerous other tools, such as a forge and grinding wheel, while the corners were stacked with various metals and components. Noticing Rain's expression, Zoltan proudly declared, "This is my private workshop." Curiously, Rain inquired, "Master, are you a mechanical craftsman?" Previously, he had speculated that Zoltan might be an alchemist, hence his trade in alchemical materials. One might say so. Zoltan shrugged. "I was a blacksmith in my clan, though my skills were lacking. Later, I studied machining in the Empire, but I had little interest in crafting swords and weaponry. Now, I'm a gunsmith." He then displayed the pistol at his waist, giving it a firm pat. Rain had never heard of a gunsmith before, yet surmised it referred to a craftsman specializing in soul firearms, explaining the abundance of gun barrels and springs he had observed among the metal materials. Fortuitously, it seems that opportunity has presented itself, Rain mused with delight. His plan had been to first ascertain the feasibility of producing gunpowder, and if successful, to devise a method for crafting a firearm. In Longzan City, numerous artisan workshops affiliated with steam and mechanical guilds sold various weapons and could custom-make metal components, provided one could afford the price. Initially, he had contemplated ordering gun parts in batches from different workshops and assembling them himself, but the overall expense would certainly be considerable, necessitating a means to secure funds beforehand. Now, upon witnessing Zoltan's workshop, Rain immediately conceived a new idea. If he could utilize this workshop and engage in the work himself, supplemented by the mechanical schematics on his phone, he could save a substantial amount of money and swiftly manufacture a firearm. Zoltan approached a wall and pressed his hand against it. Several silver lines emerged, forming a door that swung inward with a deep, resonant sound as it scraped against the floor, clearly a heavy structure seemingly forged from a single block of stone, far too weighty for an average person to budge. A magical door. Rain was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, he was more astonished by Zoltan's apparent trust in him, showing no fear of potential secrets being divulged. This prompted a sense of caution within him. Did Zoltan harbor ulterior motives? Zoltan seemed to sense Rain's apprehensions and nonchalantly remarked, "This magical door was not constructed by me. It, along with this underground chamber, existed prior to my acquisition of the inn. There is nothing particularly valuable within, merely a storage area for my alchemical materials. Many who have transacted with me have entered here. Enough dilly-dallying. Do you still wish to purchase alchemical materials?" Zoltan queried, growing somewhat impatient as Rain lingered. With no further hesitation, Rain stepped inside. The chamber beyond the magical door was modest, merely over 20 square meters in size, its walls composed of smooth stone, as if hewn from a single massive rock. Sealed tightly, the sole source of illumination was the gas lamp held by Zoltan, its flickering light rendering the visibility unstable. Discreetly activating his camera, Rain adjusted the brightness of his view. Several rows of wooden shelves were arranged within, divided into hundreds of small compartments, containing various materials. Zoltan raised the gas lamp to illuminate the shelves, stating, "All my alchemical materials are stored here. I've utilized quite a bit recently and sold a fair amount as well, so I haven't had the chance to restock. Take a look and let me know what you wish to purchase." "Very well," Rain nodded. The materials here numbered in the hundreds and were of diverse types, primarily consisting of various ores and powders, alongside treated plant branches and leaves, as well as peculiar substances, possibly sourced from living creatures. Rain found himself momentarily perplexed, for he recognized few of the materials. He recalled the recipe for black powder, but was unaware of the names of the 3 required components in Ilonair's language, rendering him unable to identify their presence here. However, some items were unmistakably recognizable, such as alcohol and graphite, which could potentially be useful. He set them aside on the table. Continuing his search, his gaze landed upon a glass jar filled with black granules, dark and familiar. "Is this black powder?" Rain approached and opened the lid, inhaling the scent of gunpowder. His spirits soaring. He had anticipated concocting it himself, only to discover a ready-made product. "Master, what is contained in this jar?" He feigned ignorance of black powder, casually inquiring. Zoltan approached for a closer inspection and replied, "This is fire sand, utilized by us dwarves long ago to manufacture musket bullets. However, its potency was deemed too low, and it was challenging to preserve. When fired, it produced copious smoke, leading to its replacement by bunstone. Its current usage is minimal." Rain felt a surge of certainty. This was indeed black powder. It appeared that the dwarves had long since discovered it, yet had not adopted it on a large scale, having been supplanted by bunstone. Rain had previously heard of bunstone, a primary component in the crafting of soul firearm ammunition, capable of igniting and exploding like gunpowder, albeit requiring soul energy to activate. He immediately understood that the presence of bunstone had stifled further research into more potent gunpowder within the realm of Ailuanaires. In truth, black powder possessed considerable power. It was merely that the dwarves had not perfected the precise formula, leading them to abandon it swiftly. Nevertheless, this jar of fire sand would likely prove insufficient due to its lack of potency. After careful consideration, Rain resolved not to conceal his intentions from Zoltan, stating, "Master, I wish to purchase some fire sand for research purposes, along with its recipe and sufficient raw materials. Do you have any? I shall see what I can find." Zoltan replied, without probing Rain's motives for acquiring fire sand. He paced back and forth before the shelves and soon returned with 3 or 4 materials, explaining, "Fire sand is composed of volcanic clay, charcoal powder, and bitter ice. I will write down the recipe for you shortly." Rain immediately recognized volcanic clay as sulfur and bitter ice as saltpeter, committing the names of these materials to memory. Subsequently, he refrained from purchasing any additional items and requested Zoltan to tally the costs. Due to the commonplace nature of these materials, which are neither rare nor abundant, Rain acquired them for a mere 100 copper lisos. Before vacating the secret chamber, his gaze inadvertently swept across the floor, where he noticed peculiar etchings beneath some wooden racks, forming intricate patterns obscured by dust. Had he not adjusted the brightness of his vision, he might have overlooked these engravings entirely. Nevertheless, he paid them little mind and followed Zoltan out of the chamber. Upon closing the magical door, Zoltan glanced at Rain, who was clutching the alchemical materials, and remarked, "If you intend to pursue alchemical research, my alchemical table is available for your use for several days, lest you incinerate my inn with fire sand upstairs." As he spoke, he gestured toward a table in the corner of the basement, adorned with numerous glass vessels. Rain was more than willing to accept this offer. Not only did he wish to borrow the alchemical table, but he also sought to utilize the entire workshop, particularly the steam machine. "Thank you, boss," Rain said with a somewhat bashful smile. "May I also borrow the lathe?" Zoltan's eyes widened in surprise, his mustache bristling. Rain quickly added, "I can pay for it." Zoltan's expression softened as he pondered for a moment before reluctantly replying, "Payment is certainly acceptable." He extended 5 stout fingers and declared, 50 copper lisos per day, with coal and materials charged separately. Should you damage any tools, you must compensate at market value. Rain calculated his remaining funds, realizing they could sustain him for over 10 days. With his skill, he was confident he could manufacture a firearm within that time frame. Should he fail, he would need to devise an alternative plan. Resolute in his quest for vengeance, he clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. Zoltan circled the workshop, tallying the available materials before departing. Not wishing to squander time, Rain immediately approached the alchemical table, familiarizing himself with the array of glass vessels before commencing the preparation of black powder. He recalled having perused a tome on weaponry and ammunition in the library, which detailed not only the historical evolution of gunpowder, but also various methods of ammunition production. Among these methods, black powder was the simplest, and its optimal ratio was etched in his memory. Although black powder was not his first choice, he remembered a method of producing smokeless powder via solvent that was more potent and straightforward. He lacked the necessary materials here and had to settle for a lesser alternative. After several attempts, Rain successfully concocted gunpowder in just half a day. Chapter 10. The Demon Hunter. In the cauldron, a small spoonful of black granules erupted in flames, swiftly releasing heat with white smoke billowing upwards, only to be consumed within a second, leaving a thin layer of residue. A smile broke across Rain's face, satisfaction radiating from his achievement. The black powder he had produced had yet to reach its maximum potential, however, constrained by the purity of the materials and lacking purification tools. He could not precisely measure the chemical composition of his ingredients. This was the utmost he could achieve. Nonetheless, it sufficed for bullet production. Sealing the prepared powder in a jar, Rain promptly turned his attention to gun fabrication. He opened the 3D schematics on his mobile device. Browsing through the firearms he had unlocked, handguns were swiftly dismissed due to their small caliber and limited lethality when employing black powder cartridges. Additionally, the precision required for handgun components posed a significant challenge. Rifles were also ruled out, as the unlocked assault rifles and submachine guns operated on a gas system incompatible with black powder ammunition, resulting in a jam after a single shot. There were 2 models of sniper rifles available, yet their material and precision requirements were prohibitively high. Ultimately, the only viable option was a shotgun. Hinny, having frequently engaged with video games, was familiar with the adage, before the shotgun, all are equal. Shotguns, with their larger caliber and formidable firepower, boasted a wide destructive radius, making them suitable for close-quarters combat. Having only shot a gun once at a shooting range, Rain's marksmanship was akin to that of an average person with no experience. A handgun or rifle would present too steep a learning curve for him to confidently hit an enemy at close range. However, wielding a shotgun would greatly enhance his odds. Moreover, black powder ammunition was compatible with shotguns, albeit with the drawback of excessive smoke upon firing, which could not be circumvented. Among the unlocked 3D schematics, 3 or 4 shotguns were available, but those employing gas systems were once again unsuitable for black powder. Ultimately, Rain chose the most familiar and classic shotgun, the Remington M870. This pump-action shotgun required manual loading, held 7 rounds, and was compact, reliable, and relatively simple to manufacture. Rain had used this weapon in numerous games. Being a mechanical major, he could reconstruct the M870's design even without the 3D schematics, albeit with additional time required. Before him, the M870 was entirely disassembled into components: the barrel, trigger, tubular magazine, screws, springs, fore-end, and wooden stock, totaling 71 pieces of various sizes. Rain meticulously observed each part, repeatedly disassembling and reassembling the firearm a dozen times, demonstrating the firing mechanism and the ejection and loading process until he had committed the shotgun structure to memory and categorized the components, deciding the manufacturing sequence. Zoltan's workshop was stocked with various metal materials, including sheets, steel pipes, and springs of different strengths, all suitable for gun construction. Rain silently expressed gratitude that this world possessed firearms and the profession of gunsmithing. Otherwise, the mere task of producing acceptable springs would have proven insurmountable. Determined, Rain resolved to begin with the processing of the barrel. However, prior to that, he needed to operate the machine and learn how to use it. After tinkering with the steam machine's workbench for a while, he grasped its functions and operations. He then shoveled some coal into the boiler, ignited it, and, as steam began to rise, the machine soon whirred to life. Chugging rhythmically, the flywheel spun, steam billowed forth, and the machine emitted a steady, frictional sound. While such noise might be grating to most, to Rain, it resembled a melodious symphony. He affixed the cutting tool, secured the barrel, and began the machining process. When engrossed in work, time seemed to fly, and he even lost track of his need for sustenance. "Rain, why are you still here?" Zoltan burst into the workshop, demanding that Rain cease operation of the steam machine to prevent the noise from disturbing the guests above. Only then did Rain realize it was nearly midnight, and he had spent the entire day in the workshop. His stomach growled audibly, a wave of intense hunger washing over him, his limbs feeling somewhat weak. He withdrew the coal from the furnace, and the steam machine gradually quieted. Zoltan, visibly displeased, scolded Rain a few times before picking up the freshly machined barrel. Initially curious, his expression shifted as he examined it closely. "Did you fabricate this?" Zoltan gently stroked the barrel, and with his years of experience, he could readily discern its exceptional quality. The dark barrel gleamed with a lustrous sheen, clearly having undergone special treatment, with one end featuring precisely machined threads and a clean, flawless cut, while the other end was halved, leaving only one side. Although he did not know its purpose, the craftsmanship alone was impressive. "I did not anticipate you possessed such skill. You rival the finest mechanical artisans in Longsander City," Zoltan exclaimed with genuine admiration, acknowledging that even he would struggle to achieve such results. "You're too kind, boss." Rain stifled a chuckle, secretly impressed with his own proficiency. Despite years of absence from operating a machine tool, he found himself not only maintaining his skills, but actually improving. Much of this success could be attributed to the three-dimensional schematics stored in his mobile device. By simply extracting individual components from the 3D model and superimposing them onto the gun barrel requiring machining, it was akin to having a physical object for comparison. Processing according to the diagram significantly reduced the complexity of the task. "Call me Zoltan," the dwarf corrected Rain's address, curiously inquiring, "Rain, is this a gun barrel? Might be a tad too long. The caliber seems rather large." Rain hesitated, aware that he could not conceal the truth from Zoltan. It would inevitably be discovered. "Huh. If you prefer not to divulge, that is quite all right. I shan't pilfer your secret craftsmanship," Zoltan replied with a grin, setting down the gun barrel. "However, should you complete it, I must witness the result." "Certainly," Rain nodded in agreement. After tidying up the workshop, he ventured to the hotel lobby, only to find several tables still engaged in card games at such a late hour, seemingly intent on battling until dawn. Ordering a hearty portion of meat stew with potatoes accompanied by beer, Rain settled at a corner table for his solitary meal. Despite the rather unimpressive flavor of the stew, having not eaten all day made it remarkably delectable. As he savored his dinner, he observed the players engrossed in their games. Among them were several extraordinary individuals, one of whom was a familiar face, the iron guard he had previously encountered on the street. His shield and longsword, once slung across his back, were now discarded at his feet as he clutched a card in one hand and a goblet in the other, spewing a stream of banter that left his opponent visibly irritated yet unable to retaliate. Had he truly been playing since morning? Was card gaming truly so enthralling? Rain found himself puzzled, contemplating the possibility of trying it himself when time allowed. Midway through his meal, a figure entered the hotel, prompting Zoltan, who had been engrossed in his card game, to toss aside his hand and rush forward with delight. "Roger." Zoltan. Roger's voice resonated with a captivating timbre. In stark contrast to Zoltan's exuberance, Roger maintained a stoic demeanor, appearing somewhat cold and brooding. He appeared youthful, yet his hair was a striking gray, tied back simply. His handsome visage marred only by a scar slicing down from his forehead across his left eye to his cheek, seemingly inflicted by some ferocious beast. Fortunately, his eye remained unscathed. However, his gaze was unsettling. His amber pupils were slitted like a cat's, appearing rather fearsome at first glance. Moreover, he was clad in a light blue armor that was half leather, half chainmail, exquisitely crafted, adorned with a wolf head pendant necklace, and 2 crossed swords slung across his back, their hilts protruding at an angle from his right shoulder. Such an unusual attire drew the curiosity of several patrons still engaged in their card games. "A witcher," someone whispered in awe. Rain instantly understood. Witchers were formidable, extraordinary professionals, though their reputation was often tarnished for various reasons, leading to their unpopularity and frequent disdain. The hallmark of this extraordinary profession was distinctly evident, particularly the dual swords upon their backs, nearly an exclusive emblem of witchers. At that moment, Roger's eyes scanned the lobby, and anyone who met his gaze experienced a fleeting moment of paralysis, inexplicably overwhelmed by fear, instinctively diverting their eyes. Even those extraordinary individuals could not withstand the weight of his presence, remaining silent like ordinary folk. This scene instilled a sense of tension among the onlookers, a clear indication of Roger's formidable prowess. Rain felt Roger's gaze upon him, but swiftly lowered his head, feigning interest in his meal. The lobby fell silent for a few seconds before returning to normalcy. Zoltan, intending to embrace Roger, found himself unable to reach, opting instead to give his arm a hearty pat, exclaiming with joy, "Old friend, it's been nearly a decade since we last met. Where have you been all these years? Why have you not kept in touch?" Roger silently shook his head, seemingly reluctant to recount his experiences. He approached the counter, unfastened his swords, and wearily took a seat, gulping down the drink Zoltan had offered him. Rain, seated at a distance, could not hear their conversation over the raucous commotion of the lobby. He opened his mobile device, activating the camera function, known as the Soul Eye. He glanced at others before casually directing his gaze toward Roger. In an instant, Rain was struck as though by lightning. His body freezing as though he had glimpsed something forbidden, it felt akin to being blinded by an overwhelming light that caused his eyes to sting, eliciting tears. "By the gods, what is that?" Rain mentally exclaimed, hastily shutting off the Soul Eye and burying his face in his stew, swallowing back his tears. In that fleeting moment, he had caught a glimpse of a golden soul with layers exceeding a dozen, deep within which lay an astounding array of elemental runes. Could this individual be a legendary witcher? Chapter 11, Legend. In the realm of the extraordinary, the hierarchy is distinctly defined. For an ordinary person to ascend to extraordinary status, they must undergo the soul transformation ritual, experiencing their first soul metamorphosis, thereby fully unlocking their soul's fusion capabilities. Upon successful transformation, they choose to merge with various magical souls. transitioning into their respective extraordinary professions. Magical souls comprise the spirits of various beasts, aberrations, insects, monstrosities, and demons, excluding the souls of intelligent races. The first fused magical soul is referred to as the primary soul. The primary soul wields the greatest influence and provides the most significant enhancement to the extraordinary individual's strength, determining their professional direction. As their power escalates, the soul evolves, culminating in a soul ascension, allowing for the fusion of a new magical soul, commonly referred to as the secondary soul. With each magical soul merged, the extraordinary individual's professional rank increases by one tier. Ranks 1 to 3 are classified as novice extraordinary individuals, possessing one primary soul and 2 secondary souls. The third rank serves as a bottleneck to advance to intermediate status, which encompasses ranks 4 to 6. Another soul transformation must be performed, followed by the fusion of a new primary soul. As ranks increase, the difficulty of transformation also escalates. An extraordinary individual must undergo a total of 3 soul transformations and 6 ascensions, merging 9 magical souls to elevate from novice rank 1 to advanced rank 9. Upon achieving advanced status, a 4th soul transformation allows entry into the realm of legend. Extraordinary individuals above rank 10 are considered legendary. They transcend human lifespan limitations, wielding powers beyond imagination. Many spend their lives merely hearing tales of legends without ever encountering one in person. Now, Rain stood before what appeared to be a legendary witcher. However, aside from the dwarf Zoltan, no one else in the hotel seemed aware of the legendary presence among them, merely perceiving Roger as a particularly formidable witcher. Sometimes, ignorance is a form of fortune, Rain mused silently. He had an acute awareness of Roger's immense strength, compared to the souls of ordinary beings. Roger's soul radiated like the sun, nearly impossible to behold directly. Merely casting a glance had left him reeling, unable to fathom the terror he must unleash in combat. Rain dared not look again, fearful of inciting the ire of this seemingly cold-hearted legend. He hastily finished the remainder of his stew and retreated upstairs to his room. However, unbeknownst to him, after he ascended, Roger cast a glance at his retreating figure and inquired of Zoltan, "What is the background of that young man? Are you well acquainted?" "Not particularly. He is merely a lad who has recently arrived in the Rain district, likely either expelled from the academy or embroiled in familial discord. He had only been living there for a day, yet he was an exceptionally skilled mechanic." Zoltan stroked his beard, recalling the pipe he had just seen, and could not help but inquire, "How did you know?" "The scent of the workshop emanated from him, wafting through your yard. I could detect it from 3 streets away." Zoltan marveled. "Your nose is indeed sharper than a hound's. Quite an intriguing young man." Roger withdrew his gaze, a contemplative glimmer flashing in his cat-like eyes. "Let alone Rain." Zoltan set down his cup and produced a deck of cards from his pocket, exclaiming, Come, let us indulge in a few rounds first. It's been 10 years since we last met. Let me see if your card skills have diminished." He chuckled. "I've amassed quite a collection of rare cards over the years. If you're still at the level you were a decade ago, then brace yourself for defeat." Roger's expression shifted slightly, sitting up straight, and replied earnestly, "Even if I've been napping these past few years, do not expect to win against me." With that, he retrieved a substantial stack of cards from the pouch at his waist. The following morning, a spirited Rain descended to the hotel lobby, only to find Zoltan and Roger still seated at the counter, engrossed in their card game. They had not even changed their positions, evidently having played from the previous night until now. Rain chose not to disturb them. He passed by, enjoyed a complimentary breakfast, and then proceeded into the workshop to continue crafting the components for a shotgun. For several consecutive days, Rain immersed himself in the workshop from dawn till dusk, successfully manufacturing one part after another. Each morning and evening, he would dine in the hotel lobby, observing Zoltan and Roger engage in their card games. Zoltan had entrusted the hotel to his underlings, neglecting all other affairs. Roger, a legendary extraordinary being, sat there day and night playing cards, resembling a youth addicted to gaming in an internet cafe for months on end. The esteemed image Rain once held of him crumbled in an instant. 5 days later, Rain held the freshly polished black wooden stock in his hand, exhaling a long sigh. This was the final component for the shotgun. The other 70 parts had been completed. With this stock, he could assemble a fully operational Remington M870 shotgun. He approached the workbench, laying out all the parts on a coarse cloth in an orderly manner. Without a moment's pause, Rain commenced the assembly. Although this was his first physical assembly, he had executed the process countless times in games and on his phone. The sequence etched in his mind. He could perform it with his eyes closed. His hands moved with fluidity akin to flowing water, and soon, a sleek black shotgun materialized in his grasp, showcasing the beauty of craftsmanship. Rain assessed the weight and dimensions of the gun. They closely matched the parameters in the three-dimensional schematic, feeling solid and substantial in his grip, suitable even for bludgeoning. He positioned the stock against his right shoulder, cradled the forend with his left hand, and assumed an aiming stance. Pulling the trigger produced a crisp sound. With a swift pull on the forend, a satisfying click echoed as he chambered another round, triggering another sharp report. Rapidly repeating this process, the internal mechanism operated with remarkable stability. Now, he only needed to load the ammunition. Rain glanced at a box on the table. He had prepared the shells yesterday. Zoltan possessed a specialized single-stage turret press for bullet manufacturing, requiring only the appropriate mold to manually press the bullets. The M870 utilized 12-gauge shells. Rain had crafted a batch of brass casings, complete with primers and steel shot, depleting all his black powder to produce 30 rounds of buckshot. The workshop featured a target wall, used by Zoltan for testing firearms, its stone surface riddled with pockmarks. Rain loaded a shell, standing 5 meters away from the wall, and fired. Boom! A muted thud echoed as the barrel expelled white smoke, and a potent scent of gunpowder filled the air. Rain waved away the smoke before him, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. The recoil was substantial, yet manageable. He approached the target wall for a thorough inspection, discovering dozens of tiny holes scattered haphazardly, with a lethal range encompassing approximately half a square meter, showcasing formidable power. If that shot struck a person, it would undoubtedly turn them into a sieve. Next, Rain loaded 3 rounds simultaneously and fired in quick succession, the sharp reports leaving additional marks on the target wall. However, given the wall as pre-existing myriad of holes, it was challenging to discern the new ones without deliberate searching. This was satisfactory. The gun functioned flawlessly, although the smoke was rather overwhelming. Perhaps he could refine it in the future. Rain decided against further testing, as he had only 30 rounds and could not afford to waste any. It was now time for vengeance. Silently, he disassembled the gun into its components, placing them along with the ammunition into a black cloth bag, and exited the workshop. As he passed through the hotel lobby, Zoltan and Roger remained engrossed in their card game. Rain ascended to his room, stowed the bag beneath the bed, and then returned downstairs to the counter. Zoltan, I will no longer require your workshop tomorrow. Zoltan glanced up at Rain with surprise. So, soon it is completed? However, his thoughts were consumed by the card game, and without waiting for Rain's reply, he waved his hand dismissively. You've borrowed the workshop for 5 days. I want to scrutinize the materials you've used. Just give me 300 copper lease. Rain readily paid him, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you. In truth, he had benefited from this arrangement. The coal and metal materials he had consumed during those 5 days surely exceeded 50 copper lease. Without Zoltan's generous assistance, he had no idea how long it would take to enact his revenge. Zoltan merely nodded, unconcerned, and said nothing further. Roger, seated opposite him, was utterly absorbed in the cards, not even glancing in Rain's direction. Rain did not disturb them, turning to leave the hotel. He retraced the path he had taken days prior, casting a lingering glance at the Church of Justice. Alas, there had been no fallen to judge these past few days, and thus no opportunity to absorb souls for power. Arriving at the station, he boarded a bus, and, after a transfer, reached Wood Street in the Huntington district. The residents of Huntington primarily consisted of merchants, white-collar workers, and commercial employees, most engaged in respectable occupations, enjoying a more affluent economic condition compared to the impoverished areas. And the streets were far less congested. Rain was familiar with Wood Street, quickly arriving at his intended destination, the Maloney's Sword, the fencing academy where he had worked not long ago. Rain did not approach the academy to avoid being recognized. Instead, he settled at an outdoor cafe several hundred meters away, ordered an iced tea, and sat in a secluded corner, casually perusing a newspaper while occasionally activating his soul eye to observe the entrance of the fencing academy from a distance. He awaited the emergence of Asperg and Ramsey, seeking to ascertain their movements. The first step of his revenge was to locate their residence, yet Rain did not intend to act within the city. The sound of a shotgun was too loud. Even if he killed the two, he would likely be apprehended. Longzen City was the domain of Duke Sildastar, whose retinue included 2 powerful private forces. One of them, the Silverclad Knights, was responsible for maintaining order within the city, comprised entirely of members of the Silverclad Knights. Additionally, the extraordinary powers of the 3 major churches loomed over the city. For an ordinary person to fire a gun within the city was tantamount to courting death. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. Drawing from his memories, Rain deduced that he had been knocked out within the city, only to awaken by the river outside the city. The waters of the Farraglun River were not swift enough to carry a body that far in such a short time. The only explanation was that Ramsay had disposed of the body outside the city. In other words, Asperg and Ramsay must possess a secret hideout beyond the city, precisely the place where he had been beaten for hours that fateful night. Moreover, this clandestine stronghold ought to be situated not far from the riverside where time traverses. Should I manage to uncover this location, the opportunity to act shall present itself. Chapter 12. The shadow duelist Reinhardt lingered in the cafe for the better part of the afternoon. As twilight approached, groups of swordsmanship students emerged from the academy, shortly followed by the staff concluding their day's labor. Several carriages converged from various directions, halting before the esteemed Swordsmanship Academy. Being one of the finest in Longs and City, the instructors at MaraudersEra are all extraordinary practitioners, commanding substantial salaries, thus affording the luxury of carriages to transport them to and from work with punctuality. Reinhardt's gaze fell upon several drivers, and it did not take long for him to identify the carriage that Esberg occupied, having seen it a few times before. However, this driver was not the same one who had been behind the reins during the previous incident. He was from a carriage rental service, merely in a contractual relationship with Esberg. As carriages collected their passengers and departed, a familiar figure soon came into view. A tall, slender man, seemingly around 35 years of age, with an unremarkable visage but eyes brimming with intensity, bore a warm smile that emanated an inviting aura. He conversed amiably with a female instructor from the academy, their exchange filled with laughter and decorum. Esberg. Reinhardt observed this man from a distance of several hundred meters, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Who could have imagined that Esberg, renowned for his amiable disposition within the academy, was in truth a blood-stained executioner? Following Esberg were two young men, both in their 20s. One was Reinhardt's classmate, Ramsay, while the other was unfamiliar, presumably a newly appointed assistant from the academy. Esberg, ever the gentleman, assisted the female instructor into the carriage before turning back to issue a few instructions to his two aides, subsequently joining them as they all ascended into the carriage, which then made its way towards the cafe. Reinhardt contemplated rising to evade detection, but noticed that Ramsay had already departed the academy in another direction, making it challenging to pursue him. He resolved to remain seated, waiting for the carriage to approach. Among the two individuals, it was clear that Esberg was the principal threat to uncover their secret stronghold beyond the city. One must begin with an investigation into Esberg. As for Ramsay, he was merely an ordinary individual, and resolving matters with him would pose little challenge. With the distance of a few hundred meters, Reinhardt had already adjusted his seat to face away from the approaching carriage, raising his newspaper to obscure much of his visage. As the carriage swiftly passed in front of the cafe, Reinhardt's gaze momentarily veered from the paper, locking onto the glass window of the carriage, where he caught a glimpse of Esberg's half-figure and profile. In that fleeting moment, it was as if his soul was laid bare. The entire encounter lasted less than 2 seconds. Esberg sat within the carriage, eyes closed in repose, utterly unaware of the scrutiny directed towards him. Slowly lowering his newspaper, Reinhardt watched as the carriage receded into the distance. It turned out he was a second-level shadow duelist. Prior to this moment, Reinhardt had been uncertain of Esberg's extraordinary profession. Though he had witnessed Esberg commit murder, the only impression left upon him was one of speed. Esberg not only moved swiftly on foot, but his swordsmanship was even swifter. It was a pure manifestation of speed that left ordinary people no time to react before meeting their demise. Only a few extraordinary professions could achieve such velocity. The most common were the ranger and the shadow duelist, both renowned for their swiftness. However, their combat styles are starkly distinct, and misidentifying them could lead to dire consequences. The core element of a ranger lies in dexterous hands, possessing an extraordinary sense of touch and remarkable agility, with precise control over their own strength, enabling rapid movements within confined spaces, nimble leaps, and mastery over various weapons. Each ranger is a versatile weapon master, proficient in swordplay, marksmanship, dual wielding, climbing, and throwing concealed weapons, with attack methods often unpredictable. In contrast, the shadow duelist approach is notably more straightforward. Yet, simplicity does not equate to weakness. The essence of a shadow duelist is shadow veil, excelling in ambushes from shadows, concealing their form, moving with light-footed speed to deliver lethal blows when least expected. From Esberg's essence, Reinhardt discerned the shadow veil element, confirming him as a shadow duelist. Furthermore, Esberg's soul structure comprised 2 layers. Through his observations over the past few days at the inn, Reinhardt understood that each fusion of a soul grants an additional layer to the internal structure, simultaneously elevating the practitioner's rank. 2 layers of soul structure indicated that Esberg was indeed a second-level shadow duelist, having fused 1 primary soul and 1 secondary soul. The primary soul of shadow duelists is universally derived from the shadow spider's essence, granting them the shadow veil element. Esberg lacked a secondary elemental ability, suggesting he may have chosen to enhance his shadow veil element further by selecting the shadow spider as a secondary soul upon reaching the second level. Alternatively, he may have fused with another soul that conflicted with the primary, resulting in the loss of an element. Such occurrences are not uncommon and may even be considered the norm. Soul conflicts are the most vexing dilemma for extraordinary practitioners, without exception. The majority of souls are incompatible, leading to increased fusion difficulties. At best, one may lose an element, failing to acquire new abilities and merely augmenting their soul's strength. At worst, not only does the soul fail to strengthen, but the existing elements may also suffer, resulting in diminished power. Consequently, many extraordinary practitioners opt for the most conservative choice, fusing the same soul to bolster their existing elements. Due to the brevity of his investigation, Reinhardt remained unaware of whether Esberg's shadow veil element had been enhanced. However, knowing he was a shadow duelist sufficed. As the carriage ventured far into the distance, Reinhardt finally rose, hastening his steps to follow. It was the end of the workday, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. The carriage's already leisurely pace was further reduced, allowing Reinhardt to easily keep pace. For over half an hour, he trailed the carriage, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters, untroubled by the thought of Esberg detecting him. The carriage proceeded westward, stopping intermittently. As dusk fell and the gas lamps along the roadside flickered to life, the carriage eventually arrived at its destination, entering a grand residence situated in the western part of the Honeyden district before soon emerging again. Clearly, Esberg was no longer aboard. This was his residence. Reinhardt refrained from approaching recklessly, instead taking stock of the surrounding environment. Beside Esberg's house flowed the Glen River, which bisected Long's End City from north to south. The eastern bank comprised the main urban area, including Honeyden, Ross, and Rianflar, occupying 2/3 of the city and housing over 90% of its populace. The remaining 10% resided on the western bank of the Glen River, known as the Silver Star District. The Extraordinary Academy and the Duke's Wizard Tower were both situated in the Silver Star District, naturally making it a haven for the upper echelons of Long's End City, commonly referred to as the Noble District. Esberg's residence was well positioned, merely a river apart from the Noble District, located in the most affluent section of Honeyden. From this vantage point, one could gaze westward to behold a towering edifice piercing the clouds, from whose pinnacle emanated a brilliant beam of light, akin to an eye surveying its surroundings. This was the Wizard Tower of the Silver Star Duke. Within the sweep of that light, any hint of movement would be promptly detected by the Wizard Tower. In other words, Esberg's residence was also under the protection of the Wizard Tower, making any attempt to act within his home an exceedingly imprudent choice. Reinhardt cast a distant glance at the Wizard Tower, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. The following afternoon, after work at the Swordsmanship Academy, Reinhardt trailed Ramsey, successfully locating his residence. Ramsey resided in an upscale apartment not far from the academy, amidst a throng of people, rendering it impossible to find an opportunity to act. Moreover, killing Ramsey would serve no purpose. It would only alert Esberg. Rain remained composed, vigilantly stationed at the Swordsmanship Academy for several consecutive days, patiently awaiting an opportunity. He was acutely aware that the two individuals would inevitably succumb to their impulses and strike again. After an arduous wait of 8 days, nearly half a month since Rain had traversed to Aline's, just as his absence was about to be discovered by his landlord, he finally seized the moment. Esberg, as per usual, concluded his workday, yet the carriage that arrived for him today was not the customary one. Rain immediately recognized it as the very carriage that had picked him up behind the bar on Perfume Street that fateful night, invigorated by the thought that perhaps an assault was imminent. However, unexpectedly, Ramsey also boarded the carriage. The vehicle headed south, seemingly exiting the city. Rain swiftly followed, and soon enough, the carriage departed from Long's End, accelerating down the main thoroughfare. This must lead to their clandestine hideout. Rain experienced a surge of excitement. This was the opportunity he had been anticipating. Nevertheless, the carriage's speed was daunting, making it challenging for him to keep pace. Fortunately, after absorbing the soul of that fallen one, his energy had surged significantly, augmented further by the complete recovery from his injuries, bringing his total energy level to 18. Both his physical prowess and strength surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to maintain a distant pursuit of the carriage without losing it entirely. Activating his night vision ability, Rain dashed through the night, his energy consumption accelerating. Shortly thereafter, the carriage veered off the main road into a narrow path. Driving for several minutes before finally pausing within a secluded estate, Rain concealed himself behind a tree, breathing heavily, and once he steadied his breath, he began to observe the estate discreetly. The estate was nestled beside a vast pasture, occupying a modest area, enclosed by brick walls and surrounded by woods, with the nearest dwelling over a kilometer away, ensuring an atmosphere of tranquility. Furthermore, this location was not far from the river. Following the path to the main road would reveal the Free Glen River. Rain had noted this during his prior journey back to Longzan. Recognizing that a short distance south lay the spot where he had emerged from the river, he was unequivocally certain that this estate was the secret hideout of Iceberg and Ramsey. But what were the two men doing inside? Chapter 13. In the presence of critics. All souls are equal. Rain concealed himself behind a thicket, observing the estate. Being too far away, he could not discern any sounds from within, and after waiting for an extended period, no one emerged. He lifted his gaze towards the sky. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Seizing the cover of night, he stealthily approached the estate, taking over half an hour to navigate to the adjacent woods, where he climbed a large tree. Peering from behind the trunk, he surveyed the estate from a higher vantage point. Activating his soul's eye and enhancing the brightness revealed the estate in stark clarity. As if illuminated by daylight, Rain focused his gaze, magnifying the scene before him, allowing every detail to come into sharp relief. The layout of the estate was rather simplistic, centered around a 3-story house with a sprawling lawn in front, a stable to the side, and a small garden behind, resembling an ordinary private residence. At that moment, lights were aglow in a room on the second floor, with occasional shadows flitting past the windows, yet no voices could be heard. Rain changed positions several times, inspecting the estate from various angles, but yielded little in terms of valuable information. The only certainty was that the number of occupants was limited. Aside from Iceberg and Ramsey, who had just entered, there were at most 2 or 3 servants, which accounted for the unusual quietude. Were they not venturing out tonight for a robbery, or were they merely biding their time for a later hour? Rain pondered. He could no longer afford to wait. Tonight was the opportune moment. If he hesitated, he knew it could be a long wait until both men returned to the estate again. With decisive resolve, Rain determined to act that very night. He departed from the estate, expending considerable energy to return swiftly to the city and his inn. Entering his room, he retrieved a bag from beneath the bed, swiftly assembling it into a shotgun. After testing it a few times to ensure it was functional, he filled the magazine, then wrapped the gun in a black bag, strapping it to his back. The remaining bullets were individually inserted into a leather bandolier, resembling a belt, which he secured around his waist, concealing it beneath his coat. Additionally, he possessed a sheathed dagger, purchased a few days prior for 30 copper lisos from a fellow guest at the inn, who had exchanged it for money after losing at cards. Lastly, he included a black mask, stowed in his pocket for good measure. After meticulously checking that everything was prepared and accounted for, Rain set off. Upon reaching the ground floor, he nodded at Zoltan and Roger, as usual before exiting the inn. Roger, who had been engrossed in a card game, glanced at Rain's departing figure, stroking his chin, yet remained silent. It was nighttime, and the streets of the Lean district were sparsely populated, with patrolling guards virtually absent. Rain had grown familiar with the area, adeptly avoiding neighborhoods notorious for danger, heading south along a path devoid of checkpoints. In truth, even if he encountered guards, they would only inquire briefly. Presenting his extraordinary academy pass would grant him passage. As for the shotgun concealed behind him, its shape resembled that of a long sword, attracting minimal attention. In Longzan, it was commonplace for individuals to wield weapons openly. People had become accustomed to it, and in a world overrun by the extraordinary, it was impossible to prohibit weapons from gracing the streets. Before long, Rain found himself back outside the estate. Only a little over an hour had elapsed since his departure, and Iceberg and the others remained inside. Rain sat down, contemplating how to proceed. First and foremost, he dismissed the idea of storming the estate. That would be far too perilous and tantamount to seeking death. He had no knowledge of the internal environment, nor of Iceberg's location, and the servants posed a significant threat. Falling into their grasp would be fatal. Secondly, he needed to retain the initiative in the battle, targeting Iceberg as his primary objective. Ideally, he would eliminate him with the first shot. Once the most dangerous iceberg was dispatched, Ramsay would pose little concern. Thus, he resolved to wait for their emergence. Rain was uncertain when iceberg would exit, but that was inconsequential, as there was only one route out of the estate, allowing him to choose an ambush point along it. Retracing his steps, he quickly identified the optimal location. Situated over 400 meters from the estate, the path was flanked by expansive patches of grass, with dense undergrowth rising to knee height. Crouching within the foliage rendered a person difficult to detect, yet standing would afford an unobstructed view for several hundred meters. Iceberg, being a shadow warrior, excelled in shadow evasion, requiring complex terrain and shadows to maximize his capabilities. However, in this thicket, any movement would create noise, rendering shadow evasion nearly ineffective. Iceberg's speed in confined spaces was something Rain particularly feared, but once they reached open ground and created distance, he would no longer seem so formidable. This was the place. Without further hesitation, Rain selected his position, drew his dagger, and began to dig a pit along the path. The hole he excavated was shallow, measuring only a few inches deep and less than 20 centimeters in diameter. Upon completion, he laid sturdy grass stems across the top and covered it with a thin layer of soil, rendering it indistinguishable from the normal road surface. He dug 7 or 8 such shallow pits, scattered along the path, ensuring that should a carriage pass over one, it would stumble, startling the horses, or even risk breaking a leg. With the trap set, Ray moved a few meters toward the estate, lying low in the grass by the roadside, camouflaging his form with a bundle of prepared foliage. He hoped it wouldn't rain tonight, otherwise he would find himself in quite a predicament. As the night deepened and time slipped away, it soon became the dead of night, and the lights within the estate had extinguished an hour prior. Just when Rain believed that Esberg would spend the night at the manor and only emerge the next day, a sudden commotion broke out. The grand gate of the estate swung open, and a carriage slowly rolled out. "They have arrived." I knew they would not be able to resist. Rain's spirit soared. The weariness that had clung to him for hours vanished in an instant. He retrieved a black mask to shroud his face and fixed his gaze upon the carriage. The vehicle raced down the narrow path. Given the cover of night, its speed was moderate. A windproof lantern hung from the roof, distinctly illuminated against the darkness. As the distance narrowed, the lantern grew ever brighter in his sight. Rain remained motionless in the grass, having adjusted the brightness of his soul eye to the maximum, with his finger poised on the trigger, slightly elevating the gun's muzzle to find the right angle. As the carriage approached, drawn by a single horse, the sound of its hooves resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. The ground trembled subtly beneath him, a sensation Rain felt acutely. At that moment, he was remarkably calm, holding his breath, his focus solely on the advancing carriage, his heart devoid of turmoil. His grip on the gun was steady, akin to a surgeon preparing for a delicate operation. Mere seconds later, the carriage was nearly upon him. The driver, engrossed in his task, had not noticed the presence lurking by the roadside. Bang! A deafening shot rang out, echoing across the wilderness. The driver was struck as if by a powerful blow. His body launched from the carriage. The startled horse, freed from its reins, bolted wildly down the road, but after only a few meters, it stumbled and fell. The carriage collided with the horse, then tipped over with a resounding crash, rolling violently 2 or 3 times before coming to rest. Rain observed this scene from his hiding place in the grass, remaining concealed. As the carriage lay overturned, he adjusted the gun's fore end, reloading with a smooth motion, then retrieved a bullet from his belt to fill the chamber. The windproof lantern that had perched atop the carriage shattered upon impact, plunging the surroundings into darkness, save for the agonized whinnies of the injured horse. Suddenly, the door of the carriage was kicked open, and a shadowy figure emerged. Esberg. Rain recognized him instantly. As an extraordinary being, Esberg's robust physique had only suffered a minor abrasion from the carriage's overturning, and he moved with remarkable speed, clad in black leather armor. With his sword drawn, he crouched like a charging cheetah, rushing toward Rain's south hiding place. He discovered me so swiftly. Rain decided against further concealment and swiftly rose from the grass. As Esberg approached within 7 or 8 meters, he fired without taking precise aim, directing the shot toward Esberg. Bang! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area as dozens of small steel balls erupted from the gun's muzzle at an almost imperceptible velocity, blanketing a wide area. Esberg faltered momentarily. Although he had shifted half a step to evade the bullet's path, he was still struck. A searing pain shot through his left arm, and he glanced down to see his entire limb a mangled mess, rendered nearly useless. What manner of weapon is this? Esberg could not help but exclaim. He had encountered sharpshooters before and even fought one, well aware of their combat style and weaknesses. Sharpshooters typically struggled in close quarters, their sole guns capable of targeting only a single point. With the agility of an adept shadow warrior, one could easily evade their fire at close range. Yet he had clearly evaded the bullet's trajectory, and yet he was hit. The only explanation was that peculiar weapon in his opponent's hand. Rain, exhibiting no inclination to explain, promptly reloaded and fired again without hesitation. Bang! Esberg's form vanished, the shot landing in empty space. Rain remained unperturbed. He had anticipated Esberg's potential shadow concealment and had waited until he entered the grass to fire. In the underbrush, unless Esberg remained stationary, he could not hope to approach. Indeed, Esberg recognized this fact. After slipping into shadow concealment, he stood still, suppressing the pain in his arm and slowing his breath to the bare minimum. Fearful of being detected, Rain refrained from firing indiscriminately. He cautiously retreated a few steps to create distance, mindful that Esberg might hurl his sword as a projectile. At that moment, a noise emanated from the carriage, and another figure crawled out, desperately fleeing into the night. Ramsey, indeed, was also aboard the carriage. Simultaneously, from the direction of the manor, two men approached, lanterns in hand and weapons drawn by the gunfire. Through his soul eye, Rain discerned that one of them was indeed an extraordinary being, likely a low-tier iron guard, while the other possessed a notable strength, exceeding that of an average person. Another extraordinary being was on the way. Rain could not afford to delay. He aimed his gun at Ramsey, intent on preventing his escape. Bang! The shot rang out, and Ramsey cried out in pain, yet he did not fall. He staggered onward, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Rain paid him no mind, for he sensed movement in the nearby brush. He had anticipated Esberg would seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack, and firing at Ramsey was a deliberate ploy to lure Esberg into revealing his position. In his soul vision, he noticed the undergrowth to his left swaying, as if an unseen serpent were parting the grass, rushing toward him. Rain, remaining composed, reloaded with deliberate speed. Esberg was upon him in an instant, the shadow concealment failing as he charged forward. A silhouette materialized before Rain, allowing him to glimpse the cold-blooded malice in Esberg's eyes, the glinting tip of his sword perilously close to striking the gun barrel. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted as Rain pulled the trigger at the last possible moment. The bullet struck Esberg squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward into the grass, where he writhed in agony but did not immediately succumb. Rain did not relent, aiming at the downed Esberg and firing repeatedly until his ammunition was spent. After several shots rang out, Esberg was reduced to a mangled heap, his struggles ceasing. A soul emerged from Esberg's corpse, soaring upward before vanishing into Rain's eyes like a moth drawn to flame. The interface flickered with energy. His phone's battery surged dramatically, exceeding 50% in mere seconds, and continued to rise, leaving him curious about how high it would ultimately ascend. Rain felt every cell in his body exulting, his mind ablaze with vitality, an indescribable euphoria washing over him. Yet the ordeal was not yet concluded. Rain swiftly retrieved bullets from his waist, loading them one by one, while preparing to confront the enemies approaching from the manor. The darkness enveloped them. The two men, drawn by the sound of gunfire, rushed forward, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded, ignorant of Rain's presence. When they finally beheld Rain illuminated by the lantern's glow, they hesitated briefly before charging at him. Bang! Rain halted, steadying himself, and with a single shot, he felled the foremost iron guard to the ground. In the face of his firearm, all were equal. Despite the iron guard's formidable defenses, his skin, hardened like stone through the activation of his elemental abilities, was still not true rock. In his haste to emerge unarmored, he fell under the blast of Rain's shotgun. Bang! Bang! 3 shots rang out. The first took down the iron guard. The second reduced the man behind him to a mere sieve, and the third obliterated the iron guard's head, causing his skull to explode. 2 souls ascended from the fallen bodies, further fueling Rain's rising power. Without a moment's pause, Rain turned and pursued the direction in which Ramsey had fled. Wounded and unable to run far, Ramsey would be dealt with last. After absorbing 3 souls consecutively, he seemed to possess boundless stamina, and his speed of running had significantly increased. A few minutes later, a staggered figure appeared on the path ahead. It was Ramsey. As Rain accelerated in pursuit, Ramsey turned to see him and was struck with terror, having already reached the main road and realizing that his enemy was in close chase. He fled south in a panic, then darted into the woods beside the road. Emerging from the trees, he found himself at the edge of a shallow river, with no escape route remaining. Unarmed, injured, and nearly exhausted, Ramsey fell to his knees in despair, raising his hands and crying out, "Do not kill me. I know many secrets of Iceberg." Chapter 14, Shadowblade. Rain slowed his pace as he reached the riverbank, stopping 10 paces away from Ramsey. He glanced around and recognized this riverbank as the very place he had crawled from a fortnight ago. Now, returning here, the roles had dramatically reversed, creating a rather theatrical scenario. Ramsey knelt there, hands raised above his head, utterly motionless. He had witnessed the power of the gun in Rain's hands and knew that Rain's ability to catch up meant he had surely killed Iceberg. Only an extraordinary being could slay another of their kind. This man was undoubtedly a formidable marksman. Lacking night vision, he could only perceive a dark figure approaching. The marksman stood in silence, exuding an overwhelming pressure. With a wound on his back, the dual torment of pain and fear caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, and the river breeze made him tremble uncontrollably. "What secrets do you know?" Rain inquired, his voice steady. Ramsey felt a flicker of hope as he heard the familiar tone and instinctively exclaimed, "Rain?" He could not be mistaken. This was indeed Rain's voice. Having been classmates at the Extraordinary Academy for 3 years, they had established a decent rapport, and the fact that he had ultimately killed Rain would forever haunt him. Ramsey had introduced Rain to the Swordsmanship Academy partly out of a hidden jealousy, seeking to drag him down as a form of retribution. In the darkness, the marksman's silhouette became increasingly recognizable, solidifying Ramsey's belief that this was truly Rain. "You are Rain?" Ramsey stammered, astonished and incredulous. Bang! The response to Ramsey was the crack of a gunshot. A flash of fire erupted before his eyes, followed by a searing pain in his hand. Turning to look, he saw that his right hand had vanished, leaving only half of his forearm, blood gushing forth. Ramsey let out a heart-wrenching scream. He pressed his left hand against the severed stump, desperately attempting to stem the blood flow, but to little avail. In a frantic effort, he bit off a strip of cloth from his clothing and quickly bound the wound, alleviating some of the agony. Rain did not fire again. He simply reloaded his weapon. Compared to the torment Ramsey had inflicted on him weeks prior, several hours of beatings followed by murder and disposal, this act of severing his hand was merely a matter of collecting interest. "Is it time to speak?" Rain asked leisurely. Palely, Ramsey turned his gaze to Rain, too fearful to question how he had survived and become extraordinary. Despair enveloped him, for he knew Rain would not spare him, yet he was unwilling to accept death so easily. His mind raced, seeking a means of salvation. In Rain's eyes, Ramsey's soul fluctuated between shades of red, black, gray, and blue, mingled with fear, despair, rage, and the most intense hatred. "My time is limited, and my patience is wearing thin," Rain warned, his gun shifting slightly. "Please don't shoot." Ramsey urgently raised his unharmed left hand in a plea. "I will talk." Iceberg is a member of Shadowblade, a Shadowblade assassin. His true name is not Iceberg, but Trevor. He's been on the Empire's wanted list and came to Long's Inn last year under the guise of Iceberg, seemingly to carry out a secret mission. Rain furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. He had previously suspected that Iceberg was backed by a powerful force, but had not anticipated it would be Shadowblade. He had heard of the notorious name. Shadowblade was the Empire's most infamous assassin organization, having existed for centuries and committing countless heinous acts. Every assassin of Shadowblade was extraordinary, not limited to shadow warriors, as many extraordinary professions could belong to their ranks, lurking among the populace. The Empire and the 3 major churches had long sought to eradicate this killer organization, yet the assassins sprouted like weeds, always re-emerging after being cut down. Rumors suggested that the difficulty in exterminating Shadowblade stemmed from the support of an evil deity, whose followers established an underground church, essentially a cult. "What secret mission?" Ray inquired. "I do not know." Ramsey shook his head, seeing the gun shift in the darkness, and quickly added, "Please don't shoot. I truly don't know. Iceberg's mission in Long's Inn was something I stumbled upon by chance. Earlier this year, he approached me, promising money to conduct a soul transformation ritual, and later to help me acquire magical souls, but he wanted me to remain at the Academy, gathering intelligence on the goings-on of notable figures. Besides myself, Iceberg had also planted other spies within the Academy. On one occasion, I witnessed him covertly meeting someone for an extended discussion. That individual was likely another Shadowblade assassin, and of a higher rank than Iceberg. I dare not approach, but overheard a few words that seemed to relate to Silverstar Academy. That Shadowblade assassin must be infiltrating Silverstar Academy. Rain's heart sank at this revelation. Long's Inn City housed 3 extraordinary academies, yet there was a significant disparity in background and faculty strength among them. The Clayton Academy, where he and Ramsey studied, had the largest student body, but was also the weakest primarily accepting commoners, and thus had the lowest probability of producing extraordinary individuals. However, due to the sheer number of students, Clayton Academy still produced the most extraordinary beings annually, accounting for over 60% of the total in Longzan. In reality, Clayton Academy was a public institution of the Empire, offering not only extraordinary training, but also numerous specialized courses in grammar, arts, languages, law, history, architecture, alchemy, mechanics, and more. Mastering any single course and passing the exam would grant one a diploma from the Academy. Next was Stuhol Academy, founded by the aristocracy and affluent merchants of Longzan, focusing on elite education, serving as a noble academy. Its tuition exceeded 100 gold shields, with student numbers only a tenth of those at Clayton Academy. But each student hailed from a wealthy or noble family. However, the finest academy in Longzan was Silver Star Academy, established by the Duke himself, who also served as its headmaster. Silver Star Academy only admitted students of the highest talent, waiving all tuition fees and providing a monthly stipend equivalent to 3 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Such generous conditions attracted tens of thousands of applicants each year. Yet only a fortunate few, around 100, gained admission. Rain had applied to Silver Star Academy a few years prior, only to be swiftly rejected like the majority. The Duke of Silver Star was one of the Empire's 12 soul mages, and thus the Academy primarily focused on training mages, earning it the moniker Mage Academy. Graduating from Silver Star Academy would grant qualification to enter the Mage Tower for further study or to join the Duke's secret fire guard. In other words, Silver Star Academy essentially served as the Duke's mage training camp. If Ramsey's words were true, it would imply that Shadow Blade harbored intentions towards Silver Star Academy, perhaps even targeting the Duke himself. This could potentially shake the very foundations of the entire Orianther Empire. The identity of Duke Silver Star is extraordinary. Not only is he one of the rare 12 sacred soul sorcerers of the Empire, but he's also a member of the highest governing body of the Empire, the Supreme Council of Chemitus. The Empire, though it styles itself as such, has been without an emperor for over 1,000 years since the dawn of the new era in 1355. Only a chancellor, elected by the Supreme Council every 10 years, serves as the nominal leader, wielding the power to govern. While every sacred soul sorcerer is a member of the Supreme Council, Duke Silver Star possesses an even more significant identity. He is the chosen of the goddess of magic. In an empire ruled by sorcerers who revere the goddess of magic, few figures could possibly be more esteemed than Duke Silver Star. Rain shook his head slightly, acknowledging that such towering figures were far removed from his reach, and he had no desire to meddle in their affairs. He had no wish to suffer the consequences of being embroiled in the machinations of the powerful. Even if Duke Silver Star were assassinated, what concern would it be to him? Whether it was a sacred soul sorcerer with a professional level exceeding 20 or a shadow blade serving dark deities. Any conflict between the two could easily reduce him to ashes if he were to be caught in the crossfire. It was indeed a significant secret, but it bore no relevance to him. Rain chose to refrain from further inquiries about the academy, casually asking, "Do you have any last words?" Ramsey's complexion paled dramatically. He trembled in fear and exclaimed, "Rain, please don't kill me. I beg you. We have always been the best of friends. When you had a falling out with your family and couldn't afford tuition, I merely introduced you to Esberg as an assistant at the Swordsmanship Academy to help you. If you hadn't gone to the Justiciar Church, I would never have harmed you. I never wanted to kill you. It was all Esberg's coercion. Hein, em trudisore. For the sake of our years of friendship, please spare my life. I was left with no choice. My mother has been gravely ill for many years, and my father has accrued substantial gambling debts, which forced me to partake in many nefarious deeds alongside Esberg. But that was never my intention." Ramsey's tearful confession painted a pitiful picture, and with his only uninjured left hand, he grasped a handful of mud from the riverbank. Crawling on his knees, attempting to inch closer to Rain while he was distracted. Rain observed these furtive actions with keen clarity and did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed by the riverbank, and Ramsey's pleas were abruptly silenced. His head exploded like a watermelon, leaving behind a headless corpse. A soul ascended, which Rain absorbed, feeling a rush of exhilaration as his energy surged. He gazed at the river's surface, the night breeze caressing his face, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, a peculiar emotion reverberating in his chest. This emotion was one of relief and exhilaration, as if his very soul had been elevated. He finally comprehended the saying, "The taste of revenge is as sweet as honey." Chapter 15, A Windfall. With his vengeance fulfilled, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from Rain, leaving him light and elated. He glanced at Ramsey's corpse and muttered, "Last time, you took my money. Now it's my turn." He stepped forward to search the body, uncovering only a wallet and nothing else of value. Without examining the amount within the wallet, Rain hefted Ramsey's corpse to throw it into the river, only to suddenly realize his strength had significantly increased. Ramsey, being an adult, was not light, yet Rain found it effortless to drag him, even lifting him with one hand as if he were merely a brick. My strength has at least doubled or tripled, Han exclaimed in surprise. With all his might, he hurled Ramsey's body into the river, sending it flying 6 or 7 meters before it splashed into the water and was quickly swept away. After disposing of the body, Rain turned back, inspecting his physical condition. To his astonishment, upon opening his phone interface, he was startled to see that the battery was fully charged. No wonder his strength had increased so dramatically. During the battle, he had not paid particular attention to the battery level, only glancing at it when he had slain Esberg. At that moment, it had surged over 50, and after absorbing the souls of 3 individuals, including a Steel Guardian, he had unknowingly filled the battery to 100. Rain had speculated that the stronger the souls he absorbed, the more energy he would gain, and it appeared his theory was indeed correct. The first soul he absorbed, that of a fallen individual, contributed 8 units of energy. The fallen one was merely an ordinary person, whereas among the 4 souls he absorbed tonight, 2 were extraordinary beings. Particularly, Esberg was a 2nd-level Shadow Warrior, and the strength of his soul alone equated to that of 5 ordinary individuals, adding in the Steel Guardian and 2 common souls. It was just enough to fill the battery. Rain had felt that his soul had somehow been elevated, and it was not an illusion. It was a genuine enhancement of his soul's strength to a new stage. He understood that the battery level was not only linked to his physical state, but also represented the strength of his soul. The higher the battery, the stronger the soul. Now that his battery was full, Rain's physical capabilities had enhanced accordingly. While he had not reached the level of an extraordinary being, he far surpassed an ordinary person, feeling as though he possessed boundless energy, as if he would never tire. Additionally, several icons in his phone activated all at once. Though he had no time to explore them now, Rain swiftly returned to the carriage where Esberg's corpse remained. The injured horse had not yet died. It whimpered occasionally, having broken both its legs, and it would never run again. The coachman, however, was already lifeless. He was the first to perish, and perhaps due to his distance. Rain had not absorbed the coachman's soul. Rain climbed into the carriage and searched thoroughly, finding nothing of value. Similarly, Esberg possessed only a single wallet. He picked up Esberg's longsword, returned to the horse, and pierced its skull with a single stroke, ending its suffering. A soul ascended from the horse's corpse, which Rain absorbed, yet it yielded no changes. It seemed that once the battery was full, absorbing any additional souls was futile. Rain sheathed the longsword and slung it over his shoulder, gripping his shotgun as he made his way toward the estate. The estate was eerily silent. Rain concealed himself in the tall grass, patiently waiting for over 10 minutes, yet no one emerged, indicating that the coast was clear. Nonetheless, he did not let his guard down. Keeping his gun close, he stealthily advanced, step by step. The estate was not large. Rain quickly conducted a cursory search, finding no one, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The interior of the estate was even more rudimentary than he had anticipated. Many areas were poorly maintained, and the rooms on the 3rd floor were vacant, featuring low-grade decor and unsanitary conditions. The kitchen reeked of foul odors, hardly resembling a place where a wealthy individual would indulge in leisure. Only on the 2nd floor was there a relatively clean room, presumably Esberg's residence. Rain rummaged through the room and finally discovered a leather trunk tucked beneath the desk. It felt heavy, as if filled with contents. The square trunk was not large and was not locked. Merely unfastening 2 buckles would suffice to open it. Keeping a safe distance, Rain used the longsword to lift the buckles and flung the trunk open. Hiss! Rain inhaled sharply, almost believing his eyes had deceived him. For the trunk was brimming with money. The bills were all denominations of 100 copper coins, neatly stacked in piles, completely filling the trunk. Upon rough estimation, there appeared to be around 30 to 40 stacks, each containing 100 bills, totaling 10,000 copper coins. This trunk contained over 300,000 in total. Damn it, I've struck it rich. Hein exclaimed, elated. For the past half-month, he had been subsisting on a meager amount of savings, worrying incessantly about how to earn money. Thus, having just pilfered Ramsey and Esberg's wallets, he never expected to stumble upon such a windfall. This must be the money that Esberg acquired from dealing in stolen goods. And it is merely a fraction of what he possesses. The majority remains concealed within his residence in the city. Rain, unclouded by greed, recognized the necessity of ensuring that this money harbored no hidden dangers. He meticulously emptied the contents of the box, scrutinizing each stack of bills to confirm the absence of any foreign objects before carefully placing them into a bag, opting for this method rather than repacking them into the leather case. The total amounted to 360,000, equivalent to 360 gold shields, a considerable fortune indeed. With a sense of satisfaction, Rain descended the stairs, prepared to depart. As he descended, his gaze fell upon a small door nestled at the corner of the stairwell, prompting him to pause. Such doors, typically located beneath staircases, usually lead to cellars for the storage of wine or provisions. During his earlier search of the manor, he had overlooked this door. Now, he noticed a faint glimmer seeping through the crack, so subtle that without the eye of the soul, he might have missed it entirely. Was someone behind the door? Startled, Rain dropped the bag of money and aimed his gun at the small door, cautiously retreating to secure a more advantageous position. Yet, after a prolonged wait, silence persisted behind the door. Was it deserted, or was there something else at play? Curiosity compelled Rain to investigate further. He gingerly felt along the door, discovering it was unlocked, and with a firm push, it swung open. Beyond lay a staircase leading downwards, illuminated by a dim kerosene lamp flickering upon the wall, its flame wavering dangerously low. Rain surveyed the passageway thoroughly, detecting no traps or mechanisms before softening his footfalls as he proceeded down. At the bottom of the stairs, he encountered a corner, and as he rounded it, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. This was a shadowy cellar, its walls constructed of stone and forming a rectangular space, dominated by a half-meter-high diamond-shaped altar at its center. A corpse lay upon the altar, disemboweled, its entrails displayed grotesquely around the perimeter, and its limbs dismembered and arranged in an eerie fashion. The head remained, yet the scalp had been stripped away, leaving only bare bone where flesh once existed, connecting the skull to the body. Upon the corpse's chest rested an open tomb. Scattered throughout the cellar were skulls, with piles of bones accumulating in the corners. The floor was stained black with blood, and a chilling breeze swept through the cellar, occasionally echoing with haunting wails. A grim testament to the many who had met their demise here as sacrifices. An altar to an evil god. Rain had never witnessed such a scene, and a shiver ran down his spine. The blood upon the altar had yet to dry, and he finally comprehended the sinister activities Iceberg and Ramsay had conducted within the manor. They had been performing a sacrificial ritual to a malevolent deity. The rumors were true. The Shadowblade assassins indeed worshipped an evil god. Rain muttered to himself, but he remained unaware of which dark deity the Shadowblade revered, a name that seemed to be a taboo within the Empire, known to the common folk only in whispers, if at all. Indeed, it is true. A voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Rain was startled by the unexpected sound, and from the corner of his eye, he perceived a shadow approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fired a shot. Bang! The gunfire reverberated through the passageway. Amidst the billowing smoke, dozens of small steel pellets filled the corridor, including the area where the figure stood. At that moment, Rain discerned the identity of the intruder. It was Roger, the legendary monster hunter from the Basilisk Inn. Roger bore no sign of hostility, yet Rain had already fired, leaving him no time to retract. A golden light flared before Roger, resembling a spherical shield. The steel pellets struck it and ricocheted harmlessly away. Through the shimmering barrier, Rain observed Roger forming a peculiar hand sign with his left hand. Upon releasing the gesture, the shield dissipated. "Is this the firearm you crafted in Zoltan's workshop?" Roger inquired, a glimmer of curiosity evident in his feline-like eyes as he regarded Rain's shotgun. "Impressive power. And remarkably, it is accessible to ordinary individuals." "Master Roger, what brings you here?" "You gave me quite a fright," Rain replied, discreetly shifting the gun's aim, not wishing to delve into the topic of the shotgun further. He had yet to determine whether to promote firearms, as he was uncertain of the consequences such weapons, usable by the uninitiated, might have on the world, particularly if mass-produced, which could pose a threat to the extraordinary. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with Roger's character and background. Thus, caution was paramount. The title of Master was something he had learned from the patrons at the inn, referring not to Roger's prowess as a monster hunter, but rather to his card skills, having once competed in the Empire's highest-level poker tournament and earned the title of Master. "I came here with you," Roger replied, quietly, sending a jolt of alarm through Rain. Chapter 16, The Deceiver. Rain's expression darkened. No one relishes the feeling of being observed in secret, their every move laid bare, even if Roger appeared benign. Most disconcerting was the fact that he had completely failed to detect Roger's presence. The Eye of the Soul had revealed nothing. How had Roger accomplished this? Was this the power of a legendary monster hunter? Noticing Rain's changing demeanor, Roger's lips twitched slightly, as if a hint of amusement crossed his face. He approached the altar, his gaze fixed upon the open tome that rested on the sacrificial body, studying it intently. Rain followed, eager to glimpse the contents of the tome. But Roger raised a hand, halting him, and said, "This is the Book of Lashi. You cannot look." The Book of Lashi? Rain noted the cover featured a design of a black skull mask encircled by a halo of blood-red light, with sinister crimson glimmers in the eye sockets. Roger elucidated. Lashi is the evil god worshipped by the Shadowblade, revered as the god of murder. However, apart from his followers, he is commonly referred to as the Deceiver. The Deceiver is an immensely powerful deity, embodying murder, deceit, lies, conspiracy, and discord. The Book of Lashi contains his doctrines, utilized for sacrificial rituals and prayers by his followers. Imbued with a trace of divine power, those outside the faith who read this book may find their resolve insufficient, leading them to succumb to its temptations and become his adherents. Even those with robust willpower may risk madness if they peruse it too frequently. Rain felt a chill of dread. Fortunate indeed was he that he had refrained from reading. Roger appeared well-versed in this dark god, continuing. The Deceiver's ability to clandestinely cultivate numerous followers has contributed significantly to his formidable strength, largely due to the allure of the Book of Lashi. This tome must have been recently crafted, having undergone only a few sacrifices, thus its influence is not yet profound, and its usage is limited. The individuals you killed were likely ensnared as followers of the Deceiver through its seductions. Upon hearing this, Rain felt a surge of confusion. During his initial encounter with Iceberg, when he was led to commit murder and drawn into the fold, why had Iceberg not simply shown him the Book of Lashi? Seemingly anticipating Rain's thoughts, Roger cast a glance in his direction and remarked, "The Book of Lashi can alter a person's faith, but its efficacy varies, contingent upon prior beliefs. This is especially true for followers of the goddess before they gaze upon the Book of Lashi. It is advisable for them to dismantle their mental defenses and engage in actions aligning with the Deceiver's doctrines, such as murder or deceit. These acts would please the Deceiver." "Ah, now I understand," Rain replied, realization dawning upon him. As for why he had not been compelled to view the Book of Lashi or sacrificed, it was likely the doing of Ramsay, rather than a directive from Iceberg. At that moment, Rain suddenly realized that Roger had indeed been following him in the shadows, having overheard Ramsay's words, thus allowing him to deduce the nature of his experiences. Roger circled the altar, his pupils dilating slightly as if inspecting something. Finally, he turned to Rain and shook his head, saying, "You may have stirred up quite a bit of trouble." Rain, bewildered, responded, "Master Roger, the shadow warrior you just killed. He must have committed multiple murders recently, adhering to a doctrine to please the deity and conducting sacrificial rites, which is why he received a response from the Deceiver." Roger pointed to a symbol inscribed in blood on the altar, a mark left by the divine in response to its adherence. That shadow warrior had only recently received a reply. The Deceiver's attention may not have strayed far from him. And then you ended his life. Rain finally grasped the situation, his mind screaming in shock. He instinctively recoiled several steps, wishing to distance himself from the altar, fearing that a bolt of lightning might strike him down. Observing Rain's frightened demeanor, a rare smile graced Roger's face. "There's no need for such alarm. As a mere mortal, you are less than an ant in the eyes of the divine. Even if you were to slay a few of its followers, you would be nothing more than a slightly larger insect. There's no way the deity would expend its power on you. Moreover, we are within the Empire, under the protection of the goddess of magic. The Deceiver would not dare to reveal its presence so easily." Rain felt a slight sense of relief. But Roger changed his tone, saying, "However, can you not finish a thought in one breath?" Rain suddenly realized that the seemingly cold Roger was, in fact, rather playful, enjoying toying with others and becoming quite loquacious. "However, what?" he inquired, keenly interested. "The deity will not act against mortals, but its followers will." Roger pointed at Rain. "When you killed that shadow warrior, the lingering aura of divine power he possessed transferred to you. Since you're not a follower, it has formed a mark of contention. If other followers of the Deceiver come near you, they will sense this mark and will stop at nothing to kill you to please their god. Where is this mark of contention?" Rain searched his body, but found no visible sign. "This mark is intangible. We cannot see it." Rain fell silent, recalling that when he had slain Iceberg, he had activated his soul eye, and apart from absorbing souls, he had not detected anything transferring onto himself. Moreover, there were no abnormal phenomena within Iceberg's soul. It seemed that the soul eye was not omnipotent, at least not capable of perceiving the essence of divine power. "You need not worry excessively. The mark of contention will not last indefinitely. It will fade away after some time, Roger offered a rare word of consolation. How long will the mark last? Rain asked. Roger replied, that depends on the amount of divine power lingering. It generally lasts for several years, though it may dissipate in a few months, depending on your luck. Several months, or even years. That is far too long. Rain exclaimed, Master Roger, do you have any means to eliminate the mark in advance? Roger shook his head. Only the deity can manipulate divine power. I am powerless in this matter. Rain felt a wave of frustration. He was still an ordinary person, not even an extraordinary one. How would he cope if he encountered a cultist of the Dark God or an assassin from Shadowblades? These followers and assassins were not to be trifled with, lurking among the populace, and he might not even know how he perished when the time came. Ironically, a group of Shadowblade assassins was currently plotting something in Longzhen City. Anxiety welled up in Rain, and his desire for power grew urgent. He needed to become an extraordinary being swiftly, at least to acquire some self-defense capabilities. He did not wish to be assassinated without reason. Master Roger, how should we handle this? Rain gestured toward the altar, wary of acting recklessly given its connection to the divine. Roger, however, appeared indifferent, casually responding, just burn it down, or you could inform the church to deal with it. Without hesitation, Rain opted to burn it down. He turned and exited the basement, gathering a pile of wooden furniture and miscellaneous items from upstairs to stack beside the altar. He even brought in the corpses of iceberg from the road outside the manor. Dousing everything with half a bucket of lamp oil he had found in the kitchen, Rain removed an oil lamp from the wall and threw it into the basement entrance, where it quickly ignited into a roaring inferno. Before leaving, he did not forget to take the bag of coins with him. Roger noticed the purse in Rain's hand, but refrained from commenting. Once the two departed, a great fire soon erupted in the manor, the flames visible from afar in the night. Rain hurried back to the city, but he found that no matter how fast he moved, Roger effortlessly kept pace beside him, his footsteps almost inaudible, still possessing the energy to converse. Rain, what are your plans now? I wish to become extraordinary, Rain replied candidly. That won't be easy, Roger sighed, as if reminiscing about his past. However, from my perspective, you have a significant chance of success in the soul transformation ceremony. If you prepare adequately, it should present no issues. Rain remained silent, already contemplating the holding of the soul transformation ceremony. The soul transformation ceremony was a prerequisite for becoming extraordinary, unlocking the ability to merge souls. The ritual was quite straightforward. It involved injecting the soul-eating elixir into the carotid artery. The soul-eating elixir was an alchemical concoction, rather expensive, primarily derived from the soul-eating herb, which had previously aided humanity in combating the blood-soul curse. It was essentially a potent poison. In earlier times, human sages consumed the soul-eating herb directly, and failure meant death, with a mortality rate exceeding 90%. Nowadays, people utilized the soul-eating elixir for the ceremony, which posed significantly less danger. Even if the ritual failed, it would only result in a loss of about 10 years of life and a weakened soul for 3 to 5 years. Though this was harsh, it was certainly preferable to dying on the spot. The injection of the soul-eating elixir would directly affect the soul within the brain, causing excruciating agony akin to the most horrific tortures known to humankind, relying solely on personal willpower to endure until the soul completed its metamorphosis. Throughout the process, the soul-eating elixir would be continuously administered. The longer one persevered, the greater the dosage, and the more effective the transformation would be, leading to a broader array of occupational choices upon becoming extraordinary. However, most individuals could not endure until the completion of the transformation. Only a small fraction succeeded, with a failure rate of over 70%. Among those who did succeed, more than half merely achieved a preliminary transformation, unable to select a magical profession. Rain had not yet considered which profession to pursue. First, he needed to undergo a soul test. The so-called soul test involved touching an alchemical object known as the soul grinding stone, simulating the effects of the soul-eating elixir while inflicting intense pain. If he could withstand the agony of the soul grinding stone, he could proceed to the soul transformation ceremony. The soul grinding stone was readily available in many alchemical shops, offered for free use. He planned to test it the following day. Later that night, Rain and Roger returned to the Basil Herb Inn without incident. The lobby remained lively with patrons engaged in card games, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the two. Just as Rain was about to head to his room, Roger called to him in a hushed tone. Rain, once you pass the soul transformation ceremony, if you have interest in becoming a demon hunter, feel free to seek me out and join my faction. I can guarantee your safety until the mark is removed. Chapter 17, New Abilities. Rain returned to his room, still contemplating Roger's proposal. Becoming a demon hunter? He had some knowledge of demon hunters, albeit superficial, only aware that they were experts in slaying monstrosities. These monstrosities comprised demons and beings tainted by corrupt energies, diverse in types and vast in numbers. They often lurked in the human realm, wreaking havoc, and the primary duty of a demon hunter was to seek out and eradicate these creatures. Due to their frequent interactions with such beings, demon hunters inevitably bore traces of demonic and corrupt energies, provoking involuntary revulsion in those who approached them. Moreover, demon hunters were always on the trail of monstrosities. Their emergence often signifies that a tragedy or calamity has already transpired. Over time, witchers have come to be regarded as ominous harbingers in certain superstitious and ignorant regions. The populace believes that witchers bring misfortune and ill luck, leading to their unwelcome presence and even active expulsion. Of course, such notions are primarily propagated among the uninformed masses. In the realm of the extraordinary, however, witchers represent a formidable and esteemed profession. The inception of witchers is relatively recent. They evolved as an advanced branch of rangers and have only gained prominence over the past few centuries, eventually establishing their independence. Consequently, their combat style bears similarities to that of rangers, predominantly centered around swordsmanship, supplemented by various spells, each with its unique emphasis, rendering their skill set remarkably comprehensive. The very name of their profession reveals their primary expertise, the ability to track monstrous beings. They possess an acute sensitivity to the aura of malevolence. Every witcher wields a silver sword, specifically crafted to combat these creatures, forged from the rare and mystical metal known as witcher silver, allowing them to inflict significantly greater damage than a conventional steel blade. While the silver sword proves remarkably effective against monsters, its potency diminishes when confronting other types of foes. Thus, witchers also carry a standard steel sword, ready for immediate substitution. This is why they are often depicted bearing twin swords, a hallmark of their identity. At the Clayton Academy, where Rain resides, no instructors specializing in the witcher profession are present. It is said that witchers have their own exclusive and secretive schools, with their lineage primarily based on the master-apprentice model, resulting in a consistently limited number of witchers. The varying origins of these schools lead to diverse traditions among the witchers, who refer to themselves as schools of thought. Rain once heard a teacher mention that there are over a dozen witcher schools, though only 4 have attained significant strength and maturity: the bear school, the wolf school, the cat school, and the serpent school. This differentiation arises from the distinct primary souls chosen after a witcher undergoes their second soul transformation, leading to variations in combat styles. Rain is unaware of the specific monster souls that each school integrates, as that remains a closely guarded secret. Roger has extended an invitation for Rain to join his school, a proposition that intrigues Rain greatly. Roger, known for wearing a wolf-headed pendant, likely belongs to the wolf school. Although Rain is not yet familiar with the style of the wolf school, it matters little, for Roger is a legend. Any legendary extraordinary being holds a significant position within the Empire. It is evident that Roger wields considerable influence within the wolf school, and becoming his apprentice would undoubtedly be advantageous. Moreover, given Rain's current possession of a mark of contention, it would be prudent to remain close to a powerful protector until the mark dissipates. Roger is thus the most suitable candidate. After much contemplation, Rain refrains from making an immediate decision. He is yet to undergo the soul transformation ceremony and cannot guarantee his success. Even if successful, it does not necessarily mean he will transition into a witcher. In truth, the profession of witcher demands a high level of innate talent, on par with that of other formidable ecclesiastical professions, as it is one that involves the casting of spells. Furthermore, Roger has not pressed for an immediate agreement, suggesting that Rain should seek him out after completing the soul transformation ceremony. Should the ceremony fail, then naturally, all discussions will be moot. Rain resolves to wait until he has undergone the ceremony and assesses the situation before deciding on whether to become a witcher. Lying on his bed, Rain discovers that he feels no drowsiness, remaining in a heightened state of excitement, utterly invigorated. He also notices that even while lying still, his physical prowess is gradually enhancing. An indescribable force flows within him, invigorating his muscles and bones, as well as his blood vessels and organs, as if they are being continuously charged, strengthening over and over again, with noticeable changes occurring at intervals. This sensation is exhilarating. Rain nearly becomes intoxicated by it. He opens his phone interface, where a circle depicting battery life is entirely filled with green squares, a sight that brings him immense satisfaction. With a fully charged battery, he can use it freely, reveling in his newfound audacity. His gaze falls upon several newly activated icons, and to his astonishment, he counts 5 additional operational icons. Among them, the most conspicuous resembles a microphone, featuring a transformed pointed ear at its apex, surrounded by several undulating wave lines. What purpose could a microphone serve? Rain opens the icon with skepticism. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds fills his ears. Human voices, the rustling of winds, and various other noises clash in a tumultuous symphony, nearly overwhelming his senses. Rain hurriedly shuts off the microphone, clutching his head, taking some time to recover. Rubbing his temples, he finally comprehends what this device is. The microphone functions as a transmitter, designed to capture sounds across various frequency bands, converting them into electrical signals for amplification or noise reduction. Following its mutation, the microphone's capabilities have been enhanced, allowing it to enable Rain to hear sound from various frequencies and at greater distances, rendering even the faintest sounds remarkably clear. Akin to a broadcast, this represents a form of superhearing. Elated, Rain cautiously reactivates the microphone. After several attempts to adjust it, he quickly adapts. Amidst the chaotic symphony of sounds, he focuses on a singular noise, bringing order to the tumultuous sound waves, clarifying them from obscurity to lucidity, swiftly tracking their source and gauging their distance, while simultaneously diminishing other sounds to mere background noise. I told you, it's impossible to have such luck all night. Now it's my turn to play. This is the voice of a guest in the hotel lobby below, somewhat weary yet tinged with excitement. Ah, Marcus, you're amazing, keep going. The sultry moans intermingled with a man's heavy breaths emanate from a neighboring room. How exhilarating. Engaged in such activities at this late hour, Rain awkwardly diverts his attention, allowing the tantalizing sounds to fade into the background. A nightingale flits through the night sky, landing atop a tree at the end of the street, occasionally emitting its light and melodious calls. Beneath the tree, a plump rat peeks out from its hiding place among the stones, suddenly darting across the mud, its 4 paws squelching in the muck before scurrying into another burrow, within a radius of several hundred meters. Even the slightest vibrations that generate sound waves are captured by the microphone, adjusted, amplified, and transmitted to Rain's brain through his ears. Countless sound waves coalesce within his mind, creating an intricate world, a novel perspective from which to observe reality. Even in blindness, Rain could perceive the essence of the world, conduct daily activities, and engage in combat with a sharpness surpassing that of those endowed with sight. After a prolonged period of exploration, Rain quickly masters the techniques required to utilize the microphone. He names this extraordinary hearing ability the voice of all things. With such acute auditory perception, he recognizes the necessity for further training. He must frequently activate it when venturing outside, as it proves invaluable for both tracking and evading pursuers. If any shadowy assassins were to approach, he would be able to detect them in advance. Regrettably, it consumes battery power at an alarming rate. As he experiments with the voice of all things, he notices that his battery has decreased by 1 bar, now resting at 99, no longer fully charged. Though he knows it will replenish with rest, it still leaves him feeling a bit disheartened. He shifts his gaze to the second activated icon. This icon is remarkably simple and clear, resembling a 3-dimensional gyroscope. Rain feels a sense of anticipation upon seeing the icon. Every mobile phone is equipped with a gyroscope, a sensor that detects movement and direction in space, as well as the transmission of force. Many functions of a smartphone rely on the gyroscope, yet he wonders what abilities it may confer following its mutation. He activated the gyroscope, yet noticed no discernible change. How foolish of me, Rain exclaimed, smacking his forehead. The gyroscope is designed to sense motion, and lying motionless on the bed, it was absurd to expect it to function. He hastily rose to his feet and immediately sensed something unusual. An inexplicable awareness emerged within him. As he transitioned from the bed to the floor, each movement of his body was executed with remarkable stability and swiftness, as if meticulously calculated, devoid of any superfluous motion. At that moment, standing still, he felt an uncanny steadiness, as if he could withstand a push and regain his balance like a weeble. With a few strides, Rain was enveloped by a novel sensation. It was challenging to articulate. His body felt as though it had transformed into a complex and intricate machine, each action firmly within his precise control. The transmission of force between his torso and limbs distinctly perceived. Observing his hands, he watched as his fingers danced, swaying back and forth with increasing velocity, ultimately coalescing into a mere blur. After a span of several seconds, the blur abruptly vanished, his fingers freezing in place, as stable as stone. With these hands, I dare say they rival the nimbleness of any rogue's. Rain chuckled with pride as he drew forth the long sword propped against the bed. This sword was a companion piece to Esberg's, which he had claimed as a trophy, a hand-and-a-half sword that could be wielded single-handedly or with both hands. Its weight was well-balanced, and its craftsmanship exquisite, making it a rare and exceptional weapon worth at least a dozen gold shields if sold. The moment he grasped the sword, an extraordinary sensation coursed through him. It felt as if the sword had become an extension of his own body, every detail familiar to him. He was acutely aware of the sword's balance, dimensions, and weight, as if it were a trusted companion he had wielded for years. During his 3 years at the academy, Rain had primarily studied a particular swordsmanship style known as imperial military swordsmanship. This technique emphasized a defensive counterattack approach, focusing on protecting the center line of the body while maintaining steady defense, characterized by clean and decisive movements that harmonized offense and defense. It was the most popular swordsmanship style in the Empire, with many beginners starting their training with it, although mastering it proved to be quite challenging. The imperial military swordsmanship comprises 4 initial stances, with Rain most accustomed to the plow stance. He would slightly turn to the side, legs spread and sinking down, holding the sword at waist level with the tip angled upward. With a steely gaze, he lunged forward with a piercing thrust. It seemed as though a flash of cold light cut through the room. The air ruptured with a sharp whoosh. This thrust, which Rain had practiced for 3 years, had never been executed with such precision, speed, and ferocity, surpassing even that of the Academy's instructors. Sighing contentedly, Rain released the sword, which resoundingly slid into its sheath with perfect accuracy. Chapter 18. An Inquiry at the Door. Rain proceeded to experiment with the other 3 icons to ascertain their functions. One was a camera, capable of capturing and storing images of the surrounding scenery, complete with a photo library that, for the moment, remained empty. Another appeared to be a translation dictionary. However, Rain could not be certain, as it exhibited no changes upon activation, possibly due to improper usage. The final icon was rather intriguing. It turned out to be a music player. Rain had always held a fondness for music. As a child, his mother had insisted he learn to play the piano. Although his skill was mediocre, he possessed an appreciation for music. In social gatherings with friends and colleagues, he often sang a few songs at karaoke, earning rounds of applause. Upon opening the music player, he discovered nearly 1,000 songs, all previously downloaded onto his phone. This revelation brought him immense joy. Eagerly, he selected a song, and the familiar melody resonated in his mind, captivating him and evoking a profound sense of nostalgia for everything on earth, tinged with a hint of melancholy. After listening to several songs, Rain let out a gentle sigh and turned off the player. The day soon dawned. Despite having gone without sleep, Rain appeared invigorated. After enjoying breakfast in the hotel lobby, he ventured outside. With Esberg and Ramsay deceased, he could return to his apartment without pretense. However, considering the bag of money, the long sword, and the shotgun he had acquired last night, which were inconvenient to carry, he chose not to check out immediately, opting to conceal them in his room for later handling. His current objective was to return to the apartment and make an appearance before the landlord. Otherwise, the landlord might report him to the municipal office, causing trouble. Boarding a bus back to the Los District apartment, Rain knocked on the landlord's door on the first floor. A portly middle-aged man clad in pajamas answered, clutching a newspaper under his arm. Upon seeing Rain, his expression soured with impatience as he inquired, "Rain, what do you want? Is the plumbing broken again?" Rain had previously sought the landlord's assistance regarding leaks in the aging plumbing of the building, a long-standing issue. This structure had stood for decades, with severely deteriorated pipes that were no longer reliable. Replacing the entire plumbing system would cost a fortune, and this miserly man was loath to part with his money. "Good morning, Mr. Lenny," Rain greeted with a smile. "The day after tomorrow is when I pay the rent, but I've been quite busy lately and may not be in the apartment, so I wanted to settle it early." With that, he presented the prepared 120 copper lisos. Upon hearing it wasn't a plumbing issue, Lenny's demeanor softened, and he accepted the money with a nod. "Actually, it's fine to pay the rent a few days late, but paying early is better. I'm having breakfast. Rain, care to join me?" "Thank you, Mr. Lenny, but I've already eaten," Rain replied succinctly, politely excusing himself. Lenny's notorious stinginess was well known throughout the street, yet he always feigned generosity. Had Rain accepted the invitation, Lenny would undoubtedly find a way to deduct the cost of breakfast from him later. Returning to his third-floor apartment, Rain found a thin layer of dust settled over the space, indicating it had been unoccupied for nearly half a month. He would need to clean up before settling back in. Rain spent half an hour tidying the entire room, then washed up and changed into clean clothes. Just as he was about to step out to find an alchemy shop for a soul test, he overheard a conversation between two individuals outside. 115, Kosum Street, Captain. We've arrived. The voice was that of a vibrant young woman, likely not over 30, exuding confidence. As she moved, the sound of metal armor clinking accompanied her steps, indicating she was clad in armor, her footsteps heavy and distinct from others, making her easily recognizable. Responding to her was a robust man. This is indeed the correct apartment building. Let us head up to the third floor, room 308. His steps were surprisingly light and agile, akin to a cat's grace. Rain's heart raced at the realization. His apartment was indeed room 308. Were these two individuals searching for him? He quickly pinpointed the source of the sounds, the combination of light and heavy footsteps ascending from the first floor lobby, indicating they had entered the building and were swiftly making their way up the stairs. From their footsteps, it was evident that both individuals were likely extraordinary beings, making escape improbable. Moreover, being on the third floor, even with his enhanced physical abilities, jumping down would likely result in injury, limiting his escape distance. He could not flee. Doing so would surely be tantamount to self-betrayal. Various thoughts raced through Rain's mind, surmising that these two were likely dispatched by the authorities. Having traced the owner of the estate outside the city to Esberg, their inquiry into him was likely due to their visit to the Swordsmanship Academy, where they learned of his former role as Esberg's assistant, prompting their investigation. Their swift pursuit, having tracked him down in mere hours, suggested they had likely discovered the altar of the dark deity, warranting their urgent attention. Rain silently congratulated himself for not bringing the money and his shotgun back to the apartment. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament. As his mind settled, he resolved to remain calm and composed. Soon, there came a knock at the door. Zen, composed and unruffled, opened it to reveal a man and a woman standing outside. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a black leather jacket and trousers, with a holster slung at his waist. He wore a wide-brimmed felt hat reminiscent of a cowboy's, his features unremarkable yet marked by a slightly hooked nose, shallow wrinkles on his forehead, and beneath his rugged brows, a pair of deep, dark eyes. Behind him stood a fully armed female swordswoman. She was exceptionally tall and possessed an elegant visage, her golden locks tied back neatly. Adorned in exquisite silver armor, she bore a two-handed sword on her back, and her breastplate was etched with a golden scale, the sacred emblem of the deity of justice. A fourth-level ranger, yet she carried herself like a seasoned gunslinger. Alongside a third-level female paladin, Rain had already activated his spiritual eye, discerning the extraordinary professions of the two, yet his visage betrayed astonishment as he inquired, "My lords, what brings you here?" The leading man retrieved a card from his leather jacket pocket, stating, "I am Pollock from the Demon Extermination Unit of the Public Security Bureau, and this is my partner, Frida. Here is my identification." Pollock had no intention of handing the card over for Rain to scrutinize. He merely displayed it briefly before retracting it. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would scarcely be able to discern the contents of the card, yet upon hearing the visitors' identities, they would hardly dare to question further. The Public Security Bureau of Longs and was akin to the police department of a bygone era, with law enforcement officers commonly referred to as constables. Within the Bureau existed a particularly unique division, the Demon Extermination Unit, tasked specifically with matters pertaining to demons or cults. The members of this unit were all extraordinary individuals, typically comprising 5 to 10 members with varied professions, acting collectively during missions. The moment Pollock revealed his identification, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Rain. Was this not a scene often witnessed in films of yore? Should Pollock suddenly bellow FBI? He would not have been taken aback. Internally, he scoffed, while outwardly feigning trepidation, hastily opening the door wider, exclaiming, "My lords, please enter. I am at your service. May I inquire what brings you here?" Pollock stepped into the room, while the paladin Frida remained outside, casting a deep glance at Rain before withdrawing her gaze. After surveying the modestly furnished room, Pollock could discern nothing of consequence, and thus inquired, "You are acquainted with Esberg, Fern, I presume?" "Indeed," Rain replied candidly. "I was his assistant, albeit for a mere fortnight." "Why only for a fortnight?" Pollock pressed, his tone grave. Oh, Rain's internal alarm bells rang. This was the only potential pitfall he faced. He was unaware of how Esberg had reported to the Swordsmanship Academy after his demise. Although the most probable scenario was that Esberg had said nothing, feigning ignorance of Rain's whereabouts. There remained the possibility that Esberg had informed the Academy that Rain was unfit for the role of assistant and had thus been dismissed. Pollock, observing Rain's faltering demeanor, furrowed his brow and sternly remarked, "This matter is of utmost importance. It will be wise to speak the truth, or I shall have no choice but to take you in for questioning." "And no, Rain hastily waved his hands, fear evident in his voice. My lords, I shall explain. One evening, a fortnight ago, Lord Esberg and Ramsay sought me out, instructing me to arm myself and accompany them on a significant endeavor. One that promised wealth, but potentially involved taking lives. I was terrified and seized the opportunity to flee while they were distracted, retreating to the countryside where I hid for quite some time, only daring to return this morning. Rain's response, half-truthful, skillfully sidestepped the earlier inquiry to avoid contradicting the Academy's narrative. Pollock, however, remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Rain, causing him to lower his head in trepidation, his body trembling slightly, before Pollock queried, So you managed to escape, which speaks to your cleverness. But why did you not report this? Rain, shrinking back, replied, I dare not, for I had no evidence. He then lifted his head, asking, My lord, has Esper been captured? He is deceased, Pollock replied, his expression unyielding. As is your classmate, Ramsay. They were both cultists, and consider yourself fortunate to have avoided entanglement in their fate. Ah, Rain gasped, his face a mask of shock. Yet he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Pollock, witnessing his reaction, lost interest in further questioning, turning to exit the room, gesturing to the female paladin, Let us depart. Rain watched the pair leave, only closing the door once their figures had vanished at the staircase. He wiped his brow, feeling the dampness in his palm, and couldn't help but admire his acting skills, shaking his head and muttering, For the sake of my life, these skills were thrust upon me. Downstairs, Pollock and Frida had exited the apartment and began conversing. Frida, did you uncover anything of note? Pollock inquired in a hushed tone. Nothing, Captain. My psychic detection indicates all is normal. He is merely an ordinary individual, with no ties to the Dark God, Frida replied. Then we need not concern ourselves with him. Pollock grunted, continuing, This lad has not disclosed the complete truth. He is no extraordinary being, yet he evaded a second-level shadow warrior, indicating some concealment on his part. However, since he bears no connection to the Dark God, we shall let it rest. Pursuing this further would serve little purpose and may only frighten the young man. Their footsteps gradually faded into the distance, until they were completely gone. Rain's expression was complex, his heart racing with trepidation, silently committing the names of these two extraordinary individuals to memory. Chapter 19, The Violet House. This unexpected investigation had disrupted Rain's plans. He was uncertain if any other constables or members of the Demon Extermination Unit would come knocking, or if they might surveil him from the shadows. To avoid revealing any slip-ups, he resolved to remain in the apartment for a few days. With nothing pressing to attend to, Rain began to exercise at home. At the Extraordinary Academy, instructors not only imparted swordsmanship and knowledge pertinent to extraordinary beings, but also emphasized physical training to enhance one's physical prowess. The soul transformation ceremony tested the strength of one's will. Generally, a robust will require a resilient body to support it. While a select few prodigies might endure the torment of a frail body, for most ordinary individuals, it necessitated years of consistent training, repeatedly pushing their physical limits to forge their will, thereby increasing the success rate of the soul transformation. The Academy taught various training methods, meticulously detailed and comparably intricate to fitness regimens of the past. Endurance was built through running, strength was enhanced via weightlifting, and there were several aerobic and anaerobic combinations, alongside the mastery of a chosen weapon and combat style. For those with means, an array of alchemical potions could be procured. There were concoctions such as the Lion's Strength Elixir for muscle enhancement, Relaxing Muscle Tea for fatigue relief, and Vitality Potions for swift recovery of stamina. Even oils that slightly bolstered one's soul strength, totaling over a dozen varieties. To utilize an entire set of these potions could deplete the funds of a modest noble family. Consistent use of alchemical potions would significantly bolster one's physical capabilities, even in the event of a failed soul transformation. Rain had never indulged in such potions. His father, Bard, was among the wealthiest in their small hometown, operating a grain mill, yet barely covered his tuition, let alone the luxury of alchemical potions. However, Rain found himself unencumbered by the need for such potions now. He trained in a series of physically demanding movements within the confines of his apartment, akin to the burpees of his past life, seamlessly integrating several high-difficulty maneuvers into a comprehensive routine, resembling a more intensive version of bodyweight fitness. After a quarter of an hour, Rain was drenched, sweat cascading from him, yet he pressed on, eager to discover the limits of his endurance. As he continued his relentless exertion, his phone's battery gradually waned. Finally, after over 2 hours had elapsed, his battery dwindled to a mere 20%, and an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, prompting him to cease his training. The floor of the apartment was drenched with sweat, and he gasped for breath, his body exuding steam as if it had been thoroughly cooked. His limbs felt heavy and weak, making even standing a challenge. Yet amidst the fatigue, there was an overwhelming sense of clarity and refreshment. To maintain such high-intensity exercise for over 2 hours continuously was astounding, with my current stamina and strength. If I were to participate in the Olympics, I could effortlessly claim dozens of gold medals. Alas, the opportunity has passed, and I am unable to flaunt my prowess before others. With a shake of his head filled with regret, Ryan hummed a tune as he made his way to the bathroom for a shower, then descended to the restaurant beside the apartment for a hearty meal, leaving the proprietor in quiet astonishment at his prodigious appetite. Having satisfied his hunger and rested for a couple of hours, Ryan discovered that his energy was fully replenished, as if he had undergone ample recovery. Thus, he embarked on an intense regimen of self-exertion, repeating the same set of exercises to deplete his energy reserves, then eating and recuperating before commencing another cycle. This relentless training persisted for nearly a week. Besides a single return to the Basel Hotel to exchange a bag of cash for gold shields at the bank, Ryan remained dedicated to his training within the apartment, sleeping merely 2 to 3 hours each night while consuming 4 to 5 substantial meals, equivalent to the intake of 2 or 3 individuals. Such rigorous and monotonous training yielded astonishing results. Ryan's weight surged by over 10 pounds. His physique became more balanced and robust, with muscle definition becoming increasingly pronounced, shedding the slight gauntness of his previous appearance. Most notably, his strength had amplified. A simple test at home revealed an increase of nearly 50% from his initial training stage, enabling him to effortlessly lift around 500 pounds and move about freely. Were it not for the confines of the apartment, he could have even run. This newfound strength surpassed that of many extraordinary professions not primarily defined by physical prowess. However, he sensed that he had nearly reached the limits of an ordinary person's capabilities. Even with further intense training, improvements would be minimal. It was time to prepare for the soul transformation ceremony. Throughout these days of training, Ryan had maintained his vigilance, intermittently activating his ability to perceive the sounds of the world, listening intently for any signs of surveillance. Yet he detected no one monitoring him in secret, nor did the sheriff make an appearance. This indicated that Pollock from the security bureau had indeed ceased his deeper investigations, at least for the time being. After tidying himself up, Ryan donned a brand new outfit, revitalizing his appearance. The formal attire popular among the Empire's men bore a resemblance to suits from Earth, typically worn only by the upper echelons of nobility and the affluent. A single outfit could equate to half a month's salary, making it a rare sight for ordinary citizens who reserved such garments for significant occasions. He had purchased this new attire just days prior at a tailor's shop adjacent to the restaurant. Indeed, one is often judged by their attire. Already handsome, Ryan found that this ensemble complemented his physique splendidly, making him resemble a male model admiring himself in the mirror. Satisfied, he tucked several gold shields and a stack of bills into his wallet before stepping out. Standing by the roadside, Ryan noticed an elevated rate of glances directed his way. Regardless of gender, passers-by often whispered to one another, likely expressions of envy or admiration. He relished the attention, but remained mindful of the conflicts marked upon him, quickly raising his hand to hail a carriage. "Sir, where to?" the driver inquired respectfully. Ryan had already determined his destination, the Violet House on Brent Street. Brent Street lay in the Silver Star district, not far from the 3 extraordinary academies, situated between them and representing the most upscale commercial area in Longzhen City. The street was lined with establishments related to extraordinary beings, featuring various alchemy shops, artisan workshops, potion stores, weaponry outlets, and knowledge of runes, including the most precious magical souls available for purchase. Ryan had often strolled along Brent Street with classmates, though he had never made a purchase due to his lack of funds. Much like those who are well-versed in luxury automobiles often cannot afford them, Ryan had gleaned a fair amount of knowledge from merely observing. The competition among the shops on Brent Street was fierce, each backed by influential forces intricately connected to the upper echelons of Longzhen City. Among them was a relatively new establishment, the Violet House, founded a few years prior. Though modest in scale and lacking in notoriety, its reputation for quality was commendable, offering a comprehensive range of extraordinary items, even surpassing some of the larger shops. Hinting at a mysterious background, Ryan had visited the Violet House several times before, never experiencing any cold reception, which left him with a favorable impression. The carriage swiftly departed the Lost District, crossing the Fairglen River via a bridge into the Silver Star District. A towering structure emerged on the horizon, growing ever clearer as the carriage traversed the broad, clean streets. Ryan activated his soul eye to scrutinize the tower. It stood over 300 meters tall, its body taking the form of a four-sided pillar, constructed of an unknown material, predominantly white, its surface adorned with streaks resembling patterns, akin to pipes through which energy flowed. The tower's base measured several dozen meters in diameter, gradually tapering as it ascended, with the interior's number of floors indiscernible. At its peak hovered a massive object resembling an eyeball, continuously fed by a blue energy source flowing into it. Even in daylight, one could see beams of light radiating outward, akin to a colossal searchlight scanning the entirety of the Silver Star District. The Eye of Lingma. It was said to be an eighth ring spell, perpetually maintained by the Duke of Silver Star atop the Wizard Tower, capable of viewing distant locales, detecting enemies in advance, and unleashing terrifying magical assaults. Ryan adjusted the focus of his soul eye, wishing to observe more clearly when suddenly the Eye of Lingma seemed to sense something and cast its gaze upon him. By the heavens, how sensitive is it? Ryan reacted swiftly, shutting off his soul eye in an instant. The next moment, that gaze swept over the carriage, enveloping it in an indescribable pressure, illuminating the interior with a brightness that rendered everything transparent, causing Ryan's heart to tremble. The carriage, which had been galloping, suddenly slowed, the driver shouting as he steadied the startled horses. Fortunately, the eye's scrutiny merely brushed past and did not lock onto the carriage. "Sir, are you all right?" The driver quickly halted the carriage, half complaining and half explaining. "The Silver Star District is wonderful, but that eye atop the tower often looks around indiscriminately, startling the horses. I've encountered it 3 times this year alone and even had one overturn, injuring a passenger. Although the Duke compensates for damages, along with an additional sum, it's still quite a hassle, alas." Ryan, still shaken, reassured the driver. "I'm fine. Let us continue." Certainly. The carriage resumed its journey. In the following moments, Ryan learned from this experience, refraining from glancing at the eye atop the Wizard Tower. Half an hour later, the carriage entered a bustling street, where vehicles traversed back and forth, and private cars, often a rare sight, were abundantly present. While the foot traffic was sparse, every pedestrian donned polished, vibrant attire, exuding confidence, starkly contrasting the impoverished districts just a river away, 2 worlds separated by mere distance. Occasionally, one could spot extraordinary beings passing by, clad in various armaments, some accompanied by fierce beasts or riding them. Yet their presence incited no alarm or chaos, as if the populace had long grown accustomed to it. Before long, the carriage halted in front of a shop, and the driver announced, "Sir, we have arrived at the Violet House." Chapter 20. The Planter. Ryan paid the fare and entered the Violet House. The establishment was vast, with the welcoming hall alone spanning over 100 square meters. Yet the interior decor was remarkably simple, exuding an air of understated elegance and depth. As soon as Ryan stepped through the door, the eyes of several female attendants at the front desk sparkled with interest. One of them eagerly approached, her face beaming with a warm smile. "Sir, welcome to the House of Violets. May I ask your name?" Dressed in a sleek and professional uniform reminiscent of a corporate worker from past life, her hair elegantly pinned up, and her figure striking, she maintained a gaze fixed on Ryan's face, her eyes alight with joy. A distinctive feature of the House of Violets is its predominantly female staff, all of whom possess above-average beauty. Any one of them could easily be mistaken for a model in the outside world. It is said that the establishment is overseen by an elf, who seldom makes appearances before ordinary patrons. Having visited before, Ryan was not overly surprised and replied directly, "My name is Ryan, and I wish to undergo a soul test." "Very well, Mr. Ryan. Please follow me," the attendant responded gracefully, gesturing for him to proceed as she led the way. Ryan followed her through the lobby and into a simple yet elegant room at the back. The space was divided into 2 parts, separated by a glass wall. Within the intersection, a dental chair-like recliner was prominently displayed next to a peculiar apparatus. The half-height device resembled a metallic cabinet, with an irregularly shaped stone embedded in its upper section, concealing its internal structure. Seated beside the apparatus was a middle-aged woman clad in a lake green gown, holding a metallic wire that connected to the device, seemingly infusing it with energy. At that moment, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, lay on the recliner, reaching out to touch the stone. His eyes were closed, yet his face twisted in agony, glistening with sweat as if he were enduring tremendous pain. Outside the glass wall, another attendant monitored the situation, timing the test. "How long has it been?" The attendant who had brought Ryan in whispered. "We're approaching the intermediate pain threshold." The other attendant replied, glancing at the wall clock. "Mr. Ryan, Please wait a moment. This guest test should be concluding shortly. All right, Ryan nodded. Though he had never undergone a soul test, he was familiar with the process. The device was a soul grinding stone, equipped with a soul force conduction mechanism. An extraordinary individual would channel their soul force into the stone, and contact would elicit excruciating pain, simulating the soul transformation ritual. However, the pain would not reach the intensity of the transformation ritual immediately. Rather, it would gradually intensify with the infusion of soul force. The initial 5 minutes would be categorized as primary pain. Enduring this would elevate the experience to intermediate pain, followed by another 5 minutes of advanced pain, the most agonizing phase of the soul transformation ritual. As long as one could persevere through 5 minutes of advanced pain, they would be eligible to undergo the transformation ritual, with a success rate nearing 50%. Naturally, the longer one could withstand, the higher the chances of success. After approximately 2 minutes, the young man undergoing the test let out a loud cry, withdrawing his hand from the soul-grinding stone and abruptly sitting up from the recliner. He glanced at the clock, his face falling in disappointment, followed by regret for not being able to endure, having succumbed to intermediate pain in less than 2 minutes. His chances of success in the soul transformation ritual were now nearly non-existent. The middle-aged woman operating the soul-grinding stone offered some words of comfort, sending a beam of green light into his forehead. He finally stood, staggering out of the enclosure to take a seat outside, where his attendant brought him a cup of tea, restoring some color to his face. "Mr. Ryan, you may now proceed with your test." Ryan removed his coat and handed it to the attendant before stepping into the enclosure. "Please lie down and relax," the middle-aged woman gently instructed, her voice melodious, hinting at a background in vocal arts. Ryan had discerned outside that this woman was a second-tier extraordinary being, a botanist, although her professional rank was not particularly high. As a spellcaster, none would dare underestimate her. The essence of a botanist lies in their affinity with plants, adept at manipulating various flora to cast spells that encompass a vast array of effects. They are capable of healing, destruction, summoning, and control, and should they also delve into alchemy to concoct poisons, they become lethal in unseen ways. To have a botanist perform a complimentary soul test for patrons is nothing short of luxurious, deepening Ryan's sense of intrigue regarding the House of Violets. He reclined on the chair, inhaling deeply, and placed his hand upon the soul-grinding stone. "I'm ready to begin." No sooner had the middle-aged woman finished speaking than Ryan felt a searing agony radiate from his hand to his brain, akin to having a finger severed, nearly propelling him from the chair. His body stiffened momentarily, gritting his teeth as he took several deep breaths to brace himself against the onslaught. Waves of pain surged through his mind, as if his fingers were being repeatedly sliced with a dull saw, incessantly tugging at his pain receptors. "Damn, this is unbearable," Ryan silently screamed within. Although he could endure for the moment, uncertainty loomed over whether he could withstand the intermediate pain that would follow in 5 minutes. "I must divert my attention." He began to silently count sheep, but the pain interrupted him before he could reach 10. Next, he attempted to recite poetry. "Yuzhong's old district, Hongdu's new mansion. Stars divide the wings. The earth connects with Hanglu. No, that is not right. The bright moonlight on the bed hangs southeast. A branch of red apricot leans over the wall." Ryan's thoughts tumbled chaotically, unable to maintain a coherent flow. He struggled to distract himself, even recalling cherished teachers from his past. Mr. Dachiao, Mr. Gaoshu, Mr. Badong, Ms. Matsushima, Mr. Misaka, and Ms. Utsunomiya. But it was futile. The excruciating pain disrupted all coherent thought, severing the brilliance of their teachings. Unbeknownst to him, he finally endured 5 minutes. Then, the pain escalated sharply to the intermediate level, akin to placing his hand over an open flame. Who can withstand this? Ryan bit down hard on his lip to suppress any cries, veins bulging as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. How had the previous person endured for 2 minutes? It was truly commendable. This made him recall a heroic martyr from his past life, a figure of immense admiration. Time ticked away, and Ryan continued to persevere, his right hand resting on the soul-grinding stone, nearly going numb, the veins on the back of his hand protruding painfully. Yet he resolutely pressed down on the stone, unwilling to relent. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The pendulum swung rhythmically left and right, each sway marking a second. However, every second felt like an excruciating eternity. Ryan began to suspect the clock was faulty, as the pendulum seemed to be moving far too slowly. 2 minutes passed, and Ryan felt a surge of joy. I had surpassed the previous individual. But then, Despair washed over him as he realized there were still 3 minutes remaining in this phase. 3 minutes dragged on, feeling like the longest duration he had ever experienced in 2 lifetimes. Before he could feel relief, the pain suddenly intensified to the advanced level, the most unbearable stage of the soul transformation test. This time, it felt as though a steel nail the thickness of a finger was being driven into his skull, twisting relentlessly. Ryan could not suppress a muffled groan as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "If you cannot endure, just let me know." The middle-aged woman's voice resonated in his ear, concerned that he might become so overwhelmed with pain that he could not even release his grip. "No." Ryan managed to squeeze out 2 words. 1 minute passed, feeling like a century to him. Then another century slipped by, his consciousness blurred, teetering on the brink of collapse. In the 3rd minute of excruciating pain, Rain found his mind utterly vacant, unable even to contemplate. The strategy of distraction had ceased to be effective, leaving him to rely solely on his personal willpower to endure. As the final 2 minutes approached, Rain was bewildered as to how he had managed to persevere. When the clock ticked past the 5-minute mark, his resolve nearly faltered, and he instinctively yearned to retract his hand. "No, I can endure further. I must test the limits of my endurance." Surpassing the 5-minute threshold, Rain felt as though he had transcended a barrier, astonishingly managing to sustain himself for an additional 3 minutes. The few onlookers present observed him anxiously, too apprehensive to utter a sound. With his eyes closed, Rain's focus drifted aimlessly, but just as he was on the verge of capitulation, his gaze caught a glimpse of a small red flower in the corner of his vision, prompting him to unlock his phone interface. At that moment, he was incapable of coherent thought, aimlessly tapping the screen. By chance, the music player activated, and a captivating melody resonated in his mind. The setting sun on the horizon once again illuminated my face, reflecting my restless heart. Why does this place remain so desolate? The endless journey, stretching so long? Instantly captivated by the song, Rain pondered its title. In that instant, he realized the pain had begun to wane. Elated, he concentrated on listening to the music, silently humming along to the lyrics, and indeed, the pain gradually subsided. Although it had not diminished to the point of being entirely absent, it had lessened from excruciating to mild, comfortably within his tolerable limits. Moreover, as he earnestly sang along, the discomfort continued to fade. After 2 songs, the pain had reduced to a level akin to having a door slammed against his head, barely surpassing mild discomfort, enabling him to endure with ease. Who would have thought that one day I would find having a door slammed against my head to be so delightful? Rain mused with a mix of amusement and disbelief. After listening to several more songs, he deemed further testing unnecessary and withdrew his hand. The pain vanished instantly, and Rain exhaled deeply, regaining his composure, only to discover the middle-aged woman seated beside him was staring at him in a daze, as if she had seen a ghost. She was not alone. The space beyond the glass window was crowded with onlookers, including servants from the Violet House and several patrons from the shop. Upon witnessing Rain retract his hand, they collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 21. The Universal Sorcerer. Rain sat up in the recliner and glanced at the clock, momentarily taken aback. The soul test had endured for a full 25 minutes. Excluding the 5 minutes of mild and moderate pain, this meant he had withstood 15 minutes of intense agony. Oh no, I inadvertently listened to 2 additional songs. My performance has become somewhat exaggerated. Rain chastised himself inwardly. As long as one endures 5 minutes of severe pain during the soul test, the soul transformation ritual can be conducted. The longer the duration of endurance, the higher the likelihood of success in the soul transformation. Those who can withstand severe pain for over 5 minutes are individuals of exceptional talent or formidable willpower. Rain belonged to this category. Even without the aid of music to alleviate the pain, he was already quite remarkable. Those who reached 10 minutes were considered extraordinarily gifted, with only 1 in 100 participants in the soul test achieving such a feat, making failure in the soul ritual nearly impossible. They were destined to become extraordinary beings. To endure for 15 minutes was undoubtedly indicative of prodigious talent. Such individuals would reap the greatest benefits from the soul transformation ritual, gaining the ability to integrate all types of magical souls, freely choosing their preferred extraordinary vocation. The middle-aged woman responsible for the test, Tharni, scrutinized Rain intently, extending her hand towards him and softly saying, "My name is Tharni, a level 2 soul weaver. Congratulations, Mr. Rain, on completing the test." She had heard the servant refer to him earlier, and it now registered in her mind. "Ms. Tharni, you may simply call me Rain," he replied courteously, giving her hand a brief shake before releasing it. "Very well. Tharny's gaze swept over the onlookers outside the glass window, and she smiled, saying, Rain, I have not encountered a young man as exceptional as you in quite some time. With your talent, passing the soul transformation ritual is merely a matter of time. I extend my early congratulations on your impending ascension to the extraordinary. Thank you, ma'am, Rain replied, a smile gracing his face as his spirits lifted. Tharny nodded, intending to use a healing spell to alleviate any residual pain from the test, but she quickly realized Rain appeared in excellent condition. Emotionally stable and showing no signs of fatigue, save for a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, reminiscent of someone who had merely taken a few laps. His physical condition is remarkable, perhaps even surpassing my own. Such a rarity, Tharny thought, momentarily envious. However, she did not forget her duty and quietly inquired, Mr. Rain, are you prepared to undergo the soul transformation ritual? Numerous alchemy shops were willing to conduct soul tests for free, though not out of altruism. Rather, it was to promote their own soul-draining potions and a series of services related to the soul transformation ritual. The cost of the soul test was relatively low, yet it established rapport with potential extraordinary beings, cultivating key clientele, and the future profits would far exceed the expenses incurred from conducting several soul tests. The Violet House operated similarly. Rain was well aware of these tactics, yet he did not mind, as he had originally come for the soul transformation ritual. Yes, I hope to proceed with the ritual as soon as possible. A smile curved Tharny's lips, knowing she had secured a potentially invaluable client for the store. Should Rain excel in the future, she too would benefit. She stood and said, let us move to a more suitable location for discussion. Exiting the booth, Tharny instructed the servant to summon another extraordinary being to continue conducting soul tests for the remaining patrons, while she led Rain away amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. As they walked and conversed, Tharny subtly probed for information about Rain's background. Rain remained vigilant, revealing no useful information. Tharny escorted Rain into a steam-powered elevator. Ascending to the 5th floor, the pinnacle of the Violet House, they traversed a hallway adorned with elegant decor, akin to an art gallery, ultimately arriving at a door, which Tharny knocked upon. Manager, it is Tharny. Come in, a light, languid voice responded from behind the door, imbued with a distinct richness of emotion. Just the sound of her voice could propel one to stardom as a voice actor. Should she possess singing talent, it would be even more extraordinary. Though Rain did not see her, he conjured an image of a beautiful woman in his mind, filled with inexplicable anticipation. Tharny opened the door, and Rain followed her inside. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious office that offered a commanding view of the entire Brent Street, with a wizard's tower visible in the distance. However, it was not as austere as a typical office. It was comfortably arranged, featuring sofas, a desk, a fireplace, carpets, crystal chandeliers, and potted plants, all meticulously positioned to create an inviting atmosphere reminiscent of a home living room. Even with Rain's limited perspective, he could discern that every piece of furniture and decor within the room was of the highest quality and expense, exuding an air of opulence. For instance, the grand chandelier overhead was a crystal lamp powered by magical energy, a rarity and a treasure. Even a single crystal lamp of modest size would cost 2 to 3 gold shields, while this chandelier, composed of numerous crystal lamps, boasted a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Setting aside its value, the magical energy consumed daily to illuminate it would be enough to leave an average household trembling in fear. One extravagant display of wealth. Rain suddenly felt that the several dozen gold shields he carried were utterly meager and unremarkable. However, what astonished him even more was the room's occupant. In the corner of the room stood a large instrument resembling a piano, its body black, adorned with a row of black and white keys. A woman sat before the piano, draped in a simple yet elegant robe, her posture relaxed as she held a music score in her hands, her gaze intensely focused. When Rain first laid eyes on her, he was instantly captivated by her radiant golden hair, gleaming like precious gold. Following that, his attention was drawn to her lake blue eyes, which sparkled with a life of their own, as if whispering secrets. Her visage was impeccably sculpted, resembling a masterpiece molded with utmost care, yet it exuded an effortless naturalness. Her porcelain skin was smooth and delicate, complemented by cascading golden locks, creating the illusion that she was emanating a soft glow. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized it was merely an optical illusion. Those with fragile self-esteem or limited experience might feel a pang of inadequacy upon witnessing such a breathtaking scene. Goodness, indeed, she is a beauty. A stunning one at that. Rain marveled, suddenly aware of his own lack of eloquence. He found himself at a loss for words, resorting only to exclamations of awe. He also noted an unusual detail about her ears. The upper part of the oracle bore a slight angularity. not as sharply pointed as those of elves, making it difficult to discern unless obscured by her hair, rendering her appearance indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Could she be a half-elf? Rain pondered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder he had heard tales of the Violet House being overseen by an elf. It turned out she was a half-elf. Half-elves, the offspring of humans and elves, are perhaps one of the rarest races in existence. Elves seldom venture into the realms of humans, and even rarer still are those who form unions with them. Even in wedlock, the likelihood of producing offspring is exceedingly low. 100 couples of humans and elves might engage in intimate relations for years without the promise of pregnancy. In the entire world of Earth, there are billions of humans. Yet one might struggle to locate even 50 half-elves, rarer than the mythical dragons. The birth of each half-elf is a testament to the favor of fortune. Although half-elves embody the heritage of two races, they are affected by the blood-soul curse, resulting in a lack of inherited elven talents, aside from their extended lifespans. They bear little distinction from ordinary humans. Furthermore, due to the strained relations between elves and humans, half-elves are often shunned within elven society, derogatorily referred to as half-humans, thus residing predominantly in human lands. Rain had previously encountered pure-blooded elves in the Silver Star District, and they were indeed as beautiful as depicted in literature. However, none compared to her. In contrast, this enchanting woman seemed to embody the essence of a true elf, judging by her skin and hair color. It was plausible that one of her parents was not an ordinary elf, but rather of a higher lineage. Rain discreetly employed his soul eye to observe her. Her soul form closely resembled that of a human. Yet he was still taken aback, for this stunning woman was also an extraordinary being, specifically a level 6 sorceress. Within her soul core resided an ethereal structure resembling a tower. At its pinnacle burned a silver flame. Through the tower's body, he could discern 6 distinct layers, each housing a varying number of magical souls. These souls appeared complete, as if they possessed their own vitality, ready to be summoned from the tower at any moment. A spirit sorceress. As a student of the Extraordinary Academy, and having observed countless games of spirit card at the Basil Hotel, Rain was well acquainted with this illustrious profession. Today, he finally stood before a genuine spirit sorceress. At that moment, the formidable spirit sorceress rose from her seat before the piano. She stood tall, nearly matching Rain's height, easily exceeding 175 centimeters. Her statuesque figure was alluringly proportioned, and as she moved, her robe accentuated her captivating curves. A gentle smile graced her face, and a fragrant breeze enveloped him, as if she had stepped straight out of a painting. Even though Rain had lived in an era of information overload, having seen countless meticulously curated images and videos of top-tier actresses, he still found himself momentarily entranced. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment, and he quickly regained his composure. Maintaining his decorum, she approached the sofa and gestured to the seats across from her, saying, "Please take a seat. Talony, would you kindly introduce this gentleman?" Rain calmly settled into his seat, while Talony respectfully addressed her. "Manager, this is Mr. Rain. He has just undergone a soul test in our establishment, enduring for 25 minutes, and is preparing for the soul transformation ritual." 25 minutes? The half-elf's expression shifted to one of surprise, instantly grasping Talony's implication. This was a client of immense potential. Her gaze fell upon Rain, scrutinizing his features before a glimmer of appreciation flickered in her eyes. "Mr. Rain, I am Viola, the proprietor of the Violet House. What level of service would you prefer for your soul transformation ritual?" Service level? Rain found himself somewhat perplexed. Did the soul transformation ritual not merely require the injection of a potion? What distinctions could there possibly be? Viola remained silent, allowing Talony to elucidate Mr. Rain. A standard soul transformation ritual is quite straightforward. It involves merely the injection of the potion. However, at the Violet House, we offer a range of service combinations to ensure the safety of our clients and to enhance the success rate of the ritual. Intrigued, Rain realized this was information he had never encountered before. Talony continued, "First, let's discuss the effects of the soul-devouring potion. While the primary ingredient is soul-devouring grass, our unique formulation yields a potion that surpasses the ordinary variety, alleviating some discomfort and enabling clients to endure longer. Of course, our potion is also priced higher than the standard." "By how much?" Rain inquired. "The cost of one potion is 30 gold shields," Talony replied. Rain nodded slightly, though internally he found the price excessive. Under normal circumstances, a single soul-devouring potion sold for around 5 gold shields. This pricing struck him as rather inflated. Regardless of how the formulation was refined, the potion's efficacy remained the same, It merely activated the capability of a human soul to fuse with others under extreme pain. Talani's claim of extending endurance seemed rather inconsequential. Individual physical conditions and willpower varied, meaning the same potion would yield different results across different individuals. Even for the same person, undergoing the soul transformation ritual at different times with the same potion could produce varying outcomes. In the absence of quantifiable standards, it was impossible to validate which potion was superior. Perhaps the Violet House's potion could indeed lessen pain, but that might simply be a psychological comfort, indefinable and unprovable. Nevertheless, many would likely be willing to pay 30 gold shields for the benefits touted by the Violet House. After all, the soul transformation ritual was of paramount importance. A failed ritual could cost a decade of one's lifespan and render the soul weakened for 3 to 5 years. Due to the blood soul curse, humans seldom live to see 70, and should they risk their lives to undergo the ritual again only to fail, their remaining years would be drastically diminished. Thus, every individual has but 1 or 2 opportunities in their lifetime to become extraordinary. If they possess wealth, they would willingly squander it for even a slight increase in success probability. Even those with exceptional talent will be inclined to invest in superior potions to ensure a more thorough transformation. Rain was confident in his chances, bolstered by music to alleviate pain, making his success in the soul transformation ritual nearly certain. Thus, he had no intention of wasting money on this. Yet, he refrained from rejecting the offer outright. Talani continued, in addition to superior potions, we also provide a vial of vitality elixir, a mind protection scroll crafted by a psychic, and a rune platform specifically designed for the soul transformation ritual. Before the commencement of the ritual, it is imperative to consume the vitality potion. You ought to be aware that the soul transformation ritual can endure for almost an hour, during which time it exacts a considerable toll on one's stamina through excruciating pain. The vitality potion will enable you to sustain your energy and persevere until the very end. The mind protection is a 3rd-tier spell, capable of shielding you from a portion of the Dark Lord's whispers, thus preventing the blood soul curse from taking advantage of your weakened spirit. Upon hearing this, Rain felt a chill run down his spine. The soul transformation ritual, marked by extreme agony, subjects the soul to torment and evokes intense emotions, creating the perfect opportunity for the blood soul curse to invade. Nowadays, those who perish during the soul transformation ritual typically do not succumb to the torment of their souls, but rather fall victim to the onset of the curse. Becoming the fallen, this peril represents one of the most dangerous aspects of the soul transformation ritual. Rain had experienced an onset of the blood soul curse upon his arrival in this realm, yet he remained uncertain whether the protective charm would still safeguard him during the ritual. If the mind protection scroll proves effective, it would indeed be wise to procure one. How much does this mind protection scroll cost? Rain suddenly inquired. 50 gold shields, Talani replied, given that it is a 3rd-tier spell. The material cost of the scroll alone accounts for half of that, and only psychics are capable of crafting it, which justifies the higher price. Rain nodded in agreement. This price seemed reasonable. Psychics are a rare branch of the wizarding profession, one of the 4 specializations within the school of sigil magic. It is highly unlikely to find more than a handful of psychic wizards in the entirety of Longzan, and considering the complexity of creating a 3rd-tier spell scroll, it is understandable that the Violet House charges a premium. Talani then introduced a runic platform designed for soul transformation. According to her, this platform was arranged by a master runist and is equipped with a syringe, making the ritual both safe and reliable. It can also expedite the soul transformation process, enhance the fusion effect, and even carry a slight chance of improving elemental affinity. Rain was somewhat skeptical of this claim. After being cursed by the Dark Lord, humans experience physical degradation, losing their racial talents, with elemental affinity becoming akin to that of an insulator. Even if it were to be enhanced, it would hold little utility. Nevertheless, the soul transformation runic platform is a fundamental necessity, and, given its modest price, merely a few gold shields, it must be acquired. In addition, Talani introduced several other services. For instance, the Tranquility Spell Scroll, which, regardless of the outcome of the soul transformation, can soothe the soul and mitigate any lingering pain. Alternatively, one might enlist the assistance of an experienced mid-tier wizard to oversee the ritual and activate the runic platform, or opt for superior vitality potions and mind protection scrolls of Tier 3 or higher. The Violet House does not aggressively push a complete package of services, but rather thoughtfully offers a selection of combination rituals, allowing customers to choose according to their preferences. Talani produced a neatly arranged combination price list for Rain to peruse. As he gazed at the price list in his hands, hearing familiar phrases like combination packages, discounts, offers, services, and membership prices, he was struck by a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Was this not merely a sales pitch? Why did it feel as though he had stepped into a massage parlor, with this list resembling a price menu for a deluxe package? Rain's mind wandered, casting a sidelong glance at Talini, whose demeanor suddenly transformed from that of an extraordinary being to that of a skilled practitioner. As for the enchanting half-elf Viola seated across from him, she appeared as the proprietor and star attraction of this establishment. Mr. Rain? Talini's voice trailed off as she noticed this handsome young man seemed lost in thought, his gaze upon her taking on an unsettling quality, sending a shiver down her spine. Mr. Rain, have you made your decision? She inquired once more. Oh, my apologies. Everything here is simply too enticing, making it difficult for me to choose, Rain replied, attempting to mask his momentary lapse with flattery, quickly dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Talini chuckled lightly, suggesting, if you find it all appealing and are struggling to decide, why not opt for the most comprehensive combination ritual? This includes all the services, and by becoming a member of our Violet House, you can enjoy a 10% discount on your first soul transformation. The notion of a membership card made Rain's head spin. He had not anticipated that even in this otherworldly realm, he would still be ensnared in such schemes. He recalled Talini explaining earlier that there were several membership tiers at the Violet House, with the most basic ordinary membership costing 10 gold shields annually, while the elite membership demanded a staggering 300 gold shields. It was nothing short of extortion. In truth, this was not a unique business model to the Violet House. Many trade shops employed similar tactics, but the Violet House had elevated it to an art form, rendering it indistinguishable from commercial practices on Earth. It was evident that this scheme had originated from the half-elf Viola. Rain glanced at Viola, who had remained silent throughout Talini's presentation. Her exquisite visage adorned with a constant smile, her unwavering attention on him adding considerable pressure. Most individuals, unacquainted with such sales tactics, would likely find themselves easily swayed when confronted by a breathtaking beauty, leading them to unwittingly purchase the most extravagant combination ritual. It was all a ploy, a cunning ruse. Rain couldn't help but feel an internal conflict, yet he maintained an outward appearance of deliberation, stating, my funds are somewhat limited. I can agree to the membership, but I can only select the number 4 combination ritual. Surely, there must be a member discount? The 4th soul transformation combination was among the least expensive options, comprising a standard soul-devouring potion, a 3rd-tier mind protection scroll, and the most basic soul transformation runic platform, with no additional services. This combination ritual cost only 60 gold shields, with the mind protection scroll accounting for the majority of that price. Including the membership fee, the total would be 70 gold shields, and if a discount were applied, it would indeed be quite a bargain. Of course, if Rain were to be resolute, he could simply purchase a standard soul-devouring potion for a mere 5 gold shields. However, such an action would be somewhat disrespectful. Talini, being an extraordinary individual with healing capabilities, would certainly be offended if Rain opted to appear more affluent than he truly was. Given that he had the means, he decided to extend her some courtesy. Moreover, he genuinely required the mind protection scroll as a precaution, and he might consider making further purchases at the Violet House. Thus a basic membership would prove beneficial. Upon hearing Rain's choice, Talini felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from further persuasion. As long as you obtain a membership card, discounts will apply, but only for your first service. Mr. Rain, when do you intend to undergo the ritual? Rain did not hesitate, responding that the sooner, the better. We will need some time to prepare. The earliest we can accommodate you is tomorrow. Would noon work for you? Talini inquired after a moment of consideration. That will suffice, Rain confirmed. Very well, Talini reminded him. Please remember to bring the payment with you tomorrow before the ritual. Rain nodded to indicate his understanding. At this moment, Viola, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. Mr. Rain, given your talent, there is no doubt you will succeed in the soul transformation ritual. Have you considered which extraordinary profession you might pursue? The Violet House can provide you with consultation services. She paused, smiling softly. Of course, this service is complimentary. Upon hearing the word free, Rain nearly rose to leave. The most costly things in life often come with the allure of being free, did they not? He recalled his youthful naivety, having been lured into countless traps by games touting free offers, only to find himself ensnared in a web of expenses and sacrifices. Ultimately realizing he was merely a paid companion for the affluent players, enhancing their gaming experiences. Reflecting on these painful memories, he momentarily forgot to respond. Viola observed the various expressions flitting across his face, sensing he seemed somewhat displeased. She wondered if she had misspoken, uncertain of what to say next, leading to an awkward silence enveloping the room. Clearing her throat, Rain finally recalled that this was not merely a game. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly remarked, "Lady Viala, I must admit that I have yet to give meticulous consideration to the direction of my choice regarding extraordinary professions. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" The half-elf nodded slightly, responding earnestly, "Mr. Rain has just undergone a soul test, sustaining it for 25 minutes. Such talent is exceedingly rare within the 3 academies of Longzan. It is unlikely to find many prodigies akin to Mr. Rain." Rain feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively, though inwardly he relished the compliment from such a stunning beauty, feeling quite pleased. "Given your aptitude, your primary vocation should undoubtedly be that of a wizard," Viala continued, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her pointed ear. "The Empire, blessed by the goddess, is governed by wizards. Wizards are the most ancient and formidable of extraordinary professions, perhaps unparalleled. From any perspective, you ought to become a wizard." Rain wholeheartedly agreed. In fact, within the Orienzer Empire, the most coveted extraordinary profession is indeed that of a wizard. Wizards have always been the foremost choice for extraordinary individuals. Although other extraordinary professions possess their own strengths, sometimes surpassing wizards in specific domains, very few relinquish the opportunity to become a wizard if they meet the qualifications. Of course, the requirements for becoming a wizard are stringent. Among those who undergo the soul transformation ritual, only 1 in 20 may have the chance to transition into a wizard, representing the most gifted individuals. Consequently, the Empire's most formidable figures are predominantly wizards. Rain had hesitated to immediately accept Roger's offer to become a demon hunter, primarily contemplating whether he had the opportunity to become a wizard. If not, he would then consider the role of a demon hunter as a secondary option. At this juncture, Viala made no visible movement, yet a raven composed of flames materialized in front of her. The fire raven, with a wingspan of approximately half a meter, soared about the room, appearing as lifelike as a true raptor. It circled once before seizing a cup of tea from the table and flying towards Rain, hovering gracefully before him, its talons not spilling a single drop. "Please, have some tea," Viala gestured invitingly. As Rain accepted the cup, the fire raven instantly dissipated, as though it had never existed. However, in his soul's eye, the fire raven disassembled into red energy, flowing towards Viala and merging into her forehead, where within the ethereal tower of her soul, the magic essence of a fire raven re-emerged on the lowest level. Rain had long been aware of Viala's identity as a wizard, but still feigned surprise. "Lady Viala, it turns out you are a wizard." Viala was pleased with Rain's reaction. After demonstrating her prowess, she inquired, "Mr. Rain, are you aware of the schools of wizardry and their respective specializations?" 3 schools, 8 specializations? Hein replied uncertainly. The wizarding profession is one that many aspire to, yet wizards maintain an exalted and enigmatic presence, leaving those outside the extraordinary community with scant understanding of their nature. In the academy, teachers often mention wizards, yet since they are not wizards themselves, their knowledge is limited to mere terminology, leaving the true essence of wizardry shrouded in mystery. Viala was somewhat taken aback. Mr. Rain did not seem entirely ignorant of wizards. "Your instructor is correct. Wizards are indeed classified into 3 major schools and 8 specializations." She subsequently elaborated on the intricate knowledge of the wizarding profession. The first extraordinary profession to emerge among humans was that of the wizard. Initially, human sages sought to emulate the spellcasting abilities of elven mages, later refining the wizarding system with the guidance and inspiration of the goddess of magic, thereby evolving into one of the most powerful extraordinary vocations. Traditional mages are categorized into 8 schools based on their spell-casting methods and effects, whereas wizards are classified into 3 schools according to the differences in the fusion of souls. These are the School of Sigils, the School of Soul Manipulation, and the School of Combat. The School of Sigils enhances soul power through the integration of magical sigils. The essence of a sigil is elemental. Wizards extract arcane elements from their magical souls, crafting sigils to integrate into their own souls, subsequently employing soul power to activate these sigils for spellcasting. The School of Sigils comprises 4 specializations: Elementalist, Arcanist, Scion, and Shadowmancer, all of which are advanced professions requiring corresponding elemental affinities. Among these specializations, Elementalists are the most prevalent, with more than half of all wizards identifying as such. Due to individual elemental affinities, their primary spell categories vary widely, leading to nearly 10 distinct types of elementalists. presenting considerable complexity. The Arcanist, who masters arcane energy, possesses the highest requirements for talent among the 4 specializations, making them exceedingly rare. The other 2 specializations, Scion and Shadowmancer, are also uncommon due to the difficulty of acquiring their respective sigils and the challenges associated with enhancing their power, leading to few wizards opting for these paths. Next is the School of Soul Manipulation, which focuses on harnessing magical souls for combat. Soul manipulators ignite their soul fire through meditation, constructing a soul tower within their souls, wherein they amalgamate complete magical souls to nurture and strengthen them. When the need arises, the souls within the tower can provide combat prowess to the wizard. The School of Soul Manipulation features 3 specializations: Metamorphic Wizard, Thousand Spell Wizard, and Spirit Wizard. Each specialization represents a distinct combat approach. The Metamorphic Wizard, also known as the Shapeshifter, allows magical souls to possess them, granting transformation abilities through which they cast spells, with multiple magical souls layered upon one another. The Metamorphic Wizard's melee combat and spellcasting capabilities far exceed the inherent strength of the magical souls, resulting in an ever-evolving combat style adaptable to nearly any environment, rendering them exceptionally difficult to defeat. The Thousand Spell Wizard, as the name implies, is a wizard who commands a vast repertoire of spells. While the notion of mastering 1,000 spells is an exaggeration, it underscores the Thousand Spell Wizard's defining characteristic, an extensive grasp of numerous spells. Like their counterparts, the Thousand Spell Wizards nurture magical souls within the Soul Tower, but they primarily select souls from elemental creatures, spirit entities, and aberrations. These categories of magical souls typically possess innate spellcasting abilities and exhibit some rare and potent casting techniques. Thousand Spell Wizards employ these possessed souls in spellcasting, with the ability to seamlessly switch between them at a moment's notice, thus mastering all spells possessed by the souls in their tower and combining various casting techniques to create unexpected spell effects. Furthermore, when necessary, Thousand Spell Wizards can summon all their magical souls from the tower to jointly cast spells, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks upon their adversaries. The final specialization within the School of Soul Manipulation is the Spirit Wizard. The popularity of spirit cards has propelled the Spirit Wizard's fame to such heights that few are unaware of this extraordinary profession. Even ordinary individuals, regardless of their card-playing skills, have heard of the Spirit Wizard. In fact, some who are less informed mistakenly believe that all wizards are Spirit Wizards. In reality, the Spirit Wizard is merely a branch of the School of Soul Manipulation, likely the most powerful branch. Spirit Wizards resemble summoners. They too can allow magical souls to possess them for temporary enhancement, yet their primary combat method relies on summoning the magical souls from their soul tower, creating corporeal manifestations of these souls to command them in battle. Spirit Wizards pursue a multitude of magical souls, combining various types to achieve diverse combat objectives. In addition to the souls nurtured within the Soul Tower, Spirit Wizards can also craft magical souls into soul crystals for personal use. Given that soul crystals resemble cards, they are also referred to as soul cards. By infusing soul power into soul cards, Spirit Wizards can similarly summon magical souls. The souls nurtured within the Soul Tower are termed inner souls, while those summoned through soul cards are known as outer souls. The inner soul can be summoned at any moment, and the residual soul power that constitutes the soul body will also be reclaimed. Even if it is slain, it can be resurrected after nurturing. However, the external soul, when killed, will vanish, becoming a one-time consumable. Regardless of whether the external soul is killed, the soul power that makes up the soul body will be irretrievably lost. Nevertheless, the spirit sorcerers, with the aid of soul cards, have emerged as one of the most formidable specializations among sorcerers. The known magical souls of the world are categorized into 16 major classes, each further subdivided into hundreds of subcategories, with countless magical souls possessing unique functions. Spirit sorcerers are the most knowledgeable experts in the study of magical souls. They cultivate and strengthen these souls, summoning them to form unique combinations, applicable in various combat scenarios. Consequently, different schools of thought have emerged among the spirit sorcerers, known as soul card combinations. For instance, the most popular is the Beast Garden, which specializes in summoning magical beasts, while others include legions that summon humanoid magical souls or swarms that rely on sheer numbers. Each soul card combination represents a distinct summoning school. Enthusiastic about collecting soul cards, spirit sorcerers often find that many alchemy shops create various soul cards specifically for this purpose, sometimes selling entire sets of well-developed combinations at premium prices. The spirit card game mimics the battles of the spirit sorcerers, though the cards used by people cannot summon magical souls. Ovelia, being a spirit sorcerer herself, provided a detailed introduction, her words tinged with a hint of pride. Finally, she introduced the school of combat. When discussing this particular school, her expression took on a playful quality. The combat school is the smallest among the 3 major schools and possesses only one specialization, known as the battle sorcerer. Rain had never heard of a battle sorcerer before, instantly piquing his interest. Battle sorcerer. The title itself sounded formidable. Chapter 24. The battle sorcerer. However, this is not necessarily the case. Ovelia gently shook her head, her radiant golden hair cascading like waves, glimmering with a soft light that momentarily captivated Rain. An idea struck him. He activated his phone's camera function with his mind, capturing this beautiful scene as the first photograph in his gallery. While discreetly taking the picture, he did not forget the matter at hand and curiously inquired, "Why do you say that?" Ovelia pondered for a moment before replying. The battle sorcerer is the most unique among the 8 specializations, with a vast disparity between its upper and lower limits of power. At the same career level, a battle sorcerer could be the strongest, surpassing all extraordinary professions, yet they could also be the weakest, barely distinguished from an ordinary Iron Guardian. Of course, this is the most extreme scenario. Most battle sorcerers are still formidable, comparable to other sorcerers. Rain was taken aback. Those who could become sorcerers were all top-tier talents, and it was normal for them to possess immense strength. Yet, how could one be so weak as to be on par with an Iron Guardian? It should be noted that the Iron Guardian is the most common extraordinary profession. Anyone can transition to an Iron Guardian through the soul transformation ceremony, which has no barriers to entry. Unless they advance to another profession, the Iron Guardian strength is generally considered to be at the bottom tier. What exactly is the situation with the battle sorcerer? Rain asked, perplexed. This is a result of their method of integrating magical souls, Ovelia explained. As you already know, the sorcerers of the Seal School and the Spirit Control School have different fusion methods compared to ordinary extraordinary professions. The sorcerers of these 2 schools utilize soul power to cast spells. They are pure spellcasters. Therefore, their inherent strength is not remarkable, and engaging in close combat becomes an unavoidable weakness. Even a shape-shifting sorcerer with formidable melee capabilities finds that their transformed state is only temporary. Shape-shifting is fundamentally a form of enhancement spell. Once the transformation ends, their body returns to its normal state, still possessing vulnerabilities. The combat school was born precisely to address this weakness. The theory of the combat school is quite simple. Like other extraordinary professions, it directly fuses the entire magical soul with their own soul, without the need for the special treatment required by the other 2 schools. They have high standards for magical souls, which must encompass various elements, preferably including physical elements that enhance their own strength and defense, as well as secret elements capable of casting spells with soul power. This way, battle sorcerers can balance close combat and spellcasting abilities. After finishing her explanation, Ovelia elegantly sipped her tea from the table. Is it really possible to do it this way? Rain furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Generally, magical souls contain inherent elements, each representing a distinct capability. All elements in the world are classified into 3 categories: physical, secret, and extraordinary. Physical elements can only be activated through one's own muscle, blood, and bone strength, such as stone skin, tenacity, endurance, bloodlust, nimble hands, and giant growth. These elements can be enhanced by fusing more magical souls of the same type, thereby granting greater strength. Typically, physical elements tend to operate on a tangible level, while secret elements focus on manipulating various energies. Secret elements are essential for spellcasters, as only soul power can drive them. Each secret element corresponds to a spell, ranging from offensive fireballs, defensive elemental armors, to supportive psychic infusions and healing spells, with an abundance of spells whose total number remains unknown. Secret elements cannot be stacked, but soul power can be invested to increase a spell's rank, with a minimum of 1 rank and a maximum of 9. The last category is the exceedingly rare extraordinary elements. Extraordinary elements can be activated by both physical strength and soul power, resembling a fusion of the 2 without any restrictions. Each extraordinary ability is a rare power, most of which are incredibly potent and sought after. Among all extraordinary professions, sorcerers build their strength upon a foundation of numerous secret elements, not needing to consider magical soul conflicts, thus possessing the most formidable spell-casting abilities. However, due to the absence of physical elements, they suffer from insufficient close combat power. Professions outside of sorcerers, such as berserkers, Rangers, Shadow Warriors, Gunners, Iron Guardians, and Fighters experience incomplete soul transformations during their rituals, rendering them unable to master meditation methods. Consequently, they can only select these more basic professions. Without the ability to cultivate meditation methods, they naturally lack soul power. These foundational professions can only enhance their strength by fusing complete magical souls, and even if a magical soul contains secret elements, they cannot cast spells without soul power. Moreover, the primary issue with fusing complete magical souls lies in the conflict between them. Most magical souls are difficult to harmonize. It is nearly impossible for two magical souls to be entirely compatible, differing only in the degree of fusion. Intense conflicts and low fusion degrees can result in the loss of elements within the magical souls, or even a regression in one's strength. Thus, many extraordinary individuals adopt a conservative approach to leveling up. Within the same stage, such as progressing from level 1 to 3, they opt to fuse 3 identical magical souls, reinforcing existing elements to mitigate the intensity of conflicts. However, this means that the elements within their souls will be difficult to increase, leading to relatively scarce abilities. Of course, some extraordinary professions have talents that surpass basic professions, allowing them to master meditation methods and cultivate soul power, yet they fall short of the requirements to transition into sorcerers, such as demon hunters, blood source sorcerers, mechanics, and planters. Additionally, many church-related professions possess spellcasting abilities, such as the Holy Swordsmen of the Justice Church and the Earth Maidens of the Earth Church. These semi-spellcasting professions outside of sorcerers must confront the challenges of magical soul conflicts. However, through the explorations of predecessors and churches, the upgrade paths for these professions have matured, forming established fusion systems. After the initial soul transformation, the choice of which magical soul to fuse as the primary soul and which to designate as the secondary soul is a well-known strategy that minimizes conflict, ensuring successful fusion while enhancing elemental capabilities. For every subsequent soul transformation, advancement, and upgrade, even into the legendary realm, one merely needs to follow the established procedure of fusion with the corresponding magical souls. In this light, one may ponder, what distinguishes a battle wizard from these semi-casting professions? Unless, of course, the battle wizard possesses a comprehensive fusion system that surpasses the semi-casting professions in strength and fusion degree. Rain was somewhat uncertain about this. Thus he inquired, do battle wizards also have a lineage? No, Viola replied, shaking her head. Battle wizards are quite rare. In our city of Longzan, there might be only a handful, certainly not enough to constitute a systematic tradition. Rain felt a twinge of disbelief, his confusion deepening. The scarcity of battle wizards, coupled with the absence of a lineage, evidently places their overall strength at the bottom of the wizarding hierarchy, leaving them without a voice. What then legitimizes their classification as a distinct specialization? Viola seemed to perceive Rain's thoughts, chuckling softly as she remarked, battle wizards undoubtedly possess unique advantages, primarily their high degree of fusion. High degree of fusion? Rain pondered this intriguing possibility. Indeed, Viola continued, not withholding further details. Battle wizards employ a singular and exceptional meditation technique derived from the elite of the elven race, known as the World Tree Meditation. This method, refined by a great wizard, allows for a reduction in magical soul conflict and an enhancement in fusion degree. The World Tree Meditation? A great wizard? Rain contemplated for a few moments, realizing his ignorance regarding such a prominent figure. Viola's demeanor turned serious as she spoke with reverence. The Holy Soul Wizard, Auroin Misslandel. You must have heard of him? Of course, Rain exclaimed, astonished. The Empire boasts 12 Holy Soul Wizards, each a household name. He continued, Master Auroin is the progenitor of battle wizards? Viola nodded affirmatively. Master Auroin is not only the pioneer, but also a battle wizard himself. Understanding dawned upon Rain, as he realized that the founding figure of battle wizards was among the 12 Holy Soul Wizards of the Empire. No wonder they were recognized as a distinct specialization. Viola elaborated. Wizards inherently possess superior talent compared to other professions. Their soul metamorphosis is more profound, granting them an advantage during the fusion of magical souls. Coupled with the meditation technique to reduce conflicts, their selection of magical souls becomes significantly broader, rendering them more formidable than typical semi-casting professions. Rain finally grasped the concept. However, he refrained from naively assuming that merely being a battle wizard guarantees superiority over other professions. Indeed, Viola added, battle wizards are not free to fuse magical souls at will. Conflict still exists, albeit to a lesser degree, resulting in a somewhat higher fusion rate. Moreover, the magical souls chosen by battle wizards are often immensely powerful, encompassing various elements. And even with certain advantages, the risk of fusion failure remains considerable. Should fusion fail, one must wait for the next upgrade or soul transformation. I note it, acknowledging that each fusion of magical souls represents a daunting trial for the extraordinary, where success is the sole outcome permitted, while failure incurs the consequence of diminished prowess compared to peers, a gap that is hard to close. Even a battle wizard, if possessing fewer magical souls than others, will inevitably experience a significant drop in power. Should one encounter several failures, they might find themselves outclassed even by the most basic of warriors. The profession of battle wizard is indeed fascinating. Rain chuckled, finally comprehending why Viola exhibited such peculiar expressions when discussing battle wizards. Perhaps every newcomer to the concept finds it utterly captivating. It is a profession fraught with both opportunity and peril. Should one select the right magical soul, they may soar to unprecedented heights, becoming a formidable hybrid of melee and spellcasting prowess. Yet, a poor choice might lead to a descent into mediocrity, rendering one indistinguishable from the masses, transforming potential into impotence, and potentially placing them at the bottom rung of their tier, trampled underfoot. Such opportunities are rare, yet the risks are substantial. Ray mused that only those with utmost confidence in their innate talents, akin to gamblers, would dare to become battle wizards. Noticing his contemplative expression, Viola suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Mr. Rain, if you are considering a transition to battle wizard, I happen to possess a seed of the world tree, which serves as a conduit for the world tree meditation. Would you be interested?" Chapter 25, The Soul Fusion Seed. The World Tree Seed, a conduit for meditation? Rain had scant knowledge of meditation techniques and was hearing of such a conduit for the first time. Viola meticulously explained, "We humans, cursed and lacking in innate talent, cannot derive spiritual power or magical energy directly from meditation as other races do. Thus, we must rely on the aid of conduits to cultivate our soul energy, achieving effects akin to magical energy." Rain noted her use of "we humans," realizing that this half-elf must have grown up in the Empire, fully identifying as a true human. Do the schools of sigil and soul mastery also require conduits? Indeed, Viola affirmed. The Soul Mastery School's conduit is known as the Soul Shard, which is utilized not only for practicing meditation techniques, but also assists wizards in extracting the arcane elements from magical souls to create sigils, making the Soul Shard an essential tool for sigil wizards. As for our Soul Mastery School, our conduit is the Soul Gathering Tower. When combined with meditation techniques, it enables us to ignite the flame of the soul, nurturing magical souls within the tower, and allowing those souls to attach themselves or be summoned into the external world. Rain listened attentively, recognizing that such knowledge is seldom accessible to those outside the extraordinary realm. According to Viola, all three major wizarding schools possess their own conduits: the Soul Shard, the Soul Gathering Tower, and the World Tree Seed, often referred to as the Soul Fusion Seed. These are alchemical items typically crafted by wizards from various schools, inherently infused with the corresponding meditation techniques. Following the soul transformation ritual, one need only merge the conduit with their soul to effortlessly master the associated meditation techniques and become a wizard. This indeed simplifies matters, alleviating the burden of mastering meditation techniques. So, Mr. Rain, do you have any thoughts on the Soul Fusion Seed? Viola inquired once more. Rain shot her glance, pondering whether this Soul Fusion Seed was difficult to procure, prompting her eagerness to recommend it. After a moment of consideration, he asked, "Surely the Violet House possesses conduits from all three wizarding schools? What are their prices?" Talony interjected. "The Soul Shard and Soul Gathering Tower are relatively common. Thus their prices are somewhat lower, costing merely 200 gold shields. The conduits in our store are crafted by mid-tier wizards and above, using only the finest materials. Their alchemical quality is guaranteed to be top-notch in Longzan." 200 gold shields? Rain gasped in astonishment, realizing that the cost of a single conduit was exorbitantly high, making the price of becoming a wizard seem daunting. Were all wizards so affluent? Had he not stumbled upon a fortune at the Esberg estate, he would scarcely be able to afford such an expense. Given their rarity, the price of the Soul Fusion Seed would undoubtedly be even steeper. With a sense of curiosity, he asked, "How much is the Soul Fusion Seed?" Talony hesitated, seemingly uncertain of how to respond. Viola interjected, "The only Soul Fusion Seed we have in our store is one I acquired a few years ago by chance. Its quality is exceptionally high and incredibly rare. Mr. Rain, you must have heard of the World Tree. The sacred tree of the Wood Elves, and the Soul Fusion seed is crafted from its seeds. Each year, the World Tree produces hundreds of fruits, which are its seeds. The vast majority are rather ordinary, yet only one bears a golden fruit, known as the golden seed. In my grasp lies the Soul Fusion seed, crafted from the golden seed of the World Tree, and the alchemist behind its creation is no ordinary artisan. I surmise they must be at least a legendary battle wizard, if not of even higher caliber. I once sought the expertise of a legendary sorcerer to appraise this Soul Fusion seed, and its effects are nothing short of astonishing, capable of enhancing the fusion degree of magical souls by an impressive 10%. Such a significant increase, exclaimed Rain, marveling at the prospect. Though a mere 10% may seem modest, it is, in truth, an extraordinary feat during the fusion process of magical souls. They inevitably sustain some damage due to inherent conflicts. If the resulting soul power falls below 30% of its original strength, it signifies a failed fusion, with essential elements lost in the process. A successful fusion retains at least 30% of the soul power. While a fusion degree between 30 and 50% is considered low, a common outcome for most extraordinary individuals, a fusion degree from 50 to 70% is deemed medium, signifying considerable success. 70 to 90% reflects a high fusion degree, a rare and joyous occurrence in an extraordinary being's lifetime. As for retaining over 90% of magical soul strength, it constitutes a super high fusion degree, akin to winning a first-class lottery, capable of significantly enhancing an extraordinary being's prowess compared to their peers. If Elvira speaks truthfully, that her soul fusion seed can indeed enhance fusion by a full 10%, is an exceedingly rare treasure, coveted by all wizards aspiring to enter the combat school. How much does it cost? Rain inquired directly. 1,500 gold shields, Viura softly replied, even though Rain had mentally prepared himself. The exorbitant price still caught him off guard, nearly causing him to spew his tea. He was tempted to utter the phrase, "Pardon my intrusion, I must take my leave." What does 1,500 gold shields signify? The workers in longs and toil 14 hours a day in factories, month after month without a break, earning merely 800 copper coins per month, barely enough to earn a single gold shield. In a typical household, where both spouses hold respectable jobs, the monthly income hovers around 3,000 copper coins, translating to a mere 3 gold shields. Rain's father, who operates a grain and oil mill monopolizing the business for over 3,000 townsfolk, earns less than 50 gold shields annually. After accounting for Rain's tuition at the academy and the daily expenses for a family of 6, little remains. To acquire a single soul fusion seed, a worker would need to forego food and drink, laboring for a staggering 156 years. Even for Rain's family, it would take 30 years to amass such a sum. 1,500 gold shields represents a fortune for any ordinary individual, likely something they would never encounter in a lifetime. Rain stood in stunned silence for several seconds before finally shrugging his shoulders and laughing. Lady Viura, do I appear to possess 1,500 gold shields? I understand you do not possess such wealth at present, Viura replied dismissively, but that does not imply you will not have it in the future. If you wish to acquire this soul fusion seed, we can devise a plan, perhaps a partial upfront payment, with the remainder settled later. No, I'm not interested. Rain quickly shook his head, decisively rejecting her proposal. He had come to realize that Viura had held onto the soul fusion seed for several years, eagerly seeking to sell it to anyone with the potential to become a wizard. She was even willing to consider an installment plan to reclaim some of her costs. Clearly, 1,500 gold shields was no trifling sum for Viura either. Otherwise, she would not be so eager. Rain suspected he was not the first to learn of this soul fusion seed. Others may have been interested, but were deterred by its steep price. 1,500 gold shields equates to 150,000 copper coins, sufficient to purchase a luxury villa in the Silver Star district. In his past life, he could not afford a home, and now, in this alternate world, the situation remained unchanged. How could he possibly justify spending such a sum on a seed? Lack of funds was one issue, but the question of whether to transition to a battle wizard remained another. Truth be told, Rain harbored some interest in the profession of a battle wizard. With his soul eye, he could perceive the essence of all living souls, sensing the elemental forces at play, which provided him a significant advantage over others. Yet, he could not be certain that battle wizards were indeed as formidable as rumored. If he misjudged, it could lead to great loss. Should he opt for the path of a battle wizard, he would find himself burdened with debt to Viura, raising concerns about future magical souls. Merely possessing a medium for soul power would be futile without the means to procure magical souls. Rain had witnessed magical soul transactions on Brent Street several times. Even the least expensive basalt rhinoceros magical soul, raised in a breeding farm and possessing only a basic elemental stone skin, was priced over 20 gold shields. However, to harness the advantages of the battle wizard profession, one must fuse the finest magical souls. Those containing multiple elemental properties are invariably exorbitant, often exceeding 100 gold shields. Should the magical soul be of a higher tier, prices can soar beyond 1,000 gold shields, an all too common occurrence, unless he resorted to hunting magical souls himself, which was no simple endeavor. After much contemplation, Rain decided to postpone his decision, reasoning that he would first proceed with the soul transformation ritual. The Seal Sorcerer and the Soul Master paths seemed promising, and their mediums were affordable, allowing him to utilize his current funds effectively. He refrained from mentioning the soul fusion seed again, leaving Viora somewhat disappointed, though she did not press the issue and continued to enthusiastically impart knowledge about extraordinary professions. The merchandise at the Rosethorn House was indeed comprehensive, and Viora's vast knowledge left Rain in awe. For instance, Viora introduced him to an exceedingly rare, extraordinary profession, the Dragonblood Sorcerer. Sorcerers, while also authentic spellcasters, are somewhat less potent than wizards, yet their methods of casting differ. Sorcerers, lacking the innate gifts of wizards, must rely more heavily on soul power mediums, utilizing their bloodline strength to assist their spellcasting. In addition to fusing magical souls, sorcerers must also merge bloodlines derived from the same source as the magical souls, invoking arcane elemental forces through runes to cast their spells. Thus, the formal designation for sorcerers is bloodline sorcerers, sometimes referred to as rune sorcerers. Creatures with blood are predominantly various magical beasts, whose soul elements primarily revolve around elemental spells, thereby restricting the bloodline sorcerers to elemental magics. Typical sorcerers can master 1 or 2 elemental bloodlines, while those who attain mastery over 3 or more ascend to the rank of cataclysm sorcerers, typically achieving legendary status. It is rumored that some sorcerers wielding over 4 bloodlines are on par with Saint Soul wizards, earning the title of destruction sorcerers. Bloodline sorcerers also encompass some rare subclasses, such as demon sorcerers and, as Viora mentioned, dragonblood sorcerers. Dragonblood sorcerers specialize in merging the blood of dragon-like creatures, possessing formidable close combat and spellcasting capabilities. In this regard, dragonblood sorcerers share certain similarities with battle wizards, though their limitations are more pronounced. Dragons are not easily trifled with, and obtaining their magical souls presents considerable challenges. Once a dragonblood sorcerer achieves legendary status, each level up typically necessitates slaying a dragon. As Viora elaborated, she cheerfully informed Rain that her shop had recently received a shipment of a young fire dragon's magical soul, accompanied by a vial of its dragon blood. Due to the limited demand for dragonblood sorcerers, it was being offered at a discount. The total cost for the young fire dragon's magical soul and dragon blood was only 1,000 gold shields. She inquired whether Rain had any interest. Rain could not bear to listen any longer, although conversing with such a captivating beauty was immensely enjoyable and visually pleasing. The prospect of prices exceeding 1,000 gold shields left him feeling rather pained. Thus, he hastily rose to bid farewell to Viora, saying, "Pardon my intrusion. I must take my leave." Chapter 26. The Mechanic. Talini replaced Viora in escorting Rain to the entrance of the Viola House, reaffirming the schedule for the soul transformation ritual the following noon before watching him depart. Rain cast a glance at the sky and realized he had lingered in the Violet House for over 2 hours. It was just past noon, and his hunger was yet to surface, prompting him to meander along Brent Street. The thoroughfare was bustling with a vibrant throng, as people streamed in and out of the myriad shops. With keen interest, Rain observed the passers-by, noting that those who graced this street were, at the very least, members of the middle class or extraordinary individuals, perhaps even students from the Arcane Academy. The overall demeanor of the crowd was markedly more vibrant than that of other districts in Longzan. This distinction was evident merely from the modes of transport employed by the individuals. The affluent traveled by automobile, while noble ladies preferred opulent carriages. Stalwart knights rode in majestic states, and extraordinary beings accompanied by bizarre beasts, some even mounted atop them. Occasionally, a few individuals walked, yet their pace was significantly brisker than that of the average citizen. Rain also spotted a very familiar mode of transportation, the bicycle. He recalled that he once owned a second-hand bicycle during his time at the academy. Tragically stolen after merely half a month of use, leaving him in a state of lamentation. Bicycles have been popular in the Empire for many years, reasonably priced, and favored by the populace as a means of transport aside for public buses. Many occupations relied on bicycles, such as postal workers and newspaper deliverers, with some even modified into tricycles for mobile vending. Alas, the existence of bicycles in this world diminished the potential for a lucrative invention. Rain pondered this with a hint of regret, but soon dismissed the thought. In a world where steam engines and mechanical technology had flourished for centuries, it was inevitable that a simple contraption like the bicycle would eventually be invented, even in the absence of oil and electricity. "Madam, please maintain your pose. Do not move. Absolutely do not move." Just like that, splendid, almost ready, a sharp, high-pitched male voice captured Rain's attention. What was unfolding? He quickly advanced a few paces, rounding the corner, only to be startled by a sudden flash of brilliant white light, instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes. What on earth? The dazzling glare dissipated, and Rain discerned a man wielding an object reminiscent of searchlight, from which billowed a thick cloud of white smoke. The man hunched over, peering into a wooden box mounted on a tripod. The box featuring an opening with a glass lens on the front and a large black cloth draped over the upper half of his body. Opposite the box stood a young woman beneath a tree at the edge of Brent Street, her hand resting on the railing. The view behind her offered a perfect panorama of the Wizard's Tower, and she wore an awkward smile, her posture evidently stiff from prolonged standing. Recognizing the scene, Rain understood they were engaged in photography. A circle of onlookers, predominantly young men and women, gathered around, excitedly discussing the best poses for the camera. Intrigued, Rain joined the throng. The photographer, a slender middle-aged man with a genteel appearance and spectacles, extracted a film plate resembling a sealed box from the wooden apparatus and placed it into a nearby carriage. "Daguerre, the film is ready." The carriage, shrouded in black cloth, was opaque like a tent, and a voice from within announced, "All right, Isman." The man known as Isman turned to the subject, saying, "Madam, your photograph is complete. Please wait a moment while it is developed." He then addressed the spectators, proclaiming, "Who else wishes to be photographed? You want to find a better location on Brent Street. Stand here, and you can capture the entire Wizard's Tower in frame, ensuring your satisfaction. A single photograph costs 1 silver crown. Payment is due upon receipt of the developed image. Should you be dissatisfied, it will only cost 10 copper lease to retake. I wish to have a photograph taken. I was here first. Let me go ahead." Several young individuals clamored forward, prompting Isman to quickly intervene, urging them to take turns, his face beaming with delight. Rain had no intention of being photographed, so he withdrew from the crowd. However, his mind was racing. Photography had been established for many years, with numerous studios throughout the Empire. On Brent Street alone, there were 7 or 8, all thriving. Even in his modest hometown, a rudimentary studio had opened last year, where his family had posed for a portrait that his mother, Melinda, had framed and hung in their living room. The cost of photography was not insignificant. At a studio, a single image would set one back 15 copper lease. Outdoor shoots commanded a higher price, costing 20 copper lease, equivalent to 1 silver crown, roughly the daily wage for a commoner. Yet, the public clamored for this service, indicating a robust demand, a promising consumer market indeed. Rain had not delved deeply into the study of photography or cameras, but he recalled perusing a history of photography in the library, retaining some relevant information and technical details about older camera types. If memory served him right, the two individuals earlier employed the wet plate process. While the light-sensitive chemicals and developing solutions might differ, the underlying principles were surely analogous. This method was both antiquated and cumbersome. The cumbersome carriage was evidence enough, as capturing an image required a substantial array of equipment and chemicals. If one could devise a portable camera, seizing the photographic market would be effortless. A plethora of ideas flooded Rain's mind. Though he had a general understanding of camera principles, creating one would necessitate time for experimentation and exploration. Just as he was lost in thoughts of how to capitalize on photography for substantial profits, suddenly, a vehicle halted beside the road. The driver exited and politely inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Rain?" Rain regarded the driver with a hint of wariness, glancing at the automobile, its tinted windows obscuring his view. However, this did not deter him. He concentrated and detected a heartbeat emanating from the back seat, strong and vigorous, distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. It was evidently an extraordinary being, and a man at that. "Mr. Rain, I harbor no ill intentions." The driver offered a warm smile, speaking respectfully. "My employer is in the car. He wishes to meet you to discuss matters concerning extraordinary professions. Please step inside. I assure you, you will not regret it." With that, he graciously opened the rear door. Rain beheld a dapper, middle-aged man seated within the vehicle, who nodded slightly in greeting and gestured for him to enter. Feigning contemplation for a few seconds, Rain discreetly activated his soul eye, scrutinizing the middle-aged man thoroughly. A level 7 extraordinary being, a mechanic? Rain was taken aback. It seemed that every extraordinary individual he encountered today was of increasingly superior caliber. First, the level 6 all-spirit witch, Viola, and now a level 7 mechanic. Level 7 marked the threshold of advanced professions, and a mechanic capable of casting spells was exceptionally rare. One could scarcely find several of such high caliber in the entirety of Longzan. At that moment, the hues of the man's soul were predominantly white and green, tinged with a hint of orange, indicating a state of calm, relaxation, and some degree of happiness, intermingled with a touch of excitement or anticipation. He truly bore no malice. Having honed his ability to interpret emotions and attitudes through soul colors over time, Rain felt somewhat reassured and thus took his place in the back seat of the automobile, the driver thoughtfully closing the door for him. Mr. Rain, I am Kind Jillikofel, Vice President of the Steam and Mechanical Guild. Here's my business card. No sooner had Rain settled into the car than the middle-aged man introduced himself, presenting a gold-foiled business card with both hands, his face radiating sincerity. Noticing the man's courteous demeanor, Rain reciprocated without hesitation, extending his hands to accept the card and nodding in acknowledgement. Greetings, Vice President Kangel. As he conversed, he cast a glance at the contents of the business card, discovering that this gentleman held several prestigious titles. The foremost was that of Vice President of the Longzan branch of the Steam and Machinery Guild, followed by founder of the Rockefeller Mining Company, proprietor of Anders Machinery, steward of the Imperial Steel Alliance, senior member of the Alchemy Association, among others, along with a baronial title, marking him as a genuine noble. Each of these titles alone would qualify him as a person of great significance within the city. Ren had not previously heard of this individual, but from his demeanor and the titles on the card, it was evident that he was a wealthy magnate engaged in the mining and machinery sectors. Whether on Earth or in Alernas, those who possess mines and can extract wealth from the Earth are invariably affluent tycoons, the true elite class. I am not the president. We have several vice presidents in Longzan, and I am merely one among them. Kennedy chuckled heartily before continuing. I am over a decade your senior. May I address you as Ren? Of course. Ren replied nonchalantly, inquiring, Mr. Kennedy, what brings you to me? He had already surmised the answer. This matter can wait. It happens to be lunchtime, and I have made a reservation at Dambular, where we can discuss matters over a meal. Kennedy instructed the driver ahead. Mary, drive on. Ren was familiar with Dambular, one of the premier restaurants in Longzan, reputed to cost several gold shields for a single meal. However, he was reluctant to accept unsolicited generosity and promptly replied, Mr. Kennedy, I have already dined. If you have business, you may speak freely now. The driver hesitated, glancing back at Kennedy, my lord. Seeing Ren's firm stance, Kennedy conceded, very well, I shall give you a ride. Where would you like to go, Ren? Initially, Ren contemplated returning to his apartment, but wished to keep his address concealed. Thus, he casually selected a destination, stating, to the Soul Market, please. To the Soul Market. Kennedy instructed the driver, and the car promptly set in motion. The Soul Market was not far off, and they would arrive swiftly, so Kennedy, discarding further pleasantries, candidly revealed his intent. Ren, I have come specifically to invite you to join the Steam and Machinery Guild as a mechanic. Chapter 27. The Onslaught of Wealth. Ren thought to himself, as anticipated, his guess had been correct. He refrained from responding immediately, instead posing a question, Mr. Kennedy, why have you sought me out? It seems we have not been acquainted prior. Having just undergone a soul test at the Violet House, it was quite remarkable that he was approached so soon. The Guild's information network was evidently quite astute. Kennedy, perceiving Ren's skepticism, laughed heartily and, with a hint of pride, explained, Ren, do not misunderstand. Our guild is indeed on the lookout for talent. However, the speed of our approach today is merely a coincidence. A friend of mine happened to see you during your soul test at the Violet House, and since I was nearby on business, I rushed over upon hearing. Ren nodded, yet remained non-committal, not wholly convinced. Nevertheless, Kennedy, as the vice president of the Longzan branch of the guild and a wealthy nobleman, was a significant figure within the city. His willingness to lower himself to personally recruit an ordinary individual of common birth, treating him with such courtesy and without disdain for their disparate social standings, demonstrated the depth of his sincerity. Seemingly to further emphasize his earnestness, Kennedy promptly laid out the terms. Ren, should you choose to join the guild as a mechanic, we will provide you with all necessary conveniences, including meditation techniques, soul crystals, potions to enhance your soul power, and alchemical items. We cover everything until you attain legendary status. In addition to the resources for your cultivation, the guild will also pay you a salary starting at 10 gold shields per month as a level 1 mechanic. As your professional rank increases, so too will your remuneration. Even if your career level stagnates, you'll have the opportunity for 2 salary increases each year. Furthermore, the guild has prepared a large house for you in the Silver Star District, complete with hired staff, caretakers, and guards. All expenses for these will be borne by the guild, and once you transition to a mechanic, the property will be transferred to your name. I will not elaborate on other benefits, but suffice it to say, once you become a mechanic, you will possess power, wealth, beauty, and status, elevating you overnight into the upper echelons of longs in society. Upon concluding, Kennedy checked his pocket watch and stated earnestly, "You have 5 minutes to consider." Ren was taken aback by the array of benefits, his mind swirling with one phrase: extravagant wealth. To be candid, he was indeed tempted and began to contemplate seriously. The Steam and Machinery Guild, often referred to simply as the Machinery Guild, is a premier power that has flourished within the Empire for several centuries, rivaling the influence of the Triune Church. While Ren could not recall the precise history of the guild, he vaguely remembered it to be over 400 years old. However, one detail about the guild remained etched in his memory from his readings. The founder, and hence the president, has been the same individual since its inception, never replaced. This implies that the president has lived for over 4 centuries. This legendary figure seemed to have appeared suddenly one year, rising like a meteor. Yet, few are privy to the president's name or origins. At least, such information was not documented in history, rendering him a mysterious enigma among the Empire's common folk. Despite the president's obscurity, the monumental changes the Machinery Guild has wrought upon the Empire and the world are undeniable. Since its establishment, a plethora of mechanical devices has emerged, including the vital steam engine, as well as buses, ships, steam trains, airships, looms, elevators, and countless smaller machines that have permeated various industries, transforming the way of life for many. The Machinery Guild has effectively wound the world's clockwork, propelling all matters towards rapid advancement. Historians have lamented that the transformations within Alernas over the past 4 centuries have been more drastic than those of the preceding 4,000 or even 40,000 years, akin to an upheaval. Should a legendary being have slumbered for 4 centuries only to awaken now, they might scarcely recognize the world. It is fair to say that the advent of the Machinery Guild has completely altered the fabric of society. Naturally, as the guild rose to prominence, it amassed immense wealth. The world's minerals, machinery companies, factories, and transportation sectors are inextricably linked to the Machinery Guild, which employs wealth to acquire everything, establishing one industry alliance after another. Wielding power through capital. Along with the guild's ascendance came the emergence of the extraordinary profession of mechanic. Mechanics are semi-casters, thus demanding a considerable degree of innate talent. Not dissimilar to that required of wizards, yet their combat prowess pales in comparison. At least below the legendary level, mechanics are unlikely to rival wizards of the same rank, as the disparity in strength is considerable. This is due to mechanics dedicating their primary focus to the study of mechanical technology rather than enhancing their own abilities. In the early stages, mechanics possessed few spells, most of which lacked formidable power and were primarily intended for assisting in the creation of mechanical items. Consequently, lower-tier mechanics often relied on soul guns to compensate for their insufficient offensive capabilities, leading to frequent misidentification as mere gunners. Of course, the initial inadequacy of mechanics is relative to wizards. When compared to other extraordinary professions, such as iron guards, mechanics are quite formidable. As their ranks ascend, the mechanical equipment mechanics can produce becomes increasingly diverse, their functions more refined, and their potency amplified, resulting in an exponential growth of overall strength. Rumor has it that upon reaching the legendary tier, the mechanic stands as one of the most formidable extraordinary professions, with a singular individual boasting claims of prowess that rival the most elite of all spirit sorcerers, perhaps even surpassing them. To put it in the vernacular of a previous life, the mechanic is a late-game profession. Regrettably, this late-game potential arrives too tardily. How many can truly ascend to legend? It is to be noted that half of all extraordinary beings will spend their lives unable to break through to the mid-tier. For them, achieving legendary status is akin to chasing an elusive dream. Nonetheless, there are other advantages to becoming a mechanic. For instance, possessing mechanical expertise offers significantly higher opportunities for wealth than most other professions. Generally, one need not engage in perilous encounters with monsters. With sufficient funds, one can procure whatever one desires. However, this is the Orienser Empire, a realm governed by sorcerers. And how many of the young individuals capable of becoming sorcerers would willingly settle for being a mechanic, whose early-stage capabilities are relatively modest? Without mechanics, the Mechanic Guild would cease to exist, and this vast organization would inevitably crumble. This is likely a primary reason the Mechanic Guild is so fervent in its pursuit of talent. Fortunately, the Mechanic Guild boasts its own advantages, namely wealth. With a financial onslaught, they offer various benefits and privileges, showering gold shields in abundance until the recipients are left dazed. Faced with such temptations, Rain believes many will be inclined to become mechanics. He knows he will not be the first to be dazzled by the guild's monetary allure, nor will he be the last. However, he has not entirely succumbed to the intoxicating influence of money. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The favorable conditions presented by the Mechanic Guild are not offered without expectation. Once one enters the guild as a mechanic, one must inevitably serve the guild, repaying every copper invested in them, at the very least ensuring their worth. That said, Rain is genuinely intrigued by the prospect of becoming a mechanic. In his previous life, he specialized in mechanical engineering at university, making him well-suited for the role. Should he join the Mechanic Guild, his mechanical knowledge should allow him to establish a firm foothold quickly and gain the admiration of the upper echelon. At least, that is what he hopes, though he lacks substantial confidence. In this world, mechanical technology is predominantly based on steam power, devoid of internal combustion engines or electricity. Yet it has developed a formidable magical power. At advanced levels, much of the mechanical technology intertwines with magic, albeit rarely encountered in daily life. The most characteristic application being mechanical puppets. In Rain's memory, 2 mechanical puppets stood at the entrance of the Extraordinary Academy's library. They resembled colossal statues, powered by magic, exhibiting complete mobility and enemy recognition, moving with swiftness akin to that of living beings, far surpassing the clunky robots of his past life. Reflecting on this now, Rain finds himself completely ignorant of the principles behind these mechanical giants. He harbors a keen interest in researching puppet technology. If not for the allure of the more powerful sorcerer profession, he would have eagerly accepted the opportunity. The temptation of becoming a sorcerer is overwhelmingly potent for Rain, even eclipsing the allure of gold shields. As an ordinary individual who has lived over 30 years on Earth without encountering supernatural forces, his yearning and anticipation for extraordinary power far exceed that of the inhabitants of this world. Given the chance to wield such power, one must, of course, choose the strongest path. Besides sorcerers, there are no superior options. Yet, the mechanic profession holds its own merits. While it may not be the most powerful, it could be the most fitting for him, especially with the generous conditions offered by the Mechanic Guild, where wealth and status seem readily attainable. What a quandary! Rain muses with a hint of frustration. It is akin to standing before 2 beautiful maidens. One possesses an extraordinary visage and figure, devoted solely to you. The other, elegant and understanding, comes from a wealthy family as an only child. Yet you can choose but one. Which would you select? Rain wishes he could shout, "I want them both." Alas, this is not a simple choice. There is no way to achieve both outcomes. Gazing out at the bustling streets through the car window, the vehicle speeds along, gliding smoothly, yet his mind is anything but tranquil. Caught in a web of indecision and conflict, Kinnigus, seated beside him, notices the turmoil on Rain's face and cannot help but smirk with a sense of pride. He refrains from further persuasion, believing his position to be secure. Few young individuals can withstand such overwhelming temptation, especially those of common birth who may have never even ridden in a car, easily surrendering in the face of gold shields. He has encountered many such gifted yet inexperienced youths, most of whom have since become mechanics. Though less than 5 minutes have passed, the car halts at the roadside. Mere steps away from the largest soul market in Longzan. Kinnigus does not rush, merely checking his pocket watch, ready to remind Rain, only to find Rain opening the car door, seemingly intent on disembarking. "Rain, have you made your decision?" Kinnigus asks in disbelief, caught entirely off guard, his heart racing with urgency. "Yes, Mr. Kinnigus, my apologies," Rain replies with an air of calm. Chapter 28. The Soul Appraiser. Kinnigus finds it hard to believe that Rain has already declined, having barely spent 5 minutes in consideration. Given his wealth and status, he seldom needs to personally recruit newcomers for the Mechanic Guild. Today, however, was a coincidence. He had overheard friends discussing Rain's soul testing near the Violet House. With a once-in-a-lifetime talent like Rain's, he felt compelled to seize the moment and hastily arrived. Furthermore, the terms he offered were significantly more generous than those typically extended to mechanics, leading him to believe success was assured, only to face unexpected rejection. Kinnigus suddenly chuckles, saying, "Rain, if you find these terms unsatisfactory, We can certainly negotiate further. There is no need to rush into a decision. He assumes Rain is merely employing a tactic of retreat to leverage for better terms. Rain shakes his head. Mr. Kinnagus, I am not haggling with you. Your offer is already quite generous. As a young man of humble origins, I cannot demand more. I desire a home, wealth, and status. I believe becoming a mechanic can provide me with all these, allowing me to ascend to the upper echelons of society. I possess a genuine interest in mechanical technology and have some insights of my own. The mechanic profession is excellent, superior to most others, with vast potential for development. Truth be told, I am eager to become a mechanic myself. However, there is one critical flaw in this profession. Rain candidly expresses his views on being a mechanic, and Kinnagus listens intently, though his expression darkens. Upon hearing the concluding statement, he instinctively inquires, "What flaw?" "It is not a sorcerer," Rain replies calmly. Kinnagus is momentarily taken aback, then comprehends Rain's meaning, leaving him speechless. The advantages of being a mechanic are also possessed by sorcerers. In terms of status, this is the Orienser Empire, where the highest rulers are a cadre of Saint Soul sorcerers. Regarding strength, sorcerers undeniably surpass mechanics at lower tiers. Even when mechanics achieve their late-game potential, they may only stand on equal footing with sorcerers, without guarantee of victory. In terms of wealth, while this is a significant advantage for mechanics, sorcerers are not lacking in this regard either, enjoying numerous opportunities for amassing riches. For a young individual aspiring to attain greater power, the allure of sorcerers far outweighs that of mechanics. Kinnagus recalls his own youth, where he fervently wished to become a sorcerer, but lacking the most exceptional talent, he succumbed to the enticing conditions offered by the Mechanic Guild, thus embarking on the path of a mechanic. In the stillness of the night, he has mused over what his life might have been like had he chosen the path of sorcerer instead. The answer eludes him, yet the young man before him was acutely aware of his desires, which is why he resolutely rejected the offer. Kaineji's expression was a tapestry of complexity. After a few moments of silence, he sighed and said, "Very well, it appears you have given this considerable thought, and I shall not press you further. However, having declined my offer today, should you wish to reconsider in the future, the opportunity and conditions may not be as favorable. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Kaineji, for escorting me here." With no lingering sentiment, Rain opened the door and alighted from the vehicle, standing by the roadside to bid farewell. Just before the car pulled away, Kaineji suddenly rolled down the window and remarked, "Keep my business card safe. If you find yourself in need, bring it to me. Perhaps I may be of assistance." As soon as he finished speaking, the car accelerated and disappeared from view. Rain examined the gilded business card in his hand, pondering that its production must not have been inexpensive, thus he would not discard it lightly. He nodded and tucked it into his pocket. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found himself before a sprawling soul market. Located in the southern part of the Silver Star district, the market spanned most of the street, with indistinct roars echoing from various corners and a foul odor wafting from the roadside gutters. Rain pinched his nose, feeling somewhat ill at ease. The stench, heavy with the scent of blood, reminded him of a slaughterhouse. He remembered the conflict marks still emblazoned upon him and dared not wander aimlessly, for fear of encountering followers of Rashi. Initially intending to return to his apartment, he refrained from revealing his address to Kaineji and instead opted for the soul market. After contemplating, Rain resolved to explore the market, reasoning that his luck could not be so dire as to encounter a cultist of the malevolent deity on his very first outing. He had come this far. Returning early would leave him with nothing to occupy his time. The soul market was a vast canopy, towering over 10 meters high and occupying tens of thousands of square meters. The ground was divided into neatly arranged shops, with people meandering between them, casually inspecting the wares on display. The overall layout was reminiscent of a flower and bird market from his past life, with one notable distinction. Here, the offerings were not ornamental plants or creatures, but an array of bizarre beings. As Rain stepped into the market, his eyes were immediately drawn to a large iron cage ahead. The cage, 6 or 7 meters high and constructed from steel bars as thick as an arm, contained a massive serpent. Its body was thicker than an adult's waist, adorned with delicate dark green scales, coiling around the central pillar of the cage in several loops. Its length likely exceeding 12 meters, truly astonishing. What captivated attention most was the pair of broad wings atop the serpent's body. A feathered serpent. Rain had encountered descriptions of such creatures in books. This feathered serpent's wings, if fully unfurled, would surpass 10 meters, yet within the confines of the cramped cage. They were forced into a tight curl, causing it evident discomfort. A thick steel cable pierced through its neck, binding it to the heavy pillar, rendering escape impossible. It occasionally flicked its tongue, projecting translucent wind blades towards the onlookers outside the cage, leaving white streaks on the steel bars. Hiss! Rain activated his soul eye to observe the feathered serpent. Though a type of magical beast, not uncommon, such a large specimen was indeed rare. As expected, this was a mid-tier magical beast. Regardless of whether they were magical beasts or other non-sentient creatures, there were no specific levels assigned to them. People typically categorized them based on their strength and past experiences, aligning them with the ranks of extraordinary beings, from initial to advanced, and beyond that, to legendary. When extraordinary beings fused with soul essences, they generally could only fuse with essences of the same rank. Crossing tiers was nearly impossible. While they could fuse with essences of lower ranks, few chose to do so, as it offered limited enhancement to their strength. Through Rain's eyes, he could perceive souls directly, allowing him to assess the strength of this feathered serpent with precision. Its soul was evidently stronger than that of an initial tier extraordinary being, resembling one that had undergone 2 soul metamorphoses, comparable to that of a mid-tier extraordinary being. If one were to delineate further, its strength would equate to that of a level 5 extraordinary being. The mid-tier feathered serpent possessed 4 soul elements. Drawing closer to the cage, Rain enhanced his perception of the serpent's soul and soon gleaned information about these 4 elements. 2 were secretive elements. One could manipulate the atmosphere to create wind blades for targeted cutting. The other could generate whirlwinds around itself to hasten flight and could also be employed to attack nearby foes. One was a physical element, enabling rapid recovery from injuries. The final element surprised Rain, being an extraordinary element that granted affinity for the wind element, amplifying the potency of wind-based spells and enhancing resistance to them. This feathered serpent was indeed a rarity, possessing wind element affinity. Rain marveled inwardly. All elements related to affinity fell under the category of extraordinary abilities. The mere presence of such an element in a soul essence could exponentially increase its value. Wind element affinity was an exceptional asset for both sorcerers and blood source warlocks. Sorcerers could utilize this feathered serpent to advance as elementalists, while warlocks could augment their elemental bloodline. However, until someone killed the feathered serpent and extracted its soul essence, no one would be aware of its wind element affinity, save for Rain. A thought crossed Rain's mind. It seemed he could leverage his soul eye to profit from the price differential. The trading methods within the soul market generally fell into 2 categories: the sale of living entities and the sale of deceased ones. In the case of living beings, as was the case with this feathered serpent, sellers could not ascertain the nature of its elements. It could possess several powerful elements, or merely 1 or 2 ordinary ones, leading to a vast price disparity, potentially hundreds of times. To mitigate risk, many sellers opted not to kill the creature, instead selling it at a relatively average price, ensuring they would not incur a substantial loss. Once a buyer purchased it, they could kill it on the spot to extract the soul essence, regardless of its quality or the number of elements. This uncertainty in transactions was a necessary evil. Soul essences were difficult to preserve, even when contained within soul stones. The moment a creature was killed, the essence's power began to dissipate continuously. Soul stones could only slow this process, not halt it. Conversely, the sale of deceased entities involved directly selling soul stones. The soul essences within soul stones were often more transparent than when the creatures were alive. At the very least, one could discern the number of elements present. Experienced extraordinary beings could analyze these elements, determining their functions, strengths, weaknesses, and classifications, and even naming them. This practice spawned a popular profession known as soul appraisers. Some of the most elite appraisers could even deduce a living creature's soul elements by observing its characteristics with high accuracy. Rain felt a surge of excitement. With his soul eye, he was more adept than any soul appraiser. He glanced at the price tag beneath the feathered serpent's cage, which read 800 gold shields. Such an exorbitant price. Rain felt a sense of helplessness, realizing he had underestimated the situation. A mid-tier feathered serpent, even without wind element affinity, would typically be valued around 500 gold shields. Yet, it was now priced at 800, clearly indicating that an appraiser had discerned its extraordinary nature, albeit with some uncertainty. Undoubtedly, the feathered serpent's worth exceeded 800 gold shields, as the wind element affinity alone could double its value. Rain patted the wallet in his possession. He currently had a mere 360 gold shields. How could he possibly procure 800? Should he borrow? He immediately thought of Waaaaaaaagh and Hinny, only to swiftly dismiss the notion. Why would these two, having just met him today, lend him money? 800 gold shields was no trivial sum. He might be kicked out the moment he broached the subject. Very well, perhaps he should explore other options. Shaking his head, he turned away. As midday approached, the soul market was bustling with patrons, all gathered for lunch. Rain activated his soul eye and surveyed his surroundings, and, to his astonishment, he realized that nearly 1/3 of the people around him were extraordinary beings. Their souls had undergone a transformation, radiating unique luminescence as they moved about. Is there truly such a multitude of extraordinary individuals in Longzan? Rain pondered, marveling at the adage that birds of a feather flock together. The soul market appeared to be the locale with the highest concentration of extraordinary beings in the entire city. As he meandered through the market, he discreetly observed the various extraordinary professions present. The majority were iron guards, shadow warriors, rangers, and gunslingers, comprising over 60% of the extraordinary populace, followed by berserkers, fighters, and demon hunters, which collectively accounted for approximately 20%. The least represented were the spellcasters, including enchanters, sorcerers, mechanics, and wizards, making up around 15%. Additionally, he spotted several extraordinary individuals from the clergy, such as the holy swordsmen and earth maidens from the Empire's Triune Church. Rain also noticed a night watchman who worshipped the goddess of the moon, and out of curiosity, he stole a few extra glances. However, there were also extraordinary beings whose professions Rain could not ascertain, possibly belonging to some obscure and rare class, unknown to outsiders. In the span of just over an hour, his eyes were opened to a world of marvels. Beyond the extraordinary beings, Rain encountered an array of magical souls, some soaring through the air, others scuttling on the ground, swimming in the water, and even more that he could not name or trace back to their origins, reminiscent of stepping into a grand zoo that left him dazzled. As he observed more closely, he gradually discerned that the magical souls present in the market, particularly the living ones, were predominantly low-tier magical beasts, with mid-tier specimens being rather rare. Most of these low-tier beasts were not captured from the wild, but rather bred through artificial means. The Empire's magical soul breeding industry is a well-established sector, primarily focusing on various magical beasts, especially those associated with common professions, which are largely sourced from breeding facilities. For instance, the Iron Guard's Basalt Rhinoceros, the Berserker's Kodiak from Cordy Island, the Gunslinger's Night Owl, and the Ranger's Long-Armed Baboon have all established a complete breeding process involving reproduction, nurturing, maturation, and element identification, culminating in their slaughter for magical souls, all within a span of 5 to 7 years. Due to the consistent supply, the prices for these magical souls remain relatively low, typically ranging between 20 to 30 gold shields. In contrast, rarer types command significantly higher prices, usually exceeding 50 gold shields. According to the sellers, these uncommon magical souls generally hail from the Death Forest in the western part of the Empire, a vast primordial forest located within a super basin comparable in size to 2 or 3 provinces. Encircled on 3 sides by formidable mountain ranges and plateaus, with only a narrow plain stretching over 2,000 miles to the east, leading into the heart of the Empire. Many extraordinary beings embarking on their initial hunts for magical souls often venture towards the fringes of the Death Forest, though they refrain from delving deeper into its interior. In the markets of various cities across the Empire, a significant portion of magical souls originates from the Death Forest. The feathered serpent Rain had just seen was captured by a soul-hunting team who endured great hardships to bring it back to Longzan. Wandering casually through a magical soul shop, Rain noticed that this store was modest in size, devoid of living creatures, and solely engaged in the trade of soul stones, rendering it quite tidy and serene. Hundreds of soul stones were displayed on several metallic shelves, firmly anchored to the ground. The surfaces of these shelves were inscribed with intricate runes and magical arrays, intermittently emitting energy, clearly designed to protect the soul stones from theft. Each soul stone was roughly the size of a pigeon egg, taking on irregular polyhedral shapes. Soul stones are alchemical creations, composed of a type of white crystal that appears transparent when devoid of a magical soul, indistinguishable from a glass orb. Once a magical soul is contained within, the color of the soul stone changes according to the nature of the soul inside, displaying a kaleidoscope of hues akin to precious gemstones. Upon closer inspection, one could see the swirling, flowing essence within, akin to a mass of paint, revealing the peculiar forms of the magical souls and their fleeting elemental runes. Soul readers utilize these chaotic shapes and elemental runes to discern the nature of the magical souls. With the assistance of the soul eye, Rain could glean the true information contained within the soul stones with just a glance. All these soul stones have been evaluated by soul readers, who set their prices, with the majority being quite accurate, Only a few had minor discrepancies, the difference from their actual value being negligible. Although Rain could potentially seize a bargain and profit from the price differences, it paled in comparison to the mid-tier feathered serpent. And to avoid drawing attention, he refrained from making a purchase. After examining the soul stones, he noticed another shelf nearby, lacking the protective runes, laden with books. A glance revealed a title that captured his interest, the concise edition of the Book of 1,000 Souls. Despite being labeled as a concise edition, the tome was as thick as a brick. Rain approached, lifting it to find it rather hefty, not considerably lighter than an actual brick. As he flipped through its pages, he discovered that the author was a legendary wizard named TimeTravel, who was also a master soul reader, dedicating his life to the study of magical souls. The Master's magnum opus, the Book of 1,000 Souls, meticulously documented information on over 1,000 types of magical souls, including their classifications, tiers, habits, weaknesses, distribution areas, potential elemental associations, as well as their forms, names, functions, and strengths. The text was exceedingly detailed, with exquisite illustrations accompanying each magical soul and elemental, all hand-drawn by Master TimeTravel himself. Incredible! Rain exclaimed inwardly, elated to have found precisely what he needed. With his soul eye, he could perceive the essence and elemental information within souls, yet he lacked the knowledge of what these elements were called, hindering his ability to correlate them with known elements. With unbridled enthusiasm, he eagerly perused the pages, diligently photographing each one with his phone for later reference. According to Master TimeTravel's research, the known magical souls of the world were categorized into 16 major classes. Surprisingly, the most abundant were not magical beasts but rather insects, followed by fish, with magical beasts ranking third. The other categories included avians, plants, aquatic beings, spirit essences, aberrations, elements, undead, humanoids, giants, demons, magical species, draconic descendants, and true dragons, totaling 13 additional classes. Each major class was further subdivided into numerous minor categories, amounting to several hundred types altogether. Rain was astounded. It was akin to a comprehensive biological taxonomy. Naturally, if judged by the standards of his previous world as biology, Master TimeTravel's classification seemed utterly chaotic and devoid of basis. However, this was a classification of magical souls, not biological entities, and the two bore no relation to one another. As Rain perused the book, he found an entry on the feathered serpent, and upon cross-referencing, he immediately identified the names of several elemental attributes of the feathered serpent in the market: air cutting, whirlwind technique, and rapid recovery, with wind elemental affinity being self-evident. The entire volume spanned hundreds of pages, and to read it in its entirety would require at least a day. Furthermore, being a concise edition, it only introduced a little over 100 common magical souls, far from the 1,000 mentioned in the title. Closing the book, he approached the counter and inquired, "How much for this book?" The shopkeeper, a wiry old man, glanced at the title, the concise edition of the Book of 1,000 Souls, and replied, 299 copper coins. "Isn't that essentially 300? Rain remarked, taken aback by the pricing tactics even in this otherworldly realm. Nevertheless, he dutifully retrieved 300 copper coins from his wallet. A book priced at 300 copper coins felt exorbitant, almost akin to robbery, yet knowledge is priceless, and he was willing to pay the sum. After receiving a copper lease from the shopkeeper as change, Rain further inquired, "Is there a complete version of the Book of 1,000 Souls?" The complete edition comprises 12 volumes and can only be procured from specialized bookstores or large libraries. The shopkeeper shook his head, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ryan before explaining. The complete set of the Book of 1,000 Souls exceeds 10 gold shields in price, making it quite cumbersome to carry. Rarely do we see customers purchasing it, hence we do not keep it in stock. My apologies. Ryan envisioned a stack of 12 hefty tomes, enough to fill an entire suitcase. Merely skimming through them would take a considerable amount of time, and very few possess the patience to read them all, let alone spend money to acquire them. "Well, thank you for the information," Ryan replied, departing with his book in hand. After strolling through the market for a while longer, Ryan felt that he had seen enough, and, with a slight pang of hunger, decided to have lunch outside the market before heading back. As he made his way halfway down the street, he heard a voice bellowing from a shop entrance. "Soul betting, soul betting. Today we have a new batch of living gold ants, each sold for just 1 gold shield. Buy them fresh and kill them on the spot. If you extract a force element, it will be a fine secondary soul, easily fetching 50 gold shields. There are in Team Mini available, so hurry if you wish to purchase." Ryan halted, intrigued by this notion of soul betting, which bore resemblance to the stone gambling of his past life. Yet, he pondered whether it was genuine or merely a ruse. He stepped into the shop, where he beheld several large tables laden with glass jars, 200 or 300 in total, crafted from specially thickened glass, each tightly sealed save for a small ventilation hole. Within each jar was a grotesque, pitch-black ant, its body glistening faintly, with sharp angles reminiscent of iron, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. The bases of the jars contained a viscous, translucent solution, likely a specially concocted potion, rendering the ants languid and powerless. They frantically scraped the glass with their forelimbs, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds. "What colossal ants!" Ryan exclaimed, startled. He recalled that the largest bull ant on Earth measured only 3 or 4 centimeters in length. Yet these living gold ants easily surpassed 10 centimeters, with the largest exceeding 20, their mass being several hundred times that of a bull ant. A single bite could likely tear away a substantial piece of flesh, perhaps even severing a finger. If besieged by a swarm of living gold ants, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Around 7 or 8 customers gathered near the glass jars, diligently observing and selecting the ants they desired. "Do these living gold ants truly consume metal?" Ryan inquired, having never encountered such ants before, nor seen them mentioned in the Book of Thousand Souls. "Indeed," replied a middle-aged man, presumably the shopkeeper, with enthusiasm. "Living gold ants thrive on iron ore. This particular batch recently claimed the lives of 3 miners in the northern mines, and the mine owner enlisted a mid-level alchemist to handle them, selling the entire nest to us. None escaped. Young man, would you care to purchase a few and test your luck?" The shopkeeper beamed. Ryan refrained from responding. Assuming he was merely hesitating, the shopkeeper continued his persuasive monologue. "Do not underestimate the living gold ants, young man. While individually they are indeed weak, they are genuine insect monsters, with a certain probability of generating elements within their souls. And these force elements are exceedingly useful. Do you know how strong a single ant can be? They can lift objects weighing hundreds of times their own body weight. If applied to humans, such strength would be more terrifying than that of giants. Truly limitless potential. Many melee professions covet force elements, while they may not serve as primary souls. They make excellent secondary ones. Just earlier, a customer procured a living gold ant containing a force element and sold it on the spot for 50 gold shields. You can ask anyone here." The shopkeeper gestured towards several customers selecting ants, and a couple chimed in, corroborating his claims. Ryan scoffed internally, recognizing that these individuals were clearly shills. Did they think him so easily deceived? While it was conceivable that living gold ants might yield force elements, he could not place trust in the shopkeeper's words. He had grown weary of such rhetoric about ant power since elementary school in his previous life. Activating his soul eye, he scrutinized each ant one by one. Noticing Ryan's indifferent demeanor, the shopkeeper eventually wandered off to attend to another newly arrived customer. Ryan examined 20 or 30 living gold ants without discovering any elements, noting that their souls were notably feeble. 2 or 3 ants combined barely equated to a single ordinary magic soul. Indeed, it was a deceptive scheme, selling a wretched ant for a gold shield. He cursed the shopkeeper for his unscrupulousness, but as he observed over 60 ants, his gaze suddenly halted, his thoughts exclaiming, "What? There truly is a force element." This particular living gold ant resembled the others, perhaps slightly larger, but not the biggest. Yet, to his astonishment, it contained a force element. After carefully sensing it, Ryan confirmed the presence of the force element. He contemplated whether to purchase it, envisioning an effortless gain of 50 gold shields, when he saw the jar containing that very ant being lifted away by a robed wizard, who handed it to the shopkeeper. "Damn it, I was too slow," Ryan lamented, feeling frustrated. The wizard, a level 3 sorcerer, possessed keen eyesight and was evidently a formidable soul appraiser. The shopkeeper joyfully accepted the wizard's gold shield, retrieving a hammer to smash the living gold ant from the jar onto an iron anvil. While the ant was still dazed, he struck down with the hammer. Bang! The sound resonated as though the hammer had struck iron, rebounding slightly, yet the ant continued to move atop the anvil. The shopkeeper, having witnessed the resilience of the living gold ants before, wielded the hammer repeatedly, akin to a blacksmith at work, ultimately reducing the ant to a mushy mass resembling an iron pancake. He then pressed a blank soul stone against it. To Ryan's astonishment, he saw the ant's soul soaring forth, seemingly attempting to glide towards him. Just as the soul began to escape, it was ensnared by the closer soul stone, resulting in a tug of war, with the soul threatening to be torn asunder. Oh no! Ryan suddenly recalled his own ability to absorb souls. Fortunately, he had previously explored an option on his phone that allowed him to disable charging. He quickly selected it. Indeed, upon disabling the charge, The living gold ant's soul was instantly absorbed into the soul stone, the white crystal darkening as though infused with ink. The shopkeeper, holding the soul stone, observed a red rune materializing before vanishing. His smile abruptly froze. The surrounding customers, having witnessed the anomaly within the soul stone, gasped a force element. Only Ryan remained unfazed. Having anticipated the outcome, the wizard, pleased, took the soul stone from the shopkeeper and continued to select glass jars. Several customers, stimulated by the revelation, began selecting living gold ants to hand to the shopkeeper. Yet, as each ant was smashed, none yielded any elements. The wizard purchased 2 more, yet similarly met with disappointment. Ignoring the commotion around him, Ryan maintained his own pace, scrutinizing each ant. However, after examining over 100 living gold ants, he found no further force elements. He patiently inspected dozens more, but still to no avail. Finally, as the last 30 ants remained, just when Ryan had lost hope, believing he was faced with yet another ordinary living gold ant, 3 runes suddenly flickered before his eyes. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 30. Exceptional Elements. Ryan nearly cried out, barely managing to restrain himself. On the surface, he remained composed, yet internally, his emotions roiled like a tempest. Scarcely able to believe his eyes, he had indeed witnessed 3 elements within the soul of a single living gold ant. Calm down. Calm down. Do not let anyone discover this. Ryan averted his gaze, noting that several customers were preoccupied with their selections, none paying him heed, especially that seemingly astute soul appraiser wizard, who stood at a distance. With a sigh of relief, he feigned nonchalance, stepping closer to observe the living gold ant intently. The outward appearance of this golden-eating ant is rather unremarkable at first glance. It bears no distinction from other ants. However, upon closer examination, one discovers that its coloration is a deeper, more profound black, with its body and joints distinctly angular. Slightly smaller than the average ant, conveying an impression of compactness and robustness. Strangely, it remains motionless within the glass jar, devoid of vitality, resembling a work of art forged from steel. In the realm of the soul's eye, the elements of the golden-eating ant once again materialize, this time with remarkable clarity. To my astonishment, it possesses 3 elements. Rin gasped in wonder, and after a thorough assessment, he soon discerned the nature of these 3 elements, all of which he had encountered not long ago in the Book of Souls. The first is the elemental force of strength, capable of significantly amplifying physical power. This is the fundamental element of the golden-eating ant, which Rin had previously observed in another specimen. However, he noted that this particular ant's strength element is far more potent than that of the last. Strength is a corporeal element, one that can be enhanced. Each enhancement results in a substantial increase in one's power, potentially multiplying it several times over. It is evident that this golden-eating ant's strength element has undergone such enhancement. It is highly likely that it has devoured the souls of its kin, thus fortifying its strength element. While Rin speculated on this matter, he did not dwell too long on the strength element, for he was utterly captivated by the second element. Iron Body, were it not for the presence of others, Rin would have undoubtedly shouted in exclamation, overwhelmed by astonishment. Iron Body is an extraordinary corporeal element. Master Tamandora, the author of the Book of Souls, classified the thousands of elements he had encountered into 4 tiers based on their strength and rarity. The most common and ubiquitous elements are termed ordinary elements, such as strength, stone skin, and fire breathing. The next tier includes some rare elements, which possess greater power and are known as rare elements, many of which form the core abilities of extraordinary professions. Following these are the more elusive and powerful extraordinary elements. Acquiring just one can have a decisive impact on an extraordinary profession, leading to an unimaginable enhancement of strength. Finally, there are the legendary elements, each renowned in its own right, with only a handful known, as detailed in the Book of Souls. Ordinary, rare, extraordinary, legendary. The rarity of an element correlates with its strength, though not absolutely. An ordinary element, through enhancement or upgrading, can attain the power of a rare element. If enhanced sufficiently, it can even surpass those of higher tiers. For instance, the strength element, if subjected to multiple enhancements, could rival extraordinary elements or even reach the power of legendary elements, albeit with considerable difficulty. In essence, the tier of an element signifies its rarity and potency. Iron Body is indeed one of these extraordinary elements, positioned just beneath legendary elements, and is among the most renowned of extraordinary elements. Having recently perused the Book of Souls, Rin recalled the description of Iron Body with clarity. It enables extraordinary beings to possess a body of formidable resilience. Skin, muscle, bones, and even hair become virtually indestructible, with almost no weaknesses, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against such defenses, akin to a being forged entirely of steel. A person whose body resembles iron naturally possesses immense strength, which may elucidate why the golden-eating ant's strength element has been enhanced. The sources of the iron body element are few and universally tied to fearsome creatures, the most famous among them being the bronze giant and the steel dragon. One is a giant, the other a true dragon. Both are legendary creatures, far beyond the reach of ordinary extraordinary beings. This extraordinary element is the most coveted among all iron guards in the world. Naturally, other extraordinary beings yearn for it as well. Regardless of profession, possessing iron body equates to an additional lease on life, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to slay them. An extraordinary being with iron body, standing immobile before ordinary people, could withstand all manner of blades and strikes without even sustaining a scratch. Furthermore, the iron body can be enhanced again. Ren's mind raced with possibilities. What would it be like if iron body were pushed to its limits? If a wizard possessed iron body, would they have no close-range vulnerabilities? A notion flickered in his mind. Yet that was not all, for this golden-eating ant harbored a third element, which elicited yet another gasp of amazement from Ren. The third element is known as metal sensation, a rare, psychic-type element. Psychic elements are already uncommon, and this one being of rare caliber left Ren nearly numb. What on earth is this golden-eating ant's condition? What has transpired within it? He was not unfamiliar with metal sensation, having recently encountered it in another shop. It belonged to a rusty wraith contained within a soul stone, and was offered at the exorbitant price of 300 gold shields, attracting much attention. The rusty wraith is a type of refined spirit, possessing three elements within its soul: heart rust shriek, light body technique, and metal sensation. Ren's keen interest in the rusty wraith stemmed from its significance in becoming a mechanic. Upon successful soul transformation, merging with the rusty wraith enables one to transition into a mechanic, with metal sensation being the core element of utmost importance for that profession. Metal sensation grants mechanics a unique perception. Upon contact with any metallic object, they can instantly discern the properties and structure of that metal, as if reading its very essence. With metal sensation, a mechanic can maximize their craftsmanship when creating equipment primarily composed of metal, forging the most formidable weapons. After enhancement, metal sensation can further augment a mechanic's capabilities, transcending mere tactile perception to include discernment via smell, sound, and shape, thereby extracting information about metals. This ability proves immensely valuable in endeavors such as mineral exploration, identifying internal damage in metallic devices, or casting metal-related spells. In summary, metal sensation serves as a form of metal affinity, the principal core element for all mechanics. After contemplating the three elements, Ren found it nearly impossible to contain himself. His breathing had grown heavier, and he nearly questioned whether he was hallucinating. He had discovered three elements within the soul of a seemingly insignificant golden-eating ant, none of which were ordinary elements: enhanced strength, metal sensation, and iron body. One is an ordinary element, another a rare element, and the last an extraordinary element. Each of these elements is exceedingly rare, yet they have converged within a single soul, and a rather diminutive one at that. Ren confirmed repeatedly that despite the presence of these three elements, the ant's soul still pales in comparison to that of an average magical soul. Moreover, the strength of the three elements is quite feeble. If contained within a soul stone, many soul appraisers might overlook them entirely. Nevertheless, there is no denying the authenticity of these three elements. They are indeed real. This is nothing short of a miracle. Pain, silence removed, and then a sense of urgency washed over him. He could not allow anyone else to seize this opportunity. Fortunately, the golden-eating ant's appearance is inconspicuous, and it exudes a lack of vitality, thus remaining unnoticed for the time being. He positioned himself in front of the glass jar containing the ant, determined to prevent anyone from taking it, while simultaneously observing the other golden-eating ants and contemplating how he might abscond with it. Killing it here is certainly out of the question. If anyone were to discover the true value of this golden-eating ant, not to mention whether he could preserve the magical soul, his very survival in this market would be in jeopardy. Ren could not accurately assess the value of the magical soul, but it was evident, even to a layman, that a magical soul containing an extraordinary element would create quite a stir. Even if the golden-eating ant itself is weak, it could easily fetch upwards of 10,000 gold shields. Surrounded by extraordinary beings, he stood as an ordinary man, akin to a child clutching gold amidst a bustling marketplace. Any exposure would spell his demise. It might even prove challenging to extract the magic soul from this establishment, as the proprietor would undoubtedly refuse. Glancing at the shopkeeper, Rain pondered that his first step should be to ensure the man made some profit to avoid arousing suspicion. He feigned a meticulous selection process, picking 3 gold-eating ants, presenting them to the shopkeeper with eager anticipation, saying, "These 3 will suffice. Please extract the magic soul for me." Before eliminating the ants, he paid with 3 gold shields. The shopkeeper, delighted by the payment, proceeded to crush each ant with a hammer, and as expected, none contained any elemental essence. Rain had anticipated this outcome, but still feigned disappointment. Onlookers smirked with schadenfreude, and the shopkeeper was in high spirits, cheerfully releasing the magic souls of the gold-eating ants from the soul stone, restoring them to their pristine crystal forms. The soul stone, having dispensed its magic soul, was reusable. Rain acted disheartened and continued to select several more gold-eating ants, yet still found himself empty-handed. Observing his expression, the shopkeeper mused that the young man was clearly becoming obsessed, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, secretly reveling in the easy profits derived from such patrons. After having spent 10 gold shields, Rain felt he had reached his limit and, with a reluctant huff, exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, despite my numerous purchases, I have yet to see any elemental essence. Surely, these ants haven't been thoroughly picked over? I have no idea how to select them without knowing if they contain any essence," he added. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of irritation. With ample experience dealing with disgruntled customers who had lost their bets, he replied assertively, "It is merely your ill fortune. Do not speak nonsense. That gentleman just witnessed an elemental essence being extracted." Other patrons were drawn to the commotion, with some nodding in agreement, saying, "Indeed, young man, a wager must be respected." A few potential accomplices even scolded Rain, accusing him of being a poor sport. Rain's face alternated between shades of green and white, as if regretting his expenditure. He touched his wallet, hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "Who says I cannot afford this? I have plenty of money. Bring me 5 more. With that, he angrily tossed 5 gold shields to the shopkeeper and hastily selected 5 gold-eating ants. This time, one among them possessed 3 elemental essences. The shopkeeper remained unfazed by Rain's attitude, pocketing the gold shields and commencing the process of extracting the souls. The clang of hammer against anvil echoed as one ant after another was dispatched. The first 3 magic souls yielded no essence, and Rain's expression grew increasingly despondent. Just as the shopkeeper raised his hammer to eliminate the 4th gold-eating ant, Rain could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Shopkeeper, I'm done. Refund my money." The shopkeeper, visibly displeased, set down his hammer and pointed at Rain, stating, "Items purchased in our establishment are non-refundable. Young man, if you lack the funds, do not engage in the gamble." The surrounding patrons wore expressions of amusement, having witnessed such scenarios frequently in the magic soul market. "I don't care. I'm not playing anymore." Pine insisted, "Exasperated. These 2 ants are still alive. Return my gold shields." A refund was out of the question. Those 2 gold-eating ants were now his property, and whether he chose to kill them was his decision. The shopkeeper, unwilling to relinquish his potential gain, exchanged glances with his assistants and the few henchmen who now eyed Rain with hostility. Fearful, Rain stepped back, yet a part of him wanted to laugh with glee. His face flushed with urgency. He ultimately refrained from demanding a refund, stubbornly asserting, "Then I 1T kill them. Give me the ants, and I'll try my luck at home." The shopkeeper shrugged indifferently, allowing Rain to take the 2 glass jars and depart. Chapter 31. The Choice. Rain's heart raced until he had distanced himself 100 meters from the shop, at which point his anxiety finally subsided. A wave of euphoria washed over him as he looked down at the 2 glass jars in his hands, each containing a black gold-eating ant. While they appeared unremarkable, one of them held 3 magic soul essences. This is my chance to prosper. Rain could hardly contain his joy at this unexpected fortune from a visit to the magic soul market. This ant's magic soul could fetch a staggering, some exceeding 10,000 gold shields, or even more. 10,000 gold shields, when converted to copper coins, amounted to 10 million, a lifetime's worth of expenses for a family of 10. In comparison, the dozens of gold shields he had squandered to mislead the shopkeeper seemed insignificant. Rain was curious to imagine the shopkeeper's expression had he known the true worth of this gold-eating ant. Would he have been so enraged as to vomit blood? Alas, he would never know. Exercising prudence, Rain opted to conceal the precious treasure, purchasing a cloth pouch from a roadside vendor to avoid drawing attention. Additionally, he spent another gold shield on 2 soul stones, preparing to return home and experiment with the gold-eating ant. His stomach grumbled, yet Rain dismissed the thought of dining. Eager to reach home, hastening his pace, he noticed that the feathered snake was no longer at the magic soul market entrance. Perhaps someone with discerning eyes had purchased it, or perhaps it was mere luck. Rain shook his head regretfully. Had he acquired the feathered snake, he could have resold it for around 1,000 gold shields, a missed opportunity indeed. Having successfully exited the market, Rain hailed a carriage and instructed the driver to return to the Los district. As the carriage rolled along the streets, he couldn't resist admiring the gold-eating ant, repeatedly sensing the 3 essences within its soul and exclaiming in satisfaction. Such a diminutive magic soul, yet it harbored 3 potent essences. He pondered how the soul of this gold-eating ant had come to be formed. Generally, powerful essences emerge from formidable souls, but this was not an absolute rule. The Book of Thousand Souls had noted that the souls of all living things are mysterious and unpredictable. Miracles do occur. Many wondrous essences do not solely originate from powerful souls. Any soul, regardless of strength, might yield various essences, ranging from the weakest to the mightiest, even legendary essences, though the probability of such occurrences is exceedingly low, making them rare finds. This gold-eating ant was an exceedingly rare miracle, and he had stumbled upon it. It was akin to winning the lottery 3 times in a row. Rain reveled in his thoughts, then began to contemplate how to best utilize the magic soul of this gold-eating ant. His first inclination was to sell it for money, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Such a valuable item would be difficult to sell. The dangers of a child wandering through a bustling market with gold in hand were apparent. Any buyer willing to part with over 10,000 gold shields would either possess significant power themselves or be backed by a formidable force, making them a potential threat to an ordinary individual like him. Among the few acquaintances he had, only Viola from the Violet House and Kainaji from the Mechanical Guild could afford such a purchase, yet he knew little about them, making any transaction inherently unsafe. If he chose not to sell, he would have to use it himself. But how? Rain furrowed his brow, grappling with uncertainty. His original ambition had been to become a wizard, choosing between the school of rune crafting and the school of soul manipulation. If he pursued the school of rune crafting, it would be unsuitable, as this discipline required disassembling the magic soul to extract the arcane essences, crafting them into runes to be infused into souls. Only arcane essences could be transformed into runes. During the process of handling magic souls, other types of essences would dissipate, lost in vain. The 3 essences of the gold-eating ant were not arcane. After being processed by a rune wizard, nothing would remain. Conversely, the school of soul manipulation could preserve the entire magic soul, allowing it to serve as the primary soul for possession or transform into a summoned soul guard. Among the 3 specializations, the spellcasting-focused Thousand Law Sorcerer is excluded unless one wishes to merely enhance their defensive capabilities with a body of iron, which would indeed be somewhat wasteful. The 10,000 Spirit Sorcerer, who relies on the sheer number of soul guardians, is also not particularly suitable. Only the shape-shifting 100 Transformation Sorcerer can effectively harness the capabilities of this gold-eating ant. To cultivate the gold-eating ant, the shape-shifting sorcerer must invest a substantial amount of soul power, but cannot be regarded as the primary soul. The core essence of a shape-shifting sorcerer is the transformation demon, a fact that cannot be altered. Otherwise, the ability to transform would be lost. Moreover, the magical soul of this gold-eating ant is relatively feeble. While it possesses a rare elemental quality, its combat prowess is lacking. If the shape-shifting sorcerer were to transform into a gold-eating ant, their defensive strength would indeed be formidable, yet their offensive capabilities would diminish, not to mention the unappealing appearance. A vivid image flashed through Rain's mind, himself as a colossal ant battling against foes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. No, transforming into an ant is out of the question. He shook his head repeatedly, discarding such thoughts. In truth, the most optimal utilization of the gold-eating ant would be to fully integrate its magical soul into his own, thus bypassing the issue of its weak soul and perfectly leveraging the 3 elemental aspects. After all, he had only just become an extraordinary being. A slightly weaker magical soul fusion would not be detrimental, as he merely needed the elemental qualities, which would also be safer. However, Rain was reluctant to relinquish his ambition to become a sorcerer. Consequently, the combat school seemed to emerge as the best choice. By employing the world tree meditation to fuse with the gold-eating ant, he could absorb the 3 elemental aspects, significantly enhancing his own power while still retaining his identity as a sorcerer. In the future, by fusing with other magical souls possessing secret elements, he could acquire spellcasting abilities. The sole drawback was that prior to fusing with other magical souls, he would not resemble a sorcerer, but rather a formidable Iron Guardian. Yet, compared to the potential he could gain, this was hardly a flaw. It was in fact an advantage. The notion of a sorcerer with immense strength, impervious to blades and projectiles, excelling in close combat over spellcasting was indeed peculiar, yet it sparked a sense of anticipation within him. Furthermore, the gold-eating ant possesses a metallic essence, perhaps allowing him to dabble as a part-time mechanic. When he previously rebuffed Kainei, he had thought that there was no perfect solution. Yet unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. Was he truly destined to become a combat sorcerer? Rain felt a twinge of doubt. The uncertainties surrounding combat sorcerers were daunting. Even with the aid of the soul eye, he felt little confidence. However, it appeared there were no better alternatives unless he abandoned the gold-eating ant, which would be foolish. How many extraordinary beings at the first level could claim mastery over 3 elemental aspects, one of which was an extraordinary element? Such a high starting point promised boundless possibilities. Given the exceptionally high ceiling associated with combat sorcerers, if he could seize each opportunity for advancement and fuse with the most suitable magical souls, what level of power might he attain? Just contemplating the potential filled Rain with exhilaration. Even if he occasionally faltered, his strength would still surpass that of other extraordinary beings. High risks often yield high rewards. How could he know the outcome without taking the plunge? Since he had ventured into this world, he might as well aim high and go all in. Rain's gaze gradually solidified, no longer hesitant. He had made his choice. He would become a combat sorcerer. As the carriage gradually exited the Silver Star District and crossed the bridge into the Ross District, Rain gazed out at the passing scenery, his mood gradually calming. He relaxed, closed his eyes, and instinctively activated the voice of all things, allowing a multitude of sound waves to wash over him, constructing a world composed entirely of sound within his mind. He had not forgotten to practice this ability, discerning every sound he heard and tracing their origins. Suddenly, Rain's eyes flew open, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. He had detected a rapid succession of footsteps, swift and seemingly in pursuit. Locking onto the sound source, he noted that the individual was 100 meters behind, alternating between speeds and occasionally veering off into alleys, only to re-emerge shortly thereafter. He was being followed. Rain continued to listen intently for another half-minute, now certain that someone was tailing the carriage, maintaining their distance. Who could this person be? When had they begun their pursuit? What was their intent? A flurry of questions arose in Rain's mind, accompanied by a scolding of himself for becoming somewhat overconfident upon acquiring the gold-eating ant. He had let his guard down. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Glancing at the gold-eating ant in his possession, he was assured that the pursuer was not after it, for aside from himself, no one could truly comprehend its value. Thus, there was only one conclusion. This individual was a follower of the malevolent deity, Loki, having sensed the mark of discord upon him. This realization left Rain feeling quite troubled. Was it mere misfortune that he encountered a cultist on his first venture out, or was it that the city of Longzan was rife with such followers? Lurking in the streets? Rain was uncertain of the extent of the mark of discord's detection range. How far could a follower of the malevolent deity sense it? Surely, it was unlikely that one could simply pass by in a carriage and be discovered. It was highly probable that this individual had encountered him in the magical soul market and had pursued the carriage from there. Rain turned within the carriage, but he could not see his pursuer, nor could he lean out the window to observe without revealing himself. However, evading the tracker would not prove difficult. He leaned forward and whispered a few words to the driver, who, initially taken aback, nodded in agreement upon receiving a few banknotes from Rain. At the next intersection, the carriage altered its course, no longer heading back to the apartment. Rain focused on the footsteps of his pursuer, and as the individual turned into a narrow alley for a shortcut, he called out softly. The prepared driver slowed the carriage slightly, allowing Rain to swiftly leap from the vehicle and duck into a nearby grocery store. The entire exchange transpired within mere seconds, unseen by the pursuer, while the carriage resumed its former speed. Inside the grocery store, Rain listened as the sound of the pursuer's footsteps faded away with the departing carriage before cautiously emerging to stand on a step. Activating his soul eye to catch a distant glimpse of the follower and penetrate the depths of their soul. A second-level fighter. Was this individual a follower of the malevolent deity and a Shadowblade assassin? Chapter 32, Pursuit and Eavesdropping. From half a street away, Rain made out the figure of the pursuer. The person appeared to be quite young, a man in his early 20s with an unremarkable appearance, tall and slender. Devoid of any visible weaponry, clad in fitted attire, and agilely weaving through pedestrians and obstacles as he effortlessly kept pace with the carriage. Within the depths of the pursuer's soul, Rain discerned an elemental aspect, known as inner chi, confirming that this individual was indeed a fighter. The inner chi element derived from the magical soul of a praying mantis and was a rare quality that allowed extraordinary beings to harness their physical strength to unleash a surge of chi power, delivering devastating force in close combat. The prowess of a fighter was built upon inner chi, excelling in melee combat and utilizing their body as a weapon, with every attack imbued with inner chi, achieving a balance of speed and offense and defense. Fighters were a rarity, yet each was formidable. The fighter before him, in addition to his primary soul, possessed a secondary soul that granted him an ordinary aspect called balance, indicating that his professional rank was second level and should not be underestimated. How curious it was that such a promising young fighter was a follower of the malevolent deity. Rain felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had detected the pursuer in advance. Had he been ambushed, he might not have been able to withstand even a single blow. Watching as the fighter swiftly trailed the carriage until he vanished from view, Rain finally felt a measure of reassurance. He could now confirm one thing. The range of a follower's sensitivity to the mark of discord did not exceed 100 meters. Or else the fighter would have noticed his absence from the carriage long ago. Certainly, it is also possible that the sensing range is somewhat diminished, though certainty eludes him. The mere thought of the mark of discord fills Rain with trepidation. The adherents of the malevolent deity are far more numerous than he had anticipated, and the mark upon him resembles a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment, unless he secludes himself within the confines of his home. The notion of a 1,000-day defense against thieves is rendered moot. He must devise a method to eradicate the mark of discord. Rain resolutely committed himself to this task, pondering that the solution lies in addressing the followers of the malevolent deity. First and foremost, he must ascertain how they detect the mark of discord. Beyond their faith in the dark god, are there alternative means? Should no resolution present itself, he would consider an alternate approach. Eliminate those who pose the problem. Striking first, he could cleanse a faction of the followers, thereby diminishing the likelihood of encountering them, while simultaneously devouring their souls to replenish his own strength. Moreover, this fighter has likely glimpsed his visage. Should he alert other followers or directly report to the Shadowblade Assassin organization, it would spell trouble. Regardless, this individual must perish. Rain has always been proactive, refusing to submit to the designs of others. Without further hesitation, he turned back toward the Silver Star district. The carriage he had previously taken had traversed from that very area. Having just crossed the bridge, the fighter must have also followed him from the Silver Star district. Once he realizes Rain is no longer aboard the carriage, he will undoubtedly retrace his steps in search of him. The route from the Lost District back to the Silver Star District is singularly defined by the bridge spanning the Foray Glen River. Rain soon arrived at the bridge, and upon reaching the Silver Star District, he entered a bookstore nearly 200 meters from the bridge's entrance, ascending to the second floor. Positioned by a window with a view of the bridge, he idly perused a book. Within 20 minutes, a familiar figure appeared upon the bridge. Indeed, it was the young fighter. He approached from the bridge, his gaze scanning the surroundings as if in search of someone. Rain scoffed inwardly. The follower of the malevolent deity was evidently unwilling to relinquish his target, returning to search for him. He activated the voice of all things, fixing his focus on the target. The world fell silent as myriad sounds were filtered away, leaving only the fighter's footsteps, amplified in clarity, rendering it unnecessary to rely on sight to discern his position. He felt as if he were within arm's reach. When the fighter crossed the bridge into the Silver Star District, Rain exited the bookstore and discreetly followed from a distance. He maintained a careful distance of over 200 meters, ensuring he remained outside the fighter's line of sight. Unless the opponent possessed extraordinary senses, detection was improbable. It was certain that within the opponent's soul, such heightened sensory perception was absent. The fighter ambled along, unhurried, casting furtive glances around him. He remained blissfully unaware of the pursuit, oblivious to the fact that the very person he sought was the one trailing him. Each harbored ulterior motives, one in the light, the other in shadow. They continued their cat and mouse for nearly an hour until the fighter finally ceased his search, entering a tavern. Rain halted at a considerable distance from the tavern, mentally affirming his suspicions. This establishment was not far from the Soul Market, where the fighter likely encountered him and sensed the mark of discord. He adjusted his proximity, edging closer to the tavern. With the fighter's entrance, the sound of doors opening and closing, along with the movement of chairs, reached his ears. The fighter settled at a table, surrounded by numerous patrons engaged in raucous revelry. "Hogan, did you not say you'd return swiftly from the soul market? What took you so long?" inquired a woman's voice. The fighter, referred to as Hogan, appeared somewhat sullen, responding after a brief pause. "Nothing much, just encountered an intriguing target." "What target?" "Do share," prompted another man, his voice deep, indicating a higher status than Hogan's. Hogan seemed reluctant to divulge, prompting an annoyed grunt from the deep-voiced man. "Very well, I'll speak," Hogan acquiesced, lowering his voice. "I encountered someone in the market. He bears the mark of discord." As he uttered the phrase mark of discord, his voice dropped to a near inaudible whisper. "What?" The woman gasped in surprise. "Karita, lower your voice," the man admonished before pressing further. "The mark of the master. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Where is the individual now?" The man continued to inquire. "I've lost him," Hogan admitted, his confidence wavering. The man appeared infuriated, yet restrained his ire within the tavern, sternly reprimanding. "You lost such an important target? You are seasoned enough not to require my guidance, yet you should have found a way to inform us to act together. And what is the result?" "Apologies, Wilt," Hogan explained. "The situation was urgent. The individual had just exited the soul market and boarded a carriage before I could alert you." "Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions," Wilt retorted, his voice grave. "A few days ago, Trevor was found dead at a manor outside the city. Not only was he slain, but several of his brothers perished alongside him, and the master's altar was destroyed. The person you discovered could very well be the one who desecrated the master's altar. I understand your desire for glory to please the deity, but given that this individual managed to slay Trevor and his entire squad, do you believe your strength can match his?" Hogan refrained from contradicting him, mumbling a few words before falling silent. The three remained quiet for a moment, and Wilt sighed, asking, "You saw what this person looked like. Can you identify him?" "I did, but I have never seen him before," Hogan replied hastily. He described, "He's a man, quite young, likely under 20, remarkably handsome, the sort that attracts women. I cannot articulate it precisely, but anyone who glimpses him would surely remember." "Under 20, are you certain?" "Wild questioned, skepticism evident." Such a youthful, extraordinary individual typically possesses only a first-tier profession. Could he possess the strength to kill Trevor, a second-tier shadow warrior, along with the Iron Guards? Hogan fervently insisted he had not erred, affirming the authenticity of the mark of discord upon the target. Subsequently, the trio engaged in speculation regarding Rain's identity. Wilt even urged Hogan to sketch a likeness, yet he was unable to do so, struggling to convey a coherent description. Rain had eavesdropped for a considerable time at the tavern. The experience of overhearing others discuss him felt rather peculiar. Particularly, hearing them comment on his handsome appearance brought a flicker of satisfaction. However, the realization that these three followers of the malevolent deity sought his life swiftly extinguished any lingering vanity, leaving him thoroughly displeased. By evening, the three concluded their conversation and exited the tavern, parting ways. Rain pondered briefly, deciding to continue shadowing the fighter Hogan. He was the only one who had seen him, while the other two could be set aside for the moment. Hogan remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly as he made his way home, soon arriving at a residence in the eastern part of the Silver Star district, adjacent to the river. Rain noted the address and departed quietly. Returning to his apartment in the Lost District, Rain set down the glass jar in his hand, his mind still occupied with thoughts of the followers of the malevolent deity. It was evident that Hogan was withholding information from his comrades. Earlier, while tracking the carriage, when Hogan realized he was no longer aboard, he likely interrogated the coachman for his address. At that time, Rain had not divulged the specific details of his apartment's location, merely stating he was headed to Kosam Street. Kosam Street is one of the most densely populated thoroughfares in the Lost District, with countless apartments for rent, housing at least 5,000 to 6,000 tenants. Finding an individual amidst such a crowd would pose a considerable challenge. However, with the ability to sense the mark of discord, Hogan could return to Kosam Street multiple times, and even by sheer chance, he might very well discover Rain. It was evident that Hogan had not revealed the full truth. He harbored intentions of eliminating Rain himself to seize the mark of discord and curry favor with the malevolent deity. Thus, residing in the apartment was no longer a viable option. Rain felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. It was entirely possible that Hogan might come looking for him by midnight. Although the likelihood was slim, Hogan did not strike one as a particularly meticulous individual. Rain was not willing to take any risks. However, before leaving the apartment, he needed to eliminate the golden-eating ant and contain the demon soul within a soul stone. Carrying them around would be inconvenient and could easily attract unwanted attention. Rain picked up a glass jar and gazed at the golden-eating ant inside, suddenly perplexed. He lacked the appropriate tools, and it seemed rather challenging to kill the ant. Chapter 33. The Perfect Soul Transformation. Rain had an intimate understanding of the ant's resilience. Earlier that afternoon, the shopkeeper had dispatched ants with a hammer as though forging iron, requiring several forceful strikes to bring one down. The shopkeeper, merely an ordinary man, had quickly exhausted himself after slaying just a few golden-eating ants. While Rain's physical abilities and strength far surpassed those of an average person, he had no tools at home and had never cooked before, lacking even a kitchen knife. Barehanded, he simply could not kill the golden-eating ant. With no other option, Rain resolved to venture out and purchase a tool. Surely, Hogan Woon T happened to come looking for him during this brief interlude. If misfortune were truly to befall him, he would accept it. He recalled that there was a blacksmith shop just down the street, recently transformed into a mechanical workshop selling various tools, conveniently close to his apartment. After securely hiding the golden-eating ant, Rain hurried downstairs and crossed the street to find the workshop. The evening had grown late, and the shop was devoid of customers, save for a rather disheveled man seated behind the counter, guarding the wares. His apron, stained with grease, and his portly figure suggested that he was indeed a mechanical craftsman. This profession was not an extraordinary one. Rather, it comprised ordinary individuals skilled in mechanical techniques, akin to a blend of technicians and blacksmiths from Rain's previous life. Naturally, most craftsmen in the Empire had intricate ties to the mechanical guild. The mechanical craftsman appeared weary upon Rain's entrance. He merely cast a glance without any intention of rising to attend to him. As Rain surveyed the shop, he noted a comprehensive array of weapons. Various long swords, short swords, two-handed swords, broadswords, thin swords, and daggers lined the walls. There were at least a dozen types of sword alone, along with axes, daggers, shields, bows, and armored suits for defense, including chainmail. Everyday tools, such as kitchen knives, hammers, and scissors, adorned the walls, with some even piled atop tables for customers to test. Rain wished to waste no time and directly approached the hammer section. Given the formidable defense of the golden-eating ant, blades would be of limited efficacy. A blunt instrument was necessary, and a hammer would be most suitable. Ironically, Rain had been nicknamed Hammer in his previous life. His name, Shi Jingchui, had been bestowed by his grandfather, who had fought in wars, signifying the pacification of the borders. Due to its phonetic similarity to hard hammer, he had been affectionately called by that moniker since childhood, and his classmates and friends had adopted it as well. During his university days, while participating in a metalworking internship, Rain had even crafted a hammer himself, growing quite fond of it. His roommates, noticing his affection for the hammer, had humorously thanked him for not using it to slay them. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled those friends, now forever out of reach. Shaking off the melancholy, he casually picked up a hammer and swung it a few times, only to find it lacking in heft. It was too light, a mere tool for daily use, weighing only 2 or 3 pounds, feeling no more substantial than a handful of straw. There were, of course, hammers designed for combat, known as Warhammers in Alena. However, upon a cursory glance, he shook his head in rejection. These Warhammers were excessively heavy, with heads as large as a head itself, clearly intended for berserkers or iron guards. They could be lifted, but not wielded effectively. In haste to return, he settled on an octagonal hammer. This hammer was identical to those used on construction sites in his previous life, commonly referred to as a sledgehammer, albeit with a heavier head weighing approximately 30 pounds. The handle, nearly a meter long, was crafted entirely of iron and wrapped in a layer of shock-absorbing leather. As Rain hefted the sledgehammer, he could almost hear a mesmerizing voice echoing in his ear. 80, 80, 80. The hammer was reasonably priced at merely 3 silver crowns. After completing the transaction, he departed and returned to his apartment without incident. Upon reflection, he realized that using the hammer to kill the golden-eating ant in his apartment would create too much noise and disturb others. Hence, he descended with 2 glass jars, relying on the sound of all things to navigate the shadows and avoid detection, entering a secluded corner behind the apartment. He spread a thick cloth over a stone and emptied one of the jars, releasing a golden-eating ant. This ant, devoid of any elemental attributes, was merely for practice. Soaked in potion for an extended period and deprived of sustenance, it was already in a state of near death. Raising the hammer with both hands, Rain aimed carefully and unleashed all his strength in a single strike. With the assistance of his smartphone's gyroscope, he concentrated his entire force into his hands, transferring it to the sledgehammer, which came crashing down with weight and precision upon the golden-eating ant. A muffled thud resonated, and the ant was reduced to a pulpy mass. Rain quickly presented the soul stone near the ant's remains, and a soul swiftly emerged, infusing itself into the stone. Even in the darkness, he could clearly see that the demonic soul within the stone was merely a mass of darkness, lacking any elemental essence. He set the soul stone down, contemplating. The crucial moment had arrived. With utmost care, he released the golden-eating ant containing 3 elemental attributes. It was evidently in a far better condition than the previous one. Immediately beginning to crawl, albeit slowly, Rain felt a surge of anxiety. This ant was indeed different. He spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and raised the hammer once more, striking down with fervor. Bang! Following the dull sound, Rain felt the recoil reverberate through his hands, his palms tingling as the hammer's head bounced off. Remarkably, the golden-eating ant did not perish. It merely bore superficial wounds, its 6 iron-like legs scraping against the stone, igniting small sparks. Goodness, how resilient! Rain could scarcely believe his eyes as the ant began to move again, prompting him to swing the sledgehammer once more, chanting internally, 80, 80, 80. What appeared to be a chaotic flurry of strikes was, in truth, executed with precision under the guidance of the gyroscope. Each blow finding its mark without wasting an ounce of energy. The ant's body gradually deformed, its limbs separating at the joints, and, after being struck repeatedly, it was ultimately flattened with a final, resounding thud. Rain hastily discarded the hammer and utilized the soul stone to absorb the demonic soul. To his eager anticipation, a demonic soul emerged, swiftly filling the white crystal in his hand, transforming into a dark, profound black gemstone, within which 3 elemental runes flickered and vanished. Without the soul eye, one would be hard-pressed to discern their existence. He had succeeded. Rain pumped his fist in triumph, nearly leaping with exhilaration. This golden-eating ant would become his first demonic soul, marking a solid first step on his path to becoming a battle mage. After the excitement subsided, Rain stowed the soul stone away, only to realize that the cloth spread on the ground had been reduced to tatters, and the stone beneath it had cracked. He hurriedly cleaned up the scene, disposing of the 2 golden-eating ant corpses into the sewer, and returned upstairs with the hammer. Gathering all his money, Rain departed the apartment under the cover of night. He did not return to the Basil Hotel, but instead found a modest inn in the Huntington district, just across the river from Silver Star District. After eavesdropping for half an hour to ensure no extraordinary beings were present, he rented a room for the night. Only in the early hours of the morning, as dawn approached, did Rain finally drift into a peaceful slumber. He awoke refreshed just before noon, indulging in a delicious meal to satiate his hunger before boarding the carriage bound for the Violet House. Once he passed this day and became an extraordinary being, he would no longer need to live in such constant trepidation. The carriage ride proceeded smoothly. As Rain stepped out of the carriage, he was greeted by the sight of Tallarine, who awaited him with a warm smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Rain," she said, approaching him. "Can we conduct the ceremony today, Ms. Tallarine?" he inquired. "Of course," she replied. Nodding, Rain handed over the 60 gold shields he had prepared to the female attendant at the reception, before following Tallarine to the rear of the Violet House, entering a spacious chamber. To his surprise, the half-elf Viola was also present within the room, draped in an elegant robe that accentuated her graceful form. Merely standing there, she radiated a soft luminescence that was impossible to overlook. "Ms. Viola," Rain greeted her, his gaze tinged with curiosity. The soul transformation ceremony could be conducted alone, but it was advisable to have an experienced facilitator, preferably an extraordinary spellcaster, making Tallarine an apt choice. They had agreed the previous day that Tallarine would assist him with this soul transformation, should he desire a more skilled host. It would entail additional costs. Viola smiled warmly, her demeanor akin to a refreshing spring breeze. "Mr. Rain, Tallarine will preside over the ceremony today. I'm merely here to observe. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all," Rain replied, still somewhat puzzled. As the proprietor of the Violet House, Viola had undoubtedly witnessed countless soul transformation ceremonies. What merit was there in her presence, considering that he would need to discuss purchasing the World Tree Seed with her post-ceremony? He chose to suppress his confusion. This room was specifically designed for soul transformation rituals, featuring a platform resembling an operating table at its center, inscribed with numerous runes that formed a complete magical array. Beside the rune platform stood a table adorned with various items: a syringe, a vial of soul-devouring elixir, and a white scroll. "Mr. Rain, if you're prepared, please lie down," Tallarine said, her tone calm as she endeavored to create a relaxed atmosphere to alleviate Rain's anxiety. "Very well," he replied, removing his coat and casually tossing it aside, though it concealed all his possessions, including his money and the magic essence of the soul-eating ant. He reclined upon the rune platform clad only in his shirt, while Tallarine secured his limbs and waist with sturdy leather straps. The ritual can be quite painful. To prevent you from exerting yourself or falling from the platform, it is necessary to restrain you, she explained. Rain hesitated, contemplating that he did not require such restraint, and being bound would render him entirely at their mercy. However, upon perceiving no malice from Tallarine and Viola through the soul eye, he acquiesced. Once secured, he found himself entirely immobilized, save for the ability to turn his head. Tallarine unrolled the scroll, reciting a brief incantation. The scroll unfurled, emitting faint golden characters that penetrated Rain's forehead. With the enhancement of mental protection, he sensed an inner tranquility enveloping him, bestowing a peculiar sense of safety, as though nothing had changed. Next, Tallarine activated the rune platform with a piece of magical crystal. A low hum resonated, and Rain felt a gentle warmth emanating beneath him. A wave of indescribable energy enveloping him, sharpening his perception of the external world. Tallarine drew the soul-devouring elixir into the syringe, her expression serious. "Mr. Rain, we are about to begin." Rain nodded gently. Tallarine then inserted the syringe's needle into his carotid artery, her hand steady. She did not inject the entire contents at once, but rather slowly administered 1/3 of the elixir before halting. Rain had already familiarized himself with the elixir's dosage, which was approximately 30 milliliters. In the world of alieners, 1 milliliter equated to 1 gallon, and merely 10 gallons of the elixir sufficed to initiate the preliminary soul transformation, unlocking the ability to fuse with magic essence and become an extraordinary being. However, this was merely the minimum requirement to attain the status of a meditative spellcaster. One must continue to administer the elixir after the initial transformation. Each increment of 5 gallons further advanced the transformation. The threshold for spellcasters was 15 gallons of soul-devouring elixir, while 20 gallons conferred eligibility for becoming a wizard or any other extraordinary profession. Beyond that, every additional gallon became a formidable challenge. Achieving 25 gallons marked one as an exceptional talent, even among wizards, a rarity seen once in a decade. The more elixir injected, the more profound the transformation and the greater the innate talent. Naturally, it was imperative not to lose consciousness during the soul transformation. Should any elixir be administered while unconscious, even a minuscule amount could prove fatal. In reality, there was a limit to the elixir's administration. 30 gallons was the maximum, representing the human threshold. Any excess would yield detrimental effects, rendering the elixir genuinely toxic. Thus, each vial contained 30 gallons, yet scarcely anyone could consume the entirety. Tallarine meticulously followed the procedure, administering 10 gallons to Rain. The next moment, he was besieged by a chill that surged to his forehead, unleashing an indescribable agony that compelled him to grit his teeth, suppressing any cries of distress. Simultaneously, it felt as though something was gnawing away at his brain, gradually eroding it, producing a peculiar effect. By the gods, this is excruciating. Rain endured the torment for several minutes, realizing that enduring such suffering served no purpose. Consequently, he activated his music player, allowing a beautiful melody to fill his mind. A great river's waves are wide. The wind carries the scent of rice flowers along the banks. Instantly, the pain began to abate. To the eyes of Viola and Tallarine, Rain's expression softened, as if he were gradually acclimating to the discomfort. They exchanged astonished glances, yet refrained from speaking, lest they disturb Rain. Moments swiftly passed, and 20 minutes elapsed. According to the standard progression of the ceremony, the preliminary soul transformation had been completed. If he were an extraordinary being of merely average talent, he would be at his limit by now, unable to endure further and compelled to conclude the ritual. Yet, Rain appeared entirely at ease, opening his eyes to declare, "Administer 5 more gallons." Tallarine promptly complied. From the soul assessment conducted the previous day, she was aware that Rain could inject at least 20 gallons, so she was not surprised in the least. Rain's complexion paled slightly, yet he remained remarkably composed. 10 minutes later, he stated again, "Inject another 5 gallons." Tallarine acquiesced without hesitation. She observed Rain's transformation closely, having administered a total of 20 gallons of the soul-devouring elixir. If he could endure a little longer, he would qualify as a wizard. However, Rain still seemed remarkably relaxed, leaving her in disbelief. Another 10 minutes passed, and for the third time, Rain uttered, "Proceed." 5 more gallons. This time, Tallarine hesitated. Beyond 20 gallons, each additional injection posed significant risks. A gradual administration was the prudent approach. Yet, Rain continued to insist, compelling her to proceed. Viola, unable to contain her curiosity, approached the rune platform, closely monitoring Rain's progress. In a typical scenario, Rain would be undergoing unimaginable pain at this juncture, teetering on the brink of collapse, his thoughts muddled, and his body involuntarily thrashing. Yet, Rain lay there comfortably, appearing as if he were merely indulging in an afternoon nap, aside from slightly accelerated breathing. Viola's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She even inspected the vial of soul-devouring elixir in Talarine's hand, questioning whether an error had been made or if the dosage was incorrect. However, Talarine would never commit such a fundamental blunder. The elixir was undoubtedly sound. As seconds ticked by, Rain remained at ease within the ceremony, while the onlookers, Viola and Talarine, grew increasingly anxious. Under their astonished gazes, Rain opened his eyes, clarity in his thoughts as he stated, "Let us utilize all the elixir." Viola could not help but ask, "Are you certain, Rain? To inject 30 gallons is to complete the soul transformation ritual perfectly. Such individuals exist solely in legends, each a rare prodigy encountered once in a century. They are all illustrious figures of great renown, among whom several are the esteemed soul mages of the Supreme Council. If Rain were to achieve perfect soul transformation, the news would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire empire." Rain understood the implications of this and remained composed as he replied, "I have no objections, Lady Taline. Please proceed with the injection." Talini's hands, usually steady, trembled with excitement upon hearing Rain's request. Having presided over countless soul transformation ceremonies and witnessed several geniuses, she had never imagined she might be privileged to witness the birth of a perfect soul transformation. "Allow me," Viola said, noticing Talini's trembling hands. She took the syringe and deftly administered the final 5 gallons of the potion into Rain's carotid artery. Both women fixed their gaze intently on Rain, holding their breath and clenching their hands, palms slick with sweat, fearful that Rain might perish on the runic platform at any moment. Such an outcome would be utterly tragic. The last 10 minutes felt like an eternity for Viola and Taline, as though they were the ones undergoing the soul transformation, with time stretching excruciatingly long. In contrast, Rain's condition was relatively stable. He felt a slight tremor in his limbs, but his breathing remained steady. Finally, under their anxious yet expectant gazes, Rain completed the soul transformation ceremony. He opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he softly inquired, "Could you assist me with the restraints?" Chapter 34, Restart. Taline hastily undid the leather straps, and Rain stepped down from the runic platform, twisting his body slightly to alleviate the stiffness that had settled from lying still for over an hour. The soul transformation ceremony had been less arduous than he had anticipated. The music player's ability to alleviate pain was remarkably effective. Immersed in the melodies, he listened to over a dozen songs, only experiencing discomfort during the final 10 minutes, which was bearable. For the majority of the time, he merely felt a slight unease, not reaching the threshold of pain, and the protective scroll had proven ineffective, rendering the 50 gold shields wasted. The entire process was far less grueling than the soul test he had undergone the previous day. Had he not been aware that he was still in the midst of the soul transformation, Rain would have thought he was on the verge of slumber. Of course, to outsiders, this was a testament to his formidable willpower. Viola and Taline, observing Rain's relaxed demeanor, trembled slightly, their faces paling as they realized not a single bead of sweat adorned his brow. Their expressions shifted to that of awe, as if they were gazing upon a rare treasure, their hands itching to reach out and touch him. When Rain came to his senses, he felt a shiver run down his spine under their intense scrutiny and stammered, "Ladies, is something amiss?" "Rain, you have succeeded," Viola exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. "Perfect soul transformation by the goddess. Rain, your ceremony has achieved perfection. Indeed, it is nothing short of a miracle," Taline echoed, her face alight with exhilaration, still struggling to believe that Rain had truly endured. Rain nodded, smiling as he replied, "I understand, and I am grateful for your assistance, ladies." Viola, still in awe, shook her head and said, "I hardly contributed. This is your own talent. Oh, goddess, the perfection of your transformation." Her words brimmed with envy, leaving her almost incoherent. Rain realized he may have underestimated the shock his perfect soul transformation would elicit in others. If this news were to spread, it could potentially lead to significant trouble for him, even jeopardizing his life. After careful consideration, he replied earnestly, "Ladies, I hope you can keep this confidential." Viola immediately grasped Rain's intent, her smile fading as she replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Mr. Rain, once we leave this room, Neither Talini nor I shall speak of the soul transformation. It is our duty as members of the Violet House. Talini nodded in agreement. Thank you. Rain donned his coat and said, I'm feeling somewhat fatigued and require a moment to rest. I hope that is acceptable to you both. Of course, that is only proper. Viola led Talini out of the room, closing the door behind them. The room was equipped with a sofa and refreshments for post-ceremony relaxation. Rain settled onto the sofa, beginning to explore the changes that had occurred following the soul transformation. The most significant alteration was that his phone had rebooted. At the moment the ceremony concluded and his soul underwent its metamorphosis, the interface he had always seen vanished before his eyes. Before he could register what was happening, the long-forgotten startup screen reappeared. This time, the reboot took longer than it had when he first crossed over. At this moment, Rain found himself deprived of the myriad functions his altered phone had bestowed upon him. The eye of the soul, the voice of all things, and the gyroscope. These abilities were all absent. For the past 2 weeks, he had used the altered phone almost incessantly, becoming one with it. Now, unable to access these functionalities, he felt a sense of disorientation akin to losing both sight and hearing, regressing into a weakened state that instilled a vague sense of panic within him. Fortunately, this was likely only temporary. Rain reassured himself, mentally noting that should he undergo another soul transformation in the future, his phone would likely reboot once more, marking his most vulnerable period. After patiently waiting for 10 minutes, the familiar phone interface finally reappeared before him. Rain quickly noticed the first change. The battery level had plummeted from full to a mere 10%, dwindled to 10 bars, reminiscent of his initial crossing. However, there was a distinction. He did not feel any bodily weakness. In fact, he felt even stronger and healthier than before. He casually activated a function to deplete some battery while exploring for a moment and quickly understood. It seemed that following the soul metamorphosis, the upper limit of his battery capacity had increased. This 10 bars of battery power equated to the full capacity before the reboot, indicating that his battery limit had expanded tenfold. The battery level was a reflection of his soul's strength. This ceremony had indeed augmented his soul's power tenfold. Rain was elated. Perfect soul transformation was indeed formidable. Prior to the ceremony, his soul strength had already surpassed that of the majority of ordinary individuals, though it still fell short compared to the extraordinary. However, following the soul metamorphosis, with a tenfold increase, he now surpassed even a level 1 extraordinary being. Rain had often observed extraordinary individuals from a distance, understanding their soul strength better than they themselves did. Roughly estimating, his current soul power was now comparable to that of a level 2 extraordinary being, and once he practiced the meditation technique, the gap would further widen. Moreover, the advantages of perfect soul transformation extended beyond this. Firstly, it possessed immense potential with a higher soul power limit. Secondly, the efficiency of meditation was superior, allowing Rain to accumulate more soul power in the same amount of meditation time and cast more spells. Thirdly, the speed of soul power recovery was also enhanced. In every aspect related to soul power cultivation, perfect soul transformation offered various advantages over extraordinary beings of the same level. Yet for Rain, the most crucial aspect was that perfect soul transformation had also enhanced the compatibility of his demonic soul. He had resolved to become a battle mage, and the degree of fusion was the most critical factor determining a battle mage's strength. Each increment in the compatibility of the demonic soul reduced conflicts and yielded more elemental gains, and with successive accumulations, the results could be astonishing. Coupled with the eye of the soul and the high-quality seed of the world tree in Viola's possession, the compatibility would undoubtedly reach impressive levels. Suddenly, Rain felt an overwhelming confidence regarding his future. Next, he assessed the other changes in his phone. All functions remained intact, though several seemed to have been enhanced. The voice of all things could now hear from greater distances. Although the room had soundproofing, it failed to obstruct the sound waves penetrating from outside. The gyroscope sensitivity had also improved, as if he could control each muscle in his body individually with precision. The most significant eye of the soul appears to have undergone a transformation. Its visual range has been magnified and enhanced. Yet Ren faintly senses that it possesses additional functions that remain elusive for the time being. His attention is drawn to a newly appeared icon. The first icon depicts a stack of several books, a sight Ren is quite familiar with. It is the mobile application developed by the library in his previous life. An online library, essentially a reader. With eager anticipation, he taps the icon, and indeed, it reveals his personal library. It already contains a plethora of books available for leisurely reading. As Ren browses through the collection, he suddenly slaps his thigh in regret. Alas, All these books are ones he has already perused, having been downloaded offline, which is how they have been transported to Alinus. Since he had recently changed his phone, the number of books in his reader is limited. Some are ones he has read, while others are those he downloaded for testing as an administrator, totaling just over 500. These 500-odd volumes are a hodgepodge, encompassing reference books, historical texts, dictionaries, novels, personal essays, and memoirs, spanning numerous fields, with only a small fraction likely to be of use. To his dismay, Rin even spots a copy of 5 years of university entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, which leaves him feeling quite helpless. Why not provide me with a volume on postpartum care for sows? The library where he worked boasts millions of volumes, over 90% of which can be read online. Had he known, he would have tirelessly downloaded offline materials, and there would have been no need to relocate the entire library. Just a few tens of thousands of volumes would have sufficed. After perusing the book catalog, Rin can only shake his head in disappointment. He proceeds to investigate the second icon, which features a swirling black vortex, its center profound, seemingly capable of devouring objects. This icon is unfamiliar to him. Rin cannot recall its association with any mobile application and tentatively opens it. Instantly, a sense of suction envelopes his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of hunger. This hunger is not for mundane sustenance, but rather a yearning for something more profound. He becomes aware of 2 items within his coat, 2 soul stones, each containing the magical essence of a gold-eating ant. Holding them in his hands intensifies the sensation. Realizing he must exit this state, Rin quickly comprehends that activating this icon allows him to merge with the magical essence. This is a capability possessed by every human who has undergone the soul transformation. It dawns on him that even new abilities not originally featured on his phone would manifest as icons. However, he reflects that merging with the magical essence cannot commence until he acquires the seed of the world tree. Feeling far from fatigued, his rest merely a pretext, rises and exits the room. At the doorway, a maid awaits. Upon seeing Rin emerge, she promptly states, "Mr. Run, Lady Viola has asked me to inform you that she awaits you upstairs, and you may go up at any time." Rin nods and follows the maid to the 5th floor via the elevator, then pushes open the door. Inside the room sits only Viola, who appears to have been waiting for him. Upon his entrance, she rises and exclaims, "Mr. Run, please have a seat." Lady Viola. Rin takes a seat opposite her. "Just call me Viola," she replies with a smile while personally brewing a pot of tea for him, the fragrance wafting enticingly from the cup. "Very well, Viola." Rin responds calmly, smiling. "There's no need to keep calling me Mr. Rin." He senses a notable shift in Viola's demeanor towards him compared to yesterday. This is not to imply that her attitude was unfavorable yesterday. As a master of all spirits, she inevitably carried an air of superiority toward ordinary individuals. Even when she was courteous, it bore the semblance of service-oriented politeness, creating a slight distance. However, after witnessing the soul transformation ceremony today, that distance has entirely dissipated. Viola no longer regards herself as a superior being in relation to him. Rather, she seems to place herself on equal footing, her every gesture fostering an atmosphere of camaraderie, akin to that of friends. It appears that the perfect soul transformation has indeed astonished her. Rin secretly revels in this newfound rapport and instinctively activates his eye of the soul, immediately discerning that Viola's essence seems altered from before. In essence, Viola's soul remains largely unchanged, yet now bears an additional element. A wisp of nebulous, formless fire envelopes her soul, seemingly ignited from within, culminating in an ethereal flame above her essence, drawing forth faint, illusory lines that pierce the void, extending into the unknown. Rin's heart stirs slightly, only to realize that this is not a mutation of Viola's soul, but rather an effect of the enhanced eye of the soul, allowing him to perceive more. Curiously, he observes the flames, feeling an overwhelming sense of majesty and grandeur that sends shivers through him. It is as if the ethereal lines above her soul are connected to a magnificent existence. He hastily severs the connection. This is divine fire, coalesced from faith. Dedicated to a deity? Rin's mind races. Viola is certainly not a deity, merely a mortal. Yet through her faith, she maintains a connection with the divine. And that concentrated divine fire serves to safeguard her soul. However, it appears that Viola's faith fire is not entirely pure. Her faith fire is divided into 2 parts, with 2 ethereal lines extending from above her head, each leading to different realms of the void. Rin speculates that Viola may simultaneously worship 2 deities. As a witch raised in the Warhammer Empire, it is certain that her faith includes the goddess of magic. This goddess is notably tolerant, permitting her followers to simultaneously venerate other deities that do not oppose her, resulting in many citizens of the empire worshipping multiple gods. Ren's curiosity piques regarding the identity of the other deity she venerates. Judging by the faith fire, it seems that the portion she dedicates to the goddess of magic is comparatively lesser, merely 1/3. This segment of faith fire resembles a spectrum of rainbow light, its colors shifting and flowing, perpetually in motion, imbued with a sense of mystery and grandeur, and Ren easily recognizes it as the manifestation of the goddess of magic's power, resonating with the aura found within the goddess's church. The remaining 2/3 of her faith fire is predominantly pure white, exuding an aura of lightness, joy, and beauty, evoking thoughts of all that is lovely in the world. Ren is uncertain which deity this represents, but he can ascertain that it is not an evil god. He refrains from probing further. Faith is an intensely personal matter, particularly when it involves a deity that is not commonly acknowledged, often kept in shadows. However, the ability to perceive divine power is monumental news for Ren. This signifies that he can identify the followers of the malevolent god Loxi, locking onto hidden adversaries with a single glance, freeing himself from the fear of ambush. As he accepts the tea Viola has brewed and takes a sip, he tastes a subtle sweetness. This must be an exquisite variety of tea, though he cannot identify it or offer a proper evaluation. After a brief pause, he ultimately remarks, "A fine tea." Viola chuckles lightly, not exposing his ignorance, and inquires, "Run, have you decided which school of witchcraft you wish to pursue?" "Indeed, I shall transition to a battle mage," Ren casually replies as he sets down his teacup. Viola is momentarily taken aback. Ren's choice greatly surpasses her expectations. Just yesterday, he had resolutely rejected the seed of the world tree, adamant in his refusal to purchase it. How could he suddenly change his mind today? Viola's brow furrows slightly. Had Ren declared his intention to become a battle mage yesterday, she would have been elated, for the seed of the world tree, which had languished in her possession for years, would finally find a buyer. Yet after witnessing Ren's soul transformation ceremony, she now questions the suitability of his choice. She is acutely aware of the uncertainties that accompany the path of a battle mage. Even with Ren's perfect soul transformation, there remains no guarantee that merging with a magical essence will not fail. The most prudent choice, undoubtedly, lies within the dual disciplines of a law seal and spirit art. With Ren's innate talent, he is destined to become a powerful sorcerer whose capabilities far surpass those of his peers. Viola is also keen on befriending such a promising wizard. Of course, it is not the case that a battle mage will inevitably stifle Ren's potential. Rather, it is fraught with numerous uncertainties. She had no intention of persuading Ren to alter his aspirations, nor did she inquire about his reasoning. Instead, she summoned a maid to bring forth the seed of the world tree. Before long, a beautifully crafted wooden box was placed before Ren. The surface of the box was engraved with runes, clearly indicating that it was an alchemical artifact, specifically designed to preserve precious items. Viola extended her delicate fingers, pressing upon the runes of the box, softly reciting the incantation to unlock it. The lid opened, revealing a golden seed within. This is the seed of the world tree, already transformed into a soul-melding seed. "Ren, do take a closer look," Viola introduced. "Very well." Ren scrutinized the seed attentively. Its shape resembled that of an almond, entirely golden as if crafted from pure gold, its surface adorned with subtle patterns, semi-transparent, and emanating a gentle glow. Gazing upon it invoked a sense of profound mystique, as if it contained an abundance of information, ready to dissolve at any moment. Though Ren had never encountered a soul-melding seed before, he believed that Viola had no reason to deceive him. Withdrawing his gaze, he pondered momentarily before speaking. "Viola, I find myself in dire need of this soul-melding seed. Yet I lack sufficient funds at present. You mentioned earlier that I could pay a portion up front. How much would that be? And how much do you possess?" Viola countered. "At most, 250 gold shields." Ren had received a whole chest of currency from the Aceberg estate, amounting to 360 gold shields in total. After expending 63 for the soul transformation ritual and 14 for the purchase of a gold-eating ant, he was left with 287 gold shields. He intended to reserve some as capital. Thus, he could only afford to pay this much for the time being. As for future means of earning, Ren had a few vague ideas brewing in his mind. His current concern was whether Viola would agree, as the price for the soul-melding seed was 1,500 gold shields, leaving him quite short. "You are wealthier than I had anticipated," Viola remarked, reclining against the sofa, appearing quite relaxed, entirely unperturbed by the business at hand. Without much deliberation, she nodded. 250 gold shields will suffice. Rain was taken aback, not expecting Viola to acquiesce so readily. Before he could voice a question, she continued, the remaining balance must be settled within 3 years. We shall formalize our agreement with a contract, and this soul-melding seed will be yours. Are you not concerned that I might renege? Rain questioned, somewhat incredulous. The contract Viola referred to was typically established in the name of the god of wealth and trade, bearing legal weight. However, given the vastness of the empire, should Rain choose to flee, Viola would be unable to track him down. A contract alone would prove futile. A confident smile graced Viola's face. Do not underestimate the power of the Viola House. Rain from Eagle Marshtown. Upon hearing that last remark, Rain immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, Viola had deduced his affiliation with the Academy from an unguarded comment he had made the previous day and had evidently dispatched someone to investigate, achieving remarkable efficiency in merely a day's time to unearth his hometown. In just 24 hours, she had traced him back to Eagle Marshtown. The influence behind the Violet House was formidable. It was no wonder she showed no fear of his potential default. With a resigned shake of his head, Rain agreed. He was acutely aware that this transaction was to his advantage. The remaining 1,000+ gold shields could be regarded as a loan from Viola, interest-free, clearly demonstrating her confidence in his future. He also speculated about Viola's background. Was it derived from her elven heritage, or was it linked to her faith? Meanwhile, Viola swiftly drafted the contract. Upon confirming its accuracy, Rain inscribed his name and retrieved a hefty pouch from his coat. Delivering the 250 gold shields to Viola, she then slid the box containing the soul-melding seed towards him. Wasting no time, Rain requested Viola to prepare a room for him. Once in solitude, he sat quietly for a quarter of an hour, allowing his emotions to settle completely. Then, using a small knife, he made a slight incision on his forehead, allowing blood to flow. He then took the golden soul-melding seed, stained it with his blood, and pressed it against his brow. The almond-like seed seemed to react to the stimulus, dissolving rapidly into a surge of energy that penetrated his wound. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Rain closed his eyes tightly, fully concentrating on assimilating this content. It was a meditative technique, one that Viola had previously described, specifically designed for battle mages, capable of enhancing a sorcerer's soul power, merging magical souls, and casting spells. Deep within Rain's soul, his mutated mobile phone had already taken residence. Upon the entry of the soul-melding seed, the phone responded immediately, instinctively drawing the seed towards it, where it vanished into the core of a flower composed of 8 petals. Rain was astonished, perplexed by the occurrence. Moments later, a radiant light erupted, and from the flower's core emerged a vibrant sapling, growing at a visibly accelerated pace, quickly transforming into a small tree, its roots deeply embedded in the red flower. With only a solitary trunk visible, observing this little tree, Rain felt an overwhelming sense of vitality, understanding that it represented the embryonic form of a world tree, symbolizing his soul power. With continued meditation, this tree, composed of soul energy, would flourish alongside his growth. However, to allow the world tree to sprout branches and leaves, the merging of magical souls was essential. Rain retrieved the prepared soul stone, pressed it against his forehead, and unhesitatingly activated the mobile phone's ability to meld magical souls. A wave of suction emerged, and in the next moment, the magical soul of the gold-eating ant was drawn forth, absorbed into his mind. Rain clearly perceived that this relatively weak magical soul integrated seamlessly with his own, as it was his first fusion. There was no violent reaction, nor was there any conflict. It melded harmoniously with his essence, becoming indistinguishable from his soul. The fusion was of an exceptionally high degree, nearly perfect. Rain felt an irresistible surge of joy welling up within him, as the magical soul of the gold-eating ant suffered almost no diminishment, merging effortlessly. The soul world tree thrived on the nourishment of the magical soul, swiftly growing taller. Simultaneously, the first branch sprouted from the trunk, extending outward and producing 3 pale golden leaves, each adorned with a distinct elemental rune, deriving from the strength of the gold-eating ant, its steel body and metallic touch. At the very moment of completion, Rain suddenly sensed the transformation occurring within his body. A wave of heat surged inexplicably from within, his soul quaking intensely. Rain swiftly rose to his feet, sensing that a dramatic change was imminent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an invisible energy storm erupted in the room. Though he could not see these vast energies, the runic platform from the soul transformation ritual had not enhanced his elemental affinity. Yet at this moment, He could distinctly feel himself enveloped by this energy, positioned at the epicenter of the storm. He was unaware of the nature of these energies or their origin. They seemed to have always existed around him, akin to air, vital yet often overlooked. At that moment, Rain felt as though he had become a magnet, disrupting the tranquil state of energy. A torrent of energy surged into his body, accelerating rapidly, guided by his soul power, sweeping through every muscle, every bone, and every cell, ravenously consuming this energy and fundamentally reshaping his entire being from within. Rain experienced an indescribable ecstasy, involuntarily letting out a sound of pleasure through his nose. Upon the World Tree of Souls, the 3 remaining leaves shimmered with a golden radiance, their elemental runes becoming increasingly distinct as the tree itself gradually flourished. A gentle crackling sound emanated from within, and Rain felt a slight itch upon his skin, accompanied by a subtle tingling throughout his body. To his astonishment, he realized he was growing taller. Not only was he increasing in height, but his physique was also becoming more robust and solid. This transformation persisted for approximately half an hour, until the influx of energy ceased and the invisible tempest dissipated. Exhaling deeply, Rain lowered his gaze to inspect his somewhat unfamiliar body. In the room, a full-length mirror beckoned him, and he hurried forward to behold his altered reflection. Nearly agape with astonishment, his eyes alight with joy. Overall, his appearance remained largely unchanged, still handsome and striking. But the most significant alterations were his increased height and muscularity. The once well-fitting shirt now clung tightly, almost bursting at the seams due to his burgeoning muscles, while his trousers had transformed into capris, and his shoes felt uncomfortably snug. Previously standing close to 8 meters tall, but somewhat lean, Rain had now surged nearly 10 centimeters taller, his physique expanding while maintaining an impressive definition. Every muscle appeared forged of iron, his broad shoulders exuding stability, and his overall silhouette possessed a harmonious symmetry reminiscent of years of dedicated training, radiating a powerful aesthetic. Additionally, his skin had darkened slightly, exhibiting a matte finish and a metallic quality that did not seem out of place. With his worries assuaged, Rain felt relieved. He had briefly feared transforming into an exaggerated muscle-bound figure, but his current state was just right. Most gratifying was the newfound ruggedness of his facial structure, which had softened slightly, aligning more closely with his aesthetic preferences. Yet, these changes were merely superficial. The more profound transformations lay within. Clenching his fist, he sensed a surge of power coursing through him, as if a wild beast resided within, capable of vanquishing any foe with a mere blow. Though he had not conducted any tests, instinctively, he estimated his strength had increased 4 to 5-fold, allowing him to effortlessly lift objects weighing 2,000 pounds. The enhanced properties of his strength element were indeed formidable, and Rain marveled at the might he now possessed. His formidable strength was matched by an even greater defensive capability. Pressing against his arm, he found that his supple skin instantly hardened to the toughness of iron under pressure, while his fingers remained unyielding yet agile. When he applied more force, a dull thud resonated from his arm and fingers, akin to 2 steel plates colliding. After testing his body for a while, Rain discerned that his ironclad physique was a permanent state. His body had been entirely transformed, appearing no different from an ordinary person until subjected to force, at which point it would instantly harden. If he consciously activated the element, his hardness would increase further, albeit at the expense of his speed and with a continuous drain on his soul power. He attempted to fully trigger his iron physique. His skin darkened profoundly. His entire being felt as if it were forged from iron, his movements becoming heavy and rigid, with a significant consumption of soul power. In this full defensive state, given his current soul power, he could only sustain it for about 5 minutes. However, this was more than sufficient. Rain was thoroughly pleased with the results, reflecting that the exceptional elements were indeed powerful. As a first-level extraordinary being, it would be quite challenging for others to breach his iron defense. At that moment, he felt as if he had truly become an Iron Man. He reveled in the sensation of his own arm, when suddenly he recalled another element, the metallic touch. He soon discovered that it offered little immediate enhancement to his strength, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. Moreover, Rain noted a slight increase in his electric charge after assimilating the magic soul of the gold-eating ant, but it amounted to only 2 units. Was that all? Pondering the matter further, he felt something was amiss. Could a single gold-eating ant yield such a modest increase in electric charge? His soul power had surged 10-fold, and 2 units of electric charge, in terms of his previous soul transformation, equated to 20 units. Previously, absorbing a normal person had granted him 8 units, making this ratio exceedingly puzzling. The souls of ordinary individuals were clearly stronger than that of a gold-eating ant. It took 2 or 3 gold-eating ants to match the soul of a fallen being. Yet the electric charge they provided differed significantly, with the gold-eating ant contributing more soul power. Could it be due to the differing methods of soul absorption? One was a complete soul fusion, while the other involved direct consumption. The efficiency of charging must differ. Rain speculated that fusion was the superior method, yielding greater soul power, a more substantial increase in the acquisition of elemental properties, while soul consumption was inefficient, akin to pulverizing the soul and barbarically absorbing all elements in a haphazard manner, resulting in considerable waste of soul power. He estimated that using 2 different absorption methods on the same soul could yield a difference of nearly 10-fold in soul power. This was utterly disadvantageous. Rain felt a twinge of helplessness. By this ratio, to fully recharge his electric charge, he would need to consume over 100 ordinary souls or more than 30 extraordinary beings. Committing such acts would be utterly monstrous. He shook his head in silent dismay. Even with the low efficiency of soul consumption, it was still far quicker than cultivating through meditation or consuming potions to increase soul power. This was a shortcut to the pinnacle of the world. If one were of weaker will, they might succumb to temptation and eventually become a bloodthirsty monster, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Rain silently reminded himself to uphold his moral boundaries and never stray onto the path of darkness. He returned to the present moment, resolved, from this instant forth, I am a wizard, a first-level battle wizard. Rain adjusted his clothing, ensuring it fit adequately without tearing, and exited the room, traversing the corridor back to Waaaaaaaaagh's office, intending to bid her farewell. Upon knocking and entering, Waaaaaaaagh immediately sensed his transformation. Zen, have you integrated the magic soul so swiftly? She inquired, rising to closely examine his figure as if admiring an exquisite work of art, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Indeed, I am now a battle wizard, Rain replied candidly, realizing such a significant change could hardly be concealed. He wished to share his delight with someone, exclaiming, this achievement would not have been possible without your assistance. I shall repay you soon. Waaaaaaaagh congratulated him, saying, congratulations on becoming a member of the wizarding community. While speculating on the nature of the magic soul he had fused, which could have led to such a transformation, she added with a smile, there is no need to rush with the repayment. Simply adhere to the terms of our contract. Rain nodded silently, committing this gratitude to memory. He grasped the contract and was about to take his leave when Waaaaaaaagh suddenly inquired with a bright smile, Rain, are you free the night after tomorrow? Rain gazed at the half-elf's enchanting smile, his heart fluttering momentarily, and replied, I have no plans at the moment. Unable to resist the urge, he activated his soul eye to discreetly observe Waaaaaaaagh, discovering that the colors of her soul fluctuated between yellow and orange, indicating an underlying expectation and a hint of excitement, suggesting she was not as composed as she appeared. Waaaaaaaagh casually remarked, the night after tomorrow, the Violet House will host a small-scale trading event attended by extraordinary beings. If you're interested, you can come along, and I'll introduce you to some friends. Rain immediately understood her intent. She wished to include him in her social circle. As a wizard managing the Violet House with a mysterious background, Waaaaaaagh's network was undoubtedly beyond that of ordinary individuals. Those worthy of her acquaintance were either of high status or extraordinary beings, representatives of the upper echelons of Longzen City. Gaining entry into such a circle would greatly benefit his future development. Rain, of course, would not reject Waaaaaaagh's kind offer, but he also found himself perplexed by her apparent eagerness toward him. Even if she intended to befriend him, it seemed somewhat premature. Amidst the genuine emotions of Waaaaaaaagh, a sudden thought floated through Ryan's mind. Am I truly this handsome? Has even a stunning beauty such as her been captivated by me? Curious to test this notion, he acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall certainly attend. However, I lack experience in such trade fairs and am uncertain of the customs and etiquette, lest I become a source of amusement. Fear not, I shall assist you, Waaaaaaaagh replied, her eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of his presence. Arrive here half a day in advance, and simply follow my lead. I appreciate your guidance, Ryan responded, his heart warming at her earnest enthusiasm, which felt genuine rather than feigned. What man does not delight in the company of a beautiful woman, particularly one of such extraordinary allure? Ryan found it difficult to ascertain Viola's age. The half-elf possessed the enchanting visage of one in her early 20s, yet bore the mature charm of a woman in her 30s. Her bearing was regal, her physique exquisite, and she exuded an exotic flair that made her the epitome of every man's fantasy. Perhaps her true age was considerably advanced, but Ryan was utterly unconcerned. Should an opportunity arise to bask in her affection and embrace those long, alluring legs, he would gladly endure the label of a mere gigolo. For even the softest of lives demands a certain skill. After all, some would yearn for such a life and find it forever out of reach. As Ryan made his way out of the Violet House, a feeling akin to a dreamlike state enveloped him. In the wake of this encounter, he visited a tailor's shop to procure several new garments, his physique having expanded considerably, rendering his previous attire unwearable. Upon entering Cosham Street in his carriage, he remained vigilant, wary of encountering the fighter Hogan, who might be searching for him. Fortunately, he arrived at his apartment without a trace of Hogan in sight. Perhaps Hogan was unaware of his residence. It seemed Ryan had overestimated his abilities, engaging in a battle of wits against thin air. He chuckled at his own folly. As he ascended the stairs, he encountered a few neighbors, none of whom were close acquaintances, thus no one noted the changes in his appearance. Once back in his room, Ryan indulged in an extended examination of his reflection, thoroughly pleased with his new visage before contemplating his next steps. The foremost priority was to resolve the troubles brought on by the Mark of Discord. Earlier, while observing the crowd through his soul eye, he had noted the flames of faith within many individuals, primarily those who worshipped the three gods of the Empire, either one deity or multiple. The followers of the goddess of magic were the most numerous, followed by those of the Earth Mother, together comprising over 80%, while roughly 10% adhered to the god of justice. The remaining 10% displayed a chaotic array of beliefs, deviating from the three gods. Ryan's understanding of deities was limited, preventing him from distinguishing the specific gods worshipped by these individuals. He could only surmise, based on the flames of faith, whether they aligned with good or evil. To his dismay, he discovered that the number of individuals venerating malevolent deities far exceeded his expectations. During his journey from the Violet House to his apartment, he identified over a dozen suspected followers of these dark gods, including both ordinary folk and extraordinary beings. The distinction between good and evil deities was not one Ryan could firmly establish. Alanrez boasted a plethora of deities, with each major race having its own pantheon. The difference between good and evil gods was a subjective judgment made by humans based on their moral compass, influenced by the prevailing church's authority in their region. Any deity opposed to those worshipped by the church was deemed malevolent. These gods were indigenous to Alanrez, yet their behavioral codes varied based on their divine roles. Some impartial believers referred to the deities they did not worship as foreign gods, while those who followed these foreign gods were termed heretics. The only entities universally regarded as evil by all races in Alanrez were the four terrifying deities hailing from the abyss. The individuals Ryan had identified were indeed heretics, none of whom worshipped the trickster god Loki, rendering them incapable of sensing the Mark of Discord. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since he could now perceive the flames of faith, could he also uncover the Mark of Discord? Activating his soul eye, he searched his own body for an extended period but found no abnormalities. Still unsuccessful, Ryan felt a flicker of disappointment. Until now, the soul eye had only allowed him to observe the soul states of others, never his own. He could only gauge his soul's condition through the information displayed on his phone. If only he could see his own soul. Scratching his head, his gaze drifted to the mirror, and an epiphany struck him. He repositioned himself before the mirror, focusing his soul eye on his head. Instantly, his head appeared ethereal, illuminated by a glowing aura. How had he not thought of this sooner? He gazed into the mirror daily, yet had never considered using the soul eye to examine himself. Frustrated, he clapped his hands and scrutinized his soul closely. Much like others, his soul manifested as a radiant orb, yet its intensity far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Even among extraordinary beings, few could rival it, approximately equivalent to that of a third-tier extraordinary being. Deep within his soul, he discerned a familiar red flower. This must be my phone. Curiosity piqued, Ryan observed the crimson blossom, which resembled a peculiar yet powerful element, situated at the core of his soul, seamlessly integrated with it. If the little red flower was indeed an element, what tier would it belong to? A sudden realization washed over him, and he nodded affirmatively, silently asserting, at the very least, it must be a legendary element, perhaps even higher. The 8 petals of the red flower unfurled, giving rise to a small tree brimming with vitality. This tree bore a single branch and 3 leaves, each adorned with an elemental rune. The world tree, composed of soul energy, occupied a significant portion of his soul. Not far beneath it, he discovered the presence of the blood soul curse. He could not help but sigh inwardly, Even as a transmigrator, he could not escape the curse of the Dark Lord. At last, Ryan finally located the mark of discord. Above his soul, a black and red symbol emerged, a twisted skull encircled by sanguine glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. It was this very emanation that enabled Loki's followers to sense its existence. Ryan studied the mark for quite some time, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. This mark was bound to his soul, visible yet immovable, leaving him powerless. As he scrutinized the mark, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Unlike others, his soul did not possess a flame of faith. Could it be attributed to my lack of belief in any deity? Ryan recalled that his previous incarnation had worshipped the goddess of magic, albeit not with great fervor. Prayers had been infrequent, and since occupying this body, he had not prayed at all. Had his prolonged absence of prayer extinguished his flame of faith? The mark of discord was also composed of divine power, occupying the same position within the soul as the flame of faith. If he continued to lack a flame of faith, would it remain permanently entrenched, never dissipating? A vague sense of worry stirred within Ryan, as he felt the absence of a flame of faith was troubling. Yet, he was reluctant to pledge allegiance to any deity. Having traversed this world for a time, he had come to understand certain truths. In Alanres, the fate of the faithless was grim. The reason people felt compelled to worship a deity, whether good or evil, was to gain protection, ensuring their souls would not descend into the abyss and become eternal slaves to malevolent gods. Once a staunch atheist, Ryan found his convictions wavering in light of these experiences. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately resolved to pray. If he must choose a deity to worship, the goddess of magic would be the most fitting choice. This goddess is a deity of remarkable tolerance, imposing no stringent demands upon her followers and seldom intervening in their daily lives. Possessing dominion over wisdom, knowledge, and magic, she exhibits a particular fondness for those devotees who are erudite. Should they also wield formidable magical prowess, all the better. Consequently, the majority of spellcasters among humanity are adherents of the goddess of magic, especially wizards. Her chosen ones are invariably the most powerful sorcerers. In the empire of Oriensith, the faith in the goddess of magic runs deep within the hearts of the populace. However, her church lacks the prominence of the other two righteous deities. Most of the temples are established in the guise of libraries, and the organization among her followers is less cohesive compared to other congregations. Furthermore, all schools within the empire are, in truth, temples of the goddess, disseminating her luminous wisdom. Rain's mother, Melinda, is a devoted follower of the goddess and serves as a teacher in a church school, leading their entire family in faith. He earnestly recalled the goddess's prayers, crossing his hands with his index and middle fingers aligned upwards, eyes gently closed as he silently whispered his supplications. After repeating the prayers thrice, Rain sensed a peculiar energy within him. This force, though faint, bestowed upon him a profound tranquility, imbued with an indescribable sense of mystery and safety. Gazing into the mirror, he observed an ethereal flame, vibrant as a rainbow, igniting within his soul, forming an illusory line that vanished into the void, extending to unknowable realms. Indeed, it bore fruit. Rain felt elated. The fire of his faith had ignited, immediately beginning to repel the mark of conflict. Its influence noticeably diminished. He patiently observed for a moment, noting that the mark of conflict, under the opposition of the fire of faith, appeared increasingly unstable. Although the complete dissolution of its presence was still a distant prospect, it was a promising sign. Rain resolved to engage in regular prayer henceforth, mindful not to overindulge, merely sustaining the fire of faith. For the time being, he did not intend to be overly devout. Remaining a casual believer sufficed. After lingering in his apartment for a while, Rain ventured out once more, heading to the Basilisk Inn. The shotgun remained concealed in the inn's room, and he wished to speak with Roger, to inform him that he had not become a monster hunter. Upon arriving in the Rian district, he observed an alarming number of heretics in this impoverished area, resembling a breeding ground for followers of dark deities. As always, the Basilisk Inn buzzed with activity, its lobby filled with card players. However, a noticeable change had occurred. There were significantly more women present than before. Their attire was daring, if not revealing, some engaging in flirtatious banter with men, while others participated in the card games, exchanging glances with their opponents, distracting the men and eliciting bursts of laughter. What on earth? Rain was taken aback. How had the Basilisk Inn transformed into a brothel in just a few days? He could not locate Roger. So he approached the counter and saw the dwarf Zoltan flirting with a rather plump woman by human standards. Zoltan, Rain called out. Upon seeing him, Zoltan dismissed the woman to the side without a trace of embarrassment, laughing heartily. Ah, it's you, young lad. If it weren't for your rent payment, I'd have thought you wouldn't return. My belongings are still here. Rain surveyed the lively scene in the lobby. Curiosity piqued. Is the basilisk planning to change its business? Ahem. It's merely a tactic to attract patrons. As you can see, everyone enjoys it. Zoltan replied with a knowing expression, his rooster-like hairstyle bobbing as he chuckled. Want me to call a couple for you? Rain shook his head vigorously, hastily declining. Zoltan's taste left much to be desired, veering towards the grotesque. The women in the tavern were predominantly of the fuller figure, with average looks, each exuding a predatory demeanor. Within moments, at least 4 or 5 women were staring intently at him, and he found himself lacking interest, not daring to provoke their attention. Moreover, after encountering Viola, these ordinary women failed to captivate his attention. Where's Master Roger? Rain shifted the conversation. Zoltan pointed towards the courtyard behind the inn, responding lewdly, he's back there. Chapter 38. Roger's Paramour. Rain listened intently, hearing the voices of a man and a woman from Zoltan's courtyard, entangled in intimacy, their murmurs soft and affectionate. The man's voice was magnetic and unmistakable. It was the monster hunter, Roger. The woman accompanying him had a voice unexpectedly melodious, languid yet alluring, exuding a captivating charm. Not wishing to eavesdrop further, Rain severed the auditory connection. At that moment, a staff member emerged from the back, addressing Zoltan, boss. Master Roger requests a jug of apple juice. He asked me to inform you that tonight's card game is temporarily canceled. Damn it, Zoltan grumbled, taking a hearty swig of beer before turning to Rain. This guy went out last night claiming he was off to hunt a demon at a merchant's house. But instead of slaying the demon, he ended up charming the merchant's lover and has canceled the game. Rain stifled a laugh, realizing Roger had found romance. He accepted the apple juice from the staff member, stating, I'll deliver it. I need to pay Master Roger a visit. The staff member glanced at Zoltan, who waved him off, disgruntled, let him go. Rain traversed through the lobby and entered the courtyard behind the inn, knocking on Roger's door. The apple juice has arrived. Inside, Roger's voice resonated, and the door swung open to reveal him clad only in shorts, his robust torso marred by scars, with hardly a patch of unblemished skin. Most striking was a deep bite mark on his shoulder, close to his neck, suggesting that the injury had penetrated to the bone. Rain silently marveled. If scars were the medals of a warrior, then Roger's were innumerable. This legendary monster hunter must have endured countless battles to reach this point. Upon noticing Rain, Roger's expression momentarily faltered. Rain, what brings you here? As he spoke, his cat-like pupils dilated and contracted, sweeping over Rain's form with astonishment. You've become an extraordinary being. Remarkable. Much sooner than I anticipated. Indeed, Rain affirmed with a nod, extending the jug of apple juice toward him. Roger's face broke into a mysterious smile as he accepted the juice, glancing back at the figure in the room, instructing, wait for me outside. I'll be out shortly. With that, he closed the door. In that fleeting moment, Rain glimpsed a lithe figure on the bed. A mere glance, yet leaving a profound impression. The lady's beauty was undeniably striking. No wonder she could enchant a legendary monster hunter to the point of abandoning his card games. Rain chuckled softly, retreating to the courtyard to wait. Zoltan's courtyard was spacious, the ground laid with stone, and in the corners lay massive, specially crafted iron weights resembling dumbbells from earth, designed to be grasped and lifted by hand. Albeit larger and heavier with a distinctly dwarven aesthetic, likely Zoltan's tools for strength training. Intrigued, Rain approached to try his hand at them. Each weight bore a marked weight, the lightest being 100 pounds, with heavier ones following suit, the heaviest weighing in at 1,000 pounds, with a matching pair available. Rain was confident in his strength, directly opting for the 1,000-pound weight. Grasping the handle, he exerted a bit of effort and lifted the heavy weight with relative ease, then seized the other 1,000-pound weight with his left hand. Lowering his shoulders, he tightened his muscles and performed several lateral raises while standing still. Huff, huff, huff. Rain merely grazed the surface of his training, executing a few maneuvers before coming to a halt. The two 1,000-pound iron weights had yet to push him to his limits, but he was nearing that threshold. They served as perfect tools for his exercise, and he resolved to acquire a pair for himself, to practice regularly and hasten his adaptation to his current strength, regardless of the extraordinary profession one may choose. It is a misconception to believe that merging with a magic soul guarantees a life free from worries. Spellcasters must frequently cast spells and enhance their soul power through meditation. Melee combatants, too, must engage in diligent training, for physical conditioning cannot be neglected, and mastery of weaponry is a skill honed through practice. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Rain returned the weights to their original position, he was met with the sound of applause. Roger entered the courtyard, lowering his hands, and remarked, "I hadn't intended to inquire, but now I find myself curious. What profession have you chosen?" Dressed in a shirt, his expression returned to its usual nonchalance, though he bore an air of aloofness that could not conceal the faint scent of femininity that clung to him. Rain paused for a few seconds, then opted for honesty, replying, "A wizard." Roger's expression transformed dramatically. Having just witnessed Rain effortlessly lift the two 1,000-pound weights, and noting his slightly more imposing stature, he had assumed Rain's extraordinary profession was strength-based, perhaps a Berserker or Iron Guardian. Consequently, Roger felt a tinge of regret, speculating that perhaps Rain lacked the requisite talent to become a demon hunter, hence his choice of a strength-oriented profession. Little did he expect Rain to declare himself a wizard. "You are a wizard?" Roger scrutinized Rain's physique, which was more robust than his own. What sort of wizard could lift 2,000 pounds of iron? Rain nodded earnestly, indeed. "Show me a spell," Roger challenged, his skepticism palpable. At that moment, Rain felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had fused with the magic soul of a gold-eating ant, possessing 3 soul elements, yet none belonged to the arcane category, rendering him incapable of casting even a single spell. Noticing Rain's discomfort, Roger was about to mock him when a woman's voice chimed in from behind. "He is indeed a wizard, albeit a battle wizard." Both men turned to see a woman clad in a robe who had appeared at the entrance of the courtyard unbeknownst to them. With cascading black curls, fair skin, and striking beauty, her dark, expressive eyes sparkled with life. Standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, her figure was voluptuous, and she stood barefoot on the ground, draped in a black robe that revealed her smooth shoulders, leaving much to the imagination. At the sight of her, Rain was momentarily captivated by her exquisite beauty. Though she might not surpass Viola in sheer looks, she possessed a unique charm, an alluring mystique that was both mature and enticing, evoking thoughts of every man's dream lover. In terms of past life terminology, she was an epitome of a captivating seductress. Rain suddenly envied Roger's fortune. Any man would find it hard to tear himself away from such a delightful presence in the courtyard. Roger approached the enchanting woman, his previously cold demeanor melting away. As he tenderly spoke, "Drelsha, what brings you outside?" "I have rest enough." The room felt a bit stifling, so I decided to take a stroll. The woman named Drelsha replied, lifting a delicate alabaster arm to entwine around Roger's neck, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Roger reciprocated by wrapping his arm around her waist. Their bodies pressed closely together, akin to a pair of lovers in the throes of passion. Disgusting couple, Rain thought to himself, turning his gaze away. The two had only met the previous night, yet they were now flaunting their affection brazenly in broad daylight, leaving one to wonder if their romantic entanglement was genuine or merely a fleeting dalliance. He had once viewed Roger as a figure of cold severity, only to discover it was a facade. Rain's curiosity was piqued. Drelsha was evidently an extraordinary being, likely a formidable one at that. As she had discerned his status as a battle wizard, he instinctively considered activating his soul eye to probe into Drelsha's essence, but hesitated momentarily. The last time he had recklessly scrutinized Roger's soul, the backlash from the legendary being had left a lasting impression of discomfort. Given Drelsha's enigmatic nature and her association with Roger, it was plausible she too was a legendary figure. Contemplating the potential consequences of peering into her soul, he decided against it, instead stealing furtive glances from the corner of his eye. Yet even this slight observation elicited an indescribable sense of pressure. He had a premonition that continuing to gaze would yield unfavorable outcomes. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous encounter with Roger, as if he were about to witness something forbidden, even more intense than before. This implied that Drelsha was at least a legendary powerhouse, perhaps even of a higher rank than Roger. Indeed, she must be legendary. Otherwise, Roger would not be entangled with her. Yet, what was her profession? A wizard, perhaps? Rain speculated, promptly shutting off his soul eye. At that moment, the two loosened their embrace slightly, and Roger finally recalled Rain's presence. With one arm still around Drelsha's waist, he turned towards Rain, introducing them. "Rain, this is Drelsha. She is my friend." "Drelsha, this is Rain, a remarkably promising young man." Drelsha nodded gently, her gaze appraising Rain from head to toe, scrutinizing him intently. "Indeed, quite promising. Your soul is still unstable, yet possesses remarkable strength. It seems Longshan has produced such an outstanding young wizard." Rain felt somewhat overwhelmed under her scrutinizing gaze, as if he were being tantalized. It appeared that Drelsha possessed an exquisite command of body language. Her tone, gestures, and every movement exuded an irresistible allure, igniting a flurry of thoughts. He became wary. Was this some form of ability? Did Master Roger perceive this unusual aura? Or had he noticed, but was reveling in it? Moreover, how could she discern the strength of his soul? Was it an innate ability, or did all extraordinary beings possess such insight? Rain's mind raced, yet his countenance remained humble as he replied, I merely had the fortune of good luck. Good luck cannot procure a soul-melding seed. While this medium may not be expensive, it is certainly rare. Your ascension to a battle wizard must stem from exceptional qualities, Dramione remarked, her knowledge of the wizarding profession evident. She then inquired, which academy do you hail from? Clayton Academy, Rain replied honestly, recognizing that this information could easily be verified. He was now fairly certain that this mysterious woman was also a wizard. Upon hearing his answer, a flicker of confusion crossed Dramiane's eyes. But she chose not to press further. A battle wizard? Roger interjected, still skeptical. I am not well versed in that school of thought. I have encountered a few battle wizards in the past, all of considerable strength, yet none were nearly as formidable as you at the first level. Unless, of course, you have merged with an exceptionally rare magic soul. He could not hide his curiosity. Rain remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. The fusion of an extraordinary being with any magic soul was a closely guarded secret, typically not disclosed even to close acquaintances. Noticing Rain's reluctance to divulge further, Roger refrained from pressing on, merely sighing, since you have chosen to become a wizard, though it is somewhat regrettable that our Wolf Academy has lost a promising apprentice. It is nonetheless admirable. Wizards generally surpass demon hunters in strength, at least most of the time, and they are less likely to face prejudice within the Empire. Thank you for your kind words, Master Roger, Rain responded earnestly. Not at all. Your choice is indeed a wise one, Roger said, shrugging. The Demon Hunter Academy was selective, yet it adhered to a philosophy of serendipity, never imposing its will. Initially, he extended an invitation to Rain, recognizing his remarkable talent and proactive nature, which sparked a desire to take him as an apprentice. However, this desire was not particularly fervent. Having missed the opportunity, he deemed it bygone. Roger glanced at Rain's physique and chuckled. A wizard, eh? In such a guise, few would believe you possess the powers of a sorcerer. Suddenly intrigued, he continued, as a battle wizard skilled in close combat, how about you showcase your prowess? Certainly, Rain replied, eager to engage with a legendary figure. Do you practice swordsmanship? Roger inquired, and upon receiving a nod from Rain, he retreated into a room to fetch his 2 crossed swords, tossing one to Rain. You shall wield the steel sword, while I shall wield the silver one. As you lack magical abilities, nor shall I employ any, we shall simply compare our sword skills. As Rain caught the longsword, an extraordinary sensation coursed through his hand the moment he grasped the hilt. It was the tactile essence of the metal at play. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he became acutely aware of its weight, shape, balance, and structure, as if the blade had melded into an extension of his own body, devoid of any awkwardness, reminiscent of a familiarity honed over many years. The steel sword was a standard cross-sword, yet it was evidently no ordinary weapon. It weighed over 30 pounds and bore runes etched upon its blade, signifying its enchanted nature. This steel sword in your grasp is known as the Fong of the Wolf. Roger explained, a superior weapon. Its enchantment, the strike of the flame wolf, absorbs your soul energy during combat, transforming it into elemental fire, heating the blade and enhancing its power, while also allowing the release of the flame wolf strike. An exceptional weapon, Rain marveled, caressing the steel sword. The arsenal of Elenra was vast and varied, with the majority being commonplace. Only those imbued by an alchemist would possess additional effects, thus being classified as enchanted weapons. The might of enchanted weapons far surpassed that of ordinary ones, yet their cost was staggering, starting at no less than 100 gold shields. Typically, extraordinary beings possess 1 or 2 enchanted weapons. Should they undergo multiple enhancements or be crafted from unique materials, infusing them with magical souls, they would yield the pinnacle of enchanted weaponry. Such top-tier weapons are commonly referred to as superior weapons, their value astronomical, often hundreds of times that of regular enchanted weapons, and exceedingly rare, even for the extraordinary. Surpassing superior weapons are the epic weapons, which transcend mere enchantments. Epic weapons not only wield formidable power, but they also carry tales of their historical significance, each one unique and difficult to replicate. As for the even more powerful legendary weapons, they truly belong to the realm of myth. Typically, they are recounted in various heroic legends, transcending the simplicity of mere armaments, representing astounding narratives or influencing the course of history. It was Rain's first encounter with such a remarkable weapon. No wonder it felt distinctly different in his grasp. He was not particularly surprised, for Roger, as a legendary demon hunter, would not be matched by ordinary enchanted weapons. Roger refrained from elaborating on the silver long sword he wielded, but it too was presumably a superior weapon. The two positioned themselves in the courtyard, standing 10 paces apart. Rain had already activated his phone's gyroscope, spreading his feet apart and slightly sinking into a defensive stance, brandishing the sword before him with the point angled upward, adopting a posture of defense rather than aggression. Imperial military swordsmanship? Roger discerned Rain's stance with a knowing smile, clearly at ease. No sooner had he spoken than he seemed to merge with the silver sword in his hand, a flash of silver light propelling him toward Rain with astonishing speed. Rain's heart raced. While he anticipated Roger's swiftness, he was taken aback by its sheer velocity. Nonetheless, he managed to catch the trajectory of the silver sword. Without hesitation, he angled the steel sword to the side, while retreating half a step to create space, channeling the strength of his entire body into the blade. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the runes on the fang of the wolf ignited, turning the entire blade a fiery red, as if it were ablaze, sending sparks flying upon impact with the silver sword. The force resonated through Rain's hands, numbing his grip, yet it remained within tolerable limits. He shifted his stance, slightly adjusting his position, and executed a horizontal strike with the steel sword, perfectly intercepting Roger's second attack, as if rehearsed. Another clang rang out as Rain blocked the second strike, seamlessly turning to face Roger, raising his sword to guard his center line. This encapsulated the essence of imperial military swordsmanship, through footwork, maintaining control of the center line with the long sword, ensuring steady defense while seeking opportunities for counterattack. The courtyard reverberated with the sound of clashing swords, a continuous symphony of strikes. The silver and crimson blades danced in a flurry, Roger's silver sword striking like a tempest, circling Rain in search of an opening to breach his defenses. Yet Rain wielded the steel sword with impenetrable precision. Under Roger's relentless onslaught, he stood firm as a rock amidst tumultuous waves, appearing on the verge of being overwhelmed yet steadfastly unyielding. His footwork remained confined to a small radius, pivoting and exerting force without extravagant maneuvers, merely focused on defense. However, Roger, as a demon hunter, was not reliant on brute strength. As a legendary figure, having fused with over 10 magical souls, his power far exceeded that of Rain, even with Rain's enhanced strength element. Not to mention, Roger's speed had not been fully unleashed, perhaps not even reaching half of its potential. Even so, Rain found himself struggling mightily. He endeavored to use the foremost section of the sword blade to collide with Roger's weaker sword body, mitigating the recoil from their clashes, while employing footwork to dissipate force and maintain his balance, barely managing to avoid defeat, with no opportunity for counterattack, perpetually under pressure. The enchantment of the fang of the wolf proved insignificant against such a vast disparity in strength. This struggle persisted for nearly a minute, until suddenly the pressure lifted. Roger withdrew a few steps, ceasing his assault. "Why have you stopped?" Rain panted, though the duel had been arduous. He felt he had yet to reach his limits, and believed that continuing might reveal a chance for retaliation. Roger shook his head, disbelief etched on his face. Further contest of swordsmanship is futile. Without employing spells, and without restrictions on my speed, relying solely on swordsmanship, I find it exceedingly difficult to best you. His gaze bore into Rain, akin to observing a marvel. Your footwork is exceptional, and your control of strength is remarkably stable. The crux of imperial military swordsmanship lies in stability. I struck dozens of times, yet could not disrupt your rhythm. Truly impressive. As he spoke, Roger sincerely raised his thumb in admiration, his eyes filled with awe. "Master Roger, you flatter me," Rain replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment despite his thick skin. The truth was, since his arrival in this world, he had scarcely practiced any swordsmanship. He merely relied on his previous foundational skills. The precise mastery afforded by the phone's gyroscope, and the metallic sensation that rendered him intimately familiar with the steel sword, as if it were an extension of his own being, thus yielding his recent performance. Had he wielded another weapon, the results would not have deviated significantly. Roger, unaware of Rain's inner thoughts, dismissed them with a scoff, stating, "Do not be modest. I am well aware of my own swordsmanship. In the Empire, few can rival my skill. Do you truly believe Zoltan calls me master solely for my card-playing abilities? I now find myself regretting not insisting you join the Wolf Academy. With your swordsmanship talent, to pursue wizardry is a tremendous waste." His countenance darkened, not solely due to the lamentable loss of a potentially exceptional member by the Wolf School's demon hunters, but rather in sorrow for Ren's choice. For the world had lost a master of swordsmanship. Though battle wizards are capable of engaging in close combat, and wielding swords. Their primary strength lies in the casting of spells, for it is magic that serves as the foundation of their power. Otherwise, how could one call themselves a member of a wizarding school? As a master swordsman of the highest caliber, Roger's passion for the art of the sword ran deep within his very being. He could discern that Ren's fervor for swordsmanship was rather tepid, viewing the sword merely as a common weapon. Now that he had embraced the path of a wizard, it was unlikely he would dedicate himself to swordsmanship in the future. Ren chose not to utter another word, sheathing the steel sword, Wolf S. Fong, and silently returning it to Roger. What a splendid display of swordsmanship it had been. Dramione shattered the silence of the courtyard as she approached in her black cloak, gently leaning against Roger's side, and remarked with a smile, "Ren, you performed admirably." Do not heed Roger's words. A wizard undoubtedly has a brighter future than a demon hunter. Your choice to become a battle wizard is indeed the wisest decision. Chapter 40. Knowledge is Power. Dramione did not conceal her interest in Ren as she continued. The instructors at Clayton Academy are woefully inadequate. Few possess genuine prowess. You ought to depart sooner rather than later. I have no intention of returning to Clayton Academy, Ren replied. Having spent 3 years there, he learned little beyond swordsmanship. The academy offered 2 vacations each year, and with the summer break nearing its end in half a month, the students would soon return to classes. Each student is permitted to remain at the academy for a maximum of 5 years, regardless of whether they become extraordinary beings. Before his transmigration, Ren as previous self had yearned to continue into the 4th year, but his father, Bard, did not support this, leading to a rift with his family. Now, as a battle wizard, he was naturally disinclined to return to Clayton Academy. Dramiane's demeanor turned serious as she stated, "Becoming a wizard is merely the beginning. The path to advancement is exceedingly long. The goddess teaches us that magic is truth and knowledge is power. As a wizard, one must never cease the pursuit of truth and knowledge." Ren nodded. He had heard this phrase before. It was a maxim of the goddess of magic, revered by every follower, particularly wizards. Dramione continued, as one of the 3 major schools, battle wizards, though few in number, are formally recognized by the Supreme Council. As a true wizard, one must never relinquish the quest for truth and knowledge. I have several well-connected friends in Longsunder. If you wish to enter Silver Star Academy or the Wizard Tower, I can assist you. There is no rush to decide. I shall be at the Basilisk Inn for the foreseeable future. Having said this, Dramione returned to her room with Roger. Ren watched them depart, earnestly contemplating Dramiane's counsel. Her words bore significant weight. Wizards were never solitary practitioners of the arcane. The casting of spells is a complex and exquisite skill, with the mystical elements within one's soul merely providing a template for spells. To truly unleash the full might of magic requires relentless exploration and mastery of various casting techniques. The most powerful wizards have always regarded themselves as seekers of truth rather than mere spellcasters. Beyond spells, wizards frequently delve into runes, alchemy, enchanting, historical myths, planes, and the soul element atlas, among countless other realms of knowledge. While not every field must be mastered, the pursuit still demands vast amounts of energy from wizards, ultimately bestowing them with formidable power. The higher the wizard's rank, the more extensive their knowledge, and the more they garner the favor of the goddess of magic. The foremost wizarding organization in Longsunder is the Silver Star Academy and the Wizard Tower, established by the Duke of Silver Star. Unless one departs Longsunder, every wizard residing there must engage with one or the other. They must either join the Silver Star Academy or enter the Wizard Tower. Of course, Ren could opt not to join either, thus becoming a wandering wizard. However, wandering wizards lack the support of any organization, resources, and especially access to the libraries of the major wizarding academies, rendering them deficient in knowledge and techniques. Even with exceptional talent, it is challenging to progress far. Historically, there have been rare instances of prodigious wandering wizards ascending to the legendary tier, yet none have ever reached the rank of a soul wizard or entered the Supreme Council. Ren had no desire to become a wandering wizard. To forsake a better path would be folly. He simply had not yet decided between entering the Silver Star Academy or the Wizard Tower. The environment at Silver Star Academy is relatively relaxed, akin to the other 2 academies, albeit with fewer students, all aiming to become wizards. Even if they cannot become wizards, they aspire to be other spellcasters. And the welfare of the students there is quite commendable. However, this commendation is relative to the other academies and pales in comparison to the Wizard Tower. Only officially recognized wizards are permitted to enter the Wizard Tower, which is governed by strict regulations and operates on a master-apprentice teaching model. Every wizard entering the tower must select a more advanced mentor and follow them for learning or combat. All expenses incurred by tower members, including the necessary knowledge and potions, are borne by the Duke of Silverstar. In return, all wizards within the tower must heed the Duke's commands, for he is the sole sovereign of the High Tower. Ren's understanding of the internal workings of the Wizard Tower is limited, yet he is aware that the most elite wizards are invariably members of the High Tower. His lineage is well known, making entrance into both the Silverstar Academy and the Wizard Tower a straightforward matter. With a legendary wizard as his introducer, gaining admission to either institution would be but a formality. Ren was inclined to first enter the Silverstar Academy, to initially grasp some knowledge, and then decide whether to pursue entry into the Wizard Tower upon acquiring more information. However, a lingering doubt occupied his mind. The Shadowblade assassins seemed to have a conspiracy targeting the Silverstar Academy. It was likely that significant events would unfold at the Academy soon. Ren wished to avoid entanglement in this turbulence, although he was merely a first-level wizard. A negligible figure between the Silverstar Academy and the Shadowblades. He bore the mark of conflict, which could lead to troublesome complications should it be detected within the Academy. It would be prudent to wait until after the conspiracy erupted before entering the Silverstar Academy. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he departed the courtyard and ascended to the second floor of the Basilisk Inn, entering his room. The expenses for this room had been consistently covered, and no one had entered during that time. The shotgun and the longsword confiscated from Iceberg were hidden beneath the bed, untouched. Ren retrieved the shotgun and inspected it. All appeared in order. He had previously crafted 30 rounds, using some on that day and leaving 17 remaining. However, after a few days, they seemed to have absorbed moisture, and he wondered if they would still function. Ren shook his head, deciding to forego this batch of ammunition, contemplating a complete overhaul of the shotgun. Originally, it had been an emergency measure when he was still an ordinary person, proving quite useful. Now that he had ascended to the extraordinary, the gun was temporarily unnecessary. The noise generated by firing it was too conspicuous, providing little opportunity for use within the city of Longsunder, especially in Silverstar District, where the eye of spirit magic atop the Wizard Tower constantly surveils the area. The sound of a gunshot would surely draw its gaze, leading to immediate detection and rendering escape impossible. Of course, the shotgun remained quite effective, compensating for his current inability to cast spells for long-range attacks. Yet it required modification, particularly swapping the gunpowder for smokeless powder. Ideally, he would learn from Zoltan about crafting soul guns, merging the strengths of both to enhance power and create a firearm tailored to his needs. Ren secured the shotgun and longsword before descending to the lobby of the inn to order dinner. Zoltan approached, engaging him in idle chatter, lamenting that Roger was once again entangled with that woman and neglecting to play cards with him. Ren, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to divert the conversation and engage him in a discussion about firearms manufacturing. Indeed, as soon as Zoltan mentioned firearms, he instantly forgot about the card game, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he boasted to Ren about his collection of soul guns. The meal stretched over 3 hours, and they consumed nearly half a keg of beer. Ren found it to be an enriching experience. As night fell, Ren donned his shotgun and longsword, returning to his apartment. He disassembled the gun, disposing of the damp ammunition. Now his only available weapons were an octagonal hammer and Iceberg's handsword. He swung the sword a few times, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Though the handsword was quite valuable, crafted from fine materials and exhibiting excellent workmanship, it lacked enchantment and was too light, weighing just over 10 pounds. In the realm of Alina's, a pound is roughly equivalent to a kilogram on Earth. A 10-pound sword is already significantly heavy, to the point that an ordinary person would quickly tire from wielding it, making it impractical for actual combat. Only the extraordinary could utilize it effectively. Roger, being a legendary demon hunter, did not rely on sheer strength. His Wolf 2 steel sword weighed a mere 30 pounds. Yet for Ren, both 10 pounds and 30 pounds felt insubstantial. He could effortlessly lift objects weighing 2,000 pounds, and a weapon around 100 pounds would be ideal. Anything below 100 pounds would fail to leverage his strength advantage, while exceeding 100 pounds would hinder agility and speed, expending too much stamina in battle. Swords weighing 100 pounds are exceedingly rare, typically reserved for two-handed or greatswords. Though Ren was skilled in swordsmanship, he held no particular affection for swords. Perhaps it was the influence of his past life's nickname that made him particularly fond of hammers. Such formidable weaponry as warhammers would better showcase his strength. He picked up the nearby octagonal hammer, weighing it in his hand. The 30-pound hammer felt no heavier than a straw. It was too light. He resolved to purchase a more suitable hammer. Ren recalled seeing several warhammers at the mechanical craftsman's shop when he bought the octagonal hammer. Surely, there was one he could use. He promptly set out, crossing the street and swiftly arriving at the craftsman's shop. The shopkeeper, still looking fatigued, was seated and showed no intention of rising to attend to Ren. Ignoring him, Ren moved to the section housing hammer-type weapons. A dozen or so war hammers were displayed, primarily classified into 3 categories. One type featured long-handled heavy hammers, almost as tall as a person, requiring 2 hands to wield and weighing around 200 to 300 pounds. Another type consisted of short-handled one-handed hammers, relatively lighter at approximately 40 pounds. The most abundant were the medium-length war hammers, originally favored by dwarves. These hammers boasted a larger head and a handle about a meter long, perfectly suited for their stature, while humans could wield them as well, either 2-handed or 1-handed. Within the shop, 5 or 6 warhammers adhered closely to the design style of dwarven warhammers. The heads were predominantly square, and the handles featured anti-slip grooves, adorned with numerous intricate details that bore dwarven embellishments. Without careful scrutiny, one might mistake them for weapons crafted by dwarves themselves. All of these warhammers were devoid of enchantments, merely ordinary weapons. Enchanted weapons typically fetched prices exceeding 100 gold shields, which Ren could not afford at present, and the craftsman would not casually allow them to be tested. Thus, Ren did not deliberate long. He casually picked up a warhammer for a feel, only to find it too light. After trying several warhammers, he found them all around 70 pounds. This weight might suit dwarves and other melee professions, but for Ren, endowed with enhanced elemental strength, 70 pounds still felt too light. Initially, Ren had intended to purchase a hammer as a temporary solution, but just as he was about to inquire about the price, he noticed a war hammer hanging on the wall behind the shopkeeper that appeared to be heavier. He approached and asked, "Sir, may I have a look at that warhammer behind you?" Chapter 41, Hammer to the Head. The craftsman immediately perked up, rising promptly to inquire, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a warhammer?" He scrutinized Ren's physique, tall and robust with steady strides, although he did not possess exaggerated muscles. His build was solid and imposing, exuding a significant sense of presence. It was evident that he was an extraordinary individual. Seeing Ren nod, the shopkeeper turned to retrieve the warhammer from the wall, appearing somewhat strained. Ren adeptly caught the warhammer, his eyes lighting up. The weight was just right, fitting comfortably in his hand. He examined it closely. The warhammer was forged from a dark gold-colored metal, boasting a simple yet elegant design. The head resembled that of an ordinary octagonal hammer, broadly rectangular, albeit slightly larger, adorned with several simplistic decorative engravings, though they were not runes. The handle was about the length of his arm, divided into 3 segments, intricately carved with diamond-patterned anti-slip scales and ending in a metal sphere the size of an egg, designed to balance the hammer's center of gravity. This black warhammer bore hints of dark gold and weighed approximately 120 pounds. Although it was slightly heavier than he had anticipated, Ren found it to be just right. Moreover, with further training, his strength could increase, making 120 pounds ideal. With a metallic sensation aiding him, Ren comprehended the structure of this warhammer thoroughly. The forging technique was quite commendable, with no signs of metal fatigue, and the shape was flawless. The hammerhead was sufficiently durable. This was the pinnacle of what a mechanical craftsman could achieve. Of course, being a non-enchanted weapon, it wouldn't be particularly valuable. "Sir, how much for this warhammer?" Ren inquired, having made up his mind. The craftsman replied promptly, 6 gold shields. "Such an exorbitant price," Ren exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, questioning whether the shopkeeper intended to swindle him. A non-enchanted quality weapon, unless made from inherently valuable materials, would not typically command such a high price. 2 to 3 gold shields would have been a reasonable figure. The octagonal hammer he previously purchased for construction work had only cost 3 silver crowns, equivalent to 60 copper coins. Yet this warhammer's price was 100 times that. Noticing Ren's displeasure, the shopkeeper hastily explained, "Sir, this warhammer is not crafted from ordinary materials. I combined black iron with over 20 pounds of refined gold, melting them into a single block of refined iron, which is how I forged this refined iron warhammer." He seemed anxious that Ren might not understand the value of refined gold, and thus felt compelled to clarify. Ren nodded. Refined gold was one of the most precious metals in arenas and likely the densest. 20 pounds of refined gold sounded substantial, yet its volume was akin to that of half a finger, valued at around 3 gold shields. Due to its exorbitant cost, pure refined gold warhammers were exceedingly rare, and it was almost impossible for anyone to wield them. Therefore, combining refined gold with iron to create refined iron was a common practice in weapon forging. This warhammer, infused with 20 pounds of refined gold, explained its considerable weight. Considering the refined iron material and the craftsmanship involved, The 6 gold shields price was quite reasonable. Ren did not haggle further. He willingly paid for it. The shopkeeper, pleased to have made a significant sale, gratefully accepted the money and gifted Ren a leather strap. This strap, when slung diagonally across his body, featured a metal hook at the shoulder, perfectly designed to secure the hammer's head, with a handle resting against his waist. Ren could easily reach back with his right hand, grasp the long handle, and effortlessly retrieve the warhammer. Its convenience was remarkable. After several trials, he was thoroughly satisfied with the sturdy leather strap. Upon returning to his apartment with the warhammer, he wielded it with ease. The over 100 pounds of weight felt manageable, and he quickly adapted. This refined iron warhammer was destined to be his companion for quite some time. After placing the hammer down and freshening up, Ren retired to bed. In the middle of the night, he awoke. Silently, he donned a newly acquired ensemble of black attire, adorned a hat, and secured his warhammer upon his back before stealthily departing the apartment. The night was tranquil, with the gas lamps lining the streets extinguished, leaving only the hazy moonlight to illuminate the city. Ren activated the voice of all things, sprinting down the street, pausing intermittently to conceal himself in shadows, avoiding the occasional passerby and nighttime patrols. With an unobstructed path, he swiftly crossed the bridge and ventured into the Silver Star district. Ren had memorized the route, heading south along the Freeglen River, utilizing the buildings to shield himself from the gaze of the ethereal eye of the tower, remaining undetected. Before long, Ren arrived outside a house not far from the riverbank. He gazed upward at the WizardingWorld tower, which stood 2 or 3 kilometers away, under the night sky. It appeared merely as a vague silhouette, though the beams of light emanating from its summit remained conspicuously visible, still within its watchful range. Any significant disturbance would surely attract attention. He needed to act swiftly and quietly. Listening intently, he discerned 2 heartbeats within the house, one notably more robust than the average, indicative of a melee extraordinary. He recognized the rhythm well. It belonged to the fighter Hogan. The other heartbeat was considerably weaker, likely that of an ordinary woman. The 2 were closely situated, seemingly entwined in slumber on the same bed, within the upstairs bedroom. Ren hesitated. Having previously encountered Hogan, he felt compelled to strike decisively. With no time to spare, even if Hogan had just recently become extraordinary, he could not afford to delay, lest future troubles arise. However, the ordinary individual sharing Hogan's bed posed an uncertainty. Was she a follower of the malevolent deity? He would need to ascertain her status before striking, to avoid unjustly harming the innocent. Naturally, all of this hinged on his own safety. Should his life be threatened, he would show no mercy, regardless of the identity of his adversary. After patiently waiting for several minutes, the pair's breathing steadied, interrupted only by the occasional shift, indicating they were deep in slumber. Ren focused on Hogan's breath, inching closer to the house. Even in slumber, he could not be certain Hogan would sense the mark of conflict, while within its range. He might awaken. As he drew nearer, silence still enveloped the bedroom. Ren vaulted over a low wall, landing softly, retrieving his warhammer from his back. Now within a mere 15 meters of Hogan. It seemed the malevolent deity's followers feared the range of the mark of conflict was less than 15 meters, rather than the 100 meters he had presumed. Of course, it was also possible Hogan was merely in a deep sleep, oblivious to all around him. Ren mused on this, considering that a shorter detection range would be beneficial, minimizing the chances of being noticed by any followers of the dark deity. The doors and windows of the first floor were tightly shut, preventing entry. He cautiously circumnavigated to the side of the house, then leapt lightly, grasping the edge of the balcony, pulling himself up. Controlled by the gyroscope of his phone, his movements were precise, soundless. Entering the room from the balcony, he found himself just a wall away from Hogan's bedroom. Inside, Hogan's powerful heartbeat abruptly quickened, his breathing becoming erratic and noticeably unnatural. He was awake. Ren instantly sensed the shift, and without hesitation, he thrust his foot down forcefully, shattering the wooden floor, and propelled himself through the wall, materializing in Hogan's bedroom. He had already pinpointed Hogan's location, and as he burst forth from the wall, he swung his warhammer directly at the figure on the bed. With a resounding crash, the bed splintered into pieces, but Hogan had evaded the blow, rolling away with remarkable speed. Like a spring, he leaped up, springing off the wall beside the bed. Agile as a cat, climbing to the ceiling and swiftly turning to pounce down upon Ren. The woman, startled from her dreams, fell to the ground with a terrified scream. Observing her as merely an ordinary person, Ren swiftly incapacitated her with a single strike. In that moment, Hogan had already lunged forward, clad only in shorts. His muscular frame tense, fists clenched, the air around him crackling with potential energy, concentrated in his fists, producing a sharp sound as he broke through the air. A fierce gust accompanied his punch. Rain remained unperturbed, raising the hammer just in time to intercept Hogan's blow. The moment of impact unleashed a tremendous force from Hogan's fist, brief yet astonishingly powerful. Rain felt a tingling in his palm, his body involuntarily retreating half a step. Conversely, Hogan was met with a greater recoil, propelled backward into the wall. His eyes widened with shock. He had unleashed all his strength in that punch, intending to disarm his foe, yet the adversary had merely budged back a step, seemingly unscathed. What incredible strength! A thought flashed through Hogan's mind. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. Adjusting his stance with the grace of equilibrium, he surged toward Rain once more. If he could eliminate this foe and seize the mark of conflict, he would receive a divine boon. The fighter's path to victory lay in close combat, swift strikes, and entanglement, denying his opponent any chance to react, rendering all techniques moot. As he advanced, Hogan's footsteps darted back and forth, creating an illusion of attack angles. An intriguing tactic, Rain noted, yet he was not deceived. A flicker of inspiration stirred within him. Feigning a miscalculation in direction, he swung his warhammer to the left. The heavy hammer swept through the air with a deafening whoosh, yet failed to find its mark. Suddenly, Hogan appeared on his right, delivering a solid punch to Rain's ribs. Producing a dull thud, energy exploded forth from Hogan, and a triumphant smile graced his face, as if he could already envision his victory in slaying his adversary. The fighter's instantaneous surge of power could overwhelm even the Iron Guard. A single blow would surely inflict grave injury. However, in the next moment, Hogan's smile froze. The spot where his fist struck erupted into tatters, revealing a dull, gray metallic sheen beneath, as blinding pain coursed through his hand. It felt as though he had struck not flesh, but an impenetrable steel plate. In the darkness, he could not discern Rain's form. His skin appeared muted. Even his hair seemed rigid, resembling a statue of iron. In a flash, Rain had anticipated Hogan's attack, pivoting on his heel. The hammer that had swung left now redirected to the right, striking Hogan squarely on the head. A sickening crack echoed, blood splattered, and Rain thought he heard the sound of a watermelon bursting. Hogan's lifeless body collapsed, the force of the blow having shattered much of his skull. Leaving only a small portion intact, blood and brain matter splattered throughout the room, creating a grisly scene. Rain wiped the droplets of blood from his face, exhaling slowly. He pressed a hand against his side, feeling a twinge of pain. He had sustained a minor injury, but nothing critical. Even with his iron physique, he was not impervious to a full force strike from a second-tier fighter. A soul burst forth from the corpse, drawn into him, causing his phone's battery to surge by 3 bars. A second-tier extraordinary being provided merely 3 bars of power? Rain shook his head. Finding the efficiency of directly absorbing souls disappointingly low, it paled in comparison to full integration. Yet he found himself satisfied, relying solely on meditation to enhance his soul power. It would take an eternity to accumulate such energy. He glanced at the woman on the floor, still unconscious. Her vibrant garments hung by the bed, indicating she was either a courtesan or an upscale escort, posing no threat to him, her identity obscured in the shadows. Rain paid her little heed, unwilling to linger any longer. He swiftly maneuvered through the breach in the wall and leapt down from the balcony. The drop was not great. Just as he was suspended in the air, a sudden flash of azure light pierced his vision. In an instant, Rain had no time to react, but fortunately, his iron body instinctively activated under stress, rendering him as unyielding as steel. The narrow beam of azure light struck him squarely in the chest, as if attempting to cleave him in two. A surge of pain coursed through his mind, yet he disregarded his injury, landing and immediately retreating, positioning his warhammer defensively before him. Remarkably, he was still alive. A deep male voice emanated from the shadows below the balcony. Rain had already activated his soul eye, allowing him to discern the figure's identity. From the voice alone, he recognized this individual as Wilt, an accomplice of Hogan's whom he had encountered previously at the tavern. At that moment, Wilt, clad in tight-fitting black garb with a cloth obscuring his face, leaving only his eyes visible, merged seamlessly with the shadows, his form shifting and elusive. He wielded a curved longsword, its blade shimmering with a cerulean luminescence. In Alaris, the term sword was not used. Instead, it referred to a type of blade known as a single-edged sword. This sword was evidently an enchanted weapon, resembling the katana of a bygone era. Rain cast a glance at his chest, where his clothing had been sliced open, revealing a long gash that stretched from left to right across his torso. Fortunately, it was not deep, merely a couple of centimeters, allowing blood to seep out and stain his attire. The wound was already beginning to heal, the bleeding having ceased. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had it not been for his iron body, he would have been reduced to 2 halves by now. What was Wilt doing here? Rain continued to retreat, creating distance between them, while remaining vigilant of every movement. Through his soul eye, he observed the structure of Wilt's soul, which revealed a 4-layered composition enveloped in a dark crimson and black conflagration of faith, eerily reminiscent of the essence of the malevolent deity, Loth. Furthermore, Wilt's soul contained as many as 5 elemental aspects. Rain had no time to scrutinize the details of these elements. He instantly grasped Wilt's extraordinary vocation, a magic swordsman, specifically a level 4 Gale magic swordsman. A magic swordsman is an advanced class of ranger, capable of merging with an elemental affinity soul at levels 4 or 7, thereby acquiring elemental resonance that synergizes spells with swordsmanship, amplifying the potency of their strikes. There exist various branches of the magic swordsman, with the Gale magic swordsman being one of the rarest, renowned for unmatched speed, competing for the title of the fastest profession in the world. In contrast to attributes such as strength, defense, and mental acuity, speed is notoriously challenging to enhance. Many high-level extraordinary beings do not exhibit significant speed advantages over lower-tier counterparts, unlike the often insurmountable gaps seen in strength or mental prowess. However, once speed attains a certain threshold, the disparity between combatants becomes terrifying. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. While Rain's strength and defense far surpassed those of his peers, his speed was notably lacking, representing his most significant vulnerability. Ironically, Wilt, as a Gale magic swordsman, possessed the speed to counter him. With this strike, Rain found himself unable to react in time. An immediate sense of pressure enveloped him. Wilt's vocational level surpassed his by 3 tiers, and with a formidable weapon in hand, he feared he might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Even more disconcerting was the question of how Wilt had arrived at this location. Rain's mind raced, arriving at a singular conclusion. Yesterday, Wilt could not have detected him eavesdropping outside the tavern. He must have inferred from Hogan's words that Rain had realized he was being followed and had subsequently turned the tables on Hogan. Wilt, unbeknownst to Hogan, had used him as bait, lying in wait for Rain to take the hook. Upon Rain's arrival, he had meticulously observed his surroundings. He had failed to detect Wilt's presence. This realization heightened his caution. The voice of all things was not omnipotent, as there always existed unknown methods capable of evading detection. Should he encounter such a seasoned adversary again, he resolved to exercise utmost vigilance. He hoped there would be a next time. Steeling himself, Rain gripped his warhammer tightly. At that moment, Wilt spoke, his face obscured by the cloth, rendering his expression indiscernible. Yet his voice resonated with incredulity. He stepped forth from the shadows beneath the balcony, declaring, a steel sentinel, able to withstand my flash blade slash and remain unscathed. No wonder you were able to slay those worthless fools, Trevor and his ilk. Rain merely scoffed, choosing not to respond. Clearly, Wilt perceived him as a steel sentinel. The flash blade slash he referred to was one of the elements within Wilt's soul, channeling the power of wind into his blade, unleashing a breathtaking burst of speed and force directed at his target. Wilt stood casually, seemingly confident in his advantage, continuing in a low tone, your prowess is commendable. To have dispatched Hogan in such a brief span, I scarcely had time to rescue him. Were it not for your desecration of the divine, I would have gladly accepted you into the Shadow Blade, elevating you to Hogan's position. Alas, you shall meet your end. As his words hung in the air, Wilt thrust his sword forward, and a cerulean arc of energy erupted from the blade, akin to a blade of wind, carving a deep trench into the ground, swiftly closing the distance to Rain. Rain sensed the sharpness of the attack. He did not evade, but instead fully activated his iron body, determined to withstand the impending blow. The energy blade struck him, producing a resounding clang. Rain felt little from the impact, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Wilt. After unleashing the energy blade, Wilt's form flickered and vanished in an instant, his speed reaching an apex. Rain caught a glimpse of a figure moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, circling behind him. Gale Step. Rain had anticipated this maneuver. It was one of the elements in Wilt's soul and a hallmark technique of the Gale magic swordsman. A flash of azure light surged from behind him, darting forth in an instant. Wilt executed the flash blade slash once more. Rain swung his warhammer, the formidable head striking true against the blade's energy. With a resounding clash, Sparks erupted as the Warhammer met the sword, revealing Wilt's form, momentarily caught off guard that his flash blade slash had been intercepted. Before Rain could capitalize on this opportunity for a counterattack, Wilt activated Gale Step and vanished again. Mere steps away, another blade of wind surged toward him. Rain spun to face the attack, but he only glimpsed the energy blade, failing to locate Wilt's form. Ignoring the energy blade, he allowed it to strike him, shredding his clothing as he concentrated on tracking Wilt's movements. Moments later, a flash of azure light approached from his left, nearly undetectable in the cover of night. Rain attempted to block with his Warhammer, but he was a fraction too slow, the hammer striking nothing but air. A sharp pain seared across his abdomen as another wound was inflicted. This time, however, Rain had prepared himself before being struck. He elevated his iron body to its utmost limits, resulting in a shallower cut than before, merely breaking the skin surface. Wilt reappeared atop the balcony, gazing down at Rain. Incredulous. What manner of defensive element is this? His swordsmanship was infallible. His sharp, enchanted longsword combined with the flash slash could sever a steel bar of thumb's width. Yet, against Rain, who was of a lesser level, the attack had merely grazed his skin. In that fleeting moment of contact, the sword met with formidable resistance, as though it had truly struck iron, yielding little penetration. Iron body, Wilt's eyes widened in realization. Beyond this renowned, extraordinary element, he could conceive of no other force that could offer such remarkable defense. You possess an extraordinary element. Wilt's voice, heavy and dry, betrayed either jealousy or shock as he stared intently at Rain, desperate to confirm the unsettling truth. Rain, however, remained unresponsive, fixated on the adversary on the balcony, feeling utterly powerless. His own speed was woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of reaching his opponent. Without his ironclad body, he knew that even possessing 9 lives would not suffice for survival. Unable to engage or pursue, retreat was his only option. A flicker of doubt crept into Rain's mind. Fortunately, he had disguised himself before leaving, concealing his face. Had Wilt glimpsed his visage, it would have spelled trouble. While Rain was aware of Wilt's identity, the latter remained oblivious to his own, leaving future opportunities for confrontation open. Without hesitation, Rain turned and departed. Once he stepped beyond the shelter of the house and into the gaze of the arcane eye atop the wizard's tower, Wilt would be dissuaded from acting against him. You think to escape? Wilt's figure shimmered momentarily, yet he remained rooted in place. He appeared momentarily paralyzed by the prospect of Rain's ironclad defense, cognizant that he could not breach it in a short span, thus posing no threat to Rain. Consequently, he merely stood on the balcony, allowing Rain to withdraw unimpeded. Rain retreated step by step to the wall, inching closer to freedom. Suddenly, a diminutive silhouette emerged from the shadows, mere inches away, darting towards Rain's back with a dagger drawn. In a split second, Rain pivoted, welcoming the attack with open arms. As if foreseeing the move, he enveloped the figure in a tight embrace, feeling the graceful curves akin to lovers entwined in a fervent embrace. With all the might of his ironclad body, his arms constricted like unyielding iron bands, the petite figure had no time to struggle, emitting a series of sickening cracks as bones splintered before falling silent. Rain released his grip, and the lifeless form crumpled, a soul escaping from its head. Chapter 43. This liar is truly round. Karida. Will called out the name of the deceased, his figure flashing as he pursued. Rain quickened his pace, breaking free from the house's cover. Catching sight of the arcane, eye perched atop the wizard's tower. Wilt halted at the wall, momentarily pausing. Although he could have easily pursued Rain, any action that drew attention would invite the gaze of the arcane eye. As a follower of the malevolent deity, he dared not expose himself to its scrutiny. Once targeted, survival was all but impossible. Wilt crouched to inspect Karida's condition, discovering her lifeless form. His gaze, now filled with animosity, turned towards Rain as he spoke in a low tone. You shall pay dearly for this. Ignoring him, Rain swiftly departed the scene, vanishing into the night. Earlier, when Wilt had struck him with the first sword, Rain had sensed a shadowy assassin lurking in the corner, awaiting the opportune moment to ambush him. Though he could not see the hidden foe, he could hear the rhythmic thumping of their heartbeat, deliberately feigning ignorance until the assassin could no longer restrain themselves. True to form, the shadowy figure had been caught off guard. The assassin, skilled in stealth and swift of foot, lacked physical resilience, and their low profession level made them vulnerable. Rain's powerful embrace had suffocated her before she could react. With a mere level 1 profession, her soul yielded 2 units of energy. Rain swiftly traversed several hundred meters, yet he did not relinquish his auditory pursuit of Wilt. After altering his course twice, He concealed himself in a street corner, prepared to track his adversary. Wilt did not linger near the house. He took Harida's body and departed in the opposite direction. Rain hurried to follow, only to discover that Wilt's speed was astonishing. Within a minute, Wilt had outpaced him, slipping beyond the reach of his sound waves, leaving Rain without a trail. Too swift, Rain lamented. Even with a burden, I cannot keep pace. The Windblade sorcerer was indeed renowned for his speed, while Rain, at a mere level 1 with sluggishness to boot, found himself at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he returned to his apartment, contemplating how he would need to enhance his speed should an appropriate soul present itself in the future. He took multiple detours along the way, even crossing to a distant bridge, and did not return to his apartment until the early morning light began to break. As he washed the blood from his body and hammer, Rain assessed his wounds. The second sword wound was shallow and had healed completely. The first wound, however, was less forgiving. While the bleeding had ceased, a grotesque scar remained, throbbing painfully with the slightest movement and requiring several days to heal. Additionally, a faint bruise marred his side, a remnant of Hogan's punch, but it was not severe. A wave of fatigue washed over Rain. Healing his injuries required the expenditure of his soul energy. At present, his energy reserves stood at a mere 12 units, a figure bolstered by the absorption of 2 extraordinary souls. Remarkably, his soul energy had surged nearly 50% overnight, marking his greatest gain. Sitting on his bed, Rain confirmed that he was in good condition before commencing his first meditation. The World Tree meditation, while sounding complex, was in essence quite simple. It involved perpetually constructing the World Tree within the soul to foster its growth. The taller the World Tree, the greater the soul energy. The sorcerer's soul energy parallels that of a mage's magic power, serving not only for spell casting, but also for the activation of various alchemical items and runes. Most importantly, soul energy could enhance one's elemental attributes. When it came to physical attributes, infusing soul energy for enhancement would integrate it into the body, rendering it a tangible entity and unusable for spellcasting. Conversely, for arcane attributes, namely spells, soul energy could elevate spell levels from 1 to 9, while remaining usable for casting, thus not affecting the energy cap. Abilities of the extraordinary variety could not be enhanced through soul energy. They could only be improved during soul transformation, which had a certain probability of success. As a combat sorcerer, Rain required a portion of his soul energy for physical enhancement, resulting in a lesser capacity for spell casting compared to sorcerers of other schools. In simpler terms, a combat sorcerer possessed a relatively low mana pool. Thus, every combat sorcerer faced the challenge of balancing their soul energy distribution. If one could not accommodate both aspects, they had to focus on one, either excelling in melee combat or honing their spell casting. Typically, combat sorcerers sought to conserve soul energy by mastering only a select few spells. Some extreme cases even involve combat sorcerers refining only a handful of spells to perfection, channeling the remainder of their energy into personal enhancement. Take, for instance, the legendary Master Orin, founder of the combat school, who is rumored to wield only 3 spells, with his most proficient being the exceedingly mundane light spell. This information, embedded within the soul fusion seed, serve as guidance for successors on how to advance themselves, preventing them from straying off course. Unfortunately, there was little else beyond this regarding Master Orin. Rain found it difficult to fathom how the light spell could be utilized in combat. He certainly did not intend to be so extreme. As a perfect soul transformation, his soul energy vastly exceeded that of other sorcerers, allowing for ample distribution. However, lacking any spells at present, he could only temporarily allocate all his soul energy towards enhancing his strength or ironclad body, since his strength attribute had already undergone enhancement once. Further improvement was arduous. Thus, he directed his soul energy towards reinforcing his ironclad body. Tonight's battle had profoundly illustrated the formidable nature of extraordinary attributes. It was his ironclad body that had preserved his life. Should he manage to strengthen it again, it would effectively grant him an additional life. Time flew swiftly during meditation. Upon emerging, Rain realized it was nearly midday. Spellcasters were required to meditate daily, yet prolonged sessions could induce mental fatigue, unless magical potions were employed to alleviate this fatigue. Further meditation would serve no purpose and would not augment soul energy. After having lunch, Rain made his way to the Basilisk Inn. Yesterday, I made an arrangement with Zoltan to borrow the iron block in his yard to enhance my physical fitness and strength. After the workout, I sought his guidance on the crafting of soul guns, preparing to devise a firearm that would suit my needs. Had I possessed a gun last night, I could have effortlessly shot Wilt down from the balcony, basking in the glory of my prowess. Immersed in both training and research, the day swiftly came to a close. Rain had yet to see Roger and Drayla. The two remained cooped up in their room, inseparable as if glued together. Their meals and drinks were delivered by the inn staff, and they had ceased even playing cards. There is always a limit to the endurance of a beast of burden. Yet I wonder if Master Roger can withstand it. Legendary extraordinary beings should be more enduring than the average man. I mused with a hint of sarcasm. Not returning to my apartment, I spent the night resting in a room at the Basil Hotel. The following afternoon, after meditating, I returned home to change into formal attire, making my way to Violet House. The trading event mentioned by Elvira was scheduled for that evening, and we had agreed to meet half a day prior. Upon arrival, the maid, upon seeing me, did not announce my presence, but directly led me upstairs. As I stepped out of the elevator, I was greeted by the faint strains of music emanating from Viola's room. The sound was delicate, likely due to soundproofing, for it would be inaudible to anyone standing outside unless they were quite close. Just as the maid was about to knock on the door, I called out to her. "Please hold on a moment. Let me finish listening to this piece before I enter. You may attend to your duties." The maid glanced at me, recalling the proprietor's specific instructions to escort me directly upon my arrival, indicating the closeness of our relationship. At the very least, we were friends. Thus, she departed with a sense of ease. I listened intently to the music. The instrument, akin to a piano, was known as a harpsichord. Its method of string striking and tonal quality bore little distinction from that of the piano. Viola's skill was remarkable, as a lively melody flowed effortlessly from her fingers, creating a breathtaking auditory experience imbued with her emotions. I was deeply moved by the music, discerning her current mood, a joyful anticipation mirrored in the unnamed piece. Before I realized it, the piece concluded, and I took a gentle breath to compose myself before knocking on the door. "Come in," Viola's voice beckoned from within. I pushed the door open to find her seated at the harpsichord, adorned in an elegant, understated gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. She seemed lost in the remnants of her melody, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her radiant smile graced her beautiful countenance. I was momentarily taken aback by the sight, my breath catching in my throat. In that instant, I found myself at a loss for words to express my admiration. Is it the instrument that is truly round, or is it the music that is genuinely pure? "Rain, you have arrived," Viola said, rising to approach me. Her azure eyes met mine, and upon noticing my tall stature and handsome visage, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in her gaze. It took me a few seconds to regain my composure, and I smiled as I inquired. "I stood outside for quite a while, entranced by your performance." "What piece were you playing?" "The Dance of the Lake, an original composition of mine," she replied, settling onto the sofa as she prepared tea for me. I have a profound love for music, particularly the harpsichord, and possess some aptitude in this area. Whenever I have leisure time, I play to soothe my spirit. "Did you find it enjoyable?" "Indeed," I exclaimed, taking a seat opposite her and applauding in admiration. "I had no idea you could compose music, Viola. It is a pity that most people lack the opportunity to hear your playing. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly be a renowned musical maestro." Viola smiled modestly. "I have no desire to become any sort of musical virtuoso. It is merely a personal hobby." "Then I can only express my regret for those who cannot hear it," I said, sipping from the teacup, feeling quite relaxed. Viola nodded, her smile brightening, but then, as if recalling something, she hesitated before continuing. "While I do not relish performing before strangers, I hope to share beautiful music with a wider audience, allowing others to experience the allure of music, appreciate the beauty of life, express emotions, heal wounds, and reduce conflict, thus enriching our world with a touch of artistry." Her words struck me as rather preachy, prompting me to ponder. Chapter 44, The Goddess of Love. In Elenaris, when individuals speak of their visions or ideals, any references to higher realms often intertwine with deities, sometimes echoing the doctrines of various churches. Such doctrines profoundly shape the worldviews, values, and life perspectives of the faithful, influencing every aspect of their lives. Viola's sentiments immediately conjured an image of a particular deity in my mind. As expected, Viola did not conceal her beliefs and openly acknowledged. "In addition to my faith in the goddess, I am also a devotee of the lady with long hair." "Ah, I see." I nodded in understanding. The lady with long hair is an epithet for the goddess of art and love, whose true name is Freya. This deity embodies the domains of art, love, beauty, and kindness, leading many to reverently refer to her as the goddess of love or the goddess of goodness. Legend has it that she is the most beautiful being in the world of Elenaris, maintaining amicable relations with numerous deities, including many who adore her. Freya's following is vast and diverse, encompassing artists, musicians, painters, dancers, and actors. Almost anyone involved in the arts is likely to be her devotee. Due to her dual domains of beauty and love, Freya is highly revered, particularly among young lovers and individuals of all ages who seek beauty, especially the fairer sex. In the Empire, many openly profess their faith in Freya, though no rigid ecclesiastical organization has formed around her worship. As her devotees age, losing their beauty or love, their faith may wane, leading them to seek solace in other deities. Overall, she is a benign and gentle goddess. I had previously sensed Viola's devotion to another deity, which appeared more steadfast than her faith in the goddess of magic. Now, knowing it was the goddess of art and love, I found it rather unremarkable. Given Viola's extraordinary beauty, it was only natural for her to venerate Freya. She epitomizes Freya's teachings, possessing an unparalleled beauty and exceptional musical talent, even serving as a potential earthly representative of the goddess, a chosen one. With this realization, it became clear why Viola yearned for her music to reach a broader audience. Music, being a form of art, is among the most accessible to the common folk, serving as a profound medium for emotional expression and understanding. Unlike painting, sculpture, or dance, which often require a foundational understanding to grasp the artist's intent, anyone with normal hearing can be moved by a melodious tune or captivated by a beautiful song. Even those who cannot comprehend the lyrics, including the illiterate, can still appreciate the beauty of music. If delightful melodies could be disseminated widely, granting people the opportunity to hear music at all times, the number of Freya's followers would likely surge dramatically, significantly enhancing her divine power. However, in Aelinaris, aside from live performances, music and song are not frequently encountered. An excellent idea struck me. If I could realize it, not only would I win Viola's heart, but I could also amass a considerable fortune. Yet, the execution of this plan posed some challenges and required validation before implementation. I glanced at Viola, a smile flickering in my eyes. After exchanging a few idle remarks, I deliberately steered the conversation toward music, feigning curiosity to inquire about the sound production mechanism of the harpsichord. Viola opened the instrument's lid and patiently began her explanation. As she spoke, I attentively listened while comparing it to the piano from my past life. It must be said that regardless of the world, humanity shares a commonality in music, particularly evident in the realm of instrument craftsmanship. This organ is essentially a grand piano, indistinguishable in appearance, with an identical number of keys. Viola, noticing his keen interest, inquired, "Rain, do you play the piano? I recall you enrolled in the arts department at Clayton Academy." Rain's expression became slightly awkward. Besides nurturing extraordinary individuals, Clayton Academy offered numerous courses, and each student was required to select one as their major. In a moment of folly, Rain had opted for the arts department, yet he had never attended a single class and remained utterly ignorant of the subject. Without becoming an extraordinary individual, he could not obtain the Academy's diploma. This was one of the reasons for his father Bard's dissatisfaction with him. Initially, Bard had wished for Rain to enroll in the law or accounting department, aiming for him to secure a diploma and subsequently find a respectable job in the city, thereby becoming a man of stature. Even if that was not feasible, returning to their hometown as a cultured individual would have sufficed. Unfortunately, Rain had disappointed these expectations. As he glanced at Viola, he discerned a smile on her face, tinged with a hint of mockery. She had evidently sent someone to investigate him at the academy and was aware of these matters. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and replied, "I have never studied music, nor do I play the piano. I've only heard a few songs sung by the teacher." In truth, he could play the piano, having practiced from a young age. Though his skills were not exceptional, they surpassed those of the average person. Naturally, he could not reveal this now and opted to feign ignorance instead. Viola stifled a giggle behind her hand, contemplating that if she taught Rain to play the organ, he might become a follower of the lady with long hair. With enthusiasm, she asked, "Would you like to learn the organ? I can teach you." "Really?" Rain exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. "Of course," Viola affirmed, her demeanor entirely serious. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she stated, "There is still ample time. We can commence right away." With that, she seated herself at the piano, patting the chair beside her, signaling Rain to sit next to her. Rain followed her suggestion, and, as the chair was not particularly spacious, they were inevitably drawn closer together, their arms brushing against one another. A sweet, subtle fragrance wafted into Rain's nostrils, stirring his heart. This scent emanated from Viola, delicate yet perfectly balanced, with a hint of sweetness that reminded him of the aroma of violets. He pondered why she had named her shop the House of Violets, realizing it was likely her special passion. Turning his gaze towards the proximity of Viola, He noticed her golden hair framing pointed ears, which were slightly flushed, creating an alluring sight. Through the eye of the soul, he perceived her soul's color oscillating between green and cyan, indicating her current joy and a touch of shyness. The sound of all things conveyed her heartbeat quickening, betraying a hint of nervousness. Rain instantly grasped that Viola harbored feelings for him, although this was only their third encounter. Familiarity breeds connection, and he was an exceptionally rare soul metamorphosis, with a promising future ahead, not to mention his striking looks. As a devotee of the goddess of love, Viola's attraction to beauty and romance made her feelings entirely understandable. Rain silently reveled in this realization, his gaze growing bolder as he admired the beauty before him. Viola, noticing Rain's gaze, instinctively shifted slightly away, appearing a bit flustered. Taking a few steadying breaths, she collected herself, picked up a music score from the piano, and said, "To learn the piano, you must first understand tones and be able to read sheet music. This is the simplest scorebook." Viola swiftly entered the teaching mode, starting from the basics of music theory with Rain. However, Rain had already grasped the concepts and, not wishing to prolong the lesson's pace, deliberately showcased his musical talent, quickly mastering the introductory techniques of the organ. As they progressed to learning hand positioning and finger techniques, their hands inevitably brushed against one another. Initially, Viola felt a bit shy, but as Rain displayed more of his talent, her surprise and delight allowed her to become accustomed to the intimacy of guiding him in playing, and their closeness appeared quite natural. One taught while the other learned, and they became engrossed in their practice, uninterrupted, as the afternoon slipped away. The sound of music filled the room. A simple piece flowed from Rain's fingers, though his performance was somewhat awkward and the notes slightly stiff. It was nevertheless coherent enough to be considered a formal rendition. When the music ceased, Viola, seated beside him, clapped joyfully. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Rain, exclaiming, "The piece is still a bit unfamiliar, but to reach this level from complete ignorance in just a few hours is remarkable. Hein, have you really never studied the organ before?" Rain, with a touch of bravado, replied proudly, "Today is my first encounter with the organ." In truth, he discovered that his piano skills had significantly improved compared to his past life, thanks to the precise control afforded by modern technology. Yet he had to maintain the facade of being a novice. At times, feigning ignorance proved more challenging, as he almost revealed his true proficiency several times. Viola remained incredulous, realizing that Rain's musical aptitude surpassed her own, at least in terms of performance. With further practice, he would likely match her skill level. She speculated that the magical soul he had integrated might possess elements that enhanced his arm control, such as dexterous hands, but it seemed unlikely. The changes within Rain post-integration were evidently holistic in nature, unrelated to mere hand dexterity. Perhaps this was the essence of a genius born from perfect soul metamorphosis. Viola marveled inwardly, smiling as she remarked, "You have now embarked on your piano journey, but to refine your skills, you must practice diligently. Whenever you have time, feel free to come here to play. I will continue to teach you some renowned scores." "Very well. I shall frequently come to learn the piano, teacher Viola," Rain replied without hesitation, adding a teasing note. Such opportunities to interact with a beautiful woman were not to be missed. Viola felt a bit bashful at the title. And at that moment, an employee from the shop knocked and entered, reminding her, "Madam, the trading fair is about to commence in an hour, and some guests have already arrived." "I understand. I will be there shortly," Viola responded, momentarily lost in thought as she glanced at the clock. Reflecting on how swiftly time had passed, Rain also stood, finally recalling the day's main event. He exchanged a glance with her and realized that both had entirely forgotten about the trading fair. They had spent hours in the room without mentioning it once, having even forgotten to eat dinner. Viola adjusted her long dress, stating calmly, "Rain, I will go entertain the guests now and will return shortly to update you." "Go ahead. I shall practice a little longer," Rain replied, settling back down to the piano keys. Chapter 45, The Trading Fair. As Viola closed the door behind her, Rain listened to her footsteps retreating into the elevator. He stood up, clenched his fist in a gesture of triumph, and let out a jubilant yes. His face could no longer contain his excitement as he paced the room, entirely distracted from practicing. Had he not feared being overheard, he would have shouted in celebration, venting his joy. Is there anything more exhilarating than being favored by a beautiful woman, especially one as extraordinary as Viola, with whom he already harbored feelings? Although Viola had not explicitly stated her affections, her demeanor, emotional expressions, and willingness to teach him piano spoke volumes about her interest in him. The entire afternoon, their interactions had been shrouded in a haze of ambiguity, tinged with a hint of flirtation. This sensation evoked memories of Rain's first love in his past life, filled with anticipation, yet tinged with the fear that it might all be a mere dream. He returned to the organ, seated himself, and began to idly press the keys, producing disjointed notes devoid of melody. As the monotonous sounds resonated, Rain gradually found his composure, his thoughts clarifying. Perhaps his circumstances were indeed favorable. He was undeniably a promising individual, capable of captivating the hearts of the opposite sex, even someone as exquisite as Viola. Yet, Viola's demeanor seemed excessively forward, seemingly disregarding the disparities in their capabilities, statuses, family backgrounds, and ages, an unusual behavior. The authenticity of Viola's emotions was evident through her soul's state. However, even if she harbored intentions, her eagerness was unwarranted. At the very least, she ought to engage for a while before taking action, rather than behaving like an inexperienced girl, easily swept away by the tides of love. As the manager of the Violet House and a 6th-level sorceress, Viola would not act so hastily, unless there were ulterior motives. Rain suddenly realized that his understanding of Viola was remarkably limited. He was unaware of her background, her full name, her family's lineage, and even whether she was married. In that moment, he could not fathom her true intentions. I must exercise caution and not allow myself to be manipulated by my desires, he admonished himself, his thoughts becoming somewhat more detached. He then opened the sheet music, casually selecting a piece, and began to practice diligently. Soon after, Viola returned. It appeared she was aware of her overzealousness, as she deliberately chose to sit farther away, her demeanor still casual, yet imbued with a sense of distance. Zen, the trading event is about to commence. You shall accompany me into the hall shortly. Very well. Is there anything I should be mindful of? Rain inquired with a nod. You are merely here to broaden your horizons and make acquaintances. If you do not intend to purchase anything, consider it merely a spectacle. Viola briefly elucidated the rules of the trading event. Indeed, it was a gathering among the extraordinary organized by the Violet House, with participants primarily comprising its clientele, as well as friends of Viola or their acquaintances, all invited to attend. The Violet House provided the venue and services, allowing guests to mingle freely, akin to a banquet. However, in this gathering, transactions would simultaneously take place. The Violet House would first showcase a selection of goods, typically of considerable value, akin to an auction where the highest bidder prevails, seizing the opportunity to sell items that are usually difficult to dispose of. For instance, the soul fusion seed that Rain had purchased had been displayed multiple times at the trading event, initially priced at 3,000 gold shields. The price had gradually dropped to 1,500 gold shields, yet still no one had bought it. Upon reflection, it became clear that most guests at the trading event were already extraordinary beings, lacking any need for the soul fusion seed. Moreover, the number of individuals willing to become combat sorcerers was exceedingly scarce. It was entirely reasonable for such items to remain unsold. The highlight of the trading event lay in the items brought by the guests. Most attendees would at least carry a few precious items, attempting to sell them to interested buyers for greater profit or to seek long-coveted treasures. The items for trade varied widely in type and price, ranging from weapons and armor, magical souls, alchemical goods, enchanted seals, soul crystals, potions, mounts, universal cards, rare materials, gemstones, luxury items, knowledge, property deeds, to corporate shares. Anything of value could be traded here. Naturally, as the organizer, the Violet House also bore the responsibility of authenticating the items and determining their prices. For every completed transaction, the Violet House would charge a service fee, calculated at 5% of the final price, shared equally between the two parties. Some guests, wishing to evade this service fee, would attempt to negotiate private deals. However, such occurrences were rare due to the absence of a guarantor, making it easy to fall victim to deceit, rendering the effort counterproductive. Thus, for the sake of safety, most guests preferred to pay the service fee. On occasion, a single trading event could earn the organizer thousands of gold shields in service fees. However, with profit comes risk. Should an authentication error occur, leading to a misjudgment, the organizer would be liable for compensation. If luck were to turn unfavorably, a single loss could be catastrophic, even jeopardizing their reputation. Such trading events were common throughout the empire, testing the organizer's connections and discernment. Without connections, one would struggle to attract numerous guests. Without discernment, one would frequently incur losses, making the endeavor unsustainable. The trading events at the Violet House had been held for nearly 3 years, with one occurring each month, relying on a highly paid authentication team employed by Viola, which had almost never made an error, thus establishing a solid reputation among the extraordinary in Longshan and generating substantial profits for Viola. According to Viola herself, more than half of the store's profits stemmed from these trading events. Rain was somewhat astonished that she would divulge such commercial secrets to him. The rules of the trading event are quite straightforward, Viola remarked with a smile. As for social etiquette, you need not worry. This is no longer the early noble era. The majority of guests are extraordinary beings, and there are not so many formalities. Should you feel hungry, the trading event has prepared food and wine, all of good quality. But do refrain from overindulging. Rain nodded in understanding. At that moment, a maid approached to remind them that it was time to proceed. Let us descend. Rain followed Viola down the stairs, as the trading event was hosted in the hall on the 3rd floor. As the two emerged from the lift, they instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. The spacious hall was illuminated by crystal chandeliers, resembling daylight. Nearly 100 guests occupied the hall, predominantly men, many of whom were impeccably attired, while the women were elegantly dressed. There were also some who preferred informal attire, donning various spellcaster robes and armors, or even casual clothing. A glance around revealed that, without the need for the soul eye, one could discern that almost all present were extraordinary beings, given the possibility of legendary figures among them. He refrained from activating his soul eye for indiscriminate scrutiny. Not merely a possibility, but a certainty. Viola had mentioned that she always invited a legendary sorcerer to oversee the event to prevent any mishaps, though she had not disclosed the identity of this legendary sorcerer. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Viola. Rain noted their gazes, particularly those of the men, filled with admiration, awe, and predominantly, infatuation. Even among the extraordinary, it was challenging to resist Viola's allure. She shone like a beacon, becoming the focal point wherever she went. Rain felt as though he were enveloped in her radiance. Despite standing merely a step away from her, towering over her by half a head, he found that few noticed his presence. Good evening, everyone. Viola, accustomed to such scrutiny, stepped into the crowd, greeting the guests before officially announcing the commencement of the trading event. The maids of the Violet House lined up in an orderly fashion, approaching rows of covered racks, lifting the black cloth to reveal glass display cases showcasing the items available for sale that evening. The hall gradually buzzed with excitement as guests gathered around the glass cases, inquiring with the maids. Each maid had undergone training, responsible for a particular item, tirelessly answering the guests' questions and seeking the expertise of the store's appraisers when necessary. Rain observed the appraisers of the Violet House, 3 in total, 2 men and 1 woman, all seasoned extraordinary beings. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman, his hair a cascade of white, adorned with spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Resembling a professor from an academy, yet he was, in fact, a 7th-level sorcerer. Listening to the maids introduce the items to the guests, Rain learned that this venerable sorcerer was named Ravenska, hailing from the Silver Star Academy, renowned in Longshand as an erudite scholar and an esteemed appraiser. The 2 other assessors were somewhat younger, each possessing their own strengths, yet neither was as renowned as Levinster. Viola engaged in casual pleasantries with the guests, effortlessly weaving conversations before introducing Rain to them. Each guest was of considerable stature, nobles, esteemed professors from the Silver Star Academy, members of the Wizard's Tower, officials from the Municipal Hall, affluent magnates, merchants, formidable extraordinary beings, and illustrious sorcerers. In Viola's introduction, she referred to Rain as a dear friend, which elicited palpable astonishment among the attendees, for Viola had never before introduced anyone as a friend, let alone a young and handsome gentleman. Their surprise deepened upon learning that Rain was a sorcerer. With his imposing physique and demeanor, he resembled a stalwart knight rather than a practitioner of the arcane arts. Nonetheless, out of respect for Viola, most guests greeted Rain amiably, discreetly noting his name. A few, however, did not hide their hostility towards him. They had been observing Viola's interactions and, without waiting for her formal introduction, recognized the closeness between her and Rain, directing angry glances his way. This left Rain feeling somewhat exasperated, as he found himself with unexpected rivals, none of whom seemed easy to contend with. Viola's intention to welcome him into her circle was well-meaning, yet it had backfired. Having made only a few friends, he had inadvertently acquired numerous adversaries. Truly, a beautiful woman can be a source of trouble. Rain bore it with a stiff upper lip and continued alongside Viola, as she prepared to introduce him to a middle-aged gentleman, only to realize she was already acquainted with him and had his business card. Mr. Kinich. Rain preemptively greeted him. The gentleman was indeed Kinich, whom Rain had met just a few days prior, dressed impeccably in formal attire, with his hair neatly slicked back. He exuded an air of refined elegance and possessed a gentle yet piercing gaze. Kinage scrutinized Rain for a moment and remarked, "You have changed significantly since we last met." "Rain, do you know Vice President Kinage?" Viola inquired, somewhat surprised, for Rain had previously been an ordinary student, and it was curious that he would be acquainted with the Vice President of the Mechanical Guild. "We met a few days ago," Rain replied, then turned to Kinage, stating earnestly, "I am now a sorcerer." Kinage nodded slightly and said, "I knew you would succeed. Still, congratulations are in order." "Thank you." Rain accepted the compliment, holding Kinage in high regard. Though this was only their second meeting, his intuition suggested that Kinage bore no animosity towards him and perhaps harbored a degree of goodwill, marking him as a person worth forging a deeper connection with. Viola smiled and said, "Since you are already acquainted, I need not elaborate further. Mr. Kinage is a notable figure in Longzan, having risen from humble beginnings to become a wealthy magnate in less than 2 decades, eventually earning a baronial title. Zen, you should take Mr. Kinage as a model and learn from him." "Madam, you flatter me. I owe my accomplishments today to the support of the Mechanical Guild," Kinage replied with a hearty laugh, humility radiating from him. However, Rain noted that he seemed to revel in Viola's praise, an unmistakable glimmer of pride in his eyes. The two appeared quite familiar with one another, and Viola continued, "Mr. Kinage is a regular patron of our establishment, frequently attending trade fairs, though regrettably, we have yet to find an opportunity to collaborate. I also wish to become a business partner with the lady. There will surely be opportunities in the future." Kinage responded appropriately, his tone imbued with both regret and anticipation, exuding sincerity. Listening to their exchange of courtesies, Rain found it difficult to discern which remarks were genuine and which were mere pleasantries, inwardly marveling at the acumen of those who navigated the business realm. At that moment, a female attendant approached and whispered a few words to Viola. Viola nodded, a hint of apology in her expression, and said, "I'm sorry, but a guest over there requires my attention for a transaction of considerable magnitude. I must step away for a moment." "Of course, madam," Kinage expressed understanding. After a moment's thought, Viola added, "Rain, please entertain Mr. Kinage in my absence." Following Rain's acknowledgement, she departed with the attendant. As they watched her slender figure glide into the adjacent trading room, the two men returned their focus to one another. Kinage turned to Rain, his gaze somewhat complex, and remarked, "Rain, you are quite fortunate. I find myself feeling a tinge of envy." Rain, suspecting Kinage had discerned something, shook his head and said, "We are merely friends. In fact, we have only recently met." "Is that so?" Kinage replied, a hint of disbelief in his smile, but sensing Rain was not deceiving him, he tentatively probed, "Are you not aware of Lady Viola's background?" "I am not," Rain shrugged, having long wished to learn more, but uncertain of whom to inquire. Kinage scrutinized Rain anew, exclaiming, "I almost suspect you might be the illegitimate child of the goddess of magic. So oblivious are you, with nothing but your good looks and talent. You have managed to get so close to Viola. How many in Longzan dream of supplanting your position?" Rain's curiosity piqued further. He pressed, "What exactly is her background?" Kinage hesitated for a moment, considering that this was not a tightly held secret, as it was common knowledge among the elite of Longzan, and lowered his voice, saying, "Viola is her first name, but her last name is Silvera. Do you understand now?" Rain's expression shifted in realization as he comprehended the implications. In the Empire, most commoners possess only a given name without a surname. For instance, he himself is simply Rain, without any additional identifier. A surname signifies status, typically reserved for nobility, representing the honor and lineage of a family. Commoners may acquire surnames through 2 means: being ennobled or becoming extraordinary beings, achieving recognition for their contributions to the empire, and subsequently founding a family to pass on their name. The distinction between these 2 paths is minimal, as without extraordinary capabilities, it is difficult to render sufficient contributions to warrant nobility. If a person possesses a surname, it suggests their ancestors were once nobles, or they are descendants of a powerful extraordinary being, backed by a family, thus generally enjoying a higher social standing, belonging to the upper echelons of society. Longzan hosts numerous noble families, yet one surname reigns supreme, Silvera. This is the family name established by the Duke of Silver Star. Among the 12 Holy Soul Wizards of the Supreme Council, not all have founded family names, but those that have are unique and singular. In the entire empire, all individuals bearing the surname Silvera are descendants of the Duke of Silver Star. Rain's mind raced as the pieces fell into place. No wonder Viola wielded such formidable allure, regularly hosting substantial trade fairs. Despite being merely a 6th-level sorcerer, she had access to an abundance of rare items. successfully managing the Violet House and amassing an unfathomable fortune in gold shields. Her own capabilities were impressive, yet the backing of her family must be significant as well. All of this now made sense. Who would dare disrupt the enterprises of a duke's household? Who would be so audacious as to disregard her? The men who harbored hostility towards him simply because he was in Viola's company were likely seeking to curry favor with her, aspiring to join the duke's family. How shameless! Rain inwardly cursed, yet he also felt a thrill of delight at having gained precedence. However, one question lingered in his mind. The Duke of Silver Star had been in the Supreme Council for over 3 centuries, with countless descendants. It was said that there were several hundred members in the family. He wondered which generation of the Duke's lineage Viola belonged to. Mr. Kinich, do you know what relation Viola has to the Duke? Rain discreetly inquired. Viola's father is the grandson of the Duke. Kinich paused, offering a cautious reminder. Rain, regarding Lady Viola's parents, if she does not bring them up, it is best not to inquire. Why? Rain pondered to himself. So she's indeed the great-granddaughter of the Duke. The bloodline connection is not so distant after all. Kanegi lowered his voice once more and explained. Her father was a legendary demon hunter, greatly cherished by the Duke. However, over 20 years ago, he ventured into the abyss with her mother, a moon elf mage, and has since remained unaccounted for. Rain could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. How audacious were Viola's parents to dare enter the endless abyss? Was that not akin to courting death? The abyss is composed of an unfathomable multitude of planes, vast beyond measure. No one has ever reached its end. It is infested with demons, brimming with malevolent energy that perpetually erodes outsiders, who risk being tainted by corruption and descending into depravity. Not even legends can endure long within its depths, either being overwhelmed by the ceaseless tide of demons or becoming one of them. The fact that Viola's parents have been missing for over 20 years, with their whereabouts unknown, is a euphemistic way of saying they are most likely dead. Kanegi continued. Because Viola's father was once the Duke's most favored grandson, after her parents' disappearance, her ties with the Duke remain strong. In the Silvery family, she holds a respectable position, only slightly inferior to a few of the Duke's sons. You must seize this opportunity. If you can forge a connection with Viola, it could save you decades of effort. He patted Rain's shoulder, wearing a knowing expression that only men would understand. Rain smiled faintly, but remained silent. In truth, even if Viola were not of noble lineage, her beauty alone would ensure that no man would easily forego the chance to be close to her. His current concern was that Viola seemed to harbor ulterior motives. He could not act rashly before discerning her true intentions. When men converse about women, their bonds can deepen significantly. Thus, Rain shifted the conversation with Kanegi, and they chatted for a while longer. Viola soon returned, her face alight with a radiant smile, clearly having secured a deal. Kanegi exchanged a few pleasantries with the two before politely excusing himself, casting a meaningful glance at Rain as he departed. Once Viola was certain he had walked far enough away, she inquired with a hint of suspicion, "Did he say anything to you?" This woman is astoundingly perceptive. Rain sighed internally and replied, "Nothing of consequence, merely mentioned your surname." Viola's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly composed herself and remarked, "Is that all?" Being born into a duke's family is indeed a stroke of fortune, a privilege many covet. However, at times, a surname can become a burden. Even if he had not mentioned it, I would have told you in due course. Rain fell silent, choosing not to respond. Viola remained standing, speaking with an ease that belied her lack of experience with the life of the lower class. The confidence she exhibited in expressing such sentiments stemmed from the fact that she possessed what ordinary people could only dream of throughout their lives. Had her father not been the Duke's grandson and a demon hunter, how could he have what a noble moon elf? Without the prestige and resources of the Duke's family to support him, even Viola herself might not have existed. Perhaps Viola's father was exceptionally gifted, capable of becoming an extraordinary individual even from a humble background, but without the Duke's assistance, it would have undoubtedly been far more challenging. And how difficult is it for an ordinary person to achieve greatness? Rain's origins were already commendable. Although he hailed from a remote town, his father's financial standing allowed him to attend an extraordinary academy. In his town, fewer than 20 peers qualified for admission to such an institution. The majority of their contemporaries, children of farmers and laborers, had no opportunity to engage with the extraordinary world. Even so, prior to Rain's arrival in this realm, even those who worshipped malevolent deities found it nearly impossible to attain extraordinary status. Thus, Rain cherished all of this dearly and would never take it for granted. He would seize any method that could empower him further, even if it involved pursuing a woman, which might seem somewhat unseemly. Rain was fortunate. Many young people who underwent soul transformation rituals were often relegated to ordinary, extraordinary professions, even if they possessed the talent to become spellcasters or wizards. Where would they procure the funds to acquire soul power mediums and magical souls? Each of these items could cost dozens or even hundreds of gold shields, and those who could not afford them were left with no choice but to sign contracts with various factions or families, serving them and losing their freedom in the process. A select few will always hold dominion over the world. Even in errands, where extraordinary powers exist, only a handful of prodigies can shatter their chains and transcend their class. Yet they remain unable to disrupt the vast system, and class stratification is even more pronounced than in Rain's previous life. As a member of the privileged, Viola's claim that her surname is a burden is, frankly, somewhat presumptuous. Of course, this is neither Viola's fault nor anyone else's. It is merely the way of the world. Survival of the fittest is a universal law that transcends all realms. Noticing Rain's unusual expression, Viola mistakenly assumed he was overwhelmed by his own heritage and gently reassured him. Rain, you need not dwell on such matters. With your talent, you will surely establish your own family and bear your own surname in the future. Rain nodded slightly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, I will. Viola seemed poised to say more when a sudden uproar erupted in the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 47. The Frostfire Ring. Rain turned his gaze toward the commotion, and due to his height, he could see a woman clad in wizard robes amidst the crowd, holding a resplendent azure ring aloft for all to see. This which appeared to be in her early 30s, with vibrant red curls framing her dignified features, exuding an air of affluence. The wizard robes she wore were clearly enchanted, crackling with subtle magical energy. Moreover, she adorned herself with an array of enchanted accessories, including a peculiar necklace, 2 bracelets, and a finely crafted emblem on her chest, all of which were magical items. Her opulent attire, coupled with her striking beauty, made this which the focal point of the evening's trading event, second only to Viola, and she attracted the gazes of many men. Rain had noticed this which earlier, though Viola had yet to introduce her. As Viola approached, the crowd parted, allowing her to reach the witch effortlessly, with Rain trailing closely behind. Casting a glance at the ring in the witch's hand, Viola smiled and inquired, Phyllis, are you truly considering parting with that ring? The witch, named Phyllis, turned her gaze toward Viola, her eyes briefly scrutinizing Rain before she spoke with a hint of disdain. I possess a superior enchanted ring. This one is of no use to me, so I thought to sell it at your trading event and perhaps acquire something of greater value. At this moment, people noticed that she also wore another ring, set with a large green gemstone, the quality of which was indiscernible. Rain muttered under his breath, recognizing the witch's blatant display of wealth. Moreover, there seemed to be some underlying tension between her and Viola. Whether it stemmed from past grievances or merely the rivalry typical among women, he could not ascertain. Any witch bold enough to confront Viola in Long's End must surely have considerable influence. Rain activated his soul to quickly assess her, and he was immediately struck by the strength of Phyllis's soul, which boasted an impressive 8-layer structure. Deep within her soul lay a vast ocean of elements, with over 20 magical seals floating within that elemental sea. Rain was astonished. He had never encountered such a multitude of elements within a soul of someone beneath the legendary tier. Phyllis belonged to the school of seals, an 8th-level elemental mage. 8th-level wizards had entered the ranks of high-tier professions and were renowned for their explosive spells and destructive capabilities. Phyllis appeared relatively youthful, yet possessed formidable strength, her number of seals far exceeding that of her peers. She was indeed a rare prodigious witch. No wonder Phyllis possesses the audacity to challenge Viola. Her prowess indeed surpasses that of Viola. In terms of beauty and grace, Phyllis pales in comparison to Viola, yet in the realm of wealth. This sorceress appears to overshadow her mistress, eclipsing Viola's status. The tension between the two stunning women has rendered the atmosphere rather exquisite. Onlookers, particularly the men, stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. In a more casual setting, they might have erupted into raucous cheers. However, Viola seemed utterly unfazed by the rivalry, welcoming the opportunity for Phyllis to conduct business on her turf, effectively enriching her. According to protocol, this ring must undergo our appraisal. Is that acceptable? As she spoke, Viola nodded towards Levenstar, the silver-haired appraiser in the crowd, who stepped forward and addressed her, Madam. Phyllis casually extended the ring towards him. Levenstar adjusted his spectacles and meticulously examined the ring in his hand. He scrutinized it carefully, cautiously infusing a modicum of soul power to test the ring. A chill emanated from it, enveloping those nearby in a wintry embrace. The cold rapidly dissipated as Levenstar completed his assessment and returned it to Phyllis. "What do you think of my Frostfire ring?" Phyllis inquired about the ring, her gaze fixed defiantly on Viola. "So, it is called the Frostfire ring," Levenstar interjected, his face alight with admiration as he raised his voice so all could hear. "Madame Phyllis's Frostfire ring is an exquisite example of top-tier enchanted jewelry, crafted by a master alchemist." "An exquisite ring indeed, crafted by a master alchemist," murmured the crowd, their excitement palpable. When Phyllis first unveiled the ring, her claim of it being a top-tier piece had been met with skepticism. Enchanted gear of the highest quality, particularly in the portable form of rings, was a rarity few could afford. While weapons and armor were the most common and sought-after forms of enchanted equipment, the allure of compact, convenient accessories like rings, necklaces, and bracelets, which could be worn at all times, was unparalleled. Due to their diminutive size, the craftsmanship required for such enchanted adornments was far more challenging, resulting in their scarcity and, consequently, soaring prices. The attendees, all of considerable means, be they extraordinary beings, nobility, or merchants, rarely possessed even a single piece of top-tier equipment, let alone enchanted accessories of such caliber. Levenstar continued, "The Frostfire ring is endowed with 3 spells. Firstly, the 4-ring Frostfire bolt, usable thrice daily. Secondly, the 3-ring Calm Mind, usable once daily. And lastly, the 2-ring Ice Armor, usable twice daily." A collective gasp echoed through the hall, eyes gleaming with fervor, particularly among the spellcasters, who longed to seize the ring for themselves. Rain, who had not encountered such wonders before, shook his head in awe. Anticipating that many might not grasp the significance of these spells, Levenstar proceeded to elaborate further. The primary spell, Frostfire Bolt, was a rare-level incantation of considerable potency, combining the elemental properties of ice and fire. It harnessed the merits of both ice arrow and fireball, boasting swift projectile speed and long range, exploding upon impact to unleash frost energy and freeze the surrounding area. While its destructive capability might not rival that of fireball, its other advantages rendered it more versatile in numerous scenarios. Calm Mind, a rare spell, served solely as an auxiliary function, providing a marginal boost to casting speed. Any enhancement to casting speed, be it through spells, potions, or equipment, is coveted by spellcasters. Lastly, Ice Armor, though a standard spell, offered remarkable effects. Passively triggered upon receiving an attack to form a layer of ice armor on the caster's surface, stacking with conventional magical shield to provide an additional layer of defense. Each spell served a distinct purpose, rendering the Frostfire ring nearly the pinnacle of ordinary enchanted equipment, truly a masterpiece among masterpieces. Aside from the elusive epic and legendary gear, even the wealthiest individuals could only aspire to possess enchanted equipment of this caliber. Yet here was Phyllis, intent on selling it and claiming to have something even better. In that moment, the crowd marveled at the wealth of this sorceress, speculating on the grade of the green gemstone ring she possessed. Could it possibly be an epic-grade ring? As Phyllis observed the murmuring crowd, each whispering and stealing glances at her other ring, a glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes as she provocatively regarded Viola. Viola, however, remained undeterred, her smile unwavering. At that moment, Levenstar approached her side, quietly announcing a price. She nodded slightly and stated, "Based on the appraisal results, we have valued this Frostfire ring at 18,000 gold pieces." "Phyllis, what do you think?" "That seems reasonable," Phyllis concurred. Rain, still observing her with his soul eye, noted her calm demeanor, as if the price held no significance for her. This struck him as peculiar, no matter how affluent one might be. Even a billionaire would not regard such a staggering price for an exquisite ring with such nonchalance. After some contemplation, Rain discerned the truth. Phyllis did not genuinely wish to part with the Frostfire ring. The difficulty in executing a transaction for something so extravagant was immense. Few could afford the exorbitant sum of 18,000 gold, and even if someone were willing, she could simply refuse. Her true intent was to flaunt her wealth and undermine Viola's standing. Ah, the jealousy of women. Hein mused silently. He cast a glance at Viola, who clearly recognized Phyllis's ploy but chose not to expose it, announcing loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone desires this Frostfire ring, feel free to converse with Madame Phyllis. We will handle the appraisal and pricing." The trading hall fell silent for a brief moment, with no one daring to make a move. A few spellcasters showed interest in the Frostfire ring, visibly tempted, yet deterred by the steep price, caught in a state of hesitation. Others, recognizing Phyllis's true intentions, discreetly shook their heads, unwilling to wade into such murky waters. "What is all this commotion about?" A gentle male voice inquired. Rain turned to see a well-dressed, middle-aged man entering from the outside, of average height and handsome countenance, adorned with a warm smile and a cigar held unlit in his hand, exuding an aura of gentlemanly charm. "Mr. Gallowina, Your Grace, the Viscount." This man was evidently well-liked and held a high status, as everyone greeted him warmly and parted to make way. He responded graciously, displaying remarkable politeness. Approaching Viola, he said amiably, "Viola, I was delayed by matters of the company. You wouldn't hold it against your uncle, would you?" "Of course not," Viola replied with a radiant smile, her joy evident. "It is wonderful that Uncle Gallowina could join us. You are most welcome." Rain realized that he, too, belonged to the Silvery family and held a seniority over Viola, which explained his popularity. Yet, Viola seemed less than fond of this uncle. Upon his arrival, the hue of her soul shifted to a grayish blue, indicating her irritation towards this elder. How could one despise someone so thoroughly yet maintain such a pleasant facade? Rain marveled once more at the innate theatricality of women. "Ha, then I shall take a good look at the items at today as trading fair. Perhaps there is something I fancy, and I shall procure a few pieces to contribute to your establishment," Gallowina remarked, his attention shifting to Phyllis's frostfire ring, clearly recognizing her and engaging in conversation. Throughout this exchange, Gallowina seemed oblivious to Rain's presence beside Viola, completely overlooking him. Viola had no intention of introducing Ren to her uncle. Instead, she continued to escort him to meet other guests. However, it was evident that the guests were somewhat distracted, frequently casting glances toward Phyllis, captivated by the exquisite ring she wore, which consequently led to a notable decline in the volume of transactions. Ren felt quite helpless. He had to admit that Phyllis' strategy, though simplistic, was remarkably effective, not only diverting the entire room's attention, but also subtly undermining the trade fair. This, however, fell within the realm of normal trading procedures, and Viola was momentarily at a loss as to how to address it. Seizing a moment when no one was nearby, Ren leaned toward Viola and whispered, "What exactly is Phyllis's background?" With a barely audible huff, Viola replied, "She is a visiting sorceress from the floating city of Palace. Last year, she accompanied her mentor to visit Longzan, where she engaged in a 3-year spell exchange at the Sorcerer's Tower. For some unknown reason, after meeting me, she has been at odds with me ever since." Ren was taken aback. From the floating city of Palace? What is her connection to Duke Redstone? He recalled that Phyllis's mentor was a student of Duke Redstone. Viola's eyes revealed a hint of admiration when she mentioned the Duke. Ren shook his head in disbelief. It was no wonder Phyllis dared to challenge Viola. She certainly had the pedigree to back it up. The name of Duke Redstone was well known throughout the Empire, and even beyond its borders, it is likely that all intelligent races in the realm of Alarnias had heard tales of this legendary figure. Duke Redstone, whose full name is Kaelston Karshur, is one of the Saint Spirit sorcerers of the Empire and a member of the Supreme Council. This Saint Spirit sorcerer has set a series of astonishing records. From a young age, he displayed remarkable innate mental strength, achieving a perfect soul transformation at the age of 10, thus becoming a sorcerer of the Arcane Seal School. By the age of 22, he ascended to legend status, founding the Psion profession and adding a new advanced branch to the Arcane Seal School, becoming the youngest legendary sorcerer in history. After more than 30 years, at 58, he performed his 6th perfect soul transformation, earning the title of the youngest Saint Spirit sorcerer in the Empire's history. He is also the youngest member of the Supreme Council and was granted the title of Duke, choosing the city of Pazra on the northern plains as his domain. Over the next century, he amassed countless resources and successfully established his floating city. It is noteworthy that among the 12 Saint Spirit sorcerers in the Empire, each of whom is a Duke, only 7 possess a floating city. Duke Redstone, now over 300 years old, still holds records that remain unbroken, with no one even approaching his achievements. While he may not be the most powerful, extraordinary being in the Empire, nor even the strongest sorcerer, he is universally recognized as the greatest genius in human history, a claim that is far from exaggerated. In contrast, Duke Sylvestar ascended to the rank of Saint Spirit sorcerer several decades before Duke Redstone and was already over 200 years old at that time. Yet he has yet to establish a floating city, owning only a sorcerer's tower. In terms of both strength and renown, Duke Redstone clearly surpasses him. As the direct descendant of Duke Redstone, Phyllis indeed has ample reason to be proud, capable of strutting through the Empire with confidence. The floating city of Palace is renowned for its affluence, so her lavish attire is hardly surprising. Upon hearing of Phyllis's origins, Ren began to understand why she consistently clashed with Viola. A high-ranking sorceress, she was a woman, and the sources of jealousy among women typically revolve around wealth, status, fame, power, and beauty. Particularly in the realm of beauty, it often ranks as the foremost factor that ignites a woman's competitive spirit. Men, too, exhibit similar tendencies, though they generally compare not their own looks, but rather the appearances of the women in their lives. Phyllis's background is among the elite in the Empire. As a talented sorceress trained under the greatest genius of humanity, she possesses striking beauty and lacks for nothing. Whether in the floating city of Pasra or elsewhere in the Empire, her identity commands respect and admiration, and she is met with praise wherever she goes. It is safe to say that few female peers in the Empire can rival her in terms of all-around attributes. Then she arrived in Longzan, where she encountered Viola. Viola, the great-granddaughter of Duke Sylvestar and a 6th-tier universal sorceress, matched Phyllis in wealth, status, and fame, with each possessing their own advantages. However, in the realm of beauty, Viola outshone Phyllis significantly. The beauty of moon elves is renowned, and Viola inherited her mother's grace. Even among the moon elves, it is challenging to find someone who can rival her. Phyllis is undoubtedly a rare beauty, yet in comparison to Viola, she appears rather dim. The two are not even in the same league. Any man with a discerning eye would undoubtedly lean toward Viola, a woman accustomed to being adored by men. When faced with a significant blow to her self-esteem, if unable to adjust her emotions promptly, may easily find herself in a state of imbalance, giving rise to intense jealousy. Phyllis likely embodies this scenario, attempting to overshadow Viola by flaunting her wealth. Such behavior is rather juvenile, yet it has indeed impacted Viola. At the very least, the profits from today's trade fair would be significantly diminished. Rin glanced at Viola, noticing a hint of frustration etched on her face. It was clear she was aware of the situation, yet refrained from confronting it due to Phyllis's status. Phyllis's audacity to act so shamelessly is not something that most would dare to challenge. The trade fair continued, yet numerous guests frequently gravitated toward Phyllis, inquiring about the Frostfire ring while admiring its rarity, resulting in a marked decline in transaction volumes. Observing a faint crimson hue in Viola's aura, Rin recognized her growing irritation. However, he could scarcely conceive of a solution. Thus, he jested softly, "What if we simply expel her? If you are unafraid of offending a legendary sorcerer or the denizens of the floating city of Palace, then by all means, go ahead." Viola shot Rin a glare that lacked the decorum expected of a lady, leaving him with an inexplicable sensation akin to lightness, as though he might float away. Rin instinctively recoiled. As merely a first-tier sorcerer, he dared not entertain such audacity. A rogue was vexing, but a rogue with a powerful background was even more troublesome. After conversing with a few more guests, Rin made the acquaintance of two extraordinary beings. Just as he began to feel a pang of hunger and was about to grab a bite to eat, a commotion erupted near Phyllis. The surrounding guests quickly converged. Rin and Viola exchanged glances, realizing that earning a profit at tonight's trade fair would be a futile endeavor. As the host, Viola had no choice but to approach. Upon nearing, she overheard a man proclaim, "Lady Phyllis, the magic soul of my hill giant is worth at least as much as your Frostfire ring. Perhaps even more. You must compensate me with a sum of gold." The magic soul of a hill giant. Both Rin and Viola were taken aback. Someone was genuinely seeking to trade with Phyllis. They pushed through the crowd to find a rather unremarkable-looking man speaking with Phyllis, tall and slender. He exuded an icy demeanor beneath his pale blue robe. This individual appeared to be a bloodsource sorcerer, fused with an ice bloodline, which explained his desire for the Frostfire ring. Rin activated his soul eye to confirm. And indeed, he was a frost sorcerer of considerable caliber, having reached the 7th level, classifying him as a high-tier sorcerer. However, what drew the most attention was the soul stone he possessed. This soul stone was distinctive, being 1.5 times the size of an ordinary soul stone. It was likely not crafted from white crystal, but rather from a more precious gemstone, capable of preserving the magical soul for a longer duration. The soul stone was a dusty yellow. If not for its mirror-like smoothness, it would resemble a river pebble. Within, a peculiar magical soul flickered and danced. The mountain giants are an extraordinarily formidable species. Even in their juvenile state, they are equivalent to high-ranking extraordinary humans. The magical souls of giants invariably possess at least one enhanced elemental force, and for adult giants, it is not uncommon to find them endowed with 4 or 5 elements, making them highly sought after. This is especially true for melee extraordinary beings, as the soul of a giant serves as an excellent auxiliary soul, significantly enhancing physical attributes. It is quite normal for a high-ranking giant's magical soul to fetch several thousand gold shields. Apologies, but this giant's magical soul is insufficient. I have no desire to engage in a trade with you, said Phyllis, casting a brief glance before averting her eyes. She held little interest in this magical soul. As a spellcaster, she was unable to merge magical souls, and she had no intention of selling her Frostfire ring. Is that so? The ice sorcerer appeared unfazed. He surveyed the crowd before coolly stating, "The magical soul of this mountain giant possesses the Earth Pulse. Would you consider a trade?" What? The Earth Pulse? The mere mention of this extraordinary element sent ripples of astonishment through the hall, captivating the attention of all present, who fixated on the soul stone in his hand. Each individual thought to themselves that they were witnessing an unprecedented spectacle today, first a superb enchanted ring, and now a giant's magical soul imbued with an extraordinary element. Even Phyllis's expression shifted dramatically, mirroring the intrigue of the others as she scrutinized the soul stone with newfound seriousness. The Earth Pulse, a name renowned throughout the realm. One of the three divine churches of the Empire, the Earth Church, boasts a unique, extraordinary profession known as the Earth Nun, which is fundamentally rooted in a series of elements related to the Earth Pulse. The Earth Nuns are exclusively female humans, and their primary core element is the Earth Spring, a rare type of extraordinary ability. The Earth Spring bestows upon the nuns a multitude of capabilities, as long as their feet are planted upon the ground, or any part of their body makes contact with it. Their physical strength is augmented, fatigue is alleviated, stamina regains speed, their skin becomes resilient. They gain affinity with earth elements, exhibit a high resistance to earth-based spells, and their earth spells are considerably more potent. One element thus equates to possessing 4 to 5 diverse abilities, were it not for the requisite condition of needing to be in contact with the earth. The Earth Spring alone would suffice to be classified as an extraordinary element. However, after undergoing numerous soul transformations, the Earth Spring can potentially evolve into the Earth Pulse. The Earth Pulse represents a comprehensive enhancement of the Earth Spring. As long as one stand upon the earth, their strength, endurance, recovery, defense, resistance, and spellcasting capabilities are all substantially amplified, in addition to acquiring an extra tactile perception that allows them to gauge the movements of nearby targets through vibrations in the ground. Those nuns endowed with the Earth Pulse are nothing short of fearless super warriors. The Earth Pulse, as an extraordinary element, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Iron Body and may even boast greater renown. Yet, there is more. The Earth Pulse holds the potential for further evolution, culminating in its ultimate enhancement, known as the Heart of the Earth. The Heart of the Earth enables one to draw life force directly from the ground, ceaselessly, and eliminates the need for physical contact with the earth, granting immunity to all earth-based spells. Possessing the Heart of the Earth is akin to attaining immortality. Thus, it is considered a legendary element, the secret of which magical soul an Earth Nun merges with to acquire the Earth Spring remains the most guarded mystery of the Earth Church, known only to its members. However, the higher-tier Earth Pulse has several sources. The mountain giants, naturally adept in earth magic, indeed have a certain probability of obtaining the Earth Pulse, a fact well known to many. Yet, no one anticipated that the ice sorcerer before them possessed one. If his claims were genuine, then the value of this giant's magical soul would certainly surpass that of the Frostfire ring, and by a considerable margin. Viola's eyes gleamed with excitement. If she could successfully facilitate this transaction, it would be a monumental success for today's trading event. Just as she was about to approach to oversee the deal, she felt a gentle tug on her arm from Rain. Turning to find him subtly shaking his head, his lips moved silently to form a word: a ruse. Chapter 49. Deceit and Illusion. Viola's heart raced with astonishment. What did a ruse mean? Her gaze towards Rain was filled with confusion. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to trust him, halting her advance. Rain had initially intended to declare the deception outright, but he found himself unable to explain how he could ascertain the authenticity of the giant's soul from such a distance. At the moment the ice sorcerer mentioned the Earth Pulse, he had meticulously scrutinized the soul stone in the sorcerer's possession. This magical soul was indeed remarkable, classified as a high-ranking soul, boasting 4 elements. In addition to what appeared to be the Earth Pulse, the other 3 elements were Seismic Wave, Stone Explosion, and Enhanced Strength. The combination of these elements was distinctive enough to convince anyone of its origins from a mountain giant. Yet it was not. What aroused Rain's suspicion the most was the so-called Earth Pulse. After a careful examination, he discerned that this element was indeed related to the Earth. But it was not the Earth Pulse and lacked its formidable capabilities. This element merely allowed one to sense vibrations in the ground, thereby discerning the movements of surrounding entities. In essence, this element was but one of the many abilities granted by the Earth Pulse, and the weakest one at that. Coincidentally, the runes of this element bore an almost identical resemblance to those of the Earth Pulse, differing only in minute details, unless one were intimately familiar with the Earth Pulse. A casual observer would be hard-pressed to differentiate between them. However, how many people had actually encountered the runes of the Earth Pulse? The accounts recorded in the Book of Souls, while informative, could not compare to witnessing the phenomenon firsthand, and it was unlikely anyone would remember every intricate detail of each element. Rain was unable to ascertain the name of this element, but he was certain it was not the Earth Pulse. Although it was also a rare level element, its value paled in comparison to that of an extraordinary element. An entire magical soul would likely be valued at no more than 2,000 gold shields. The crux of the matter was that it was not even a mountain giant's magical soul. Through his diligent perception, Rain concluded that this magical soul belonged to a creature of considerable size, standing over 4 meters tall, likely related to the mountain giants, and was probably a mutated hill ogre. Hill ogres frequently dwell in proximity to mountain giants, and the two species share a close kinship. Given the low intellect of mountain giants, it was not unheard of for them to engage in indiscriminate mating with ogres, resulting in hybrid offspring. It was entirely plausible for a mutated ogre to inherit a fraction of the Earth Pulse's elements. He couldn't help but inwardly lament how convincingly this magical soul resembled that of a mountain giant, a masterful imitation that would likely ensnare even the most seasoned soul appraiser. Rain's thoughts raced. This must be a scam. He activated his soul sight to scrutinize the ice sorcerer. On the surface, the sorcerer appeared calm and indifferent. Yet the colors of his soul betrayed his true emotions. He was, in fact, quite anxious. Was he attempting to swindle the Frostfire ring, or merely seeking to defraud someone of their gold? Rain initially felt suspicion, but then a realization dawned upon him. Regardless of whom the ice sorcerer aimed to deceive, he would first have to pass the scrutiny of the Violet House as appraisers. Should Lavenster fail to identify the issues with the magical soul, and a transaction or exchange for gold shields were to occur, only to be revealed later, then the Violet House would incur significant losses and tarnish its reputation. It was highly likely that this was part of a scheme targeting the trading event. Rain resolved not to let Lavenster appraise the soul, or else he would bear the responsibility for the fallout. He swiftly turned his head, scanning the area for Lavenster but failing to spot him. He must still be unaware of the unfolding events, likely resting in one of the trading rooms. Leaning close to Viola's ear, he whispered urgently, "Do not intervene until I return, and ensure Lavenster does not come forward to appraise." Viola felt a tingling sensation in her ear, but suppressed it, nodding slightly to indicate her understanding. Rain stepped away from the crowd, where everyone was engrossed in the haggling between Phyllis and the Frost Sorcerer, oblivious to his departure. He swiftly located Levenster within the trading hall and stated directly, "Mr. Levenster, Lady Viola has requested that I inform you. Unless she personally comes to seek you out, you must not leave this room, nor conduct any soul identification." "Oh, why?" Levenster, his white hair contrasting with his bewildered expression, inquired. As Rain spoke, he discreetly observed the essence of Levenster's soul. He suspected that this deception might involve accomplices, with the appraiser from the Violet House being a crucial element of the scheme. If Levenster had been compromised, his inner turmoil would surely betray him. Fortunately, there was no sign of such. The hue of Levenster's soul remained unchanged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Rain did not elaborate on the reasons. He merely reiterated that this was Lady Viola's directive. Levenster, recognizing Rain and aware of his cordial rapport with the proprietor, being a good-natured old wizard, found the request reasonable and consented. After all, remaining in the trading hall was merely a matter of resting, with no loss incurred. Rain returned to the main hall, positioning himself behind Viola, who was still engaged in negotiations with Phyllis. The transaction had yet to reach an agreement. It was evident that Phyllis coveted the magic soul of the mountain giant. The Earth Pulse, an extraordinary elemental, could invigorate both soul power and physical strength. Thus it could be extracted to create a magical seal, infusing the soul of a wizard. In comparison, the Earth Pulse was particularly suited for melee combatants, yet also held significant advantages for wizards. It could alleviate fatigue, expedite recovery, enhance endurance, and bolster strength and defense, compensating for the inherent shortcomings of wizards in close combat. Not to mention, the Earth Pulse was imbued with soil elemental affinity, augmenting resistance and amplifying spell-casting potency, truly a perfect boon for elementalists. Should Phyllis integrate the earth pulse in her soul, her power could potentially double, such as the immense strength of extraordinary elements. Phyllis displayed an eagerness that was too palpable. The Frost Sorcerer discerned this and continuously raised the price, demanding more than just the Frostfire ring, extracting further gold from Phyllis. Starting at 2,000 gold, then 3,000, the price escalated to 5,000 gold. Phyllis was no fool. Despite her wealth, she was unwilling to part with her resources so readily. Thus, the two found themselves in an impasse. According to custom, it was at this juncture that the owner, Viola, should have intervened. However, having heeded Rain's warning, she became suspicious and chose to observe silently. She kept a vigilant eye on the soul stone, yet without direct contact, she could not discern any anomalies. Viola glanced back at Rain, her gaze clearly questioning. Where lies the problem? Rain pondered how to convey his thoughts, and, in a barely audible whisper, suggested, he is a blood source sorcerer. Why does he not merge the magic soul himself? As a sorcerer capable of casting spells, the earth pulse was equally applicable to him. And being a prime specimen of soil lineage, its value far surpassed that of a superior enchanted ring. Even a frost sorcerer could adeptly command an additional elemental lineage. The dual affinity of ice and earth would be nothing short of advantageous. Is there a lack of blood? Viola speculated. The distinctiveness of blood source sorcerers necessitates that they absorb the blood of the magic soul during the merging process to acquire the complete lineage and abilities. Do you truly believe that? Rain was skeptical of this rationale. Any extraordinary being who had slain a mountain giant for its magic soul would not forget to collect some blood. This was common knowledge. Viola ceased her inquiries, having already placed her trust in Rain's assertions. She must have already spoken with Levanter. Rain confirmed to himself. With Rain's validation, her gaze subtly roamed over the crowd, as if scrutinizing the nuanced expressions of those present. Rain silently admired Viola's sharp intellect. She had surmised that this could be a scheme aimed at her, discreetly searching for the Frost Sorcerer's accomplice. Who is this sorcerer? He inquired in a hushed tone. Hinny, Viola replied softly. A frequent patron from Modu who arrived a few months ago. Modu, situated along the eastern coastline of the empire, rivaled the capital, Nosriel, as one of the two largest cities in the empire and a bustling trade metropolis renowned for its prosperity and population density. Rain nodded, choosing not to respond further. A newcomer from a distant land, if successful in defrauding them, could abscond at any moment. Thus, the suspicion surrounding this sorcerer intensified. He activated his soul eye, cautiously scanning the crowd, confirming that no legendary wizard presided over the trading event before boldly seeking his target. By observing the colors of the souls, one could discern an individual's true emotions. First, he ruled out Phyllis. Her thoughts were almost written upon her face, with her soul radiating vibrant orange, revealing her current state of excitement and desire for the mountain giant's magic soul. Had she been an accomplice of Hinny, he would not have engaged in such prolonged negotiations. The deal would have been struck long ago. Rain continued to scrutinize the others. The majority of patrons exhibited stable soul colors, predominantly a relaxed green, embodying the demeanor of mere spectators. Yet, one individual stood out distinctly, their soul color fluctuating rapidly, their emotional state in turmoil. Galawina? Viola's uncle? Rain thought, astonished to see Galawina observing the scene, occasionally whispering to a companion, wine glass in hand, cigar in the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. Were it not for the soul eye, no one would have perceived the roller coaster of emotions coursing through Galawina, with his soul color shifting rapidly between green, orange, red, and black, reflecting joy, anticipation, anger, disgust, and tension, akin to a swirling cauldron of emotions. Furthermore, Rain noticed that Galawina was discreetly watching Viola before he could alert her. Galawina could no longer contain himself and approached, smiling. Viola, why do you not intervene to facilitate their transaction? Such a substantial sum is a rare occurrence. I prefer to wait until they reach an agreement, Viola replied, her brow subtly furrowing, and Rain recognized that she had begun to suspect her uncle. This opportunity is fleeting. You should seize it. Galawina's tone grew serious, adopting the authoritative demeanor of an elder. Just then, Hinny appeared to receive a signal, coldly declaring, very well. I shall take a step back. The Frostfire ring plus 4,000 gold, and this magic soul shall be yours. Phyllis's face brightened instantly, and she readily agreed, deal. Hinny turned to Viola, stating, Madam, I kindly request you to authenticate this magic soul. Please summon Mr. Levanter. In Rain's perception, Hinny and Galawina's soul colors shifted in unison to a deep teal, revealing their palpable tension. This confirmed his suspicions. The two were indeed in collusion. Viola initially intended to decline Helene's request, but noticed Phyllis's evident dissatisfaction. Her eyes darted, and an idea struck her. Very well, she acquiesced, calling over a maid and whispering instructions. The maid promptly departed. To onlookers, it appeared that Viola had dispatched the maid to summon the soul appraiser. However, Rain distinctly heard her instructing the maid to ensure Levinster remained in the trading hall, under no circumstances to come out. After issuing her orders, Viola approached Phyllis with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, Lady Phyllis, on acquiring the mountain giant's magic soul. This reflects both trust in our trading event and your support." Rain nearly laughed at her words. This was far from a congratulatory statement. It was clearly a provocation aimed at Phyllis. As expected, Phyllis's expression darkened immediately, her earlier elation over the earth pulse dissipating entirely. She had come to the trading event to seize glory and disrupt the proceedings, only to find herself compelled to finance Viola's ambitions. Should the transaction be finalized, both she and Hinny would be obligated to pay a service fee, which, proportionally calculated, would exceed 1,000 gold shields. Gazing at the exuberantly smiling Viola, Phyllis was consumed by an overwhelming desire to unleash a fireball upon that face that drove her to the brink of madness with jealousy. Gritting her teeth, she could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, "There's no need for your appraisals. I shall do it myself." The utterance sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, many faces shifting in reaction. Rain had been discreetly observing Galwina and Hinny, noting their expressions shift drastically before they masked their feelings. If House Violet had no involvement or appraisal, irrespective of the outcome, they would bear no responsibility. This was evidently not the scenario Galwina wished to witness. Rain was now certain that this deception was aimed directly at Viola, orchestrated by none other than Galwina. That's unacceptable. Hinny immediately protested, his displeasure evident as he declared, "Lady Phyllis, your actions are rather dishonorable. We are all friends of Lady Viola, and it is only right to pay a service fee for conducting business in her domain. Moreover, you are not a specialized soul appraiser. If no appraisal is made, I shall not sell." Before he could finish, Phyllis interrupted, "Who says I'm not a soul appraiser? I have encountered more magical souls than you have had meals." She suddenly reached out, snatching the soul stone from Helene's grasp, causing him to flinch and instinctively attempt to reclaim it. But the soul stone evaded him as if it possessed a will of its own, narrowly escaping his grasp. What an impressive hand of soul manipulation. Some discerning guests recognized the spell. Phyllis triumphantly caught the soul stone and scrutinized it intently. "You," Hinny, flustered and enraged, dared not impede Phyllis's appraisal, for doing so would reveal his guilt. If the magical soul were proven false, he might very well lose his life here. Galwina among the crowd was nearly beside herself, but could not intervene. Amidst their growing anxiety, Phyllis swiftly completed her appraisal and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, it is the pulse of the earth. Then, before the astonished eyes of the assembly, the soul stone vanished from her hand, replaced by 4 exquisite golden banknotes. "Spatial equipment," someone exclaimed. The crowd marveled, realizing that the wizards of Palace Floating City were indeed affluent, as Phyllis had the rare fortune of carrying spatial equipment, a treasure comparable to epic gear. The 4 golden notes soared through the air, enveloping the Frostfire ring, and landed firmly in Helene's stunned hands. With great pride, Phyllis remarked, "These are gold notes from the Imperial Bank, each worth 1,000 gold shields, redeemable at any bank. And here's the Frostfire ring for you as well. Take a look." With that, she cast a defiant glance at Viola. Viola feigned extreme indignation, but, constrained by decorum, could not utter a single word. Rain decided to stoke the flames further, stepping forward and pointing at Phyllis, deliberately proclaiming, "Lady Phyllis, since you refuse to pay the service fee, this transaction bears no connection to House Violet and is without any guarantees. This is my transaction. What concern is it of yours?" Phyllis, having acquired the elemental essence of the earth and saved over 1,000 gold shields while striking a blow to Viola, was in a moment of triumph. Her demeanor increasingly arrogant, forsaking even the most basic etiquette, openly tearing away the veil of civility, saying whatever came to mind. Viola's expression darkened further, yet internally, she could hardly contain her glee. This was precisely the statement she had awaited. Should any issues arise later, she could easily counter with this declaration, bearing no responsibility. So many had heard it. Phyllis could not deny it, and could not possibly tarnish House Violet's reputation. Rain's quick response indicated he understood her intentions, seamlessly playing along. Viola thought to herself, had she lured Phyllis into making that statement, it would appear overly deliberate, as if she were intentionally ensnaring Phyllis. leading to suspicions of her being the mastermind behind the scheme. At this moment, Phyllis, eyeing the strikingly handsome Rain, felt a sudden surge of jealousy. With disdain etched upon her face, she spat. "What are you? A worthless freeloader, get away from me." A commotion erupted in the hall, with guests glancing back and forth between Rain and Viola, their expressions rife with intrigue. Some were envious, while others glared at Rain with hostility. Viola offered no explanation but issued an eviction notice. "You are not welcome here. Please leave." Phyllis huffed, waved her hand, and with a surge of soul energy, moments later, a portal appeared before her. She stepped through and vanished, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Among the crowd, Hinny, clutching the frostfire ring and the gold notes, felt his hands tremble, pallid and devoid of the elation typically associated with a successful transaction. Nearby, Galwina's face was a mask of fury. Chapter 50, Count Winter Thunder. As soon as Phyllis departed, Hinny could not remain any longer. The gold notes and frostfire ring felt like burning coals in his hands, and he hastily stuffed them into his cloak and fled. His behavior was peculiar, yet to the uninformed, it merely seemed that he was a wealthy man unwilling to linger. So they thought little of it. Meanwhile, Galwina was a bundle of nerves, akin to an ant on a hot stove, wanting to leave yet unable to do so immediately. Forcing a calm facade for the guests while continuing the conversation, Rain observed Hinny's retreating figure and exchanged a knowing glance with Viola, implying whether they should have someone follow Hinny, ensuring he did not escape. Viola subtly shook her head, declining the suggestion. The trading fair continued. Yet the guests remained engrossed in discussion about the recent substantial transaction, gathering in small groups to deliberate the event. Viola's expression gradually softened, though a trace of residual anger lingered in her eyes, suggesting her mood was less than pleasant. "What a fine actress," Rain internally scoffed, while he busied himself with food and discreetly monitored Galwina. By the time he was moderately satiated, Galwina could no longer contain himself and approached Viola to bid farewell. Viola maintained her composure, personally escorting him out. As the trading fair drew to a close, guests began to depart in succession. Rain returned to the 5th floor, and shortly thereafter, Viola followed. Upon entering, she inquired, "Rain, how did you discern that the soul stone was flawed?" Clearly, this question had been weighing on her mind for quite some time, despite the various signs indicating that the evening's major transaction was a ruse, specifically targeting her. She remained baffled as to how Rain had seen through the deception so swiftly. Rain had already prepared his response, raising 2 fingers and smiling. "There are 2 reasons. First, as I mentioned earlier, if that soul of the hill giant were authentic, why would Hinny not fuse it himself? Mastering a second elemental bloodline would be a significant enhancement for a sorcerer, while trading a magical soul for a premium ring may seem advantageous. It would mean missing out on a tremendous opportunity to increase one's strength. This is Hinny's greatest inconsistency." Pausing, he continued, "The second reason is rather fortuitous. The magical soul I fuse comes with a rare visual sensory element that aids in discerning the authenticity of magical souls, allowing me to immediately recognize that the one in question was a fraud and not that of a hill giant at all." Rain's words held a blend of truth and fabrication, and showcasing some ability to identify magical souls would ultimately benefit him. If he were to earn the title of Soul Appraiser in the future, it would serve as a clever disguise for his soul eye. Viola nodded slightly, settling beside Rain. She did not inquire about the nature of Rain's visual element. Such secrets were sacred among the extraordinary. Instead, her focus remained on the fact that the magical soul had been a counterfeit, not the soul of a hill giant. Then what could it possibly be? Rain ventured his speculation, suggesting it was likely a mutated mountain ogre, closely related to the hill giant, which is why Hinny dared to use it for deception. Confident it would fool Levin's terror. So it was a mountain ogre. Viola was filled with a sudden wave of dread. Had Lavenster failed to discern the authenticity of the soul, she would have incurred a staggering loss of over 20,000 gold coins today. The Violet House appeared to be thriving, yet the competition in this industry was fierce, and that sum represented her profits for half a year. Not to mention, the reputation of the trading fair could have been irreparably damaged, making future endeavors exceedingly difficult. In other words, this evening, Rain had salvaged the Violet House. Not only had he steered her clear of a significant pitfall, but he had also deftly assisted her in pushing the loathsome Phyllis into it. By the time Phyllis realized there was a problem with the soul, she would likely be furious enough to spit blood. The mere thought of this filled Viola with delight. She gazed at Rain and softly said, "I'm truly grateful for your presence today." As she looked into his expressive blue eyes, brimming with sincerity, Rain felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You reacted quite swiftly yourself, detecting the anomaly and placing such trust in me. Under different circumstances, in a transaction of such magnitude, it would be challenging for anyone to trust the words of a newly minted first-level wizard, especially since Rain had never previously exhibited any soul seer abilities. Yet, Viola had unhesitatingly believed in him at that moment. This stirred some emotion within Rain. The sensation of being trusted was undeniably gratifying. Viola smiled broadly. "Of course I believe in you." Suddenly, she rose and retrieved a transaction contract from the drawer of her desk, igniting it in flames until it was reduced to ashes. The ashes, seemingly without wind, coalesced into a clump and fell into the wastebasket. Rain observed clearly that this contract pertained to his purchase of the World Tree Seed. Its destruction signified a complete annulment, freeing him from the obligation to repay the over 1,000 gold coins. "Thank you." Rain expressed his gratitude without further elaboration. However, Viola seemed unfazed, as if it were a trivial matter, and chuckled, "You deserve it, and far more. I owe you a debt of gratitude." Rain had intended to jest about how one repays a favor, but he noticed Viola returning to her seat, her expression reflecting deep contemplation. The room fell into silence. Through the lens of the soul's eye, Viola's emotions appeared complex yet relatively calm, clearly indicating she was contemplating numerous matters, likely connected to the evening's deception. Rain chose not to disturb her, silently admiring the beauty before him. Opportunities like this were rare. After a moment, Viola inadvertently turned her head and caught Rain lost in thought regarding her. Her ears flushed slightly with embarrassment, mingling with annoyance, yet she felt a twinge of pride, prompting her to clear her throat as a reminder. Rain, slightly embarrassed, withdrew his gaze, grateful for his thick skin, pretending nothing had occurred. "Are you contemplating your uncle?" He shifted the topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Viola's face momentarily froze in surprise, exclaiming, "You can perceive that as well?" She did not recall mentioning her uncle Gallowina to Rain. Prior to this evening, he had been unaware of her noble lineage. Had she not been particularly observant of Gallowina's actions at the trading fair, she would have struggled to identify him as a collaborator of Hinny. This fellow's observational skills were remarkably keen. Rain chuckled lightly, concealing his amusement at having successfully astonished Viola. "Well, since you've discerned it, I have nothing to hide," she said, adopting an air of candidness, and sighed, "That Hinny is likely a con artist sent by my uncle Gallowina. It is quite possible that the soul of the mountain giant is also his doing." Rain was not at all surprised. Such internal family rivalries were not uncommon. They had been depicted countless times in dramas, with only slightly less intrigue than palace intrigues. However, he found himself puzzled by Gallowina's motives for wanting to undermine the Violet House. What advantage could this possibly yield him? Many advantages, Viola elucidated. "Before I assumed control, the Violet House was operating at a loss and was on the brink of collapse. I invested considerable effort and resources to turn it around and start generating profit. However, the Violet House does not wholly belong to me. I only possess 30%, while the rest belongs to the Duke. Each year, 70% of the profits must be surrendered to him. If the business falters, I risk losing the establishment to others within the family." "I see." Rain began to comprehend. Inquiring, "Is Gallowina interested in the Violet House?" He noted that Viola referred to the Silver Star Duke in the same formal manner as any outsider, indicating a lack of closeness between them. The Silver Star Duke seemed to place immense value on wealth, resembling more of a corporate chairman than a family patriarch. Viola shook her head slightly. "He desires far more than just this establishment. Its total value is not particularly high. If sold, it might fetch around 100,000 gold shields. Gallowina possesses far more assets than I do. 2 textile factories, a coal mine, a newspaper, a shipping company, along with shares in Longs and Pier and dozens of shops, collectively valued at over 300,000 gold shields." Rain was taken aback, astonished at the sheer wealth of the Duke's family. Such sums easily translated into billions when converted to copper coins, rivaling several small fortunes. No wonder Gallowina was so popular at the trading fair. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with someone of such wealth? Yet, his methods were unsavory, and his actions towards his own niece were utterly disgraceful. It seemed that the greed of capitalists was universally consistent, regardless of the world. Unaware of Rain's thoughts, Viola continued. "However, like me, Gallowina's assets are largely tied to the Duke. 70% of his holdings also belong to him, and he must regularly remit profits. Those of us, like Gallowina, managing the Duke's assets, number in the dozens within the family. The more wealth one generates, the greater their share of assets and closer their relationship to the Duke. Status within the family is determined by financial contributions, unless one achieves the rank of a legendary transcendent. As she spoke, a weariness settled in her eyes, revealing her burdens. Rain felt a surge of sympathy for her. The Silver Star Duke's governance was excessively strict. It felt less like nurturing a family and more like managing a corporation, devoid of warmth and compassion. It was easy for Rain to surmise the Duke's motivations. Everything was directed towards establishing a floating city. The floating city of the Empire was renowned throughout Aelenias, symbolizing the status of a soul mage and wielding unimaginable power. Yet, it also represented immense wealth, as each floating city was constructed from astronomical sums of gold shields, more alluring than the fabled treasures of dragons. Having been a soul mage for hundreds of years, the Silver Star Duke's ability to amass resources and wealth was evidently lacking compared to the more recently ascended Redstone Duke, who had only managed to establish a single wizard's tower thus far. It was apparent that the Silver Star Duke was intensely focused on this goal, relegating his descendants to the role of laborers to be exploited, pushing the entire family toward a singular objective. Rain began to grasp the implications of what Viola had previously articulated. Being born into a duke's family did not necessarily confer advantages. At times, it could become a burden. If Viola failed to contribute wealth to the family, she would eventually be cast aside. Given her extraordinary beauty, she would likely be used as a pawn in the pursuit of interests. The Violet House represented her position within the family. Galawina's covert sabotage of me, aside from aiming to seize the Violet House, is primarily motivated by his desire to lay claim to the Winter Thunder Earldom. Viola spoke slowly. Rain was somewhat perplexed. What did this have to do with the Winter Thunder Earldom? Count Daunting was well aware that the territory located to the north of Longshan City was part of the Silver Star Duchy, and was the second largest dominion within the duchy, second only to Longshan itself, boasting a population nearing 1 million. This city was established on the banks of Dongting Lake, which not only connected with the empire's longest river, the Nakhum River, but also received the confluence of 4 major rivers within the duchy, rendering it one of the largest lakes in the empire and an exceedingly vital waterway. Traveling upstream from Daunting Lake to the west would lead one to the base of the World Mountains. Conversely, navigating downstream to the east would direct one toward Modu, renowned as the center of global trade, ultimately leading into the Endless Sea. The significance of this territory was self-evident. Viola elucidated 3 years ago, my predecessor, the former Count Daunting, who was also my uncle, passed away, leaving the title vacant until now. Many within the family aspired to claim this land. The Duke announced earlier this year that by the end of the year, a new count would be appointed based on performance. Whoever demonstrates the greatest prowess will inherit the Daunting territory. Both Galawina and I, along with several other family members, have the potential to obtain this countship, particularly as my chances are the most favorable. This year, the profits of the Violet House have nearly doubled, showcasing exceptional management skills, which has prompted Galawina to target me. Rin suddenly comprehended. Should Viola falter at the trading fair tonight, incurring significant losses, her standing in the eyes of the Silver Star Duke would diminish substantially, effectively eliminating her chances for the countship. Conversely, Galawina would gain a considerable advantage in the competition. In light of the temptation of a tangible count title, coupled with vast territories, it was entirely reasonable for Galawina to resort to such measures. Chapter 51. The Hammering Practice. In the early days of the Empire, the nobility served as the paramount ruling force, forming a robust upper class. However, by the mid-empire, the royal family had perished, and supreme authority was usurped by the Supreme Council of Kermitas. Aside from the self-proclaimed dukes among the Saint Soul sorcerers, traditional nobles gradually lost their influence over the ages. Particularly, following the emergence of the Mechanical Guild over 4 centuries ago, productivity surged, shattering the feudal system that traditional nobles had established through land monopolization, resulting in the disappearance of many noble powers from the annals of history. Nonetheless, due to the existence of extraordinary powers, some traditional nobles still endure, governing certain regions, albeit in diminished numbers, and are often referred to as the old nobility. In contrast, the new nobility has arisen, no longer relying on land and taxation, but instead accumulating wealth through trade and commerce, establishing factories and managing companies, thereby gaining power and titles through capital. The titles of these new nobles are generally nominal, serving as symbols of status, predominantly baronies and viscountcies, along with lesser knightly and gentlemanly honors. Moreover, these nominal titles are limited to a lifetime and are not hereditary. Titles above the count level are substantive, with most possessing land, either belonging to the old nobility or the duke's family. The daunting countship is a rare, substantive title, with a citizenry exceeding 300,000 within Daunting City alone, and the entire territory housing over 1 million inhabitants. Additionally, the territory encompasses a vast lake, strategically positioned along vital waterways, rendering its value and significance unparalleled, as few countships in the entire empire rival it. Furthermore, the Count of Daunting holds a seat in the Imperial Council. To become the Count of Daunting is to automatically gain membership in the Council, entering the very nexus of imperial power and ascending to the pinnacle of one's life. Under such immense temptations of benefit, who would remain unmoved? Even Ren himself, if afforded the opportunity to be bestowed with the title of Count Daunting, would endeavor wholeheartedly to clear every obstacle in his path. He gazed at Viola, clearly recognizing her fervent ambition for the countship. However, achieving this goal was no simple feat. The authority to bestow the countship lay firmly in the hands of the Silver Star Duke, who would favor the individual demonstrating the most exceptional management capabilities and wealth generation. With only 4 months remaining until the year's end, standing out among a dozen competitors was a daunting challenge. None of those entrusted with managing the Duke's family assets were inept. As mid-August had arrived, time was of the essence. And unless one could devise an innovative method to generate profit and earn the Duke's favor, the path ahead was fraught with difficulty. Ren recalled his earlier idea, pondering that while this endeavor was not insurmountable, it hinged on understanding Viola's perspective. Once clarified, he might be able to assist her. Should Viola ascend to countship, possessing a vast estate, he might also benefit from her success. Naturally, he refrained from articulating this notion. Ren chose not to broach the subject of the daunting countship again, instead inquiring, if Phyllis returns and discovers that the mountain giant soul is a fabrication, unaware that it was Galawina's deception, how will she seek compensation from you? Phyllis had been swindled out of over 20,000 gold. Her character was notoriously unscrupulous, and she would undoubtedly refuse to swallow her grievances. Nor would she engage in reason with Viola. Viola, lacking evidence, could not directly accuse Galawina. The optimal approach would be to capture Hinny. However, given the passage of time since the transaction, Hinny had likely fled Longshand. She had explicitly stated that she had no ties to the Violet House, thus evading any accountability. Viola remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "This is Longshand, not Palace. I am in the right. As long as I inform the Duke, she will yield." Ren nodded, acknowledging, "It is good that you have a strategy to handle the situation." Noting the lateness of the hour, he decided to take his leave. "Do rest well upon your return." "And thank you for today," Viola said, rising to escort him to the door. As Ren approached the elevator, he suddenly remarked, "Your Kitar still requires more practice. You should come here to practice every afternoon." Ren turned to her and noticed her gaze faltering, as this suggestion was almost overtly suggestive. A smile broke across his face as he nodded. "Very well, I shall see you tomorrow afternoon." With that, he waved gracefully and departed. Upon exiting the Violet House, he summoned a carriage. Ren keenly observed that before boarding, several pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows of the street, discreetly following suit. It remained unclear whether these individuals were rivals or Galawina subordinates. Ren felt a sense of resignation, fully aware that his name would likely gain some notoriety among Longshan's elite from this day forth, firmly intertwined with Viola, and his future would likely be anything but tranquil. Once the carriage crossed the bridge, Ren chose a random location to disembark, employing the voice of all things to effortlessly elude all pursuers. After returning to his apartment and enjoying a night's rest, he awoke at dawn to engage in 3 hours of meditation. Subsequently, he ventured to the Basil Hotel, where he utilized the dwarven equipment in Zoltan's yard to enhance his strength, bringing along the fine iron warhammer to practice with. Using the warhammer required technique. Although it was less intricate than swordplay, it still demanded years of dedicated practice. The techniques involved were not shrouded in mystery, nor were there elaborate hammering styles. They could be distilled into 2 fundamental principles. One was to strike, and the other was to block. Swinging the hammer to strike seemed straightforward, yet it encompassed numerous subtleties. One must master one-handed and two-handed strikes, horizontal and vertical swings, forward and backward motions, half-circular and full-circular swings, discerning how much force to apply and how much to reserve, all of which must be thoroughly internalized. In combat, one must grasp the balance of the hammer's center of gravity and coordinate it with footwork to unleash maximum power, ensuring that after a strike, one could swiftly recover rather than falling into a single strike routine. These techniques required repeated practice to be seamlessly integrated during battle, allowing for fluid execution without succumbing to overexertion that could leave one vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. Moreover, The act of blocking is significant. The Warhammer, being larger than most conventional weapons, can often serve as a shield. Not merely the hammerhead, but the entire structure, the shaft and the pommel, can be employed to strike the target while simultaneously defending. At times, a deft thrust with the pommel can prove more lethal than a sword's thrust. With the assistance of the smartphone's gyroscope and the tactile feedback of metal, Rain swiftly adapted to wielding the Warhammer as if it had melded with his very being, extending the reach of his body like an extension of his own arm. The 120-pound Warhammer whirled in his grasp, producing a resonant whoosh that stirred the air in the yard. After practicing for over an hour, he paused, drenched in sweat. He hefted the Warhammer, which was becoming increasingly manageable in his grip, its weight feeling just right. With the hammer in hand, everyone appeared as a nail to him. Regrettably, despite the extensive practice, he had been merely swinging at thin air. The yard was devoid of anything to strike save for a few hefty iron blocks, leaving him with a restless itch. Rain shook his head, suppressing the impulse. As of now, he lacked any offensive physical attributes. Otherwise, the Warhammer's might could be even greater. Among the physical attributes, many exist that enhance attack power, commonly referred to as skills by the extraordinary. For instance, the ubiquitous heavy strike is a technique many melee combatants possess, unleashing greater force upon impact. The Berserker's Fury Strike yields a similar effect, albeit with an even greater enhancement of strength. Additionally, there are techniques such as charge slashes, slicing strikes, and triple strikes, many applicable across various weapons, though some are specific to the Warhammer. Currently, Rain had no skills at his disposal, relying solely on his raw strength and technique for his assaults. Suddenly, he gripped the top of the hammer's shaft and with a vigorous flick of his wrist, sent the Warhammer spinning in his palm like a windmill, not only remaining airborne, but accelerating to form a blur, emitting a sound like the slicing of air. You can make the hammer spin too? Zoltan happened to enter the yard just then, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight. Rain halted momentarily, the illusion dissipating, and the Warhammer returned to his grasp as he chuckled. I was merely experimenting, and it turned out well. You rascal. Always reluctant to tell the truth, Zoltan replied, shaking his head, his red crest-like hairstyle bobbing with emotion, his eyes filled with wonder. Although he favored the soul gun and was not adept with the Warhammer, as a dwarf, his understanding of it surpassed that of an ordinary person. He had witnessed many skilled Warhammer wielders in his clan, yet none could wield it with the finesse that Rain displayed. Such a heavy weapon, with one end light and the other heavy. How much skill and control over strength did it take to make it spin? Surely even those nimble rangers could not achieve such a feat. Rain stowed the Warhammer and retrieved a piece of paper from his coat, hanging on the wall. Zoltan, I wish to procure a batch of alchemical materials and numerous mechanical components. Can you assist me in acquiring them? I have prepared a list, and you may determine the price. This was a list he had composed the night before, intending to create something. Zoltan perused the list. Essence, enchantment powder, alcohol, graphite, rubber, copper tubing, beeswax, distilled water, sulfuric solution, horns, iron sheets, needles, and iron frames. A quick glance revealed that Rain's request encompassed a vast and varied array of items, totaling dozens, making it impossible to discern their intended purpose. However, he refrained from inquiring further. The more materials Rain requested, the more profit he would earn. I have most of these materials, though the quantities are insufficient. Give me a few days to prepare. I will inform you once I have gathered everything, Zoltan estimated. The total value of all materials is around 5 gold shields. You will need to prepay me 3 gold. Rain handed over 3 gold shields without hesitation. I await your news, Zoltan said cheerfully as he pocketed the gold and scampered away. Chapter 52. The Demon Hunting Operation. In the subsequent days, Rain maintained a highly regimented routine. Each morning began with meditation, followed by strength training and Warhammer practice at the Basil Hotel. Afternoons spent with Viola at the Violet House honing their musical skills, and evenings immersed in Zoltan's mechanical workshop until the late hours, scarcely returning to his own apartment. Zoltan was remarkably efficient. Within days, he had assembled the materials Rain desired, allowing Rain to commence his research. During this time, Rain gradually demonstrated his proficiency with the keyboard, advancing at an astonishing rate, leaving Viola in a state of astonished numbness. Their bond deepened, teetering on the precipice between friendship and something more. Rain attempted to probe Viola's true intentions on numerous occasions, but to no avail. She seemed guarded, perhaps harboring a secret, preventing any further progression between them. He felt no urgency, instead relishing the current state of affairs. Curiously, The girl Phyllis had neither come to the Violet House in a frenzy nor made any fuss about the false soul of the mountain giant, whether due to ignorance or an understanding of her inability to seek recompense. Since the trading event, neither she nor the instigator, Galwina, had been seen, much to both Rain and Viola's surprise. In Zoltan's yard, the sound of slicing air was relentless. Rain, clad only in a white shirt, wielded the iron warhammer with a precision that left no openings, his steps quick and stable. The heavy hammer seemed remarkably light in his grasp, yet bore the weight of a mountain, moving with an unerring grace that unleashed thunderous roars wherever it passed. With a final flurry of strikes, he lowered the warhammer, slightly breathless, wiping the sweat from his brow. After days of ceaseless practice, he had seamlessly integrated the techniques of the warhammer, exhibiting a mastery akin to that of a seasoned veteran, devoid of any awkwardness. With the hammer in hand, he felt confident that he could hold his own against any swordsman of comparable skill. "I had no idea you possessed such talent with the warhammer. It rivals your swordsmanship." The voice of the demon hunter Roger echoed through the yard. "Good afternoon, Master Roger," Rain greeted with a smile. He had sensed Roger's presence long before, knowing he had been observing for some time. During his stay at the Basil Hotel over the past couple of weeks, Rain had seldom encountered Roger, who seemed to appear and vanish at will, spending his days cooped up with the witch Drayla and venturing out at night for unknown purposes. Occasionally, when Drayla was absent, Roger would merely engage in card games with Zoltan before retiring for the night. Observing Roger now, Rain couldn't shake the feeling that the legendary demon hunter appeared slightly thinner than before, with pronounced bags under his eyes, suggesting a lack of sleep. A rather unsavory thought crossed Rain's mind. Had the witch drained him? Roger stifled a yawn, his demeanor somewhat lackluster. "I used to think it a pity that you were squandering your remarkable swordsmanship talent. Now it seems you are better suited to wield a warhammer, and that is quite acceptable." His expression bore a sense of relief. There had never been a demon hunter who wielded a warhammer. Even the Bear School, renowned for its strength and defense, favored swords over warhammers. Had Rain truly entered the Wolf School and carried a warhammer around, it would have surely led to much ridicule. The old traditionalists within the Wolf School would undoubtedly never accept such a notion. Rain discerned the implication in Roger's words and shrugged nonchalantly. He indeed had little affinity for the path of the demon hunter. In truth, for him, it made little difference whether wielding a sword or a warhammer. Both were simply extensions of his exceptional talent. Intrigued, he inquired, "Master Roger, last time we dueled in swordsmanship, would you care to engage in a bout today? I shall use the warhammer to match your swordsmanship." Finding a suitable opponent was a rarity, and with Roger available today, it presented an opportune moment to test the fruits of his warhammer training over the past month. However, Roger appeared disinterested. He covered his mouth and stifled a yawn, wearing a weary expression as he shook his head and said, "There's no point in competing with you in wielding a warhammer. We're quite similar in skill. I need to catch a few more hours of sleep." With that, Roger rose and headed toward his room. "All right, we can try again another time," Ryan shrugged in resignation, not pressing the matter further. As Roger reached the door, he seemed to recall something important and suddenly turned back, saying, "If you're eager to test your skills, join me tonight. I've discovered a nest of imps, and there are quite a few. You could assist me." Before Ryan could respond, he added earnestly, "Let me clarify. Hunting demons is not a duel nor a jest. It is perilous. I cannot guarantee your safety during combat, especially since you are only at level 1. Your life could be at stake." "How dangerous is it?" Ryan inquired cautiously. He was indeed keen to partake in the demon hunt to absorb soul energy, but he was not willing to risk his life in the process. Surviving was essential for dealing damage per second. If all else failed, he could simply level up a bit more first. "It's not excessively dangerous. I merely wish to caution you," Roger replied after a moment of contemplation. "This nest of imps is numerous but not particularly powerful. With me watching your back, considering your abilities, and taking necessary precautions, you should be fine. Moreover, slaying demons comes with a bounty. This time, it should be substantial. If you choose not to join, I'll invite Zoltan instead." Ryan's eyes lit up at the mention of a reward. As a legendary demon hunter, Roger was immensely experienced, and since he deemed it safe, there was little to fear. With a legendary figure leading the way, it was a rare opportunity to learn combat experience. Ryan had previously contemplated where to absorb soul energy, and now it seemed that hunting demons was the most reliable method, providing both personal enhancement and monetary gain. Truly a twofold benefit. "All right, I'll accompany you," he promptly agreed. "Prepare yourself, rest well during the day, and we'll set off in the dead of night." "I'll call for you then," Roger remarked before entering his room, where soon the sound of snoring ensued. After freshening up, Ryan proceeded to the Violet House to practice the piano, as usual, in the afternoon. Upon learning of his plans to hunt demons at night, Viola said nothing but gifted him a fitted set of light armor, reminiscent of Roger's. It was a combination of leather and chainmail, lightweight, yet reasonably protective. Since it was not enchanted, the price was not exorbitant, and he accepted it. After finishing his practice and returning to the inn for dinner, Ryan retreated to the mechanical workshop in the backyard. On the workbench lay a collection of parts, which he swiftly assembled. In less than half a minute, a short-barreled shotgun was complete. The weapon's prototype was based on the Remington TAC-13, yet it bore modifications. The barrel was significantly shortened, making it more compact, measuring only half a meter in length. It could be operated with one hand, and he fashioned a holster to attach to his thigh for easy access. Although the barrel was shortened, the ammunition capacity was reduced to 5 rounds. However, the power of the bullets increased. After extensive research, Ryan finally concocted smokeless powder through a dissolution method, producing a fresh batch of ammunition, over 100 rounds in total. He opted not to bring all of them, instead filling a belt with 30 rounds. Besides the shotgun and shells, he also crafted several grenades from the remaining gunpowder, though he had not yet tested their potency due to the lack of suitable space. After some thought, he decided to take them along. Ryan initially intended to create a firearm integrated with a soul gun, but the construction of a soul gun required not only mechanical expertise, but also knowledge of relevant runes. He was virtually ignorant in this area, so he laid that plan aside for now. Zoltan had mentioned he could impart rune knowledge, albeit for a fee that was rather steep. With his funds dwindling and needing to reserve money for other materials, that would have to wait for another time. After readying his gear and weaponry, Ryan returned to his room to rest. In the dead of night, he awoke to the sound of footsteps outside his door. Quickly rising to open it, finding Roger looking quite surprised. Good reflexes, Roger remarked casually. He appeared much more alert than during the day, donned in light armor, with 2 cross swords strapped to his back and a bulging pouch at his waist. Wait a moment. Ryan dashed back into his room, the leather armor already donned. Securing the warhammer to his back and holstering the shotgun on his thigh, a belt of ammunition wrapped around his waist, and 3 grenades tucked into his pockets before emerging promptly. Roger nodded in approval at the fully armed Ryan, though upon seeing the shotgun, he cautioned. Tonight's demon hunt will be in the city. Try to avoid firing your weapon to prevent attracting too much attention. Understood. Ryan discerned the underlying implication. It was permissible to shoot, but it might lead to complications afterward. The two descended the stairs and exited the inn under the astonished gazes of the card players in the lobby. Roger led the way at a brisk pace, his night vision and acute senses allowing him to deftly evade potential threats, enabling a smooth exit from the slums. Ryan exerted himself to keep up, barely managing to stay close. Heading north, they soon veered west into the Honeydawn district, finally stopping outside a rather inconspicuous house. Ryan surveyed his surroundings, noting that it was merely a street away from the slums. He quietly activated his ability to hear all things, immediately detecting a cacophony within. The house was filled with numerous voices, men and women, a dozen or so, exhibiting an unusual exuberance at this late hour. Their sounds a chaotic blend of music, laughter, and conversation, as if a lively celebration were underway. Yet from the outside, the house appeared completely dark, as if its inhabitants had long since retired for the night. What in the world? Ryan mused silently. Concealed in the shadows of the street corner, Roger procured 2 small glass vials from his pouch, consuming the contents of one before offering the other to Ryan. Drink this. Ryan accepted the vial, noticing the viscous, dark liquid inside. He uncapped it, inhaling a foul odor, and without hesitation, downed its contents. The noxious potion burned his throat, nearly provoking a gag reflex. Soon, Ryan felt a strange energy permeating his body, coursing rapidly through him, his veins visibly swelling as dark tendrils seemed to spread within. His entire body felt numb, coupled with a slight, throbbing pain. After several seconds, everything returned to normal, outwardly undetectable. Meanwhile, Roger applied a bottle of sword oil to his silver sword, causing the runes along the blade to become faint yet exude a sharp intensity. Once all preparations were complete, Roger, sword in hand, instructed, "I'll go in first. Stay close behind me." Ryan nodded silently, removing the warhammer from his back and gripping it firmly. Chapter 53, Vampires. The two emerged from the shadows, circling to the front of the house. Ryan noted the sign hanging on the door, Lofrun as High Fashion Boutique. He realized it was a clothing store, quite spacious and seemingly upscale, akin to a luxury brand outlet from his previous life. The store's entrance was tightly shut, and Roger strode confidently toward it, casting a spell to emit a pulse of soul energy. With a resounding pop, the door swung open automatically. He led the way inside, sniffing the air to discern direction, swiftly navigating through the main hall of the boutique, winding through various corridors before finally stopping outside a warehouse door. Ryan listened intently, detecting 2 heartbeats within. Roger's pupils dilated, his amber eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, resembling a cat's gaze. He cautiously cast a spell to unlock the warehouse door, gently pushing it ajar before slipping inside. A soft sound emanated from within the warehouse. Then silence enveloped them once more. Rain subsequently entered, and the warehouse was cluttered with a substantial quantity of goods. In a corner near the wall, a corpse lay sprawled on the ground, its head severed and lying several meters away, clearly the result of a single sword stroke. Dark crimson blood oozed from the neck. Standing nearby were 2 individuals. One was Roger, whose silver sword remained untainted by blood. The other, a young man in his 20s, bore an identical attire to that of the corpse. Upon witnessing his companion's demise, he displayed no signs of shock, his expression vacant and his eyes devoid of life. "This is the mark of Aakshi. I have temporarily exerted control over him," Roger explained in a hushed tone. Rain had long been aware of the demon hunter's affinity for magic, but today was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. Roger crouched beside the headless corpse, delicately lifting a drop of blood with his fingertip, and solemnly remarked, "These 2 are blood thralls. His blood has been tainted for at least 3 years. His master is a high-ranking vampire, so you must exercise caution." The mention of a high-ranking vampire sent a shiver down Rain's spine. Vampires are among the most prevalent demons lurking among humanity. They are not true demons, but rather a transformation of humans corrupted by the blood of chaos. This chaotic blood originates from the Lord of Chaos, one of the 4 malevolent deities of the Abyss, also known as Nyashinlachi. It is said that the world's first vampire, the progenitor of all vampires, was created by the Lord of Chaos using his own blood. This dreadful blood of the dark god spreads like a plague among humanity, intent on annihilating it. While chaos blood has not succeeded in eradicating humans, it has birthed a malevolent entity, the vampire, inflicting countless harms upon humanity over millennia. Vampires possess an insatiable thirst for human blood, requiring regular consumption of it to survive. If provided with sufficient blood, a vampire grows increasingly powerful, ascending from low tier to high tier and even attaining legendary status, acquiring numerous abilities related to blood and the capacity to cast blood-based spells. In their common guise, vampires appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans. They excel at disguise and possess exceptional stealth capabilities, making detection exceedingly difficult. Vampires are staunchly loyal followers of the Lord of Chaos. Upon death, their souls descend into the abyss, reincarnating as demons. These demons, specifically the minions of the Lord of Chaos, are often termed as devils. The term demons generally refers to creatures of the abyss, encompassing all followers of the 4 malevolent deities. Occasionally, demons may denote the terrifying monsters under the command of the Lord of Darkness, the chief of the evil gods. The demons that venerate the Lord of Chaos frequently conceal themselves within the human realm, instigating chaos and calamity through various means, embodying malevolence and deceit, leading to moral decay, thus earning the title of devils. Vampires are a type of devil, and indeed, the most commonplace variety. Roger glanced toward the nearby shelf, from behind which faint sounds of merriment emanated. Rain listened intently, deducing that there were at least a dozen individuals within. Judging by their heartbeats, 6 of them were vampires, possessing extraordinary powers, while the rest were predominantly blood thralls, significantly stronger than ordinary humans, albeit not on par with the extraordinary. Damn it, so many vampires. It's as if we stumbled into their lair. This could turn troublesome, he thought anxiously, uncertain if Roger could handle the situation. Roger did not rush into the fray. Instead, he cautioned in a low voice, "Vampires are exceedingly cunning. Their congregations typically possess multiple exits. You need only guard this exit, allowing no devil to escape. The rest is my responsibility." Ray nodded in understanding. Vampires are swift. Remain vigilant in defense and avoid being bitten. Should you be bitten, it matters not. You have already ingested black blood, which counters their influence, preventing contamination for half an hour. Upon concluding his instructions, Roger commanded the controlled blood thrall, "Open the door, enter." "Yes," the blood thrall replied, moving like a marionette, pushing aside the shelf to reveal a vast downward passage. Rain gazed at the corridor, pondering why the followers of the dark god so favored clandestine activities underground. The passage's walls were adorned with crystal lamps, illuminating the way brightly. Accompanied by sounds of revelry and music from within, a sweet aroma wafted toward Rain, stirring his senses. Before he could contemplate further, he felt a firm tap on his shoulder, turning to see Roger pointing at his nose with a stern expression, warning him not to be beguiled by the scent. Rain held his breath momentarily, centering his mind. The blood thrall led the way, towering in stature, perfectly concealing Roger behind him. Rain, taller than the blood thrall, could not hide and had to bend slightly to follow. After descending through the corridor for several meters, they emerged into a grand hall. The expansive hall spanned over 200 square meters, adorned with several large crystal chandeliers casting a soft crimson glow, with flowing drapes from the ceiling, creating an elegant and enchanting atmosphere, reminiscent of an entertainment venue. In the center stood a lengthy table, over 10 meters long, surrounded by luxurious, comfortable sofas. A variety of sumptuous dishes and fruits adorned the table, freely available for consumption. A throng of men and women reveled around the table. Most were strikingly attractive, some elegantly attired, savoring red wine while engaging in animated conversations with their companions. Others were completely disrobed, indulging openly on the nearby sofas, some in pairs, others in groups, their entangled forms eliciting lascivious sounds. In one corner of the hall, a young woman, bearing her chest, sat at an accordion, playing and singing to entertain the gathering. The entire scene was electrifying, akin to an unrestrained gathering. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Rain's mind buzzed, nearly leaving him in a stupor. Such a scene was entirely unfamiliar to him. In an instant, however, Rain regained his composure and began to notice further details. At the end of the long table sat a debonair man in an oversized armchair, a goblet held in his hand, surrounded by 3 beautiful women. Among them, one was human, while the other 2 sported horn-like appendages, their bodies adorned with white tattoos, and their legs covered in brown fur with reverse knee joints, resembling hooves. What manner of beings are these? Rain had no time to ponder further, as his gaze was drawn upward, where a naked human girl hung upside down above the long table. She appeared no older than 16 or 17, lifeless, her neck slashed by a sharp instrument, blood cascading downward, while a blood thrall below held a golden wine jug to collect her blood, pouring it into a prepared goblet. Clearly, the vampires were not consuming red wine, but rather the fresh blood of this girl. At that moment, the blood thrall entering from the corridor attracted attention. Several vampires at the table turned to look, about to inquire, only to realize someone stood behind the blood thrall. Before they could react, Roger surged forth from behind the blood thrall, moving with blinding speed. A flash of silver shot toward the long table, and in the blink of an eye, the vampires and blood thralls seated there found themselves severed at the neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Then, Roger's figure was revealed. A demon hunter. The hall erupted into chaos, screams filling the air as people fled in panic. Some vampires maintained their composure, but the blood thralls were paralyzed with terror, abandoning all modesty as they scurried about like headless flies. The hall had 2 exits. One was the passage Rain guarded, and the other was a door on the opposite wall. After dispatching several targets, Roger remained in motion, retrieving an alchemical bomb from his waist and hurling it with precision. With a resounding explosion, the hall trembled, and the door was immediately obliterated, sealing the escape route. Silence. A sharp voice echoed throughout, imbued with a power that instilled dread, halting all the blood thralls in their tracks, their faces painted with unrestrained fear. The man seated in the high-backed chair rose, downing the contents of his cup, which was filled with fresh blood. He extended his tongue to lick his lips, his eyes glowing with a crimson light, as he gazed at Roger and remarked, "Another demon hunter, how fortuitous. It has been far too long since I have savored the blood of a hunter." The other vampires gathered around, encircling Roger, their eyes brimming with desire. A cold smirk crept across the corners of Roger's mouth. At the entrance of the corridor, Rain felt a surge of amusement. These vampires believed Roger to be merely an ordinary demon hunter, unwittingly walking into their own demise. He had utilized his soul eye to discern that the leader among them was a high-level vampire, the most formidable of the lot. Accompanying him were a male and a female, both mid-level vampires, along with 5 ordinary vampires, 3 of whom Roger had already decapitated, leaving 2 remaining. With a total of 5 vampires, the prospect of besieging a hunter of legendary status seemed almost guaranteed. However, Roger was indeed legendary. The high-level vampire turned his gaze toward Rain at the entrance and commanded the 2 ordinary vampires, "Go and eliminate him." No sooner had he spoken than he and the other 2 mid-level vampires lunged at Roger, their forms vanishing into thin air. Bang! Roger, at some point, had produced an alchemical bomb, tossing at his feet where it detonated, releasing a storm of silver dust that spread outward like a cascade of beautiful moonlight. 3 figures, now coated in the silver dust, were immediately forced to reveal themselves, ignoring the silver particles clinging to them. The 3 vampires unleashed their vicious claws from various angles toward Roger. In the blink of an eye, a golden shield manifested around Roger. The terrifying claws struck against the shield, creating a shower of sparks, yet the shield remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of the 3 vampires. Before they could retreat, a swift beam of silver sword light flashed, and 2 heads soared into the air. Only the high-level vampire, in the instant the sword light passed, dissipated into a swirl of black smoke, retreating to a distance before materializing once more, exclaiming, "Legendary! You are a legendary demon hunter." These words rendered the remaining vampires and blood servants in the hall pale and trembling. Even a high-level vampire himself was filled with dread. "Run!" a blood servant screamed, rushing toward the corridor in a frenzy. Particularly, the 2 ordinary vampires, having been ordered to kill Rain, were the fastest, darting to Rain's side in the blink of an eye. "Get away!" one vampire snarled, his face contorted with malice. Fearful of the legendary demon hunter, yet unafraid of a young iron guard wielding a warhammer, he extended his claws, lunging for Rain's throat. Just as he was about to grasp it, his vision blurred. A hammerhead rapidly loomed large before him, engulfing his sight entirely. Chapter 54, Bloodbath. Crack! The vampire's head shattered like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Rain stepped back after retracting his hammer, using it to block the oncoming claws of the second vampire. This vampire was a woman, strikingly beautiful, clad only in a thin veil that barely concealed her modesty. As her claws clashed against the hammer's handle, sparks flew. Realizing her ambush had failed, she swiftly aimed to slice through Rain's wrist. Her claws grazed his skin, leaving only a few white marks. Not a single drop of blood was shed. The female vampire's expression turned to one of disbelief, her form momentarily faltering. As a vampire, she was acutely aware of the sharpness of her harvesting claws. This was the vampire's signature skill, the most potent close combat attack, on par with enchanted weapons. Even the Iron Guard's stone skin element would have been easily cut through, having claimed countless lives. Yet now, her claws barely grazed his skin without even breaking it. Seizing the opportunity while the female vampire was distracted, Rain lunged forward, colliding with her and sending her crashing back into the hall, effectively securing the corridor's exit. In the hall, the high-level vampire had long since lost his previous composure, consumed solely by the desire to flee. His speed was akin to lightning, his form transforming into a wisp of black smoke as he sought to escape toward Rain. The black smoke, entwined with the silver dust, was conspicuous, leaving him nowhere to hide. Roger formed a seal with his left hand, unleashing an invisible force of icy power that erupted from his palm like a thunderclap, swiftly expanding to envelop half the hall. It struck the black mist, revealing the high-level vampire's true form. As the icy power penetrated his body, the high-level vampire shuddered, and a flash of silver sword light surged toward him. He bit his tongue, spewing forth blood that ignited into flames, dispelling the chill. Just as the sword light approached him, he transformed back into black smoke and fled once more. Roger's sword cut through empty air, his peripheral vision catching sight of the silver dust, realizing the vampire had not fled toward the corridor, but was instead maneuvering within the hall. He chose to remain patient, adopting a methodical approach. One fled, the other pursued, like a cat playing with a mouse. Regardless of the high-level vampire's tactics, Roger thwarted each attempt, preventing him from advancing toward the corridor while steadily sapping his strength. On the other side of the corridor, blood flowed like a river. A dozen blood servants, desperate to escape, surged into the corridor, intent on overpowering Rain with sheer numbers. However, what awaited them were blow after blow from his warhammer. Thud, thud, thud. The hammer swung, landing 3 consecutive strikes upon the heads of 3 blood servants, obliterating their skulls. These blood servants were not extraordinary beings to ordinary eyes. They might appear formidable, but to Rain, they were merely a throng of moving batteries. Beneath his feet lay 7 or 8 blood servants, both male and female, none of whom could withstand a single strike. Rain was drenched in blood, resembling a reaper, instilling fear in the remaining blood servants who hesitated to approach. From the hall came the anguished cries of the high-level vampire, evidently nearing his demise at the hands of the legendary demon hunter's sword. The last remaining female vampire gritted her teeth and cried out, "All together, or we shall all perish." She was the first to charge forward, followed by 2 horned female beings. Rain had already taken note of them. Their strength was akin to that of a first-tier extraordinary being. But they had remained hidden behind the blood servants until this moment, summoning the courage to engage in battle. The female vampire quickly closed the distance. Once more slashing with her claws, Rain stood undeterred, gripping his war hammer in readiness. Suddenly, the two female beings transformed into shadows, vanishing from sight, only to reappear beside him, their bare, slick bodies entwining around his arms, their beautiful faces pressing close as they exhaled a cloud of pink mist. Caught off guard, Rain inhaled a portion of the mist, his mind filled with fanciful notions, causing his movements with the warhammer to slow. Ha ha ha! The female vampire let out a triumphant cackle, dodging the warhammer and slipping behind Rain, revealing her elongated fangs as she sank her teeth into the nape of his neck. Crunch! With two sharp cracks, the female vampire's expression froze, and she released his neck, spitting out two broken fangs. What in the world are you? She screamed in agony, her mouth filled with the taste of pain, tears welling in her eyes as she felt as though she had bitten into a steel ingot rather than a human form. At that moment, Rain forcibly suppressed the fantastical thoughts, regaining his composure. With a powerful jerk of his right arm, he flung one of the female beings against the corridor wall. The tremendous force was akin to being struck head-on by a hammer, shattering her bones as she slid down the wall, lifeless. As he swung his arm, the hammer's handle thrust backward, piercing through the female vampire who had been screaming behind him. The handle shattered her heart, emerging from her back before being withdrawn. The remaining peculiar female being, frightened, relinquished her grip, disappearing from sight, only to reappear at the corridor's exit, scampering away on hooves. Trying to escape? Rain scoffed, disregarding the still writhing female vampire beneath him as he hurled his warhammer forward. The weighty warhammer surged forth like a speeding steam locomotive, striking the female creature with such force that it propelled her into the air, her body cleaved in twain before she even reached the ground, lifeless upon impact. The warhammer continued its trajectory, ultimately embedding itself into the wall of the corridor, creating a deep indentation. He has no weapon left. Flee swiftly. A throng of blood thralls, witnessing Rian's empty hands, surged forward, eager to seize the opportunity to escape. Rian glanced towards Roger, who was still entangled with the high-ranking vampire, and shook his head. Drawing a shotgun from the holster strapped to his thigh, he began to fire with precision. Bang, 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 bang. Flames erupted as 4 shots rang out, and the last 4 blood thralls crumpled to the ground, their bodies perforated like sieves. A lone bullet remained in the chamber, and Rian looked down to see the female vampire still sprawled at his feet, her vitality remarkably tenacious, her eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. With a resounding crack, the final bullet found its mark, exploding her head and showering the ground in crimson. Rian shook the blood from his foot, swiftly reloading 5 bullets into the shotgun, retrieving the warhammer, and maintaining his guard at the corridor's exit. At that moment, the Grand Hall was left with only the high-ranking vampire. After observing for half a minute, Rian mused internally that should he encounter a high-ranking vampire, his fate would be sealed. The vampire's greatest asset lay in its speed, transforming into a cloud of black smoke. Swift as lightning, able to evade conventional weaponry while in this ethereal state, only magic could compel it to reveal its true form. Vampires of intermediate rank and above could also turn invisible, a far more practical form of stealth than mere shadow walking, allowing them to traverse at high speeds while cloaked. Furthermore, vampires possessed formidable regenerative abilities, wielding an array of blood-based spells to disrupt their foes' mental faculties. Yet, before a legendary demon hunter, such tactics were rendered futile. From the outset, Roger had employed alchemical bombs imbued with silver dust to dispel both invisibility and the smoke form, ensuring the high-ranking vampire could be easily detected no matter where it attempted to flee. Various blood spells could not breach Roger's protective shield. Moreover, Roger's speed was on par with, if not superior to, the vampires, his reflexes astoundingly swift. Had it not been for the high-ranking vampire's ability to perform a blood-based teleportation, evading certain death beneath Roger's Silverblade would have been impossible. However, this blood teleportation clearly drained its own lifeblood, and with each use, its vitality waned. The demon hunters were indeed the bane of demons. The vampire's numerous tricks did little to avert its demise. It was evident that Roger was not exerting his full strength. Rian contemplated this while remaining vigilant, wary that the high-ranking vampire might, in its final throes, seek to drag someone down with it. Fortunately, Roger prevented such a calamity from occurring. A minute later, the high-ranking vampire executed another blood teleportation, but was rattled. Roger surged forward, and as he neared, he stamped onto the ground, conjuring a series of faint purple runes that materialized beneath the vampire. The air around it thickened, rendering the creature heavy and immobilized. Its speed drastically reduced. This magical trap, however, had no effect on Roger himself. No, the vampire cried out in despair. In an instant, Roger stood before it, brandishing his silver sword and effortlessly severing its head, silencing its cries. The blade remained pristine, untouched by blood. As if having accomplished a trivial task, Roger turned to Rian, now resembling a figure drenched in blood, and commended him. You performed admirably. With his prowess, dispatching a high-ranking vampire would be a mere trifle. It could be resolved in mere breaths. The delay had merely been to assess Rian's combat capabilities. It must be said that Rian's performance far exceeded Roger's expectations. The two vampires had not wielded magic, relying solely on speed and strength, akin to second-tier superhumans, augmented by 2 night demons and a host of blood thralls. Even a mid-tier superhuman would find such an onslaught daunting. Yet Rian had emerged unscathed, a feat that genuinely astonished Roger. If there were any flaw, it was that Rian's combat style was excessively brutal, always favoring the Warhammer to crush skulls, rendering the battlefield a gruesome spectacle. This seemingly handsome and serene individual transformed into a violent force of nature in battle, reminiscent of a zealot devoted to the blood god Harkasnu, Roger mused. Unaware of Roger's thoughts, Rian gazed at the human girl suspended upside down above the long table. Through the lens of the soul eye, her essence appeared gravely weakened, yet she still clung to life. Roger leapt up, severing the chains binding her, and Rian caught her, gently laying her down and applying pressure to her neck wound. The vampire's bloodletting techniques were masterful, leaving a deep and narrow incision, seemingly sustained by some spell that preserved her life, hence her survival. She cannot endure much longer. Roger stated impassively, as if having grown accustomed to such sights. Rian felt helpless. The girl's blood had been nearly fully drained, and her survival, thus far, was nothing short of miraculous. He felt a pang of compassion. At her age, she was merely a high school girl in her former life. At the cusp of youth, her promising future tragically interrupted. Before long, the girl's breath ceased, and a wisp of her soul escaped from her head. Rian had long since deactivated its charging function, watching as her soul ascended into the void, journeying towards the realm of the divine. In Lenaris, the souls of the faithful are redeemed upon death, offering some solace. Rian fell silent for a few moments, returning to his senses to see Roger slicing open the chest of the high-ranking vampire, extracting its bloodied heart and biting into it voraciously. Chapter 55. The Touch of Soulrend. Roger consumed with great haste, his bites devouring the heart in mere moments. After finishing the high-ranking vampire's heart, he swiftly opened the chests of the 2 intermediate vampires, feasting upon their hearts as well. Rian's scalp prickled, leaving him momentarily speechless. With 3 hearts consumed, Roger's complexion filled out, radiating an uncanny aura, seemingly gaining a measure of strength. As for the hearts of the 5 ordinary vampires, they did not pique his interest. Or perhaps he could not consume them. Wiping the blood from his lips, Roger remarked nonchalantly, "Have you never witnessed a demon hunter consuming the flesh of monsters?" Rian shook his head in bewilderment. Roger sighed, explaining that consuming monsters or their vital organs was the most effective means for a demon hunter to augment their strength. The power of vampires largely resided in their hearts. Devouring them could sustain his training for at least 2 months. He cast a glance at Rian, whose expression was oddly perturbed, and continued, "Otherwise, why do you think so many harbor hatred and fear towards demon hunters?" Rian nodded in realization, but still found it difficult to accept. The very thought of consuming the organs of monsters, let alone raw flesh and blood of ordinary animals, was terrifying to the average person, not to mention the bizarre and grotesque forms of many monsters. The idea of consuming their organs was unimaginable. For Rian, the notion was daunting, the taste too heavy to fathom. He silently thanked his stars for not becoming a demon hunter. Roger ceased further commentary, retrieving a piece of black crystal from his waist pouch and approaching the corpses of the vampires. The crystal glimmered faintly, seemingly generating a pull that drew red motes of light from the bodies into its depths. Rian watched with curiosity. It resembled the act of collecting souls. Yet it was evidently not so. He recalled distinctly that the instructors at the academy had stated that all demons, including devils, could only be truly slain within the abyss. Outside the abyss, once a demon's corporeal form was destroyed, its soul would return to the abyss to resurrect. Soul stones could not capture a demon's essence. The sole way to prevent a demon's soul from returning to the abyss was to not kill it, but to imprison it. Certain extraordinary professions necessitate the fusion of demonic souls, compelling one to delve into the abyss to hunt demons and subsequently contain their essences within soul stones for return. Just moments ago, when Rain vanquished those two ordinary vampires, he made a noteworthy discovery. Their souls were indeed absorbed by his device, providing him with energy. However, the souls did not vanish entirely, as a portion of them directly returned to the abyss, accompanied by the vampire's self-awareness, having failed to completely devour the souls. The energy derived from the two vampires was minimal, contributing a mere 4 units of power. In contrast, the dozen blood thralls, being mere magical creatures rather than true demons, offered scant energy individually, yet their sheer numbers culminated in a total of 12 units for Rain. This demon-hunting expedition effectively doubled Rain's strength, elevating his power to 31 units. However, he also noted a particular detail. Any vampire struck by Roger's silver sword could not have its soul absorbed by him, while Roger collected luminous fragments from their corpses. "Master Roger, what are you doing?" He could not help but inquire. Collecting soul fragments, Roger replied without turning, explaining that the silver swords wielded by high-tier demon hunters could shatter the souls of demons upon their demise, leaving behind soul fragments within the corpses. These fragments are essential materials for demon hunters to craft various alchemical bombs and potions. For instance, this explosive flame's primary component is the soul fragment of a sulfur hound, combined with combustibles and several other ingredients. As he spoke, Roger retrieved an alchemical bomb from his waist and casually tossed it over. Rain was startled, scrambling to catch it. His memories of alchemical bombs were vivid. One could collapse half a wall, boasting several times the potency of his own grenades. The explosive flame in his hand was no larger than an egg, weighing about as much as a stone, its surface dark and resembling a pebble. Upon closer inspection, he could faintly discern runes flickering across its surface. Previously, Rain had assumed that Alan Earth lacked such explosive projectiles. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. From Roger's words, it became apparent that there exists a plethora of alchemical bomb varieties, predominantly tailored to counter magical creatures and mitigate their abilities. For example, the silver moon dust Roger had just employed, though harmless, could dispel a vampire's invisibility. The diverse array of alchemical bombs rendered demon hunters formidable adversaries against demons. Yet, only those who ascended to high tiers and fused with a peculiar entity known as the soul-rending demon spirit could acquire the soul-rending touch, endowing their silver swords with the capacity to shatter demon souls and collect the soul fragments. Without these fragments, crafting alchemical bombs would be impossible. Other extraordinary professions rarely possess similar means. Rain was enlightened. In terms of functionality and effect, alchemical bombs were evidently superior to grenades, making them far more suitable for conflicts among the extraordinary. However, when considering sheer explosive potential, alchemical bombs fell short compared to various explosives on Earth. Moreover, explosives were not confined solely to the use of the extraordinary, not to mention the existence of world-altering weapons of mass destruction. Each had its strengths and weaknesses. Rain returned the explosive flame to Roger, just as footsteps echoed from the passage. He turned to see a tall, robust man wielding a giant axe storming into the hall. Following him were a leather-clad man brandishing a soul gun and a female swordsman clad in exquisite silver armor. The trio halted, taken aback by the scene unfolding in the hall. "Who are you?" The axe-wielding man, towering over 2 meters and as muscular as a bear, queried in a deep voice. Clad in simple leather armor, his brawny arms resembled the thighs of an adult, his physique like a mountain, seemingly imbued with immense power. Roger remained focused on collecting the soul fragments, disregarding the newcomers. Rain did not respond either, for he recognized 2 familiar faces. The man and woman who entered behind were none other than Pollock and Frida, who had searched his apartment a few weeks prior, one a ranger and the other a holy swordsman, both claiming to be members of the Longzan Demon Extermination Bureau. The imposing man who rushed in first was evidently a berserker. The demon extermination team is quite swift. They arrived here so quickly upon sensing the disturbance, Rain mused. Notably, it appeared that Pollock and Frida had not recognized him, their expressions still rife with caution. Pollock, gazing at the tall man drenched in blood alongside his companions. A white-haired demon hunter, likely deduced the events that had transpired. Upon discovering several vampires among the numerous corpses and recognizing their ranks, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. 8 vampires, one of which was high tier. Pollock's eyelids twitched. He had not anticipated such a substantial vampire nest lurking within the Huntington district. Had his squad encountered them, total annihilation would have been inevitable. Thankfully, they had all been eradicated. Pollock sighed in relief, reasoning that an extraordinary being capable of slaying so many vampires would have acted if they harbored any hostility. Captain, a high-tier vampire! Frida exclaimed in alarm. Pollock, however, gestured for her to calm down, turning back to address the two newcomers. Esteemed sirs, we are members of the Longzan Demon Extermination Bureau. I am Pollock, and these are my teammates. Pollock introduced himself with great deference, lowering his posture. Based on his experience, he inferred that the main force behind the slaughter of so many demons was the indifferent-looking demon hunter. The young man before him appeared fierce. Yet this only suggested that his strength was not as formidable as it seemed. Otherwise, he would not be drenched in blood. Moreover, the multitude of corpses suggested that most blood thralls had been dispatched by Warhammer blows, while the majority of vampires were felled by the silver sword. Rain also noted Pollock's gaze fixated on Roger, silently admiring the demon extermination captain's keen perception. At that moment, Roger finally completed his collection of soul fragments. He provided no further explanation, maintaining a cold demeanor, and stated, "Deliver the bounty to the Roller Tavern by tomorrow." "Yes," Pollock replied without hesitation, then wisely stepped aside from the passage's exit. Roger did not spare them another glance, leisurely departing the hall. Rain hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at the three members of the demon extermination team before following suit. Once the two figures vanished, Pollock finally relaxed. "Captain, who was that demon hunter?" The Berserker inquired gruffly. "I do not know." Pollock shook his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Isn't he just a high-tier demon hunter? Why act so arrogantly?" The Berserker's face contorted in displeasure. He felt slighted when his question was ignored. "Hagrove, mind your words," Pollock admonished. "This individual is not merely a high-tier demon hunter. To be able to dispatch high-tier vampires and two mid-tier ones in scathes suggests he is likely a legendary powerhouse." "Legendary?" Hagrove nearly jumped, retracting his neck, his expression flustered. The instincts of a legendary demon hunter are exceptionally acute. Perhaps his complaints had already been overheard. Frida, nearby, was equally astonished, exclaiming, "So he is a legendary demon hunter. No wonder he is so formidable. If he were not legendary, how would he dare venture into a vampire's lair?" Pollock felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. That night, it was his squad's turn to patrol, and they had happened to hear the explosion nearby, rushing over at their fastest pace, only to stumble directly into the vampire's den. Fortunately, the demons had already been eliminated, and there was no further danger. He clapped his hands and instructed, "Stop dawdling. Let's promptly clear this vampire nest and investigate the background of the clothing store above to ascertain whether any other vampires remain." "Yes, Captain." The two individuals immediately busied themselves, only to notice Pollock heading outside. Hagrove could not help but inquire, "Captain, where are you going?" Pollock replied, "Naturally, I am off to apply for the bounty, completing the necessary procedures overnight so that I may deliver the funds to that legendary individual by tomorrow morning." Chapter 56. Elemental Enhancement. When Ryan and Roger returned to the inn, the bloodstains on their bodies had dried, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. After cleansing themselves in their room, they finally felt refreshed. It was already the latter half of the night, and nearly all the patrons engaged in all-night card games had fallen asleep. Yet, Ryan was remarkably alert, devoid of any drowsiness. He lay in bed, replaying the combat in his mind. The greatest gain from a night was the significant increase in his soul power, which had more than doubled. After several days of continuous meditation, his soul power had risen, possibly by 1 unit. This was already considered a high efficiency for meditation, but when compared to directly absorbing souls, it was akin to a tortoise's crawl, exceedingly slow. Gazing at the 31 units of power, Ryan felt a surge of delight. Enhancing his strength proved to be easier than anticipated. If he could manage a few more such encounters, his power could soon reach its maximum capacity, allowing him to attain the second level and fuse with new magical souls once again. He turned over and stood before the mirror to examine his soul. The world tree within his soul had evidently grown taller. Its trunk also thickened considerably, brimming with vitality. Ryan's attention was drawn to the 3 pale golden leaves, each adorned with an elemental rune representing strength, iron body, and metallic touch. The 3 elements had also undergone slight changes. The leaves had widened, and the rune patterns were now clearer. However, the prospect of further enhancement seemed distant. Simultaneously, Ryan activated the virtual interface on his phone and located the 3 corresponding icons for the elements. Ever since the successful transformation of his soul, the new abilities associated with the elements had been displayed on his phone. This included the elements from fused magical souls. It was his first time scrutinizing the icons of these elements in detail, aligned side by side. The abstract icons bore a striking resemblance to the elemental runes on the leaves. Each of the three elements was in a permanent state, perpetually active. What is this? Ryan suddenly noticed that beneath the icons for strength and iron body, there was a faint horizontal line. It was so minuscule that he had previously overlooked it. The length of the line matched the width of the icon, and it appeared entirely gray, with a small segment on the left side colored green, resembling a sort of scale. Ryan recognized it immediately. A progress bar? He focused his thoughts on the strength element, causing the icon to magnify slightly before his eyes, allowing him to see clearly that the horizontal line was indeed a progress bar. Moreover, a small numeral 2 floated above it. The iron body element only displayed a progress bar without a numeral. This contrast illuminated Ryan's understanding. The 2 indicated that the strength element had been enhanced once, while the iron body had yet to be reinforced. Recalling the contents of the Book of Thousand Souls, he remembered that physical elements typically improve through personal training or by fusing with identical elements for reinforcement. Successfully enhancing one level would elevate its rank. Mystical elements could be empowered by investing soul power, referred to as rings, ranging from 1 to 9. The psychic elements were the most peculiar, as both physical and soul power could activate them, yet they could not be enhanced actively. Their improvement occurred only during each soul transformation ceremony, lacking both ranks and rings. When Ryan acquired the strength element, it had already been enhanced once, placing it at level 2, while the iron body remained at level 1. Yet it was an extraordinary element. The metallic touch was a rare level element, but as a psychic ability, it did not even possess a progress bar. He carefully examined both progress bars and found that, whether for strength or iron body, the progress was quite low, possibly not even reaching 1/20th, leaving a substantial distance to upgrade. Is enhancing elements truly this arduous? Ryan scratched his head, concentrating on the icon for a few seconds until a transparent upward arrow appeared beside it, resembling a button. Instinctively, he selected the arrow for the iron body element, directing his thoughts to it. Instantly, a transformation occurred within his soul. The entire world tree trembled as vibrant energies flowed from its roots along the trunk toward the solitary branch, ultimately entering the leaf bearing the iron body element. The leaf radiated a golden light, and the elemental rune upon it grew increasingly distinct. On the phone interface, the icon representing the iron body showed that the progress bar was laboriously advancing. So this is how one can enhance. Ryan was overjoyed, only to realize that the phone's power was depleting rapidly, nearly consuming 1 unit per second. In mere moments, the power plummeted to 25. Yet the progress bar for the iron body had scarcely moved. What the? The consumption for enhancing elements is exorbitantly high. Sensing an ominous shift, Ryan quickly ceased the process. He could feel subtle changes in his body. Upon activating the iron body, he sensed a slight increase in hardness. His physique had grown more robust, and his strength had also improved, as evidenced by the strength element's progress bar. Both aspects were interdependent. It was indeed gratifying to see improvement, yet the cost was staggering. Gazing at the dwindling 25 units of power, Ryan felt a headache coming on. Clearly, this power was unlike ordinary consumption and would not regenerate with rest. Of course, the decrease in power did not signify a weakening of his soul, but rather a transfer of soul power into his body, maintaining the overall strength of his soul. The world tree, representing his soul's might, had not shriveled. 6 units of power were negligible for the enhancement of the iron body. Upon careful comparison, he found that the progress for the iron body had only increased by about 3, which implied that even if he had 100 units of power dedicated solely to enhancing the iron body, the progress bar would only reach halfway. With full power, he could elevate to the level of a second-tier wizard. Ryan was utterly speechless, finally grasping the formidable challenge of enhancing extraordinary elements. After some contemplation, he decided to attempt enhancing the strength element, pressing the arrow beside its icon. The power immediately began to plummet drastically, and a leaf bearing the strength element began to glow. The progress bar under the icon advanced at a visibly faster rate than that of the iron body. After 5 seconds, the power dropped to 20, prompting Ryan to halt once more. He estimated that this 5-unit depletion had resulted in a 1/10 increase in the progress bar, suggesting that merely 50 units of power would suffice to elevate the strength to the 3rd level. Compared to the iron body, enhancing strength was significantly easier. Ryan felt a tangible increase in his strength. He rose to retrieve his Warhammer, finding it lighter and more manageable than before. Its weight was just right. Excellent, excellent. Satisfied, Ryan set down the hammer, resolving to prioritize enhancing the strength element whenever the opportunity arose. As for the iron body, He would consider it once he had surplus soul power. For now, his focus must be on elevating his wizarding rank and merging with more magical souls. Having expended a considerable amount of soul power, he felt fatigued despite his enhanced physique, so Ryan opted to retire for the night. A few hours later, dawn broke. He rose as usual to meditate, then proceeded to the backyard for training. The enhancement of his strength was immediate. The 2,000-pound iron blocks felt somewhat lighter. Though he quickly acclimated to his strengthened body, sweating profusely. Just as he was midway through his exercises, he heard footsteps approaching. "Is it you?" The newcomer was Pollock, his expression one of astonishment. No wonder he felt that the extraordinary individual wielding the Warhammer seemed familiar. They had met before. Ryan set down the iron blocks and greeted Captain Pollock. "I recall your name is Ryan, correct?" Pollock remarked, surveying Ryan from head to toe. In just a few weeks, Ryan had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had not only grown half a head taller, but had also developed a solid and robust physique, with a change in demeanor that was starkly pronounced. If it weren't for his exceptional memory, he might have mistaken the person before him. "Hein, have you become an extraordinary being?" Pollock inquired, his gaze drawn to the 2,000-pound iron block at Rain's feet. Though he was more curious about the nature of Rain's extraordinary profession, given such formidable strength. As a level 4 ranger, he could scarcely lift such a weight. "Indeed," Rain replied with a slight nod, then asked, "Captain Pollock, are you here to see Master Roger?" "Precisely. This is the bounty from Master Roger," Pollock confirmed. Having inquired at the inn earlier and learned that the legendary demon hunter resided in the back courtyard, he lifted a bag in his hand. The sound of clinking coins filling the air, and asked, "Is the master in?" Rain glanced back at Roger's room, where the voices of 2 individuals could be heard, including that of Drelsha, indicating that it was evidently not a convenient time for Roger to emerge. "Master Roger is still waking up. You may need to wait a while," he said. "That's fine." Pollock exhibited no signs of impatience. He turned to Rain and extended an invitation. "Rain, do you have some time? I would like to treat you to a couple of drinks." "Sure." Rain had some inquiries of his own to make. "Please head to the lobby. I will join you shortly after I freshen up." Before long, the two were seated at a table in a corner of the inn's lobby. Pollock took a deep draw from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke, and said earnestly, "Rain, we worked through the night to clear that vampire lair, and we have gathered quite a bit of information. That high-ranking vampire is none other than the owner of the clothing store. It disguises itself remarkably well and has been lurking in Long's End for many years, having claimed the lives of at least 300 civilians. Many missing persons cases can be traced back to its actions. We had been investigating for quite some time, but its movements were exceedingly discreet, only targeting the impoverished districts, thus failing to attract attention. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more would have fallen victim to the devil's poison. You saved countless lives." Respect shone in Pollock's eyes. Rain, however, shook his head. "That credit belongs to Master Roger. I merely accompanied him and did not exert much effort." "There's no need for modesty," Pollock chuckled. "Those blood thralls, along with the 2 ordinary vampires, were all dispatched by you. I possess a keen eye for such matters." Rain refrained from disputing this. The characteristics left by his Warhammer were unmistakable. Pollock chose not to dwell on the vampire incident any longer and curiously asked, "Rain, how did you come to know Master Roger?" Rain replied, half-jokingly, "We just happened to be staying at the same inn. Master Roger needed assistance last night, so he called upon me." "Is that so? You must consider yourself quite fortunate," Pollock remarked, his skepticism evident. Having navigated the streets of Long's End for many years, even serving as the captain of the demon hunting team, he had hardly encountered many legends. Yet here was Rain, who had just become an extraordinary being, establishing a connection with a legendary figure. To claim he felt no envy would be self-deceiving. Every legend was entitled to a seat in the Imperial Parliament, occupying a pinnacle of power within the Empire. Pollock had never heard of Master Roger before, yet he dared not underestimate him. Such discreet legends were not uncommon, and it was merely his own ignorance. Rain lifted his beer and took a few sips, casually inquiring, "Captain Pollock, how demanding are the usual tasks of your demon hunting team?" Pollock raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Rain's inquiry about the demon hunting team. "Our demon hunting team operates under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau, solely responsible for cases concerning monsters and cultists. While the number of missions is not extensive, they are fraught with danger." "And just how dangerous are they?" Rain asked with curiosity, contemplating whether joining the demon hunting team might allow him to act alongside them and seize the opportunity to absorb souls. If the risks were too great, he would reconsider. Pollock took a few puffs from his cigar before responding gravely. "Among the members of the demon hunting team, very few, from the captain downwards, managed to serve a full 3 years. You should be aware that any case involving evil gods or demons is never straightforward. If we are well prepared beforehand, The investigations generally go smoothly. What we dread most are sudden emergencies like last night's. A single misstep can cost the lives of the entire team. I have been the demon hunting team for 7 or 8 years and have witnessed 3 instances of complete team annihilation. Pollock's expression turned somber, as if haunted by painful memories. Rain fell silent, hesitating about whether to change his mind. He was merely a level 1 wizard. While he might stand out among low-level extraordinary beings, facing mid-level opponents would spell his doom, rather than making an immediate decision. He continued to inquire about the demon hunting team. Pollock, showing no reluctance, shared. Longsand's demon hunting team comprises 5 squads, each consisting of 5 to 8 members, with flexibility in personnel. Ordinary team members are generally low-level extraordinary beings, while the captain is mid-level. Above the 5 captains, there is a commander who is a high-level extraordinary being. Although the total number of demon hunters is less than 50, each member is extraordinary, thus holding a higher status within the Public Security Bureau compared to officers addressing ordinary cases, even if the latter outnumber the demon hunters by several multiples. Due to the inherent risks and unique nature of the position, the demon hunting team does not have to adhere to a strict daily schedule like the officers. They are only summoned during relevant cases or take turns patrolling every few days at night, with relatively lenient management. Moreover, the remuneration is exceptionally high. Once you join a squad, the monthly salary is 12 gold shields, not to mention the substantial bounty received upon completing each mission. Rain was not particularly concerned about the salary. His only desire was to seize the chance to absorb souls. Pollock, perhaps sensing Rain's interest in joining the demon hunting team, chuckled. Rain, I don't know the nature of your relationship with Master Roger, but the demon hunting team is a commendable opportunity, especially for a newly minted extraordinary being. The remuneration is generous, and it allows you to gain combat experience beneficial for your future. If you truly encounter formidable foes, no one expects us to fight head-on. Survival is paramount, and there will be stronger individuals in Longs and to handle them. When I mentioned that very few last 3 years, I did not mean they all perished. Rather, they voluntarily withdrew for better opportunities. If you're interested, I can recruit you into my squad. Pollock had great confidence in Rain. With your abilities, the commander will certainly approve. You need not worry about that. Rain nodded slightly, aware that each captain possessed the authority to recruit members, but ultimately, approval from the commander was necessary. In Longzan, joining the demon hunting team was undoubtedly the best avenue for rapid enhancement of one's abilities, as absorbing the souls of those monsters bore no psychological burden. Without further hesitation, Rain stood and earnestly stated, I will rely on your guidance from here on. Excellent. Pollock was elated at having recruited such a powerful ally for his squad. The two raised their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks. After a moment of contemplation, Pollock eagerly said, Please assist me in delivering the bounty to Master Roger. I will return to report to the commander immediately. You can await my message at the inn. It should be resolved by this afternoon. All according to your arrangements. Rain agreed, recognizing that Pollock was demonstrating his trust in him. Pollock handed the bag containing the gold shields to Rain and promptly departed from the inn. Rain returned to the courtyard to continue his training, and, as noon approached, Master Roger finally emerged from his room, looking invigorated. Master Roger, here is last night's bounty. Roger accepted the bag, casually opened it to glance inside, and remarked, The demon hunting team in Long's Inn is quite generous, not at all stingy like many cities. A portion of this bounty is yours as well. With that, he turned to retrieve another bag, soon returning to hand it to Rain. Rain accepted it without hesitation. He had contributed to the effort, and receiving this payment felt entirely justified. Weighing it in his hands, he estimated it contained over 100 gold shields, likely constituting about 20% of the total bounty. Master Roger, should such favorable circumstances arise again, do remember to include me. He now yearns for more such opportunities. Do you think a vampire's lair is so readily discoverable? Roger scoffed, shaking his head. I too had to painstakingly uncover the clues, tracking them for half a month before finally locating their stronghold. Being a demon hunter is no simple task. If you wish to benefit next time, you must provide me with a few monster lairs in return. A thought crossed Ryan's mind. Possessing the eye of the soul, he might indeed be able to identify several monsters, as well as the followers of the dark gods. Spending a few hours on the streets of Rien, he could potentially uncover 7 or 8. Are you interested in the followers of the dark gods, Master Roger? He cautiously inquired. Roger cast a sidelong glance at Ryan, suspecting that he intended to lure the shadow-blade assassins with his mark of dispute, and replied coolly, Do not entertain such misguided notions. I have no desire to provoke the followers of dark gods. They are not like monsters. Killing them would bring me no benefits. Very well, Ryan chuckled awkwardly. It seems I shall have to wait until I join the demon hunting squad to utilize that position for hunting down the followers of dark gods. Just past noon, Pollock returned, asking Ryan to accompany him to the Public Security Bureau. Emerging from a basilisk inn, Ryan spotted a vehicle parked outside, adorned with a prominent shield emblem, featuring a sword crossed with a staff, encircled by the letters denoting the Bureau. 2 flags, also emblazoned with the Bureau's insignia, were affixed to either side of the vehicle. Numerous onlookers pointed at the car, yet none dared approach. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that this was the Bureau's official vehicle, akin to a police car in a previous life. The driver, a mere ordinary man, bore an air of arrogance, frequently scanning the impoverished spectators with disdain and superiority. Get in quickly, Pollock urged. The chief is available today and awaits you at the Bureau. To save time, I've borrowed a vehicle from the Bureau. Once they settled into the back seat, the car immediately set off. The streets of the slums were exceedingly congested. Even buses frequently found themselves ensnared in traffic. However, no one dared obstruct the path of this vehicle. All individuals made a wide berth, allowing it to glide unobstructed out of Rian. Ryan observed the throngs of pedestrians parting like the tide before the vehicle and inwardly marveled at experiencing a taste of privilege. Pollock, however, was already accustomed to such treatment and seemed entirely unfazed. During the journey, Pollock inquired meticulously about Ryan's background, particularly concerning his beliefs. Given Ryan's unblemished lineage, and with Eagle Marsh not far off, it would take but a day to verify his history. He had also been a student at Clayton Academy, with a detailed dossier at the municipal hall readily accessible to the Bureau. As for his beliefs, every individual entering the Bureau underwent a faith assessment to prevent infiltration by followers of dark gods. Ryan had little to conceal. He had been praying to the goddess of magic weekly, thus identifying as a superficial follower of the goddess. In the Empire, this was the most openly accepted form of faith. The vehicle soon entered the Honeyton district, the location of the Public Security Bureau's headquarters. According to Pollock, the Bureau was not situated in the Silver Star district due to its unnecessary nature. The Silver Star district was perpetually monitored by the Wizard's Tower and housed the Duke's secret fire guard, making it the most fortified area in Longzan, leaving no room for the Bureau to meddle. Before long, the vehicle arrived at a sprawling, circular building in the Honeyton district and came to a halt at the front entrance. Pollock stepped out and said, "Follow me." Ryan trailed behind him into the Bureau, traversing the expansive lobby and entering the internal sections. The Bureau comprised 3 main divisions: the security team, the patrol team, and our demon hunting team, Pollock explained as they walked. The patrol team is the largest, well-equipped, yet they are merely nominal members of the Silver Knights, stationed outside the city in their camps, and thus not present here. The security team consists of around 2,000 personnel, the common security officers you often see, dispersed across various local branches in the city. Most are ordinary people, with only the senior officers being extraordinary, numbering around 200. Then there is our demon hunting team, which convenes here for various matters. Pollock led Ryan into a training ground, adjacent to which stood a 3-story office building, its entrance bearing a sign proclaiming the Longs and demon hunting team. The interior was sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so individuals present, discernibly a mix of extraordinary and ordinary personnel. However, what captivated Ryan's attention was a stable-like area beside the training ground, from which the roars of beasts emanated. Noticing Ryan's gaze, Pollock explained, "Those are the griffins raised by our demon hunting team. We only ride them during emergencies to swiftly reach the scene." Griffins? Ryan was greatly intrigued. He had heard of these renowned magical beasts. Aelanaz boasted countless flying creatures, colossal in size and immense in strength, yet few could be domesticated as mounts, and griffins were among the few capable of mass domestication. The Empire possessed a Griffin Legion, the most elite force within human realms, established since the Empire's inception, earning countless accolades. Once you join the demon hunting team, you too will have the opportunity to ride a griffin. Our swift arrival last night was thanks to flying on them. Pollock paused, sighing. However, riding a griffin within the demon hunting team is not necessarily a good sign. Ryan understood his implication. The griffins could transport one to the scene of an incident at remarkable speed, which also indicated the presence of an urgent situation, likely fraught with peril. Come now. The chief is waiting for you in his office. Chapter 58, The Steel Knight. The chief's office was located on the 3rd floor. Following Pollock, Ryan entered a spacious room, modestly adorned. Apart from a few sets of wooden desks and chairs, the most notable feature was the rows of large bookshelves leaning against the walls, filled with volumes that rendered the office reminiscent of a small library. Seated behind the large desk was a man whose age was indiscernible. He had a resolute visage, silver hair cropped short, and donned white heavy armor. Even seated, his robust physique was evident, the armor weighing at least 300 pounds. However, the man's gaze was profound, exuding an air of scholarly elegance as he held a book in hand, with several stacks of books cluttering the desk, as though he were engrossed in research. On their way, Ryan had heard Pollock mention that the chief of the demon hunting team was an advanced Steel Knight named Davimla. Steel Knights are an elite evolution of the Iron Guards, possessing ironclad will and physique, with astonishing defensive capabilities. In the office, besides Davimla, there were others present, all extraordinary individuals, seemingly members of the demon hunting team. They turned their attention to the entrance, their gazes landing on the two newcomers. Upon seeing Ryan's stature, Davimla's eyes brightened, and a warm smile graced his face as he said, "Pollock, this young man must be Ryan, correct?" "Indeed, Chief," Pollock affirmed. He proceeded to introduce Ryan to the individuals in the office, stating, "Ryan, this is our chief, Lord Davimla." Then he gestured towards a handsome young man beside Davimla, introducing him as the captain of the second team, Dramione, and the captain of the fourth team, Beverly. Beverly was an unassuming-looking yet warm-tempered middle-aged woman, clad in a robe, evidently a spellcaster. "Lord Chief, Captain Dramione, Captain Beverly." Ryan greeted the three leaders of the demon hunting team in turn while discreetly utilizing his eye of the soul to assess them. Undoubtedly, Davimla was the strongest among them. A 9th-level Steel Knight, possessing 7 elemental attributes in his soul, all related to physique, enhancing strength, bolstering defense, or accelerating stamina recovery, just a step away from legend status. The combination of these physical attributes rendered Davimla akin to an invulnerable iron tortoise, impervious to enemy attacks. Darius is a level 4 fire mage swordsman, while Beverly is a level 5 elemental mage. Through the hues of their souls, Rain perceives the attitudes of the three towards him. Davimla's mood appears to be quite good. Harboring a hint of anticipation for him, Beverly remains calm, neither pleased nor angered. Yet it is only Darius who, upon catching sight of Rain, experiences a sudden shift in the color of his soul to a deep azure laced with shades of crimson, signifying disdain and malice. "What the hell? This guy harbors hostility towards me." Rain inwardly braced himself, perplexed as to where he might have offended this captain of the demon hunting squad. Davimla rises, his towering figure nearly obscuring the glass windows behind him. As he moves, the floor creaks beneath his heavy armor, resembling a mobile fortress. He approaches, curiously scrutinizing Rain, particularly his skin, with eyes wide in astonishment, as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Rain, are you an Iron Guard?" Davimla inquired. This was mentioned in Pollock's earlier report, where he marveled at Rain's formidable strength, but had not given it much thought nor formally asked. He knew Rain had recently ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary, and judging by his physique, he certainly appeared to be an Iron Guard. Rain hesitated, on the verge of denying it. However, the spirited Darius chuckled, interjecting, "Captain, you have misjudged this time. Rain is a wizard." "A wizard?" Both Davimla and Pollock looked utterly flabbergasted, and even Beverly, who had previously remained detached, was taken aback, as she had never anticipated that this robust young man was, like herself, a wizard. Pollock, incredulous, could not help but ask, "Rain, you are a wizard?" "Indeed, I am a battle wizard," Rain replied truthfully, casting a glance at Darius. This captain, clearly of noble lineage, had revealed his extraordinary vocation with ill intentions. Darius must have encountered him before and was aware of his status as a wizard. There could only be one reason for that. Rain's memory served him well, recalling that at the trading event in the Violet House, he had indeed seen Darius, although Viola had not introduced them formally. It dawned on him that many had harbored disdain towards him, and Darius was one among them. So, he was a rival. Realization washed over Rain. No wonder Darius exhibited hostility upon seeing him. This was merely the beginning, and further schemes were undoubtedly afoot. Upon hearing Rain's declaration, Pollock appeared perplexed. The disparity between an Iron Guard and a wizard was simply too vast. Yet, Davimla chuckled, "I told you, young man, you are somewhat peculiar. You appear as an Iron Guard. Your physique is quite robust, yet I sensed a spellcaster within you. It turns out you are indeed a battle wizard. How remarkable! 4 battle wizards are a rare breed. We can scarcely find a few in Longzan. Rain, your possession of a seed from the World Tree is truly a rarity." "You truly are well informed, Captain," Rain tactfully complimented. Most people might not have heard of battle wizards, and even among wizards, knowledge of the combat school is scant. Yet this Steel Knight was aware of the World Tree seed, signifying that his extensive reading had not been in vain. "You need not flatter me," Davimla replied, clapping Rain on the shoulder before shaking his head in mild disappointment. "What a pity! Had you been an Iron Guard, I could have offered you some guidance. But as a wizard, I am no longer qualified to impart advice. He returned to his desk, his soul's hue reverting to white, evidently lacking the enthusiasm he had previously exhibited. Beside him, Darius wore a subtle smirk, tinged with pride. Rain quickly comprehended Darius's motive for disclosing his profession. As a Steel Knight who had ascended from the Iron Guard rank, Devinra had a fondness for other Iron Guards, were Rain to masquerade as one. He could foster a closer relationship with Devinra. Now that he was not an Iron Guard, matters would revert to formality. Devinra stated, Beverly, conduct a faith assessment for Rain. If there are no issues, allow him to join Pollock's squad to fill the vacancy. Before Beverly could respond, Darius interjected, Captain, I send this rather hasty. Our demon hunting squad is not open to just anyone. They must possess a certain level of strength and pass our tests. His gaze glanced over Rain, exuding arrogance. What do you mean by that, Captain Darius? Pollock retorted, clearly displeased. I have already reported to Captain Devinra that Rain eliminated at least 2 vampires and a dozen blood thralls during last night's battle. His prowess does not necessitate further testing. Darius scoffed, you did not witness it firsthand, and I have heard that Rain was accompanying a legendary demon hunter. Whether he contributed or not is known only to that legendary figure. If you could bring that legendary hunter to the Security Bureau as a witness, I would not utter a single word more. Darius crossed his arms, seemingly confident in his stance against Pollock. Pollock inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire. Such a trivial matter would hardly warrant the legendary Master Roger's personal appearance at the Security Bureau. He found it perplexing. He had not had any prior disputes with Darius. So why was he suddenly opposing him today? Captain Devinra? Pollock looked to Devinra, hoping he would make a decisive ruling. Devinra pondered for a few moments before finally nodding. Darius has a point. We must not disregard the rules. Captain Pollock felt a surge of anxiety. You need not say more, Pollock, Devinra asserted, his demeanor growing stern. You are well aware of our demon hunting squad's responsibilities. Allowing someone to join without testing them, if they lack sufficient strength, would only lead to needless demise. He turned to Rain, speaking softly. If Rain possesses strength, he will naturally pass the test. If he does not, preventing his entry into the demon hunting squad is, in fact, an act of responsibility towards him. Pollock was about to argue further when Devinra raised a hand to silence him. Go fetch Hardrow from the team. Let him spar with Rain. Devinra made the arrangements, but before Pollock could respond, Darius interjected once more, Captain, why not allow me to test Rain's strength? I have yet to engage a battle wizard in combat, and I'm feeling a bit eager. His words were nearly a blatant provocation towards Rain. Devinra's expression turned skeptical, his gaze darting between Rain and Darius, his irritation evident as he remarked, Darius, you must know your limits. Darius was an intermediate mage swordsman. While Rain had only recently become extraordinary, the disparity in their strengths was considerable. Should they engage, Rain would undoubtedly suffer greatly, though he might not be killed outright. Being severely injured was an inevitability. Pollock could no longer contain his fury, hand resting on the soul gun at his waist, glaring at Darius. Yet, Darius merely shrugged. Speaking candidly, Captain, I harbor no ill intentions. I genuinely wish to spar with a rare battle wizard. He turned to Rain, stepping closer, and in a manner concealed from the others, his eyes glinted with provocation and disdain as he smiled. Rain, surely you will not back down? Rest assured, I shall hold back and not injure you. Rain, do not be impulsive, Pollock warned loudly. Darius, if there's an issue, direct it towards me. Rain's expression remained calm. In truth, upon sensing Darius's animosity towards him, he had contemplated leaving. It was evident that Darius held a prominent position within the demon hunting squad, at least surpassing Pollock in stature, and Captain Devinra also valued him highly. If he were to join the demon hunting squad, Darius would likely resort to underhanded tactics against him in the future, even stabbing him in the back. He merely required the title of the demon hunting squad. He had no genuine desire to make a name for himself there. With Darius present, future troubles were inevitable. Initially, Rain had planned to take his leave, but upon hearing Darius's challenge, he found himself reluctant to depart. A level 4 mage swordsman was indeed formidable, yet unlike the Windblade mage swordsman, he did not possess overwhelming speed. His swordsmanship might be more potent, but it did not render Rain entirely without opportunity. Rain had long since discerned the essence of Driss' soul, and a cold smirk formed within him. He calmly replied, Then I shall humbly request Captain Driss' guidance. Chapter 59, The Battle of Shield and Hammer. As Rain spoke, a triumphant smile crept onto Driss' lips. Davenlack felt a sense of regret. It seemed that this young man would not be joining the demon extermination team. However, since Rain had consented to the challenge, he felt it inappropriate to intervene, merely stating, Pollock, Please escort Rain to the armory of the Demon Extermination Team. He may select any weaponry he desires. Understood, Commander, Pollock responded, his expression one of resignation. Fine. Follow me. The two exited the office and made their way to the armory on the first floor. Pollock reproached, Rain, how could you agree to Driss's challenge? He is a level 4 mage knight, while you are merely level 1. What chance do you have? Winning or losing aside, Driss clearly harbors ill intentions. Are you not concerned for your safety? Do not worry, Captain. While I cannot claim victory, I am confident in my ability to protect myself, Rain replied with assurance. Pollock, however, remained skeptical, believing Rain to be overly arrogant. The disparity in their levels was significant, with Driss being 3 levels above him, in the realm of the extraordinary. While many gifted individuals could challenge opponents of a higher tier within the same level, it was nearly impossible to do so across tiers. The gap in strength was overwhelmingly crushing, leaving no room for retaliation. Moreover, Driss was no ordinary extraordinary being. Despite being only level 4, he had garnered a modest reputation in Longzan, rapidly ascending in rank at just over 30 years of age, making him the strongest among the 5 captains and the top candidate for the next commander. Pollock himself would not dare to claim he could defend against Driss. Alas, the youth's impatience was palpable. A few casual provocations had ensnared him. Pollock felt conflicted, regretting having recruited Rain. If Rain were to suffer a significant defeat, and then return to Master Roger to complain, how could he explain it? He could only hope that Driss would show restraint, considering his relationship with Master Roger, and refrain from inflicting serious harm. If an opportunity arose, perhaps he could intervene to mitigate the situation. Rain, however, remained remarkably at ease, inquiring, what is the background of this Driss? Why does the commander hold him in such high regard? Pollock's expression shifted in shock as he exclaimed, You do not know Driss? I only learned of him today, Rain replied candidly. Pollock was even more astonished. You just met Driss, yet he has taken an antagonistic stance towards you? Surely it cannot be because of me. I have no enmity with him. Who knows why? Perhaps he simply finds me displeasing, Rain shrugged, unwilling to divulge the matter concerning Viola. Pollock could discern that Rain was withholding the truth, but chose not to press further. Upon reaching the armory, Pollock remarked, The armory of the Demon Extermination Team is not extensive. It is merely a room filled with various weapons and armor. Most team members have their own gear, so the quality here is rather ordinary. Choose whatever feels comfortable. Rain nodded, pondering that if he had brought a refined iron warhammer, this would have been unnecessary. As he surveyed the room, he noticed an abundance of long swords, with only a few warhammers that appeared too lightweight to be effective. Considering Driss's extraordinary profession, Rain quickly made his selection. He approached and took up a large round shield, forged from pure steel, with a diameter nearing 1 meter and weighing over 100 pounds. Capable of shielding most of his body. In his left hand, he held the shield, while his right grasped a one-handed warhammer. The hammer south head was square, the handle only half a meter long, and its design exceedingly simple. It weighed a little over 60 pounds, somewhat light, yet the most suitable option available. Have you made your selection? Pollock observed Rain, who resembled a steadfast knight rather than a wizard. He assumed Rain, fearing battle, preferred defensive equipment for self-preservation, thus suggesting, Since we have time, would you like to don a suit of heavy armor? I can assist you in putting it on. No need. This is sufficient, Rain declined, shaking his head. The defensive capabilities of ordinary heavy armor would likely be inferior to his own iron physique. Wearing it would be cumbersome and impede his agility. The two departed the armory, arriving at the training grounds before the office building. By this time, several members of the Demon Extermination Team had gathered to witness the spectacle. Having heard the news, Driss stood at the edge of the arena, a long sword hanging from his waist, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a few members. His demeanor relaxed and untroubled, clearly unconcerned about the impending contest. As Rain made his entrance, all eyes turned towards him, and a collective silence fell over the crowd. They had heard that a battle wizard would be facing Driss, yet the disparity between Rain's appearance and the typical image of a wizard was striking. In the minds of the onlookers, wizards were often envisioned as robed figures, shrouded in mystery, erudite and wise, wielding formidable spells, symbols of authority and intellect. Never had anyone seen a wizard wielding a large shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. Someone could not help but ask, is he truly a wizard? Could there be a mistake? If he were to don heavy armor, I would believe him to be a steel knight, another remarked. He is hardly a wizard. Davenlack, upon witnessing Rain's appearance, could not suppress a chuckle. He found Rain's choice commendable, resembling his own steel knight persona. As a high-tier extraordinary being with extensive combat experience, accustomed to years of wearing heavy armor, Dramione quickly recognized Rain's exceptional nature. The combination of a large shield and warhammer exceeded 150 pounds. Even mid-tier extraordinary beings unskilled in strength would find it cumbersome. Yet, Rain appeared remarkably unfazed, moving with an effortless grace that belied the weight of his shield and weapon. This was not the demeanor of a newly ascended extraordinary being. Dramione formed a judgment in his mind, feeling a sense of anticipation for the ensuing contest. He clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, proclaiming, "Driss, Rain, you may begin. However, remember that this is merely a test of strength. There is no need for mortal consequences. Exercise caution." This statement was directed primarily at Driss, hoping he would show mercy. "Understood, Commander," Driss replied readily, his expression calm, making it difficult to discern his true intentions. Rain merely nodded slightly. Stepping into the center of the training ground, his gaze fixed on Driss. Driss advanced as well, his eyes sweeping around the arena before he closed them momentarily, inhaling deeply as if relishing the attention. Then, he turned his gaze towards Rain, his demeanor cooling as he lowered his voice menacingly. "I know not where you emerged from, nor do I care what your connection to Viola may be. As long as I remain in the demon extermination team, you shall not enter." Rain's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard. Driss scoffed lightly, interpreting Rain's composure as feigned tranquility, a flicker of violence flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you, but you will undoubtedly experience the depths of suffering." With that, he drew the long sword from his waist. It was an enchanted blade, ornate in design, with a series of runes along the spine. Upon unsheathing it, Driss flicked his wrist, igniting the blade with a fiery hue, exuding an intense heat. Rain assumed a defensive stance, positioning the large shield before him to shield his torso, his body slightly lowered, exposing only half his head and feet, while his right hand gripped the warhammer, poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. His soul I had already activated, allowing him to perceive the essence of Driss with clarity. Driss sneered derisively, stepping forward to close the distance. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, his figure surged forward like a flash of fire, charging at Rain along with his sword in hand. Flame charge. This is the most commonly employed sword technique of the Flame Sword Master, wherein speed reaches its zenith within a short distance, concentrating soul power upon the blade to endeavor a single strike capable of shattering the enemy's defenses. Driss's strategy is straightforward. First to disarm Rain of his great shield, and then to gradually torment him. In the blink of an eye, a wave of intense heat surged forth. Rain, having anticipated this, sensed Driss's intentions through the essence of his soul the very moment Driss initiated his fiery charge. Rather than retreating, he advanced boldly with a powerful stride. This step not only closed the distance between them, but also caught Driss greatly off guard. With a resounding crash, akin to thunderclaps in a clear sky, flames erupted, and a wave of heat radiated outward. To the astonishment of onlookers, Driss was sent hurtling backward, landing several paces away, staggering to maintain his balance. In stark contrast, Rain stood firm, his form unyielding as a mountain. The center of his shield bore a dent, charred by flames, yet he remained unscathed, his attire intact. In this contest of strength, it was evident that Rain held the upper hand. Pollock and the demon-slaying team were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such a result came to be. How was the vast chasm of power between first and fourth levels so effortlessly bridged? Only Dramione understood, his eyes lighting up as he discerned the truth. It was Rain's decisive step forward that had perfectly timed Driss's fiery charge, preventing it from unleashing its full potential due to the insufficient distance. This demonstrated a remarkable defensive combat technique. What appeared to be a simple clash revealed Rain's exquisite mastery of technique and his own formidable strength. However, Dramione remained puzzled. Even with Rain's remarkable power, it should not have yielded such astonishing results. He failed to notice that at the moment of contact, Rain's skin dimmed momentarily, his entire body hardening like steel, his strength surging, rendering him as solid as a statue firmly anchored to the ground. Rain activated his iron body with all his might but an instant before it was withdrawn. Driss, sensing something amiss, no longer dared to underestimate his opponent and adopted a serious demeanor. This seemingly delicate youth might prove to be quite formidable. His expression darkened as he resolved to unleash his full power, determined to vanquish his foe. Driss charged at Rain once more, accelerating rapidly, leaping high from 10 paces away, his long sword ablaze with fire, swinging downwards to deliver a massive sword strike. The Sky Slash. This strike possessed a wide attack range, the searing sword light descending from above. Rain, unwilling to take the hit head-on and unable to evade with his own speed, suddenly withdrew his great shield and swung his arm with all his strength, hurling a warhammer weighing over 60 pounds upwards. With Rain's might augmenting it, the hammer sliced through the air with a thunderous sound, crashing down before Driss. Without a moment's hesitation, Driss continued his sword strike, intent on cleaving the hammer, and Rain into two. With a resounding clang, Driss felt a jolt of pain in his right hand gripping the sword, his palm bleeding, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. The warhammer had been reduced by nearly half its head, falling to the ground. Driss's aerial slash lost its potency. The fiery sword's shadow diminished to less than 30% of its original strength, ultimately striking Rain's great shield, leaving only a deep, charred mark. As the sword descended, Driss landed mere 3 steps from Rain. However, before he could retreat, Rain thrust forward with his great shield, charging like a raging bull. The heavy shield collided with Driss, who could only manage a slight retreat before being sent flying. A tremendous force struck Driss, akin to being hit by a speeding vehicle, causing pain to resonate throughout his body. Before advancing to become a magic sword master, he had been a ranger, possessing remarkable balance. In midair, Driss struggled to adjust his posture for landing. Realizing he had been knocked back several paces, a metallic taste surging in his throat as blood welled up. What overwhelming strength! Driss forced himself to swallow the blood. Had he not retreated slightly to dissipate some of the force, he surely would have sustained severe injuries. How could he possess such strength at the first level? Could it be that battle mages truly wield such incredible prowess? Not only Driss, but others present shared the same thoughts. In the brief exchange, Rain had demonstrated a strength far surpassing his own level, managing to suppress Driss, who was 3 levels higher. The demon-slaying team looked on in astonishment and disbelief. Pollock finally comprehended that Rain's earlier bravado was not mere arrogance. He genuinely possessed the skill to contend with Driss. He felt a surge of joy, silently shifting his hand away from the soul spear. Rain continued to shield himself with the great shield, taking a few steps aside to retrieve the warhammer, now weighing less than 50 pounds, grasping it once more. Observing the balance of power in the arena, Devinra prepared to call for a halt to the duel. However, Driss was unwilling to concede, seizing the moment before Devinra could speak. His eyes aflame as he transformed into a figure of intense heat, charging toward Rain. This time, he leaped not recklessly nor initiated a fiery dash. Instead, he approached with ordinary speed, his longsword glowing red, enveloping the area in a whirlwind of sword shadows, akin to a fiery tornado, encompassing both Rain and his shield within the attack range. The Northern Wind sword technique. Onlookers recognized this as Driss's signature sword technique. Hailing from the Waaaaaaaagh swordsmanship school of the Northern Empire, characterized by fluidity and rapid strikes. Rain recognized the technique as well. Although he had never practiced it, he understood how to counter it. Amidst the flurry of sword shadows, his gaze remained calm as he swiftly pinpointed Driss's true longsword, shifting his feet and wielding the great shield with unhurried grace. With a metallic clash, the red sword light dissipated, sending a shower of sparks flying upon the shield. Rain stepped back to absorb the impact, allowing Driss to press forward, thrusting his longsword, which the great shield adeptly intercepted. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding strikes echoed as Rain was forced to retreat thrice, 3 additional burn marks appearing on his shield. Inwardly, he marveled at Driss's impressive swordsmanship. Skillfully combining the Northern Wind sword technique with a 3-hit combo, each strike faster than the last, significantly amplifying its might, making it increasingly challenging to defend against. After 3 successful strikes, Driss paused momentarily before launching another assault. A searing sword shadow erupted, flames bursting forth, waves of heat radiating. Yet, as each strike approached Rain, they were narrowly deflected by the great shield, leaving only additional scorch marks. From the spectator's perspective, it appeared Rain was on the defensive, unable to mount a counterattack. Devinra had intended to call off the duel, yet upon witnessing Rain's adept defensive techniques with a shield, he became intrigued, eager to see how far Rain could push his abilities. Pollock could not help but feel anxious for Rain. The great shield, forged from pure steel, was devoid of enchantments and comprised of rather ordinary material, making it increasingly difficult to endure for long. Should the shield be shattered, Rain would have no recourse. Driss recognized this as well, intensifying the flames upon his sword, infusing more soul power in an attempt to obliterate the bothersome great shield. However, Rain seemed oblivious to this development. The sound of metal clashing resonated incessantly throughout the training grounds, as Rain's great shield became riddled with scratches. Glowing red from the searing heat, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Finally, with a piercing explosion, the heavy great shield splintered into pieces. An opportunity arose. Driss's heart surged with delight. The moment had come, Rain thought to himself.